Chapter 1. The beginning of the NBA Championship. Congratulations to the 1999 NBA Championship winner, Duncan. As the roar of the crowd surged around him, Wang Jie stood in a daze, watching Duncan raise the championship trophy and cheer jubilantly. Memories flooded back, and he realized he had traversed into the world of the NBA, embodying Jack Wang, a Chinese American, yet his name remained Wang Jie. I have crossed over. The Spurs Waterboy. Wang Jie finally comprehended his predicament. He was a member of the NCAA championship team. Leveraging this title, he had been selected by the Spurs as the 60th pick. As a Chinese player, his physical attributes were rather mediocre, with only his mid-range and three-point shooting being passable, which barely secured him a spot on the roster. However, Wang Jie never anticipated that in his very first season, despite averaging less than a point per game only getting to play during garbage time, he would somehow end up with a championship ring. Ding. Championship system activated. Congratulations, host, on winning the 1999 championship. Based on your performance, the rating is as follows. Regular season averages of less than 1 point, 1 assist, and 1 rebound. Playoff averages of 0 points, 0 assists, and 0 rebounds. Resulting in a score of 1. Congratulations, host, on receiving the NBA Minimum Guarantee Reward. What is a minimum guarantee reward? Aside from having 70 in three-point shooting, 70 in close shots, and 70 in mid-range shooting, all your other abilities are capped at 60. That after receiving the NBA Minimum Guarantee Reward, they will reach 60. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 1999 championship ring. Additionally, congratulations on randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. You have received a series of top-tier skills, the 5 consecutive unmatched. Due to the host's low score, it has been downgraded to a substitute level 5 consecutive unmatched. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 90 kilograms. Strength, 60 speed, 60 agility, 60 jumping, 60 stamina, 60 basketball IQ, 60 ball handling, 60 passing, 60 dunking, 60 layup, 70 mid-range, 70 three-point, 70 perimeter defense, 60 interior defense, 60 blocking, 60 stealing, 60 rebounding, 60 skills. White skill, I defense substitute level 5 consecutive unmatched. Wang Jie felt significantly stronger. Though he was rather speechless, that it was important to note that a score of 60 merely equated to an NBA Waterboys level, while 70 was the threshold for qualifying as a substitute. He couldn't fathom how his predecessor managed to secure a championship with such unimpressive skills without being cut from the team. After the championship celebration, events like the championship parade were virtually irrelevant to him. For the very next day, his agent, Thompson, informed him that he had been waived by the Spurs. Wang Jie was flabbergasted, just as he had claimed a championship. He was let go that he had been contemplating next year's resurgence of the Lakers and how difficult it would be to achieve another championship with the Spurs. With the system at my disposal, what do I have to fear? Wang Jie thought, invigorated by the notion of the system. Thompson immediately inquired if the Pacers or the Lakers are willing to offer a tryout opportunity. Wang Jie understood that to attain another championship, these two teams, both contenders for the finals, would significantly increase his chances of success. Not an issue, Jack. Wang. Although your performance this season has been less than stellar, you're still a member of the championship team. I believe these two teams will consider offering you a trial. Thompson promptly agreed. By the way, the rookie salary for the Spurs this year is only $360,000. After taxes, it amounts to over $200,000. Additionally, with the severance pay from your 22 contract, the total compensation comes to $300,000. Part of which is my commission, which I have already deducted. Thompson reflected thoughtfully. All right, that sounds acceptable. Wang Jie nodded in agreement. With their negotiations settled, Thompson immediately set about arranging opportunities for Wang Jie to audition with the two teams. During the off-season, Wang Jie remained in the same place, still serving as a water cooler attendant. Although he had garnered some fame from winning the championship, it was overshadowed by negative perceptions. He was regarded merely as a bench warmer, thus no invitations to play were forthcoming. As a result, he regrettably lost his chance to participate in the Sydney Olympics. Throughout the entire offseason, Wang Jie diligently practiced his shooting and ball handling skills, yet the results were disappointingly minimal, nearly causing him to abandon hope. However, he found solace in the fact that while his basketball skills may not have improved significantly, his physical condition had markedly enhanced. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 93 kilograms, strength, 72 speed, 69 agility, 69 vertical leap, 66 stamina, 72 basketball IQ, 61 ball handling, 61 passing, 60 dunking, 60 layup, 70 mid-range shooting, 71 three-point shooting, 70 perimeter defense, 60 interior defense, 60 blocking, 60 stealing, 60 rebounding, 60. During the offseason, his basketball skills saw little enhancement, leading him to question his suitability for the NBA. Yet, his physical attributes surged significantly, with both strength and stamina reaching the level of an NBA rotation center, allowing him to contend against weaker starting guards and small forwards. It seems that next season, I will have to rely on my two skills. Wang Jie sighed inwardly. Defense, a technique that can infuriate opponents, reducing their shooting stability by 20. Substitute level 5, a remarkable ability that allows the binding of 5 substitute players each season. When all 5 substitutes are on the court simultaneously, both my attributes and those of the bound substitutes increase by 20. 5-time extraordinary is truly a divine skill. It's a shame it only enhances the attributes of substitutes. Wang Jie lamented to himself that it is important to note that a 20 increase is quite extraordinary. Should his close range and three-point shooting, currently at 70, see a 20 boost, it would soar above 84. Coupled with other skills reaching 70, he would undoubtedly meet the standards required of starting players. Beep, beep, beep. As the familiar Nokia tone echoed, Wang Jie swiftly retrieved his phone to answer the call. Jack Wang, I have good news and bad news, Thompson said with a smile. What's the bad news? Wang Jie inquired, furrowing his brow. The unfortunate news is that the Pacers have declined your application. The Lakers, however, have agreed to sign you, albeit with a minimum salary of $900,000 per year under a 21 guaranteed contract, Thompson remarked. And what is the good news? Wang Jie inquired. The Grizzlies, Wizards, Raptors, and Kings have all consented to offer you a guaranteed contract worth $5 to $6 million over 3 years, ensuring you receive an average of over 3 minutes of playing time each game in the first half of the regular season, Thompson explained. Wang Jie furrowed his brows. While $5 to $6 million was indeed double what the Lakers were offering, these teams were far from championship contenders, and even reaching the playoffs seemed a distant dream. Joining them would serve little purpose, as his potential for growth would be severely limited. For an average rookie, joining a weaker team might provide more chances for development. But for him, only a championship could unlock the skills necessary for enhancement. Thus, he felt compelled to pursue the highest probability of winning a championship. I am sorry, Thompson, but I wish to join the Lakers, Wang Jie sighed. Chapter 2. Selecting a candidate. What? Jack Wang, you must understand that as a second-year rookie, joining the Lakers playoff team might not afford you ample opportunity for growth, and the one you're guaranteed. Contract is exceedingly low, Thompson exclaimed in disbelief. That's all right, Thompson. I firmly believe that my abilities will earn me recognition with the Lakers, Wang Jie replied, shaking his head. He was well aware of the formidable prowess of the OK duo. Even if he joined the Pacers or other championship-contending teams, he had little confidence in leading them to victory. Thus, in pursuit of a championship, he was willing to accept the minimum salary. Very well. Jack Wang, since you've made your decision, I will communicate this to the Lakers. Await my good news. After a series of ineffective persuading attempts, Thompson could only nod in resignation. Wang Jie promptly signed a 21 minimum salary contract, with the final year being a team option. Thompson worked efficiently even with the Lakers. $900,000 a year was an improvement over his previous role as a water boy with the Spurs. The following day, Wang Jie began practicing with the team. Given his balanced attributes and shooting skills on par with a backup player, he exhibited only minor errors due to his inexperience. Phil Jackson observed Wang Jie with satisfaction, particularly noting his adaptability and proficiency in mid-range and three-point shooting attributes that rendered him a competent asset. Not bad, Phil Jackson remarked with a smile after watching the team's training session. Assistant coach Hamblin, looking perplexed, questioned, this Wang Jie possesses average skills. He has decent strength, but his ability to penetrate as a shooting guard is rather mediocre. That he appears to be quite unremarkable. Indeed, he is rather ordinary at best, a solid shooting backup. However, the key is that this fellow, earning only $900,000, can seamlessly integrate into the bench, making him a commendable choice for a minimum salary, Phil Jackson responded. Understood. Hamblin nodded in agreement. As time passed, the joint practices concluded and the preseason commenced. The first preseason game was against the Miami Heat, where Tim Hardaway and Anthony Mason proved to be no match for the Lakers. Even with Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant only playing for 2 quarters, the lead widened to over 10 points by the third quarter. Both teams continuously swapped in substitutes, and Wang Jie played for 10 minutes, scoring 4 points on 2 of 3 attempts while dishing out 2 assists before exiting the game. Although these statistics may seem modest, successfully making 2 baskets in just 10 minutes is quite commendable. Wang Jie refrained from utilizing the 5 consecutive unmatched skill to bind to the bench, fully aware of the significant turnover among the substitutes. He understood that trades could occur at any moment, and he might even find himself traded midway through a game he resolved to contemplate binding candidates only after the NBA trade deadline 3 months hence, as the 5 consecutive unmatched skill requires all 5 bound substitutes to be on the court simultaneously. As time passed, the formidable duo of O'Neal and Bryant continued to dominate, and Wang Jia's presence did not hinder their overwhelming performance against other teams. The preseason concluded with 4 victories and just 1 defeat. The sole loss transpired when O'Neal played less than a full quarter, resulting in a defeat to the Knicks. With the regular season commencing, after a month with the Lakers, Wang Jia transitioned from shooting guard to point guard, becoming Ron's backup. During this month, he served as Kobe's substitute as a shooting guard, but he quickly realized that Kobe was an unstoppable force, often remaining on the court for the full 45 minutes unless during garbage time. It seemed that he rarely left the floor, and even when he did, it was only for a minute or 2 before he returned. Throughout that month, aside from accumulating statistics during garbage time, Wang Jia felt unproductive and feared becoming irrelevant, prompting his proposal to play as a backup point guard. Ron, on the other hand, averaged over 20 minutes of playtime. Had Wang Jia been more capable, they might have shared playing time more evenly. Indeed, with just the first adjustment, Wang Jia entered the game and immediately made an impact, recording 2 points and 4 assists in his debut. It was inevitable, as both O'Neal and Bryant were the primary scorers, simply passing the ball to them guaranteed easy assists. As the season progressed and reached its midpoint, the team's general manager continuously made adjustments, allowing Wang Jia to become more acclimated within the Lakers. Additionally, as Ron Harper's backup, he received consistent playing time, which naturally elevated his standing, alleviating concerns about being pranked or sidelined. West, the general manager, stabilized the team's roster after numerous player trades. Wang Jia narrowly escaped being traded primarily due to his modest salary and limited prowess as a bargaining chip. He was not deemed valuable enough to attract superior players. Even for a player of comparable ability, it would require additional millions in contracts for other substitutes, making him less desirable as a trade asset. Ultimately, West decided against making any moves. With the final 15-man roster confirmed, Wang Jia sighed in relief and began to connect with 4 other capable substitutes with whom he had established rapport. He ultimately selected Fox, Fisher, Robert Horry, and AC Green as his binding partners, but he also realized that he seemed to have taken the place of the former player, Devin George, on the roster. George German is indeed a versatile talent, reminiscent of his current statistics. As time progresses, after 5 consecutive matches, Wang Jia observes that his participation remains confined to garbage time, where he occasionally steps in when others falter. This situation has begun to unsettle Wang Jia despite being relegated to garbage time. He has never shared the court alongside Robert Horry, Fisher, and 2 others. The skill known as 5 consecutive mastery has yet to be activated, and as a mere water boy, the effectiveness of his defense is inconsequential, but one must maintain a proactive attitude. Otherwise, even with impeccable defensive efforts, he risks being relegated to the bench. This realization stems from Wang Jia's painful experience. During a bout of garbage time, he successfully utilized his defensive prowess to thwart 2 offensive attempts, only to find himself replaced and reprimanded. It was then that Wang Jia comprehended his status as a mere substitute among substitutes, perpetually at risk of being traded, which stifled his confidence. He found himself hesitating to utilize his 2 latent skills, leading to considerable frustration. Fortunately, he discovered that after several months of training and competition, his physicality and skill set had seen slight enhancements, most notably in his passing, which improved by 5 points. This advancement was largely attributed to his frequent assists to the team's star players. Yet, even during practice matches, Wang Jia lamented that he had never had the opportunity to start alongside his chosen 4 teammates. This was primarily due to coach Phil Jackson's lack of consideration for Wang Jia's suggestions regarding team composition, resulting in a stern warning from assistant coach Hamblin to refrain from interfering with the head coach's lineup decisions. Chapter 3. The quintuple mastery crushes O'Neal and Kobe. As the season approached its midpoint, with a record of 58 wins and 9 losses, Wang Jia recalled that the Lakers had initially aimed for a 67-win season, with 15 games remaining to be. By this point, Phil Jackson had begun resting O'Neal and Kobe, with the latter playing a maximum of 30 minutes per game, while O'Neal was limited to just 20 minutes. This provided ample opportunity for substitutes to gain significant experience, and Wang Jia found himself on the court frequently. However, as the season neared its conclusion, his statistics remained those of a bench warmer, averaging 2 points and 5 assists, contributing primarily through passing without much substantive involvement. On this particular day during practice, assistant coach Hamblin organized a 15-minute intra-squad game involving the substitutes and coach Phil Jackson. If you lose by more than 10 points, prepare for double training tomorrow, Hamblin declared, knowing that the substitutes wouldn't be on the court for long, rendering additional training inconsequential. Did you hear that? If you can't win against the substitutes in this 15-minute game, don't expect to play against the Nets tomorrow, Phil Jackson asserted with a stern warning. Coach Hamblin, may I team up with Fox, Fisher, Robert Horry, and AC Green? I guarantee victory against O'Neal and Kobe, Wang Jie proclaimed with confidence. Hamblin regarded him with skepticism, noting that this was the third time Wang Jie had made such a request this season. Hamblin pondered for a moment. After all, it was merely an intra-team scrimmage. Though the lineup appeared rather unreasonable in his eyes, there was no need to escalate the matter unnecessarily. Very well. Should you lose, you can forget about playing. In the next 5 matches you will sit on the bench, Hamblin remarked with a nod. Not a problem, Wang Jie exclaimed enthusiastically to his 4 teammates. Brothers, let's tighten our defense and shoot decisively. Fear not in whatever you do. Just envision yourselves as Kobe and Shaquille. Hey, Jack Wang, don't be so serious. Rest assured, we shall support you, but if we lose, do not blame us, Fisher chuckled. All right, Wang Jie agreed readily. As Wang Jie and his 4 teammates took to the court, they simultaneously felt an exhilarating surge of strength, a wave of confidence rising from their very souls. I possess the ability to overpower O'Neal. Wang Jie even developed a certain illusion. However, his original strength, which exceeded 70, experienced a 20% augmentation, elevating it to over 87. This would certainly qualify him as a commendable starting center. Wang Jie was not significantly more formidable than the other 4 players on the court. Though they might have appeared statistically weaker, they excelled in their respective domains with remarkable prowess. An overwhelming surge of confidence propelled Wang Jie to make a pass as he crossed half-court. Robert Horry, feeling a surge of warmth in his hands, brimming with self-assurance, received the ball beyond the 3-point line and took the shot, leaving Kobe Bryant unable to contest. Everyone on the sidelines widened their eyes in astonishment as Robert Horry swished the ball through the net, instantly altering the score to 3-0. At that moment, Wang Jie realized the true extent of his skill. It is noteworthy that Robert Horry possessed a 3-point skill attribute of 83, which, when enhanced by an additional 20, reached its maximum potential, nearly equating to that of Stephen Curry. Conversely, Kobe Bryant's pass was thwarted by his defender, Fox, resulting in a missed shot. Shaquille O'Neal leaped to seize the rebound, but AC Green, with relentless tenacity, wrested the ball away from him. Phil Jackson and assistant coach Hamblin stood agape, as if they had swallowed a duck egg. The situation on the court soon became rather grim. O'Neal and Bryant found themselves thoroughly dominated by Wang Jie's quintet, with the score escalating from 5-0 to 10-4, and then to 33-28. Not only did the starting 5 of O'Neal and Bryant fail to triumph over Wang Jie's team, they suffered a 5-point deficit, a result compounded by Phil Jackson's frantic attempts to adjust strategies from the sidelines. The score had at one point lagged by 10 points. And it was only through a strategic mismatch that allowed Kobe to isolate and score against Wang Jie that they managed to close the gap to 5 points. Wang Jie, however, wore a troubled expression. Anyone faced with Kobe's relentless shooting would find it challenging to defend, even with a 5-fold enhancement. His defensive rating hovered around 70, a figure that might only secure a starting position on some of the weaker teams in the NBA. This match imparted a crucial lesson to Wang Jie about the significance of defense, instilling in him a quiet resolve to focus more on defensive practice in the future. Hamblin, astonished, noted that while he had made few adjustments throughout the game, Wang Jie's quintet seemed to erupt simultaneously, as if they were naturally endowed with extraordinary strength. Each player adeptly penetrating and shooting, with every individual embodying the essence of Kobe Bryant. Wang Jie successfully made a 3-point shot and a 2-point shot, accumulating a total of 5 points and 8 assists. The star of the game was Robert Horry, who scored the highest points on the court, sinking 4 out of 5 3-point attempts for a total of 12 points. AC Green impressively secured 5 rebounds, matching the prowess of Shaquille O'Neal, as his rebounding statistics soared, showcasing a strength that was equally formidable. With a clap of his hands, Phil Jackson remarked, "Well done. You 5 have performed admirably in this training session, and I will consider increasing your playing time in the upcoming games." As the match concluded, the 5 players sensed the dissipating surge of energy, accompanied by a slight fatigue. Evidently, such explosive performances demanded substantial physical exertion. Wang Jie pondered to himself. "Thank you, coach," the group exclaimed joyfully. O'Neal, Kobe, and the other starters were left questioning their existence, feeling as though the usual team practices had become a performance for them. We will take a 10-minute break before another round, and this time, we will make some substitutions, Phil Jackson stated, then closed his eyes in contemplation. In his view, this was merely a momentary outburst from Wang Jie and the others. Indeed, the assistant coach, Han Berlin, replaced Wang Jie, perceiving him as the weakest link among the five. Despite his decent scoring, though his defensive matchups were satisfactory, he still ranked as the least effective among the group. Consequently, Wang Jie observed as Brian Shaw took the court, alongside the other four, only to be ruthlessly outscored by O'Neal and Kobe, with the score ballooning to 30-14 within a single quarter. O'Neal and his team completely overwhelmed Robert Horry and the others, leaving them disoriented. Horry, who had just made 2 out of 5 three-point attempts, was doing reasonably well. Yet the others were thoroughly dominated on both ends of the court. Wang Jie felt an overwhelming shock upon witnessing the extraordinary performance of the 5 substitutes, who, under the influence of their remarkable 5 consecutive victories, dominated the starting members of the OK team. This astonishing elevation was truly beyond belief. It brought a sense of relief to Wang Jie. Even if the Lakers were to trade him elsewhere, he remained confident that with the trust of the head coach, seizing the championship from the Lakers was indeed a possibility. As time gradually passed, following the explosive display from Wang Jie and his companions, assistant coach Han Berlin ceased to allow the 5 to play together, ensuring that at least one starter was always involved, thus diminishing the miraculous effect they had previously achieved. Wang Jie recognized his weaknesses and committed himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Kobe, a relentless training enthusiast, showcased his prowess one day as he drove towards the basket, leaving Wang Jie as a mere spectator to Kobe's effortless layup. However, Wang Jie remained unfazed. After all, under Kobe's guidance and relentless challenge, his defensive skills had notably improved. As the playoffs commenced with the first round, his interior defense rating surged to 64, an increase of 2 points, while his exterior defense climbed to 68, reflecting a remarkable enhancement of 6 points. Wang Jie possesses unwavering confidence that next year, his defensive prowess will elevate to 70 or above, ensuring that his defense will not fall short of that of some ordinary starters. Chapter 4. The Lakers' second season injuries subsequently, in the first round of the playoffs. The Lakers faced the Kings, triumphing with a 4-2 victory to advance to the second round. There, the Lakers overcame the Suns with a decisive 4-1 win, securing their place in the Western Conference Finals. In this final showdown against the Trail Blazers, the Lakers emerged victorious with a narrow 4-3 win, claiming the title of Western champions. During the 1999-2000 NBA Finals, the Lakers went head-to-head with the Pacers, who proved to be less formidable than the Trail Blazers. Ultimately, the Lakers effortlessly defeated the Pacers with a 4-2 score, earning the championship title for the 1999-2000 season, as Wang Jie gazed upon the grand stage of the finals, where Stern proclaimed the Lakers as champions. A sense of ennui washed over him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the championship ring of the 2000 season. Additionally, the host has randomly obtained a premier skill and a top-tier skill from the Rules series, the ability to score a guaranteed 18 points in a single game. However, due to a detected low score, this has been adjusted to the level of brewing goji berries in a thermos. When utilizing the thermos to drink a cup of goji berry water before the game, it activates the skill, allowing for a guaranteed 18 points in shooting. Exceeding this limit by even a single point is not permitted. Upon reading the explanation of this skill, Wang Jie felt a profound sense of incredulity. Was this not merely the ability of the Goji brother, Wiggins? Nevertheless, in comparison, it was evident that the previously unrestricted skill of scoring 18 points in a single game was far superior, while one could still score beyond the 18 points. This particular skill does not allow for such flexibility. Nonetheless, even so, it is conceivable that next year, utilizing this skill could significantly enhance his playing time. Even if he does not secure a starting position, Wang Jie pondered quietly. After securing the championship, he did not attend the press conference. As a substitute, despite having participated in the playoffs, his average of 4 points and 5 assists clearly reflected his role as a bench player. Consequently, only a few reporters casually inquired about him, and the matter was soon forgotten. The focus remained on stars like Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, who were fervently recounting their exhilaration following the victory. Wang Jie observed the excitement among the crowd, silently sighing as he shook his head and turned to leave. With the arrival of the off-season and the Lakers claiming the championship, Wang Jie's notoriety had grown significantly, although it was not necessarily for the best reasons. Numerous endorsements began to seek him out. Thompson was quite elated, Initially, he had thought Wang Jie's move to the Lakers would be inconsequential. But he was taken aback by Wang Jie's unexpected championship victory. Many businesses, believing that Wang Jie was simply fortunate, eagerly approached Thompson, brandishing wads of cash. At first, Wang Jie had intended to dedicate the off-season to honing his defensive skills, both inside and outside the paint. But Thompson began to present him with a plethora of endorsements ranging from food products, toys, and clothing to an assortment of bizarre items. Wang Jie had no choice but to acquiesce, for the offers presented by these Huaxiao merchants were exceedingly generous, with some amounts surpassing even his annual salary with the Lakers. Although Wang Jie currently resides in a spacious apartment and is free from concerns about daily sustenance, he yearns for more, such as securing a highly skilled trainer during the off-season, which proves to be quite a challenge. The finest trainers command fees that exceed his annual salary from playing in the NBA, a cost that is simply unaffordable for the average individual. As time gradually passes, Wang Jie dedicates himself either to training or endorsements. Under the guidance of a proficient trainer, he perceives a significant enhancement in his defensive abilities. Having also mastered several subtle techniques, even with an average defensive skill set, these nuances augment his defensive intensity. Wang Jie stands at a height of 1.98 meters and weighs 93 kilograms, with the following attributes: strength, 75, speed, 72, agility, 72, jumping, 69, stamina, 75, basketball IQ, 65, ball handling, 64, passing, 67, dunking, 61, layup, 73, mid-range shooting, 74, three-point shooting, 73, perimeter defense, 70, interior defense, 69, shot blocking, 61, stealing, 61, rebounding, 61. Skills: white skill, eye defense, bench level 5 consecutive mastery. Soaking goji berries in a thermos. Wang Jie gazed at his data with a sense of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the season. With this thought, he allowed himself to relax. Wang Jie remains unattached. And even when he occasionally ventures out for relaxation, he does so with remarkable discretion, often going unrecognized. As the season commenced, Wang Jie exhibited an extraordinary performance during the preseason, achieving an impressive tally of 10 points and 5 assists, all while maintaining a perfect shooting percentage. A feat made even more remarkable by his average playing time of just over 10 minutes per game. Wang Jie refrained from exerting himself too much. Fully aware that his maximum potential was merely 18 points, he understood that should he fail to perform in subsequent games when his scoring was necessary, it would lead to an awkward situation. Therefore, he opted to pass the ball whenever possible, demonstrating a commendable level of rationality in his play. Phil Jackson held a favorable impression of Wang Jie, as did Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, who appreciated his non-intrusive style and his ability to capitalize on the rare opportunities to score. However, during the first game of the regular season, Kobe suffered a shoulder injury that necessitated a period of rest, likely causing him to miss 5 games. Consequently, with Kobe sidelined, there was no opportunity for a replacement at the point guard position. The newly acquired Lakers, Isaiah Rider and Ron Harper, took to the court in Kobe's stead. Indeed, Ron Harper found himself benched, while the seasoned Derek Fisher was elevated to the starting lineup. The lineup included Derek Fisher at point guard, Kobe Bryant at shooting guard, Rick Fox at small forward, Horace Grant at power forward, and Shaquille O'Neal at center. Wang Jie remains a substitute, yet he expresses no discontent. The regular season has only just commenced, and without Kobe, the team struggles, starting with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses, placing them second, while the Spurs lead. At last, in the 9th game, Kobe returns to the team, and a palpable sense of relief washes over everyone. Indeed, this marks the beginning of a winning streak, with Wang Jie averaging 8 points and 6 assists. As his performance improves, Phil Jackson extends his playing time to 15 minutes. Although Wang Jie boasts a shooting percentage of 100, the starting 5 command the majority of the court time and ball possession, leaving Wang Jie to accumulate most of his points during garbage time. The competition for the point guard position is fierce. Ron Harper has been removed from the starting lineup, with old hand Fisher outperforming him in both assists and points, though Harper excels in rebounding. Notably, Harper's playing time is further diminished by Wang Jie, as their minutes on the court are nearly equivalent, but Harper averages a mere 4 points, 1.6 assists, and 3.5 rebounds. Undoubtedly, Fisher possesses the greater talent, averaging 12 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Wang Jie exhibits superior shooting accuracy and assists compared to Ron Harper. However, he struggles with rebounding. It is not due to a lack of effort, but rather an inability to outmaneuver his opponents. His rebounding statistics stand at 61. While both Derek Fisher and Ron Harper boast figures exceeding 80, indicating a significant disparity in their capabilities. As time slowly passes, the Lakers' joy is short-lived, as Shaquille O'Neal suffers from a back injury and Fox grapples with an ankle issue. Additionally, substitute Robert Horry is sidelined due to injury, leading to a decline in the team's performance. Fortunately, Kobe remains on the court, maintaining a commendable win rate with a record of 5 wins and 5 losses over 10 games. When the dominant O'Neal returns from injury, the team explosively rebounds with a record of 9 wins and 1 loss. Chapter 5. Victory 100 Starters. With the season halfway through, Wang Jie quietly rejoices, having successfully secured his position on the team due to his low salary and high performance. However, after a game, Derek Fisher suffers a severe ankle injury, and medical assessments indicate a recovery period of several months. While concern flickers across Wang Jie's face, he secretly delights in the prospect of increased playing time with Fisher sidelined. Indeed, although Phil Jackson opts to start Ron Harper, Wang Jie finds himself on the court for over 22 minutes, a significant increase from his previous role in garbage time. Effectively, the combined time of Ron Harper and Wang Jie on the court equates to nearly 2 full quarters. Wang Jie diligently executes Jackson's triangle offense, only attempting shots when absolutely necessary, such as when no passing options are available. Phil Jackson gazes at Wang Jie with increasing warmth, especially as his playing time has risen, leading to consecutive victories and impressive averages of 12 points and 12 assists per game. Conversely, Ron Harper's performance as a starter has been lackluster, averaging only 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds, much to Jackson's dismay. The disparity in their performances has begun to strain the relationship between Wang Jie and Ron Harper, especially after Fisher's departure. Following a practice session, Ron Harper, with a displeased expression, calls out, "Hey, rookie, come over and practice with me." Wang Jie felt at a loss. He was currently unable to activate Wiggins' extraordinary skill of brewing goji berries in a thermos. Street ball was hardly a serious competition. "No, Ron, your skills far surpass mine. I've merely been fortunate lately, it's all luck." Wang Jie hastily declined, his demeanor reflecting humility. "I refuse to accept that. I must challenge you." Ron Harper, unyielding, insisted on engaging Wang Jie in an 11-point street ball match. As expected, apart from employing a defensive glare that allowed him to limit Ron Harper to a mere 5 successful shots out of 10 attempts, Wang Jie managed to score only 4 baskets himself, utterly overwhelmed on both offense and defense by the furious Ron Harper. Once the match concluded, Wang Jie felt dejected, acutely aware of the existing gap between himself and Ron Harper. While he possessed a slight advantage in strength, he fell short in other aspects. However, despite Ron Harper's dominance over him, Phil Jackson remained unwavering in his admiration for Wang Jie's commitment to executing the game plan. The entire team was well aware of Wang Jie's recent struggles against Ron Harper. "Hey, King Jack, I noticed that you don't need to hold back. Show your true abilities," Shaquille O'Neal, the team leader, asserted. Other teammates, including Kobe, rallied in support of Wang Jie, leaving him speechless. He wasn't holding back. He was genuinely lacking in skill. Ron Harper was infuriated, prompting Wang Jie to interject. "Ron is indeed a strong player. My performance on the court has simply been a matter of luck." The following day, as the Lakers faced off against the Raptors, Phil Jackson appointed Wang Jie as a starter. This development made Wang Jie uneasy, should Jackson insist on giving him substantial playing time. His average of 18 points per game would be exposed, making him an easy target. Fortunately, Jackson did not overwhelm him with minutes. It was merely Wang Jie's performance that secured him a starting role. This season, Wang Jie continued to be linked with the other 4 extraordinary substitutes, resulting in his elevation to the starting lineup. Ron Harper was also among his linked counterparts, though he remained a substitute this season. Despite the tension between them, Ron's talent was undeniable. However, Wang Jie found himself with little opportunity to showcase the 5 extraordinary skills, as one of them would inevitably be a starter until the return of Old Fish Fisher. This thwarted Wang Jie's hope of having all 5 substitutes play together. As time passed, with Wang Jie's contributions averaging 14 points, 10 assists, and 1 rebound, his performance began to garner significant attention across China. Previously, the substitutes had lacked recognition, But the Lakers, as the previous season's champions, were already in the spotlight. With Wang Jie starting this season, his fame skyrocketed, and he began to gain a modest reputation domestically. NBA starter Wang Jie, Lakers 2-point shooting at an average of 14 points, with a 100 shooting percentage. A Chinese player excelling in basketball, now in his third season as a starter for the Lakers. Such captivating headlines began to proliferate, and Wang Jie's name became known to many across the nation, leading to an influx of endorsement opportunities akin to falling snowflakes. Wang Jie believed that having sufficient funds was all that mattered. Thus, he opted for a few endorsements with shorter contract durations but higher payouts, as he was confident in his ability to perform exceptionally well in the future. As for Thompson, I will refrain from endorsing food products and shampoos, as they are prone to backlash, Wang Jie stated. No problem, the fees for these two endorsements are not substantial, with only the milk endorsement being relatively higher, Thompson nodded, a smile illuminating his face, knowing he would also receive a share of Wang Jie's endorsement earnings. By the way, Wang Jie, both Nike and Adidas wish to invite you for endorsements, each offering a 6-year contract for $8 million. What do you think? Thompson pondered before speaking. The price is far too low. I would consider $80 million. Just kindly decline the offer for me. Wang Jie responded decisively, dismissing the proposal with a hint of jest. He firmly believed that within 6 years, he could secure not just $8 million, but an $80 million contract. All right, Thompson exclaimed, his mouth agape, wanting to caution Wang Jie against aiming too high, yet he merely nodded in agreement. Among agents, Thompson was not particularly esteemed, possessing limited resources. However, his professional competence was commendable, and he worked diligently. Notably, among the athletes he managed, Wang Jie was the most successful, having clinched back-to-back championships, which naturally led Thompson to heed Wang Jie's wishes. As time flowed steadily, the playoffs of 2001 finally approached. Veteran player Fisher returned to the team in the final stretch of the season, resuming his starting position. Unfortunately, upon Fisher's return, Wang Jie's playing time dwindled to approximately 15 minutes per game, as Fisher had just recovered from an injury and his performance was not particularly impressive. The team awkwardly finished with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses. Ultimately, the regular season concluded with the Lakers achieving an impressive 62 wins and 18 losses. The Philadelphia 76ers finished with a record of 56 wins and 27 losses. The San Antonio Spurs at 57 wins and 26 losses. The Portland Trail Blazers at 52 wins and 32 losses. The Golden State Warriors at 51 wins and 31 losses. The New Jersey Nets at 52 wins and 30 losses. The Miami Heat at 49 wins and 33 losses. The Detroit Pistons at 48 wins and 34 losses. The Milwaukee Bucks at 47 wins and 35 losses. And the Washington Wizards at 45 wins and 37 losses. Although the Lakers' winning percentage dropped due to an injury crisis compared to the previous season, they still maintained a commanding lead, being the only team to surpass 60 wins. As the playoffs commenced, Phil Jackson urged the players, "Stay sharp, everyone. For our first game, do not underestimate our opponents." After delivering his rallying cry, he allowed the players a few days of rest to prepare for the upcoming postseason. Chapter 6. The third championship in the playoffs, Wang Jie once again earned the opportunity to play off the bench. His skill of infusing goji berries in a thermos won him Phil Jackson's trust, allowing him to participate for 20 minutes in a game. While Ron Harper's playing time was curtailed to merely 10 minutes, Wang Jie certainly did not disappoint Phil Jackson's expectations. The already formidable Lakers, bolstered by Wang Jie's remarkable shooting prowess, faced the Timberwolves in the first round of the playoffs. Throughout the series, Wang Jie averaged 10.5 points and 1 rebound per game, aiding his team in a convincing 4-0 sweep over the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves and the Lakers, where Wang Jie resided, were hardly on the same plane. In the 4 games, whenever Wang Jie took to the court, the Timberwolves seemed to crumble, with the point differential soaring into double digits. In the second round of the playoffs, the Lakers went up against the Mavericks. Similarly, upon Wang Jie's arrival on the court, the lead expanded to over 10 points. His extraordinary skills, akin to a cheat code, allowed him to find prime positioning for passes, and if pressured, he would effortlessly shoot. Regardless of whether it was a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer, his shots were destined to find the net, even when defenders were practically obscuring his visage. In this series, Wang Jie averaged an impressive 12 points and 7 assists per game, ranking third in team scoring behind Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. While the veteran Derek Fisher placed fourth with an average of 9 points, alongside 5 assists and 3 blocks per game. However, their shooting styles differed significantly. Fisher attempted an average of 10 shots per game, boasting a remarkable 49% success rate on two-pointers and an astounding 57% on three-pointers. Yet, comparisons can be daunting. Wang Jie averaged only 6 shots per game, yet achieved a flawless 100% success rate on both two-pointers and three-pointers. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Mavericks with a decisive 4-0 victory. In the Western Conference Finals, Wang Jie faced off against the Spurs, who had also decisively triumphed over their opponents, showcasing formidable strength. However, they were no match for Wang Jie's Lakers. At the commencement of this match, Wang Jie was elevated to the starting lineup, with his playing time slightly increasing from 20 minutes to 22 minutes. After all, the seasoned Fisher was equally adept, and many strategies required his finesse to be executed more effectively. Wang Jie's ability to secure a starting position is primarily attributed to his astonishing performance and efficiency. Ron Harper, on the other hand, finds himself at a loss for words. In his inaugural season, he was a starter. However, in his second season, the veteran Fisher took the lead, and now Wang Jie has leapfrogged over both to claim the starting role. Ron Harper can only simmer in frustration, unsure of whom to direct his ire towards. Currently, his average playing time has dwindled to a mere 5 minutes, equivalent to the garbage time minutes Wang Jie previously occupied. Wang Jie became a starter and approached the match against the Spurs with utmost seriousness, aware that this was a team destined for multiple championships in the future, particularly in their youthful and vigorous form. As he dribbled past the halfway line, he noticed Kobe signaling for the ball and promptly passed it to him. With the second-in-command requesting the ball, how could he possibly refuse? Failing to pass might lead to being traded next season, and such an opportunity for a championship would be too precious to squander. Shortly thereafter, Shaquille O'Neal found an opening and called for the ball, which Wang Jie immediately delivered. Unfortunately, O'Neal was quickly fouled and made 1 out of 2 free throws. As the game progressed, with just over half the court remaining, Wang Jie found himself being defended by Porter, while David Robinson did not come over to provide help. O'Neal was being tightly guarded by Duncan, and Kobe faced double coverage. In that moment of uncertainty, Wang Jie decided to take matters into his own hands and launched a three-pointer over Porter. Swish. The shot found its mark. Frustration mounted for Popovich as he realized the futility of his adjustments. Despite employing the hack-a-Shaq strategy against O'Neal and knowing that Kobe might miss shots, he recognized that if he focused on disrupting Wang Jie's passing, the latter would inevitably resort to shooting. And whenever Wang Jie chose to shoot, success was almost guaranteed. Unfazed by superstition, Popovich insisted that Wang Jie shoot over both Porter and Robinson, leading him to score 3 consecutive three-pointers, resulting in a 9-4 run. Reluctantly, Popovich found himself unable to restrict Wang Jie's passing, which brought some relief. However, it was ultimately too little, too late, as Duncan recorded 28 points and 8 rebounds, yet still failed to salvage the team's performance. In this match, Wang Jie played for 2 quarters, directly amassing 18 points and 10 assists before being substituted. By the end of the second quarter, the point differential between the two teams had ballooned to 15, nearly leading to a blowout. As the game concluded, the Lakers had 3 players scoring in double figures, with both O'Neal and Kobe each contributing over 28 points, complemented by Wang Jie's 18 points. While Duncan found himself unable to turn the tide alone, the subsequent games unfolded similarly, leaving Popovich in a state of dismay whenever Wang Jie started. The second quarter would end with a significant lead, regardless of any attempts to contain him. Ultimately, the Spurs were swept 4-0 by the Lakers. The Lakers, crowned as the Western Conference champions, faced off against the Eastern Conference champions, the 76ers, led by Iverson. In the first game, Iverson's 76ers launched an aggressive offensive, briefly overtaking the Lakers in score. However, Wang Jie struck several crucial three-pointers, decisively pushing the score back in favor of the Lakers. Within just 2 quarters, the Lakers had pulled ahead by 5 points, and after Wang Jie exited the court, the gap continued to widen until the final buzzer. O'Neal and Kobe took control of the game, and the subsequent 3 matches followed suit. Even though the league sought to favor the 76ers in hopes of extending the series for financial gain, the 76ers were unable to recover and succumbed to a decisive defeat. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed 4-0 over the 76ers, and when Stern announced that the championship trophy for the 2000-2001 season belonged to the Lakers, the arena erupted in jubilation. As Wang Jie stood as a starting player for his team, his statistics ranked only behind those of O'Neal and Kobe, averaging over 15 points and 10 assists per game. naturally placing him in the third position. All three of them held the championship trophy, exuding an aura reminiscent of a triumvirate. The incessant flashes of cameras illuminated the scene, and for the first time, Wang Jie found himself at the forefront, feeling a bit out of his element. He had not anticipated that his 5 consecutive outstanding performances would falter so abruptly, while Wigan's unique skill of infusing goji berries in a thermos proved unexpectedly advantageous. Gradually, Wang Jie shed the moniker of a mere championship bystander, and at this press conference, he finally shared the stage with Phil Jackson. Both Kobe and O'Neal were brimming with excitement, having navigated the playoffs with an unblemished record of 16 wins, an unprecedented display of dominance in the annals of NBA history. As the coach and the iconic duo concluded their remarks, reporters eagerly turned their attention to Wang Jie. Jack Wang, this marks your 3rd championship victory, granting you 3 championship rings. What are your reflections on this achievement? Inquired one journalist. Wang Jie glanced around, noting that he was surrounded by foreign journalists. Clearly, the domestic audience had a limited understanding of the NBA, and it seemed that true change would only come after the arrival of Yao Ming. What are my thoughts? Since I entered the NBA, I have never lost a championship. I am accustomed to winning the title once a year, Wang Jie remarked nonchalantly, embodying a sense of nonchalance. Chapter 7. The clutch shot. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for indeed, Wang Jie single-handedly created a mobile dynasty, possessing more championship rings than the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the illustrious Kobe Bryant. Subsequently, Wang Jie refrained from being overly flamboyant, opting for measured responses, as he lacked any emotional trigger system to provoke anyone. Many have claimed that you merely rode the coattails of the Spurs and the Lakers to attain your championships. What is your perspective on this? It is true that I was not a core member of either the Spurs or the Lakers, and certainly had my share of shortcomings. However, I have been consistently improving, have I not? Wang Jie replied with a smile. This assertion holds merit. Since his entry into the NBA, Wang Jie had progressed from being a mere benchwarmer to becoming a substitute for the Lakers in his 2nd year, and by his 3rd year, he had secured a starting position, an undeniable testament to his growth. As the interview concluded, Wang Jie eagerly sought a quiet place to meticulously review the rewards of the season. Congratulations, host, you have attained the championship reward, the extraordinary skill of turning defeat into victory. Due to a slight reduction in scoring, this skill has been classified as the clutch shot. Congratulations, host, for achieving a regular season and playoff score of 70, and for receiving an additional skill enhancement. It has been detected that the host possesses only the white skill of eye defense, which has now been elevated to green. The green eye defense skill enables the host to influence opponents through gaze, reducing the enemy's shooting stability by 30. Wang Jie finds himself at a loss for words. His defensive prowess is rendered ineffective under Phil Jackson's strategies, leaving him with no opportunity to showcase his abilities. Should he display a lack of defensive vigor, there are plenty of other players eager to take the court. After all, if he exerts himself defensively, even if he fails to thwart the opponent, he cannot be blamed. However, a lack of enthusiasm in defense diminishes stability by 20 to 30%, failing to guarantee that the adversary will miss their shot. Should the opponent score, Phil Jackson would undoubtedly confine him to the bench for the entirety of the match. In critical moments, when the team trails in the final minute, a decisive shot can be activated, rendering all defensive efforts moot and ensuring a successful basket, circumventing the constraints of other skill rules. Wang Jie gazed at the skill with a sigh. Although the game-winning shot could circumvent the 18-point limitation of the skill that allows for goji berries to steep in a thermos, he knew that the final clutch shots were never entrusted to him. In the Lakers, the opportunity to take such decisive shots rarely fell to Wang Jie. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant had claimed nearly 80% of them. The remaining chances would hardly go to someone who had never made a game-winning shot. He mused that perhaps the previous skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos was more advantageous. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. However, he also understood that the limitations of the goji berry skill were quite significant. It would be challenging for him to average over 18 points per game. Should his abilities enhance in the future, and he found himself leading the team single-handedly, that skill might become obsolete. After all, for a core player, averaging 18 points was hardly competitive with the likes of Duncan, Iverson, Kobe, or O'Neal. At that moment, Wang Jie was unaware that the Spurs' Greg Popovich and others were filled with regret, lamenting the fact that a benchwarmer had transformed into the Lakers' 3rd star in their championship pursuit. Reports flooded in, and the management was under fire from fans demanding to know why Wang Jie had been let go. They pointed out the paltry 2-2 minimum wage contract and the abrupt termination post-championship. It was infuriating. They spoke as if Wang Jie had been the cornerstone of their championship success. Back then, his skills were lacking, he was prone to errors, and he had never even made an appearance in the playoffs. What were they supposed to do? Keep him around for the holidays? The Spurs general manager seethed with frustration. But he decided to let it go. Wang Jie was already released, and with time, the uproar surrounding this matter would surely fade. Meanwhile, Wang Jie was busy again after his championship victory. His personal three-peat had skyrocketed his fame, and now that he had become a starter for the team, he was in high demand among merchants eager to partner with him. During the off-season, Wang Jie earned a staggering $8 million just from endorsements, which translated to over 60 million yuan at the 1:8 exchange rate. With such wealth, he immediately invested half of it in purchasing dozens of properties across Beijing and over 10 major cities. The remainder was invested entirely in Matai stocks. He was not well versed in other stocks, and the thought of potential pitfalls made him wary. However, he was confident that Matai stock would continue to rise, a sound investment indeed. Once the off-season concluded, Wang Jie took a 2-week respite in several tourist cities before returning to training. Although he dedicated himself diligently to enhancing his defensive skills during the off-season, the improvements were modest, with his interior and perimeter defense only increasing by a single point. Wang Jie's attributes were as follows: height, 198 centimeters, weight, 93 kilograms, strength, 76, speed, 73, agility, 73, vertical leap, 70, stamina, 77, basketball IQ, 70, ball handling, 68, passing, 69, dunking, 62, layup, 75, mid-range, 75, three-point, 74, perimeter defense, 71, interior defense, 69, blocking, 61, stealing, 61, rebounding, 63. Skills: green skill, vision defense. Bench level 5 consecutive clutch shots, goji berries and a thermos, game-winning shot. As the off-season draws to a close, Wang Jie has had the opportunity to train alongside Kobe Bryant for a period, and both are quite pleased with the experience. Kobe feels that his shooting accuracy has improved, while Wang Jie senses a notable enhancement in his defensive skills. Although the statistics do not reflect significant growth, they believe that with diligent practice, further development in their attributes will soon be realized. In 2001, the Los Angeles Lakers quietly commenced their third season, with Wang Jie and the starting lineup playing 2 quarters, maintaining an undefeated record throughout the preseason as they entered the regular season. Despite the Lakers' relaxed approach during the preseason, with Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe averaging less than 2 quarters per game, they remained undefeated. However, as the regular season commenced, the back-to-back champions found themselves being targeted. Initially, they performed well, achieving a streak of 7 consecutive victories. Yet, soon after, O'Neal faced relentless fouls, and his free throw performance left much to be desired. In one particular game, he attempted 10 free throws without scoring a single point. Even with the opposing team having 3 players fouled out, the Lakers still suffered a defeat. Wang Jie was left speechless. For O'Neal, scoring a free throw truly relied on fortune. Nevertheless, Wang Jie observed that during this regular season, the Lakers had become the target of all teams. Regardless of the opponent, it seemed that no one wished for the Lakers to continue their reign as champions. After all, the Lakers were exceptionally formidable, having not lost a single match in the playoffs finals. What could other teams possibly do? Might as well raise their hands and surrender. Thus, Wang Jie discerned that each game for the Lakers felt akin to facing playoff-level intensity, played with remarkable ferocity. Phil Jackson was also perturbed. Yet his aspiration for a championship and the establishment of a Lakers dynasty compelled him to strategically rest his starters, allowing substitutes more time on the court to prevent injuries during the regular season. Apart from Kobe, everyone else expressed delight, with even Wang Jie playing no more than 20 minutes. Wang Jie, however, remained indifferent, believing that it was better to expedite the game and conclude matters swiftly. Despite this, the Lakers continued their impressive winning streak, suffering only a singular defeat in December against the Supersonics. Chapter 8. Preparing for the Western Conference Finals in the 2001 NBA Draft. The much-maligned Kwame Brown was selected as the first overall pick by the Wizards. The Lakers, undeterred, made no selections, and even if they had the opportunity, Wang Jie's opinions would likely have gone unheeded by the management. That year saw the arrival of notable talents such as Tony Parker, Pau Gasol, Joe Johnson, Zach Randolph, and the unexpected gem of the second round, Gilbert Arenas, into the NBA. Had Wang Jie been part of the Lakers management, choosing Arenas at any cost would have undoubtedly proved to be a significant coup, especially if others were unavailable. Regrettably, not only would the management disregard his insights, but they would also be nearly impossible to reach, with his only recourse being a brief exchange with Phil Jackson, which would bear no fruit. If Wang Jie had held the stature of Shaquille O'Neal or Kobe Bryant, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Wang Jie had already begun to formulate some ideas in his third year. He yearned for the championship and desired some authority within the team. The crux of the matter was that, given Wang Jie's prowess, joining another team, even as a starter or core player, would not afford him the same level of influence. Thus, he resolved to take a more natural approach. Had the Lakers not traded him during the 2001 to 2002 season, he would have been confident in overcoming the formidable Kings in the Western Conference Finals purely through his skill. However, after a significant enhancement in his abilities last season, it would be inconceivable for the Lakers to trade him unless they were utterly irrational. As time passed and the regular season reached its midpoint, Wang Jie exhaled with relief. The Kings were indeed more formidable this season than the Lakers. Had it not been for the referees granting the Lakers an excessive number of free throws under the league's directives during the Western Conference Finals, victory would have been unattainable. This also contributed to Wang Jie's reluctance to seek opportunities elsewhere, even if he were to join a stronger team like the Kings. He was certain that if one of his substitutes were ejected during a crucial moment, the game would slip away from them. Moreover, a game-winning shot necessitates an appropriate opportunity. Should the point differential be substantial, he would have no chance to secure a victory. Regarding Wiggins' peculiar technique of soaking goji berries in a thermos, Wang Jie felt that averaging 18 points was hardly sufficient. If he were to accumulate 6 fouls in the final quarter, it would be impossible to score enough points to succeed, and thus the championship would remain elusive. Though somewhat apprehensive, the prospect of the Lakers achieving a three-peat was too significant to jeopardize. Stern would certainly not permit the Kings or any other team to claim the title. However, once the Lakers established their dynasty, such privileges would cease, and he could then contemplate other teams. Wang Jie mused quietly. As this season commenced, Kobe had already begun to spread his wings, engaging in some disputes over ball possession with Shaquille O'Neal. Nevertheless, both players, intent on the Lakers' three-peat and the dynasty's legacy, managed to keep their competition for possession discreet. Were it not for Wang Jie's awareness of the impending conflict between the two players in the following season, which would ultimately gift the fourth championship to the Spurs, he might not have sensed the subtle tensions brewing between Kobe and Shaquille. Wang Jie remained unperturbed, continuing to fulfill his role as a starting player with an average of 15 points per game, maintaining an impeccable shooting percentage of 100, whether from 2-point or 3-point range. As the season reached its midpoint, the head coach contemplated increasing Wang Jie's playing time on several occasions. According to the Zen master Phil Jackson's philosophy, Wang Jie could easily score a maximum of 18 points in the first 2 quarters, which would suggest he could amass 36 points over 4 quarters. However, Wang Jie refrained from attempting any shots beyond 18 points, even when he took the court in the third quarter, opting instead to pass the ball fervently, regardless of the risk of turnovers. While Kobe and Shaquille, the two stars, expressed their delight, Phil Jackson's expression was one of discontent. In the fourth match, Wang Jie feigned exhaustion and sat on the bench with a wry smile, pondering whether he should take another shot. Every attempt seemed destined to miss, leading to an even dire predicament. Although he was capable of passing to Kobe and O'Neal, there were instances when the rationale was questionable, prompting Phil Jackson to inquire, "Why do you not shoot yourself, Coach?" Wang Jie replied, "After so many attempts and playing for such an extended duration, I feel utterly drained. I can hardly see the basket." He offered this excuse, claiming that his fatigue was overwhelming. Consequently, throughout the following season, Phil Jackson relentlessly subjected Wang Jie to various endurance training regimens. Despite this, Wang Jie still averaged around 15 points per game, often reserving 3 to 5 points for later, just in case he needed to make a shot in the second half, so as to avoid criticism for a lackluster performance. Wang Jie's fame continues to grow, and many basketball enthusiasts hope he can remain on the court. Although his average of 15 points per game pales in comparison to the likes of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, whose scoring averages are nearly double his, Wang Jie hardly monopolizes the ball. His astonishing 100 shooting accuracy in the NBA has left numerous teams astounded, with many exclaiming it as a game-breaking anomaly. If Phil Jackson were to allow Wang Jie and Kobe to alternate ball possession, no team would stand a chance against the Lakers. As the regular season swiftly progressed, O'Neal concocted various excuses, such as resting for over 20 games due to injuries, in preparation for the playoffs. Nonetheless, the Lakers concluded the season with an impressive record of 65 wins and 17 losses. The Kings, with a record of 60 wins and 22 losses, were expected to match the Lakers with equal wins and losses. However, Wang Jie executed a remarkable three-point shot in the final minute, leading to a decisive comeback against them, resulting in the Kings losing both encounters with the Lakers. Despite this, the Kings remained a formidable force. As the playoffs commenced, facing the 8th-seeded Jazz, Wang Jie efficiently clocked out after just 2 quarters, sweeping the series 4-0 without allowing the Jazz any opportunity for resistance. The sheer dominance of the Lakers sent shockwaves throughout the league, prompting other playoff teams to cry out in alarm. Even more daunting was the Lakers' second-round matchup against the Mavericks, where they faced formidable opponents in Nowitzki, Nash, and Finley. Yet, they prevailed again with a 4-0 sweep, leaving the Mavericks utterly defenseless. Championship. Lakers fans erupted in fervor as the team showcased their terrifying dominance once more. Leading up to the finals, the Lakers' morale soared, and Wang Jie even received a message from his agent, Thompson. Thompson, I am currently preparing for the Western Conference Finals. All endorsement discussions can wait until the off-season. Wang Jie remarked while exercising and holding his phone. I understand, Wang Jie. I just received word from Lakers General Manager West, who wishes to discuss an early contract extension with you. What are your thoughts? Thompson inquired. Wang Jie pondered as we approach the Western Conference Finals. I find these matters unworthy of my consideration. This year, West honored my 2-1 contract, but did not increase my salary. I believe that once we secure the championship, my market value will undoubtedly soar. Jack Wang, the general manager, has mentioned that the team's salary cap will be rather constricted next year. Kobe and Shaquille are earning upwards of several $1 million, while the most the team can offer you is a $12 million 2-1 contract, Thompson remarked. What? Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that he could not compare to Kobe's multi-million-dollar salary, nor could he rival Shaquille's nearly $20 million. The prospect of a mere $4 million mid-level exception was unacceptable to him. In the realm of point guards, even old Fisher had been relegated to the bench, having once signed a contract worth over $3 million as a backup to Ron Harper in 1999. Jack Wang, you must convey to Lakers General Manager West that I deserve a minimum of $9 million annually, Wang Jie asserted with indignation. Even Ron Harper, who had been dissatisfied with his diminished role in the Lakers, had requested a trade during the regular season, with his previous salary exceeding that of Wang Jie. The Lakers had indeed sought to trade Harper, primarily due to his exorbitant salary and limited utility, leading to a swift agreement in the transaction. Very well. I shall continue discussions with the general manager, Thompson conceded with a nod. Soon, the Western Conference Finals commenced, and Wang Jie was astonished to find himself benched by Phil Jackson. In the first game, he remained seated for the entirety, while old Fisher took his place in the starting lineup. He only appeared for 10 minutes in the final quarter, yet still managed to score 3 3-pointers, totaling 9 points and 5 assists. Ultimately, the team surged back to secure victory against the Kings in that initial match. Though Wang Jie was absent for the first 3 quarters, the contest was fiercely fought, with the Kings even taking the lead at one point. Phil Jackson recognized the team's struggle without Wang Jie and conveyed his thoughts to General Manager West. West deliberated cautiously but realized that if they were to follow Thompson's proposal of a 3-year, $27 million deal with Wang Jie, including a player option in the final year, it would necessitate parting ways with at least one solid starter, potentially 2 or 3 reliable substitutes, such as Fisher. This would severely hinder the team's ability to build a complete roster. Upon learning this, Phil Jackson fell silent. If such were the case, even with Wang Jie retained, the Lakers might not have the capacity to contend for the championship next season due to a compromised lineup. Let us give it a try. Let Wang Jie start and play just 1 quarter, West suggested. If he can contribute even in that limited capacity, perhaps he will reconsider his stance on salary next season. I could find a suitable replacement for Fisher, and we could still chase the championship. Facing the Kings, Wang Jie found himself under immense pressure. Fortunately, Phil Jackson allocated only a single game for Wang Jie to showcase his talents, during which he averaged 10 points and 5 assists. After 4 matches, The Lakers secured a 3-1 lead, while the Kings, relying on Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Vlade Divac, relentlessly pressed their offensive game against the Lakers. Had it not been for Wang Jia's performance in the first quarter, where he extended the lead to over 5 points, the Lakers would scarcely have reached such a favorable position. Ultimately, in Game 5, they suffered a defeat, with the Kings resiliently overcoming the Lakers to narrow the series to 3-2. However, as Game 6 approached, Phil Jackson sensed the urgency. He could not afford to jeopardize the Lakers' championship dynasty. Thus, in this match, Wang Jia was given the opportunity to play for 2 quarters. In this match, Wang Jia fervently scored 18 points, and in the final minute of the last quarter, he took to the court once more to effortlessly sink a 3-pointer. The Kings and the Lakers engaged in a fierce duel, yet ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a final score of 120-117, winning the series 4-2. Throughout the game, Wang Jia was seen wiping sweat from his brow, and as the 6 games unfolded, it became evident that the referees, whether intentionally or inadvertently, favored the Lakers. Though the bias was not overtly conspicuous, the statistics reveal the truth. The Lakers averaged 15 free throws per game, and even after excluding the fouls from the hack-a-Shaq strategy employed against Shaquille O'Neal, they still averaged 10. In stark contrast, the Kings only managed an average of 6 free throws, highlighting a significant disparity. Wang Jia let out a sigh of relief. Although the victory was somewhat hard-fought, he ultimately emerged triumphant. He won. Kobe was filled with exhilaration. Wang Jia was rendered speechless, yet this past year, the league had been unwavering in its adulation for the Lakers' Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, an unstoppable force. Ultimately, the Kings players could only depart with a sense of regret. As the Kings exited, numerous fans of the team and various star players filed complaints against the referees. It was not long before the referees were prosecuted and apprehended, bearing the brunt of all consequences for Stern. Alas, it was all too late. The Lakers emerged victorious. And unlike previous instances where they had relied on the referees to push the series to a decisive Game 7, this time, even in the final quarter of the 7th game, the officials discarded any pretense, donning Lakers jerseys to compete against the Kings, thus granting the Kings a modicum of dignity. As for the finals, facing the Nets, who had triumphed over the Pistons with a 4-2 score, the Kings were utterly overwhelmed, swept aside with a resounding 4-0. Although the Nets had demonstrated considerable strength in the Eastern Conference this year, they stumbled significantly against the unreasonable Lakers. I hereby declare that the 2002 championship belongs to the Lakers, with Shaquille O'Neal as the Finals MVP. As Stern made the announcement, Kobe cast a glance at the jubilant face of O'Neal, a flicker of jealousy crossing his features, as he contemplated whether he too might seize the MVP title in the upcoming season. Wang Jia calmly raised the championship trophy and participated in a press conference alongside Kobe and others. Wang Jia was also approached by reporters, and to his delight, he noticed that among the attendees was a stunning journalist with golden skin. He immediately gestured for her to pose a question. "Hello, I am journalist Fan Bing. As a representative of the yellow race, what are your thoughts on securing the championship for the 4th time?" The beautiful reporter Fan Bing inquired with a smile. Wang Jia gazed at the beautiful reporter Fan Bing, finding her exceedingly captivating. With a smile, he expressed, "Of course, I am incredibly happy. As a starting member of the Lakers, I feel immense pride and honor." When asked if he would remain with the Lakers in the upcoming season, given that he is in a contract year, he confidently replied, "Certainly, if the Lakers general manager can offer me a maximum contract, I would not hesitate to stay and assist in establishing a second dynasty for the Lakers." Wang Jia nodded assuredly, with the prospect of another championship within reach. He found himself eager to explore new skills. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have rushed back to check immediately. "Hello, I noticed you drink a cup of goji berry tea before every game. What benefits does it provide? Is it considered a banned substance?" After Fan Bing concluded her interview, a white reporter took over, adopting a more pointed approach. "I apologize, but whether in the Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals, I have undergone urine tests. I averaged less than 20 minutes of playing time during the playoffs. Using banned substances would be futile. This is basketball, not a 100-meter sprint." Wang Jia shook his head with a sense of resignation. If running could be enhanced through performance-enhancing drugs, there might be some merit, however. What good would such substances do in basketball? The aggressive white reporter pressed on. "So, you admit to using performance-enhancing drugs?" "I have made myself abundantly clear. No one would resort to such measures on the grand stage of the finals. Even if someone did use drugs, They could never transform into a player like O'Neal. Wang Jie lamented. Next question. May I inquire about your unprecedented achievement of maintaining a 100 shooting accuracy over 2 consecutive seasons, shattering numerous records? It seems unlikely that anyone will surpass you in the future. Can it be inferred that simply granting you sufficient ball possession would lead to even greater scoring? Not necessarily. Wang Jie replied, shaking his head. My high shooting percentage is a result of fewer, yet judicious attempts, combined with a touch of fortune. As the interview concluded, Wang Jie felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hurriedly departed the scene to review the skills he had acquired from the finals. Chapter 10. The Unfathomable Congratulations. Host, on acquiring the championship ring for the 2001-2002 season. Congratulations, host, on randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. Congratulations, host, on receiving the elite skill, Divine Manifestation. The assessment indicates a score of 75, which has been adjusted to the unfathomable. It has been detected that the host has averaged double digits in scoring during the regular season and the playoffs, earning a reward of 1 skill upgrade. The unique green skill, Victorious, has been upgraded to the blue skill, Vigilant Defense. Blue Vigilant Defense, when the host fixes their gaze upon an opponent. The Vigilant Defense skill is activated, reducing the adversary's shooting stability by 40. Wang Jie sighed in resignation. The reduction of 40% in shooting stability was indeed formidable. Yet to the outside world, it appeared otherwise. In due time, a label of lackluster defense would be affixed to his name. Never mind. Let me unveil my new extraordinary skill, Unpredictable as Spirits, he mused, shaking his head. Unpredictable as Spirits could be activated at will. Once triggered, it would enhance all attributes by 20% for the current match, but in the subsequent match, all attributes would decline by the same percentage without the need for activation. Note: utilizing the skill Unpredictable as Spirits in conjunction with the skill of soaking goji berries in a thermos would still cap the score at 18 points. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Jie felt a sense of helplessness. The skills he possessed seemed redundant, akin to the art of steeping goji berries in a thermos. Had he remained with the Lakers, his elusive talents might pale in comparison to the seemingly mundane act of brewing goji berries. After all, with a limited number of possessions on the court, even if he were to score alongside legends like Kobe and Shaquille, it would elicit no joy from them. What was this mystique, if not easily discernible? It would be more memorable to label it as divine one moment, demonic the next. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. Clearly, a departure from the team was inevitable, he mused internally. Thompson, your next task is to reach out to the Spurs and inquire whether they would be willing to sign me for the upcoming season. Wang Jie was acutely aware that if the Spurs had a championship-winning season, signing with them would be the most advantageous move, providing him with an effortless victory and a chance for soaring success. Very well. Thompson hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. In his view, although Wang Jie had not yet made the All-Star roster or received the Rookie of the Year award, due to the conclusion of his rookie season, he still held several championship titles. As time passed, Wang Jie soon received word that the Spurs were agreeable, albeit only willing to offer a contract worth $5 million per year. That is far too little. Even for a one-year contract, the minimum should be $7 million. After all, I am the one who would help them secure a championship. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. This offer was less appealing than remaining with the Lakers. Despite the fierce competition for possessions between Kobe and Shaquille, he still had confidence in his ability to contribute to a championship run when it mattered most. Thompson promptly made contact, yet negotiations ultimately fell through. The Spurs refused to increase their offer, as signing Wang Jie would require them to part with 2 key substitutes, a cost they deemed excessive. To the Spurs, this was already a significant sacrifice. Any further adjustments would risk dismantling their roster or incurring hefty luxury taxes, something their shareholders could not tolerate. Consequently, Wang Jie instructed Thompson to explore opportunities with playoff teams such as the Kings, Nets, and Timberwolves. During the off-season, Wang Jie emerged as a coveted free agent, attracting attention not only from playoff contenders, but also from teams outside of the postseason. Alas, even among the less desirable teams, he had conditions. He would only join if granted management rights over drafts and trades, effectively assuming the role of a player general manager. After all, with well-chosen teammates and a compliant team, he believed he could elevate even a struggling franchise. Regrettably, while playoff teams pursued him, they perceived his proclivity for passing as merely riding the coattails of others. Without the likes of Kobe and Shaquille, achieving an astounding shooting percentage would be an unattainable feat. Thus, they were reluctant to invest significantly. especially when Wang Jie directly quoted a maximum salary of $10 million per year, which deterred many teams. This figure rivaled the price Kobe commanded when he joined the Lakers as a second option. With such funds, they could lure established all-stars like Kobe himself. Clearly, Wang Jie, as a third option, did not warrant such a valuation. Jack, I have gathered a substantial number of offers, with the Trail Blazers presenting the most lucrative one. They are prepared to extend a maximum contract to you. However, it must include a 2-2 structure with team options for the third and fourth years, Thompson remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. The Trail Blazers have had a tumultuous season, despite acquiring Pippen. They failed to advance past the first round of the playoffs. Without Jordan, Pippen's performance faltered significantly, resulting in an exorbitant luxury tax exceeding $50 million. Nevertheless, the financial resources are indeed substantial. The Trail Blazers have also faced their fair share of questionable management decisions this season. Is there anything else? Wang Jie inquired. Yes. The Nets are somewhat less aggressive. They already have Kidd and are only willing to pay an additional $9 million in luxury tax to sign you. But they prefer a 1-1 contract with a team option for the second year, Thompson replied. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. This year, the Nets were exceptionally formidable, having clinched the Eastern Conference Championship. Regrettably, they faltered in the finals against the Spurs, losing 4-2. I will sign with the Nets, but only for 1 year, Wang Jie declared. Not an issue. Thompson promptly rushed to negotiate with the Nets. 3 days later, Thompson called back. Jack Wang, the Nets are utterly unwilling to budge unless they reduce your salary by $1 million. Otherwise, you must sign a 1-1 contract, Thompson lamented. A reduction of $1 million means an $8 million salary. Fine. At least the Nets management has some discernment, which is preferable to the stinginess of the Spurs and the Lakers. Wang Jie replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With Thompson's explanation, Wang Jie realized that although he was quite renowned both in Huaxia and abroad, in the eyes of the local management, fame could not substitute for tangible value. Based on Wang Jie's physical assessment data, his static talent was commendable, a distinct advantage of the yellow race, while his dynamic talent was rather average. The peculiar fact that his shooting percentage was a perfect 100 led teams that had studied him to conclude that Wang Jie would only shoot when he was certain of success. Otherwise, he would pass the responsibility to his teammates. During the off-season, Wang Jie secured numerous endorsements, amassing over $10 million in earnings. With such a windfall, why quibble over a few $1,000,000? All that truly mattered was the pursuit of a championship title. In the depths of Wang Jie's mind, a sudden realization struck him. He contemplated that as long as his salary for the upcoming season was not excessively low, he might consider joining the Pistons. After all, having secured the championship, his market value would inevitably soar once more, enabling him to command a significantly higher endorsement fee without any challenge. Chapter 11. Contracting with the Nets in those years. The Lakers, who had been heralded by the league as the embodiment of a three-peat dynasty, found themselves betrayed by the very organization that had celebrated their triumphs. In 2002, the league introduced regulations such as the defensive 3-second violation and the legalization of zone defense, which imposed considerable disadvantages on the Lakers, particularly affecting a dominant inside player like Shaquille O'Neal, severely constraining his effectiveness. This marked the beginning of the decline of centers in NBA games, leading to a scenario where numerous teams no longer required a traditional center, especially for those like O'Neal, whose sluggishness rendered him marketable only if he possessed elite capabilities. This was also the reason Wang Jie was reluctant to remain with the Lakers, although staying with the team would still afford him opportunities for a championship. The fierce competition for ball dominance between O'Neal and Kobe Bryant would undoubtedly create an uncomfortable environment for him. In contrast, the Nets offered a different atmosphere altogether. Historically, the Nets had never clinched a championship, nor would they do so by 2024. Their highest achievement was being Eastern Conference champions. The team's morale was buoyant. With Jason Kidd as the leader, approachable and unselfish, he excelled at playmaking and was renowned for his ability to facilitate rather than dominate the ball, making him a perfect fit alongside Wang Jie. However, the two promising rookies, Martin and Jefferson, exhibited prowess that rivaled that of established stars. Both were young and had burst onto the scene with remarkable talent, and crucially, Kidd's compatibility with them was exceptional. It could be confidently asserted that this year, the Nets were poised to secure the Eastern Conference title, though they often faced sweeps in the finals, which made them acutely aware of Wang Jie's formidable capabilities, prompting them to offer him a 1-year contract in pursuit of the championship. The Spurs were similarly cognizant of Wang Jie's unparalleled talent and sought to recruit him as well. Coach Popovich engaged in discussions with the management thrice, but in an effort to avoid incurring additional luxury tax, the conclusion of their deliberations was to offer a maximum of $500,000 for a one-year contract. Having already tasted championship glory, the Spurs management remained ambitious for a second title, but were not as desperate as the Nets. As time passed, Wang Jie did not waste the offseason. He dedicated himself to rigorous physical training. He had already coordinated with Thompson and the Nets regarding pertinent matters, reaching a verbal agreement that upon the commencement of the trade market, a contract would be promptly signed. At that point, Wang Jie would become a starter for the Nets. However, as Kidd was the team's primary ball handler, Wang Jie would likely assume the role of shooting guard or small forward. As time continued its relentless march, the draft commenced, and the Nets secured the 24th pick. Being a fan of the game, Wang Jie was well aware that this year's top draft pick, Yao Ming, was entering the NBA. Additionally, the 9th-ranked Stoudemire was also making his debut, both representing significant talents. However, these two prospects had no connection to the Nets. More importantly, the 34th pick in the second round, Carlos Boozer, emerged as a hidden gem. Should the draft be redone, he could easily rank third, illustrating the magnitude of his potential as a dark horse. Crucially, the Nets' late first-round pick at 24 was entirely capable of securing his services. Upon contemplating this, Wang Jie promptly instructed Thompson to reach out to Byron Scott. Soon, Byron Scott received a message from Wang Jie. Selecting Carlos Boozer at the 24th pick is undoubtedly the right choice. Trust me. Wang Jie's words swiftly reached Byron Scott, who graciously agreed to assist Wang Jie in informing the team's general manager, Ron. Unfortunately, after relaying Wang Jie's message, Byron Scott regretfully informed him, "I apologize, Jack Wang. But after careful consideration, the management has reached a decision. While Carlos Boozer is indeed a commendable player, we do not lack for forwards." Ultimately, Wang Jie found himself disheartened as the Nets declined his request and opted for an obscure center instead. Wang Jie could only express his helplessness, yet he understood that what he truly needed was a championship. The addition of Carlos Boozer would merely enhance the depth of the bench. He was disinclined to exert any effort for the future of the Nets. He sighed, recognizing that players seldom have any real influence over management. Shaking his head and waving his hand, he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets signing of Yao Ming, which heralded his entry into the NBA as the first overall pick, swept through the Asian market like a tempest. Numerous Chinese media outlets eagerly established broadcasting agreements with the NBA. It is worth noting that Wang Jie's circumstances were quite different from Yao Ming's. Even more unfortunate was De Ji, who, upon entering the NBA, could only muster a performance as a bench player, and the team's overall results were rather mediocre. Wang Jie's fame far surpasses that of the majority. However, when compared to Yao Ming, his renown pales in significance, particularly given that Yao became the first overall pick in the NBA shortly after his entry. After all, Wang Jie is an American of Chinese descent, and his life and career cannot be equated with the indigenous roots of Yao Ming. Yao's consecutive championships in the domestic CBA and his participation in the NBA draft have naturally drawn greater attention from the local populace. Naturally, Wang Jie might contemplate changing his nationality to return and represent his homeland in the Olympics, an action that would undoubtedly result in a meteoric rise in his fame. Indeed, such an opportunity arose in 2002, shortly after Yao Ming's entry, when a staff member from the Basketball Association reached out to Thompson, expressing hope that Wang Jie would join the association. Wang Jie's immense fame, highlighted by his consecutive appearances in the regular season, playoffs, and finals, with an average of double digits and a shooting percentage of 100, has already established a historical benchmark that seems insurmountable. Yet, with such a claim, he also faces a plethora of skepticism and criticism. Wang Jie remains indifferent, particularly as the notoriety of the champion is most pronounced. Yao Ming, on the other hand, will undoubtedly secure a championship through his own prowess in the future. Indeed, Wang Jie merely spent his initial year mingling with the Spurs, and the subsequent years with the Lakers, ultimately attaining a championship. Had I been in his position, I too could have navigated my way to success. Furthermore, this sentiment is echoed not only among fans but also within several teams, as many have witnessed Wang Jie's frenzied passing after crossing half-court. The crux of the matter is that, although Wang Jie's relentless passing with the Lakers significantly enhanced his passing technique, The quality of his passes remains rather mediocre. Were it not for his penchant for passing rather than monopolizing the ball for shooting, the OK combination and Phil Jackson would have long expressed their discontent. Immediately following the conclusion of the draft, Wang Jie entered into a one-year contract with the Nets, with both parties expressing great satisfaction. Wang Jie is fully aware of his potential to excel. The general manager of the Nets has observed Wang Jie's remarkable performance with the Lakers and is eager to recruit him in hopes of securing a championship title. However, the general manager remains uncertain about Wang Jie's true capabilities, leading to a degree of hesitation, fearing that he might become a burdensome contract. Upon learning that a one-year contract is the only option, he readily agrees. "Jack Wang, are you sure you only wish to sign a one-year contract?" Thompson inquired, his concern evident as he reminded Wang Jie of his status as an older rookie. "Indeed," Wang Jie affirmed with a nod. "I graduated from college at 22, joined the Spurs at 23, and have been competing in the NBA for 4 years. This is now my 5th year. Yet, I firmly believe that my prime has yet to arrive." Chapter 12. The demonic confrontation with the Lakers' OK combination. Wang Jie is acutely aware that he is currently 28 years old, yet his physical attributes, once attained, are unlikely to diminish significantly, though enhancements occur at a gradual pace. In 2 years, to the external world, he will be perceived as a seasoned veteran of the NBA at the age of 30. And it is plausible that his prowess may decline. This concern partially explains the reluctance of the Nets general manager to offer a long-term contract, though Wang Jie's fervent insistence has still secured him a deal. "Ah, you are quite confident, my young friend. I trust in your abilities, and may our collaboration be fruitful." With Wang Jie signing with the Nets, he dedicated himself to rigorous training during the off-season, allowing himself only a week of leisure. Were he a mere mortal, he would struggle with the monotony. However, witnessing the gradual enhancement of his attributes, aided by his trainer, brings him immense joy, regardless of the attribute, even those pertaining to the center position. Notably, during his time with the Lakers, he was assigned to rigorous physical conditioning programs aimed at significantly boosting his stamina and strength, resulting in considerable improvements. He even feels capable of competing with starting centers from weaker teams. As the off-season concluded, Wang Jie surveyed his attributes with satisfaction, nodding in approval. With these abilities, even without the aid of the system, he could barely secure a place in the NBA as a backup player. Wang Jie's statistics: height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Strength, 80. Speed, 75. Agility, 74. Jumping, 71. Stamina, 80. Basketball IQ, 73. Ball handling, 69. Passing, 71. Dunking, 63. Layup, 77. Mid-range shooting, 76. Three-point shooting, 75. Perimeter defense, 73. Interior defense, 70. Blocking, 67. Stealing, 62. Rebounding, 66. Skills: blue skill, intimidating defense, backup level, 5 consecutive mastery, soaking goji berries in a thermos. Game-winning shot, unpredictable. Wang Jie shook his head. This was already the 5th season. While he had acquired a plethora of skills thanks to the championship, his attributes had seen little enhancement. Nevertheless, during the off-season, his strength and physique had reached 80 points, qualifying him as a starting center. And his interior defense had improved to a level suitable for substitution rotations. His prowess had significantly increased. "Hey, Jack Wang, welcome to the Nets." Kid greeted warmly upon Wang Jie's arrival at the court. "Wang Jie," he replied with a smile, "I will rely on you for guidance from now on." "Not a problem." "Jack Wang, here on the team, we are all brothers, and we get along splendidly," Kid said, putting an arm around Wang Jie as they entered together. "Wang Jie, let's have an intra-squad training session today," Byron Scott invited, beaming with enthusiasm. After a rigorous training session, Wang Jie refrained from utilizing any skills. Although he contributed to the team led by Kid in defeating Team B, his performance was not particularly outstanding. He made 8 of 13 shots, including 1 three-pointer, accumulating 17 points. Yet, Byron Scott furrowed his brow, continuously jotting down notes on the sidelines. Despite Wang Jie's commendable shooting percentage, especially benefiting from Kid's passes, he found the rhythm of shooting comfortable and effortless. "All right, that concludes today's training," Byron Scott announced with a broad smile, signaling the team to disperse. Wang Jie observed that the atmosphere within the team was exceptionally harmonious. Both newcomers and veterans, including head coach Byron Scott, maintained a cordial demeanor. Although he occasionally assumed a serious tone, It never escalated to the point of reproach and was instead marked by remarkable patience. Nevertheless, Wang Jie recognized that while Byron Scott adeptly managed the team's morale, he had not been renowned for any particularly effective strategies in his previous life, indicating a limitation in his capabilities as a head coach. Thus, even though Wang Jie's performance had not been particularly stellar, he was nonetheless granted the opportunity to start in place of Jefferson at the onset of the preseason. On that day, Wang Jie unleashed his skills, experiencing a remarkable surge in all attributes by 20%. Wang Jie's strength, 96, speed, 90, agility, 89, jumping, 85, stamina, 96, basketball IQ, 87, breaking, 82, ball control, 83, passing, 85, dunking, 77, layup, 92, mid-range, 91, three-point, 90, perimeter defense, 85, interior defense, 84, blocking, 80, stealing, 74, rebounding, 79. In the inaugural preseason match against the venerable Lakers, both teams initially intended to casually experiment with their lineups. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Jie erupted onto the scene, declaring to Kid, "As long as I am on the court and not double-teamed, pass me the ball. Rest assured, I shall deliver." Kid's expression hardened with resolve. He understood that facing one's former team is a cherished opportunity for many players, a chance to remind the old club of their oversight. After all, the Lakers had declined to offer Wang Jie a maximum contract during the offseason, leaving many fans lamenting the decision, while also enlightening Kid about the situation. Thus, Wang Jie transformed into a diminished yet formidable amalgamation of Kobe and Shaquille, holding his own against Kobe on both ends of the court. With fervent shooting, relentless drives, precise passing, and staunch defense, Wang Jie even managed to wrestle a rebound from Shaquille, leaving the latter visibly perturbed. He had not anticipated that Wang Jie, having departed for just one season, would nearly rival his own strength. Wang Jie's strength in 96 may not compare to the peak of Shaquille O'Neal. Yet as O'Neal has since slightly descended from his zenith, his strength now stands at a mere 98. Although a gap remains, the more robust O'Neal is clearly outmatched by the agile and remarkably leaping Wang Jie. Thus, even with Kobe and O'Neal joining forces, by the end of the second quarter, the score reflected a mere 8-point difference, 70-62, between the Lakers and the Nets. Ultimately, as the third quarter concluded, the gap widened to double digits, prompting Phil Jackson to darken in countenance and hastily substitute players, while Scott wore a grin that seemed almost crooked. Wang Jie concluded the game with an impressive tally of 39 points, 6 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, achieving a 3-point shooting rate of 3 out of 5 and a 2-point shooting rate of 15 out of 20. This was accomplished within just 3 quarters. Had he played the full game, his terrifying performance would undoubtedly have surpassed 50 points. This exhilarated Wang Jie, as he realized that those with greater strength could not match his speed, and those faster lacked his power, complemented by a shooting accuracy that reached all-star caliber, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. Of course, in this match, Kobe was equally formidable, scoring 26 points in 3 quarters, primarily due to Wang Jie's formidable defense, which caused Kobe to miss several shots. Were it not for O'Neal's overwhelming rebounding prowess against Martin, Kobe and O'Neal would have been utterly outmatched. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, Wang Jie felt his body rapidly returning to its usual state, the exhilarating sensation of soaring and leaping dissipating swiftly. The two teams ultimately triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 116-110. Breathing a sigh of relief, Wang Jie closed his eyes and took a moment to sense his surroundings, departing amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Shortly thereafter, in the second match against the New York Knicks, Wang Jie sipped a cup of goji berry water before the game, inadvertently activating the skill from the thermos. A sense of weakness enveloped him, reminiscent of the days when he first traversed into this world as a mere water cooler attendant. Nonetheless, even in this state, he resolved to shoot 4 three-pointers before leaving the court. Wang Jie pondered quietly. Chapter 13. The 2003 playoffs commence. Although Wang Jie played only 1 quarter in this match, he managed to score 15 points and provide 3 assists, thanks to the nourishing goji berries steeped in his thermos. Remarkably, he was a starter for just that 1 quarter, with Jefferson and other teammates taking over for the remaining 3. This left Wang Jie feeling quite content with the Nets. even contemplating a continued tenure for another year if the team offered him a maximum contract renewal. After all, the Nets' strength was comparable to that of the Pistons for the upcoming year, and with Wang Jie on the roster, victory was certainly attainable. Moreover, although head coach Byron Scott may not possess exceptional skills, he has one commendable trait. He is open to advice and particularly receptive to the perspectives of his players. Naturally, while Scott cannot accommodate every player's desire for increased playing time, he is sure to oblige those who seek it less fervently. Following this was the regular season schedule. November 7th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Wizards. November 9th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Clippers. November 11th, 8:30 p.m., Celtics vs. Nets. November 13th, 4:00 p.m., Nets vs. Wizards. November 15th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Magic. November 17th, 8:30 p.m., Heat vs. Nets. November 20th, 4:00 p.m., Nets vs. 76ers. November 23rd, 8:30 p.m., Hawks vs. Nets. November 26th, 7:00 p.m., Nets vs. Heat. Wang Jie, with remarkable prowess, navigated through his challenges, securing an impressive 10 consecutive victories until he encountered the Spurs, who, leveraging their astute roster, managed to narrowly defeat him. At this juncture, the Nets boasted an outstanding record of 10 wins and 1 loss, positioning them at the pinnacle of the league. The Spurs and Kings followed closely behind, both with 9 wins and 2 losses, while the Mavericks held 4th place with 8 wins and 1 loss. It became abundantly clear to all teams that Wang Jie was akin to a glitch in the game. When in peak form, he resembled the legendary Michael Jordan, dominating both offensively and defensively. During moments of weakness, he would initiate the game with 3 consecutive three-pointers, often rendering 2 or even 3 defenders futile, frequently leading to scores like 9-2 or even a staggering 9-0, effectively ending the contest within 2 quarters. Even when faced with a comeback from opponents, as long as Wang Jie was on the court, he would promptly score, often delivering 2 or 3 three-pointers that would halt the rivals' momentum. The winning streak persisted, with players like Kidd exerting minimal effort, accepting losses when necessary. However, as the season approached its midpoint, the Nets' record stood at an astounding 38 wins and 3 losses, the highest winning percentage in the league. The Spurs trailed significantly with 33 wins and 8 losses. At this moment, the entire league was astounded, considering that prior to Wang Jie's arrival, the Nets had been content with a record of 50 wins. Wang Jie has joined the Nets, and by the halfway point of the season, the team has already achieved an impressive 38 victories. If this winning percentage persists, they could potentially reach a staggering total of 76 wins by season's end. In light of this, all evaluation agencies have rapidly increased the likelihood of the Nets securing the championship, rendering them the foremost team to be wary of. As the latter half of the season commenced, the trading market closed, and the team's roster stabilized. The starting lineup featured Jason Kidd at point guard, Corey Kittles at shooting guard, Wang Jie at small forward, Kenyon Martin at power forward, and Jason Collins at center. Nevertheless, the Nets continued their relentless pursuit of victory, with Wang Jie substituting for Hargis, Rogers, Williams, and Mutombo, effectively forming an extraordinary quintet alongside the other 4. Due to the team's consistent winning streak, Wang Jie started while Kidd played alongside the bench. Wang Jie did not encroach upon Kidd's responsibilities. After all, he had yet to unleash his full potential, as the opponents were already overwhelmed, rendering it unnecessary to showcase his extraordinary skills alongside the substitutes. As the season concluded, the Nets' formidable dominance remained unchallenged. Kidd recorded impressive statistics of 19 points, 10 assists, and 5 rebounds, yet it was Wang Jie who ultimately boasted the most outstanding numbers, relegating Kidd to the 2nd position within the team. In the regular season, Wang Jie achieved remarkable statistics of 24, 5 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. While these figures may not rival the legendary feats of superstars like Kobe Bryant or Shaquille O'Neal, it is noteworthy that Jason Kidd orchestrated the play with remarkable efficiency. Among the 5 starters, 4 players, excluding the center, averaged double digits, with both Jefferson and the bench player Harris also contributing similar averages. This collective effort rendered the Nets exceptionally formidable. The team experienced some losses due to resting several key players towards the latter part of the regular season. Nonetheless, they still finished with an astounding record of 73 wins and 9 losses, a significant lead over all other teams, surpassing the 72 wins achieved by Jordan's team in the regular season. The second-ranked Spurs managed only 60 wins and 12 losses, placing them 12 victories behind the Nets. At this juncture, The general managers of the Spurs and Lakers must have regretted their decisions, realizing that had they known of Wang Jie's prowess, they would not have hesitated to invest those few extra $1 million. Kidd and head coach Byron Scott were elated with the mere addition of Wang Jie. The Nets' performance soared to unprecedented heights, etching their name in history and garnering a multitude of fans. As an Eastern Conference team, the Nets ranked first in the playoffs, followed by the Pistons with a modest 49 wins and 33 losses, highlighting the significant disparity between them. The Pacers and the 76ers occupied the third and fourth spots, respectively. In the Western Conference, the Spurs, Kings, and Mavericks held the top positions, while the weakened Lakers found themselves in fifth place. However, at this moment, Wang Jie remained focused on preparing for the Magic. The Magic were by no means a weak team. In fact, from Wang Jie's perspective, they were the strongest team in the East, aside from the Pistons. Tracy McGrady was in his prime, far surpassing his later performance with the Rockets. This season, McGrady averaged an impressive 32, 1 points, 6, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, becoming the league's scoring champion and earning his first selection to the NBA's first-team All-NBA, along with the honors of scoring champion and first-team accolades. In this season, Wang Jie has averaged 24.5 points per game, which presents a considerable disparity when compared to McGrady. Certainly, this is largely attributed to his erratic skill, showcasing brilliance one moment and mediocrity the next. Had he maintained a consistent level of excellence, his average score would not have diverged so significantly. Indeed, at the onset of the playoffs, both Wang Jie and McGrady commenced a thrilling exchange of prolific scoring. Wang Jie and Kidd have long shared a profound understanding, particularly as Wang Jie has become accustomed to his pattern of playing one match and resting for another. Consequently, Kidd continuously passes the ball to him. Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of shots as both teams began to accelerate their pace, resulting in a thrilling display of basketball. In the final minute of the last quarter, the score stood at 122-118, with the Nets holding a 4-point lead over the Magic. T-Mac, tightly guarded by Wang Jie, had only managed to score 28 points, while Wang Jie had reached 30, keeping the margin narrow as possession shifted to T-Mac for the next play. However, Wang Jie was not alone. His teammates, including Kidd, also contributed significantly, each scoring in double digits or nearing that mark. In contrast, T-Mac's teammates struggled, clearly lacking the necessary support. As the final minute approached, Wang Jie activated his clutch ability, launching a three-pointer in the face of T-Mac's defense. With a swish, the score jumped to 133-126, widening the gap to 8 points. In Chapter 14, Playoff Domination, Grant Hill and Mike Miller could only bury their heads in disbelief. T-Mac responded with another three-pointer, but the final score settled at 135-129, marking their first playoff victory. Wang Jie amassed an impressive stat line of 40 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds, setting a new personal scoring record. Meanwhile, T-Mac recorded 35 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, but the disparity between them was evident. "I will defeat you in the next game," T-Mac declared, sweat pouring down his face, determination etched on his features. "All right, my friend, I will give you that opportunity." Wang Jie smiled in response. T-Mac said nothing further and turned to leave. Though Wang Jie had been known to exert himself in regular season games, often resting for one game and playing only a portion of others, no one doubted his commitment in the playoffs. In Game 2, held at the Nets' home court, Wang Jie took to the floor after sipping goji berry water. Upon crossing half-court, T-Mac immediately approached him, ready to defend. Yet, Wang Jie, standing just beyond the three-point line, did not leap for a jump shot nor attempt to drive. Instead, he launched a powerful, slightly arched three-pointer. T-Mac was taken aback and shouted, "Rebound." But alas, the ball sailed through the net, and the referee signaled the shot was good. T-Mac rushed back across half-court, only to find Wang Jie retreating and employing an intense stare-down defense. T-Mac entered the three-point line and executed a graceful pull-up jumper. Wang Jie watched with envy, pondering why the system had not granted him the skill of a pull-up jumper. The scene unfolded with an air of anticipation. Awkwardly, Wang Jie diminished McGrady's shooting consistency by 30%. Moreover, as McGrady noticed Wang Jie's lack of defensive engagement, a sense of inexplicable irritation welled up within him, leading him to misfire directly against the rim. Kidd seized the rebound and passed it to Wang Jie, who crossed half-court and then delivered the ball to Martin, who effortlessly executed a jump shot right beneath the basket. In the ensuing play, Wang Jie once again advanced past the halfway line, while Kidd penetrated the paint, leaving McGrady to staunchly guard Wang Jie. However, Kidd retreated to the perimeter, setting a screen for Wang Jie, who received the basketball through a seamless handoff. As McGrady circled around to defend, Wang Jie, with the ball in hand, swiftly launched a seemingly reckless shot towards the basket. Yet, as if guided by an unseen force, the ball found its way through the hoop, securing 3 points. Shortly thereafter, McGrady finally managed to score 2 points under Wang Jie's vigilant gaze. Wang Jie proceeded to cross half-court once more, sinking another 3-pointer, leaving McGrady utterly flabbergasted. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game was halted, signaling a timeout for the Magic. In less than 5 minutes into the game, Wang Jie had achieved an impressive 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, complemented by Martin's 2 points, resulting in a striking 11-2 scoreline, leaving the Magic in a state of urgency. Wang Jie returned to the bench, casting a glance at Doug Rivers of the Magic, who was fervently urging the crowd to pay attention to Wang Jie's 3-point shooting. As the timeout concluded, Wang Jie took his place on the bench, with Jefferson stepping in to take his place. McGrady, facing Jefferson, was momentarily taken aback, and with a glance at Wang Jie, who was meditating with his eyes closed on the bench, felt a surge of frustration, sensing a lack of recognition for his abilities. However, Kidd was not inclined to engage in a star duel with McGrady. Once Wang Jie departed, Kidd reverted to his original form, revitalizing the team's overall offense with his exceptional passing and leadership skills. Under his guidance, although individual scores were modest, opportunities for scoring were abundant. McGrady eventually managed to score a basket, but was immediately confronted by several defenders. By the final quarter, despite McGrady's frantic efforts to close the gap, the game concluded with a disappointing score of 120-115 in favor of the opposing team. In the third game, hosted at the Magic's arena, Wang Jie, empowered by an enigmatic force that enhanced all attributes by 20%, decisively suppressed McGrady, ultimately securing victory over him. The Nets achieved a commanding 3-0 lead in the series. Despite the Magic's formidable strength, they were utterly incapable of halting Wang Jie and the Nets. McGrady, witnessing Wang Jie's prowess, felt a sense of helplessness, as historically, no team has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit. Progressing to the fourth game, although Wang Jie scored only 21 points, he managed to barely defeat a Magic team that had begun to lose its fighting spirit. The Nets triumphed over the Magic with a clean sweep of 4-0, advancing to the next round. The 76ers, having similarly vanquished the Hornets, faced Wang Jie's Nets. In the first round, Wang Jie, observing the diminutive Allen Iverson, could not help but smile, as his defensive opponent was Keith Van Horn. However, Van Horn, confronted by the activated Wang Jie, was overwhelmed, either being outmaneuvered or subjected to direct 3-point attempts. After 3 quarters, the score differential reached 15 points, and Wang Jie felt the competition was even less challenging than against the Magic. It was evident that the Magic's poor regular season record was largely due to the injuries sustained by Grant Hill and their center, as their true strength was not to be underestimated. In the second game, Wang Jie effortlessly sank 3 3-pointers, and even when he was off the court, the 76ers could not withstand the onslaught, suffering a resounding defeat. The subsequent games, G3 and G4, also resulted in sweeping victories, with the Nets advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals with a 4-0 record. In the finals, Wang Jie played all 4 games, continuing the trend of dominance with another 4-0 sweep against the Pistons. This year, the Pistons, with Prince still a rookie, did not exhibit the maturity and steadiness expected in the following year, compounded by the fact that Rasheed Wallace would not join the Pistons until the next season, leaving them with significant weaknesses in the paint. Wang Jie and his teammates exploited this vulnerability, aggressively pursuing rebounds and generating numerous second-chance opportunities, allowing Wang Jie to average 3 rebounds per game, despite his usual struggles in that area, while the more adept Kidd averaged 10. It was evident that as long as the Pistons failed to find the basket, the ball would be claimed by the Nets, making the contest exceedingly effortless. In Wang Jie's view, if the teams were to be ranked, the Magic would rightfully take the top spot, followed by the 76ers, with the Pistons languishing at the bottom. However, none could foresee that the following year, the Magic would bolster their interior with the addition of Rasheed Wallace, ultimately overpowering the Lakers to claim the championship, a testament to the triumph of an underdog team, as they possessed no superstar. Meanwhile, in the West, the Lakers faced the Spurs in the second round, with O'Neal severely restricted and Kobe embroiled in a fierce struggle for ball control, compounded by O'Neal's lingering foot injury. This culminated in the Lakers being defeated by the Spurs with a series score of 2-4, leading the Spurs to emerge as the Western Conference champions. At this juncture, the Lakers' general manager experienced regret, pondering whether they could have secured another championship had Wang Jie remained with the team. With Ginobili joining the Spurs this year, their roster became complete, significantly enhancing their prowess, as evidenced by their dominance in the Western Conference en route to the championship. At this moment, Popovich, exuding confidence, declared before the game that he would vanquish the Nets and claim the championship. Wang Jie similarly expressed in the pre-match press conference that although the Spurs possess formidable strength, he firmly believes in his ability to triumph over them. Wang Jie was acutely aware that the Nets had previously secured 2 victories against the Spurs, albeit with a slight advantage granted by the home court officials. Jefferson, Collins, and Martin found themselves overwhelmed by Duncan and Robinson, who dominated the paint with relentless intensity. Chapter 15, Spurs 2-1, the crucial Game 4. Ultimately, the trio was still too inexperienced compared to Duncan and his comrades, struggling to secure rebounds much like the Pistons faced off against the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals, utterly devoid of resistance. However, witnessing Kidd orchestrate plays while multiple teammates reached double digits in scoring was a significant improvement over the Pistons' inability to score and defend effectively. In reality, the Nets and Spurs bore striking similarities, both relying on their rosters to execute a fluid style of play. Yet, it was evident that the Spurs formation prioritized defense, whereas the Nets focused on offense. With both teams boasting comparable lineups, one would expect a balanced contest. However, Kidd and Duncan clearly outshone one another in scoring. Furthermore, Kidd's passing targets were no match for the Spurs, and Popovich's tactical adjustments could easily stifle the unprepared Scott, leaving him bewildered. In the opening game of the finals, Wang Jie unleashed his skills with an unpredictable flair, witnessing a dramatic surge in his physical prowess on the court. Duncan claimed the first possession during the jump ball, swiftly executing a fast break to establish a 2-0 lead. Wang Jie remained unfazed, confident in his formidable abilities, feeling that he could hold his own even against Duncan. Shortly thereafter, he received a pass from Kidd and, under the defensive pressure of Bruce Bowen, skillfully sank a three-pointer, altering the score to 3-2. Bowen, undeterred by Wang Jie's defense, attempted a three-pointer of his own, only to have it ricochet off the rim. Thwarted by Wang Jie's vigilant guard, Wang Jie surged into the penalty area, resolutely nudging the ball to Kidd despite Duncan's presence. Such remarkable strength, Duncan was taken aback, astonished that Wang Jie possessed greater physical prowess than himself. A center, after all, aside from O'Neal, he feared no one in terms of strength. Yet, Wang Jie deftly executed a fast break, culminating in a game where, despite the tactical pressure, he played all 4 quarters, fervently establishing his presence on both ends of the court, ultimately overwhelming the Spurs with a score of 113-109. Wang Jie achieved an impressive double-double, amassing 36 points, 7 assists, and 10 rebounds. Kidd also performed admirably, contributing with a score that reached double digits, totaling 22 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds. As for Martin and Jefferson, they too registered double-digit scores, though their rebounding statistics left much to be desired. The second quarter continued at the Nets' home ground. However, Wang Jie experienced a 20 decline in his physical condition, resulting in a significant drop in his performance. After sipping a cup of goji berry water, he managed to sink 3 three-pointers, with the third nearly deformed by the pressure exerted by Bowen and the assisting Jackson. Had it been another player, they would likely have missed entirely, yet Wang Jie succeeded. Instantly, the arena erupted in cheers, prompting Coach Scott to substitute him. Shortly thereafter, the first quarter's score of 9-6 was swiftly equalized by the Spurs in the second quarter. Wang Jie entered the game and swiftly made 3 three-pointers, putting his team 5 points ahead of the Spurs. However, shortly after, he was substituted. In the third quarter, the Spurs not only caught up but also took a 2-point lead, leaving Wang Jie speechless. As anticipated, Martin and Jefferson were repeatedly overpowered under the basket by the Spurs' formidable duo, Duncan and Robinson. Unless Duncan was out of position, securing rebounds was nearly impossible. At this juncture, Kidd and his teammates were drenched in sweat. Aside from Wang Jie, the other 4 starters had exerted themselves significantly over 3 quarters and were beginning to tire. Consequently, in the fourth quarter, Wang Jie requested to re-enter the game with the substitutes. However, Scott, in a misguided decision, insisted on bringing Kidd back to assist, which ultimately did not activate the team's momentum. Unsurprisingly, they suffered a significant defeat, ending the match at 120 to 112. Wang Jie, this is the playoffs. I hope you can take it more seriously, Scott remarked after the second game. Coach, do you trust me? Wang Jie inquired. Of course, I believe in you, Scott replied. I will regain my strength and defeat the Spurs in the next game, Wang Jie declared. All right, I have faith in you, Scott affirmed. However, in the following game, I must take the substitutes onto the court. Kid and the other starters cannot play, or we will surely lose. Wang Jie insisted. Absolutely no problem. Scott ultimately nodded in agreement. Game 3 was held in the Spurs City, with both teams currently tied at 1-1. In the third match of the finals, Wang Jie unleashed his unparalleled skills, executing wild shots and snatching rebounds. By the end of the 4 quarters, he recognized the cleverness of Popovich. Upon realizing he could not contain Wang Jie, he instructed Duncan to assist in guarding Bowen. Duncan was named to the first team All-Defensive, while Bowen made the second team All-Defensive, yet Wang Jie was overlooked for any All-Star selections. Wang Jie's shooting accuracy, which once exceeded 90, continues to decline. And in a moment of carelessness, even after surpassing Bowen, he was thwarted by Duncan's block. Wang Jie felt a sense of embarrassment, realizing that with a shooting accuracy of less than 95, it was quite challenging to surpass Duncan and Bowen. Consequently, he fervently passed the ball to his teammates, transforming into a facilitator. However, the others exhibited a noticeably poor shooting performance in this match. Several timeouts proved ineffective, as the Spurs, by adjusting their strategy, managed to tightly restrict the Nets, imposing immense defensive pressure. Ultimately, even in the last minute of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie utilized his skills to the fullest. Yet under the formidable defense of the Spurs' Twin Towers, the Nets succumbed to a narrow defeat of 102 to 101 against the Spurs. In this match, Wang Jie impressively scored 28 points, grabbed 13 rebounds, and dished out 12 assists, achieving a triple-double. Regrettably, his teammates faltered, with Kidd contributing a mere 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists, the two of them nearly accounting for half of the team's total score. On the opposing side, Duncan managed to secure only 22 points. Yet Tony Parker exploded with 20 points, while Jackson and Rose, among others, also scored in double digits, effectively overwhelming Wang Jie's teammates. The series now stood at 2-1. Wang Jie sighed. He had exerted considerable effort, but alas, the final foul by Martin allowed Duncan to score from the free throw line. It's all my fault. I apologize, Martin lamented, holding his head. It's all right. That last foul wasn't particularly evident. The primary issue was that we were on the Spurs' home court, Wang Jie consoled, shaking his head. As they approached Game 4, Scott inquired, Wang Jie, how can we secure this elusive victory? For the championship, I am willing to heed your counsel. In truth, Wang Jie had contemplated utilizing the bench during the previous game, but the teams had been locked in a relentless struggle until the end, with the Nets maintaining pressure over the Spurs, only to be unexpectedly overturned in the final moments. All right, our stamina is limited. We are fatigued from the third game of the finals, and the Spurs are similarly weary. You will start in the first quarter, and I will come in as a starter in the second quarter, Wang Jie proposed with a nod. All right. Scott hesitated momentarily. Will that really work? Have faith, Wang Jie replied confidently. As Game 4 commenced, both teams took to the court, and the Spurs were taken aback to find that Wang Jie was not starting, which left Coach Popovich quite astonished. Subsequently, Kidd led the team in a challenging struggle against the rebounding threats posed by Duncan and Robinson. In the first quarter, they fell behind, with the Spurs leading 22-18, trailing by 4 points. Wang Jie sighed in relief upon realizing that Kidd was not entirely unbeatable. He had merely been suppressed throughout the game. In Chapter 16, the quintessential 5 display their ferocity during the second segment of G4. Wang Jie led 4 substitutes onto the court, which elicited a chuckle from Spurs coach Popovich, who perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Consequently, the starters, including Duncan, remained on the floor, still brimming with energy after just 1 quarter. Scott, observing the unfolding situation, restrained his impulse to substitute the starters, opting instead to closely monitor the game, ready to make a change should circumstances spiral out of control. However, the game took an unexpected turn. Upon Wang Jie's entry as point guard, Harris, Rogers, Williams, and Mutombo erupted in fervor. It was as if the 4 were channeling Wang Jie, relentlessly assaulting the Spurs' interior defense. Notably, Mutombo seized 5 consecutive rebounds from Duncan, fervently narrowing the score gap. By the end of the quarter, while Wang Jie had accumulated 5 assists, the quartet collectively scored 24 points, whereas the Spurs managed a meager 12, resulting in an 8-point deficit, favoring Wang Jia's team. Both Popovich and Scott were left astounded. It was noteworthy that both Harris and Mutombo were seasoned veterans, with one excelling in scoring and the other dominating the boards, while the remaining two showcased formidable prowess. As the third quarter progressed, Wang Jie sank 3 three-pointers, further extending the lead to 15 points. Yet, Popovich, a mastermind destined for multiple championships, discerned that Wang Jie appeared fatigued and sluggish. Consequently, Duncan and the others relentlessly targeted Wang Jie, much to his dismay. Wang Jie felt a profound sense of frustration, compounded by the exhaustion of the forced substitutes during the final quarter. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to substitute Scott into the starting lineup. However, Scott's abilities were hampered by the constraints imposed by the elusive opponent, resulting in a 20 decrease in his stamina, reducing it to a mere 64. Nearly on par with that of a mere water cooler attendant. Consequently, he found himself gasping for breath after just 2 quarters. As Wang Jie stepped off the court, Duncan and his teammates rallied their spirits and relentlessly chased down the score. In the last 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Spurs managed to narrow the deficit to just 7 points. Upon realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Jie swiftly insisted that Scott substitute him into the game. For another defeat would spell disaster. Wang Jie had just replaced Jefferson on the court. Upon his entry, he swiftly sank a 3-pointer amidst the defensive pressure from Duncan and Bowen, extending the lead to 10 points. The once-spirited Duncan and his teammates felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Duncan responded with a basket of his own. But Wang Jie turned around and effortlessly launched another 3-pointer, further widening the gap. In a desperate attempt, Duncan and Bowen aggressively double-teamed Wang Jie, forcing him to pass the ball to Kid Martin and others. Fortunately, they performed adequately during this quarter, managing not to hinder the team's progress. As the game approached its final minute, both teams exchanged blows, yet the Spurs managed to narrow the deficit to a mere 5 points. Wang Jie, with the ball in hand, crossed the half-court line and launched a shot towards the hoop. Weakened as he was, under the relentless pressure from Bowen and Duncan, his attempt faltered, rendering it futile. Perhaps it would have been wiser to shoot earlier upon crossing the half. What? Bowen exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. After all, this was the championship finals. A miss here would undoubtedly cast him as the scapegoat for defeat. Meanwhile, Scott rose from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was it within the realm of reason for someone of sound mind to attempt a shot from midcourt during the finals? Popovich wore a broad smile, exuding an aura of complete control over the unfolding drama. With a swish, the smile did not fade but rather shifted as Scott exuberantly shouted, "Great shot." Yet, Popovich's expression darkened. In the Spurs' home arena, the fans were momentarily stunned, leaving only Scott's voice of excitement echoing throughout. In an instant, Wang Jie had narrowed the deficit to 8 points, and soon after, he received a pass from Kidd and sank another 3-pointer. Ultimately, the Spurs managed to claw back 5 points, yet the match concluded with a 5-point difference, sealing the outcome of Game 4. Wang Jie exhaled a sigh of relief. He was at a loss for words had he faced another defeat. The pivotal G5 showdown was understood by both teams. The victor would significantly enhance their chances of success. Each side diligently prepared, with the starters seizing the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate. However, Wang Jie brimmed with confidence, viewing a victory over the Spurs as inevitable. The true challenge lay in how to triumph in G6. As anticipated, G5 commenced with Wang Jie unleashing a familiar surge of energy. The Nets edged ahead with a 2-point lead at the end of the first quarter, though Wang Jie found himself constrained by Duncan and Bowen. In the second quarter, he took 4 substitutes onto the court, and remarkably, they erupted in performance. Despite Wang Jie's formidable skills being momentarily overshadowed, he remained undeterred. Bolstered by a 20% enhancement in strength, and together with his substitutes, they relentlessly challenged Duncan and his comrades. Duncan and Robinson soon realized that Wang Jie and his associates had elevated their defensive prowess, rendering every shooting attempt seemingly effortless. While the rebounds were dominantly claimed by Wang Jie and his team in succession, this quarter was nothing short of torment for Duncan and his crew. Popovich desperately shuffled his lineup, yet against 5 players of near all-star caliber, no strategic alteration could alter the course. By the end of the second quarter, the Nets had surged ahead, leading the Spurs by 8 points, and by the conclusion of the third quarter, the deficit had ballooned to a staggering 20 points, leaving Duncan and his teammates in a state of bewilderment. It is worth noting that Wang Jie had merely guided a group of substitutes to such an overwhelming performance. A veritable bloodbath against Duncan's squad. As the fourth quarter commenced, the starters returned to the floor, including Wang Jie. He had no choice. The veteran substitutes like Mutombo had exhausted their stamina. Even though they could continue, it was prudent to withdraw to prevent injury. Ultimately, although the Spurs managed to claw back 5 points in the final quarter, it was too little, too late. Wang Jie led the Nets to a resounding victory, triumphing over the Spurs with a score of 130-115, showcasing a remarkable performance with 8 players scoring in double digits, a display of sheer dominance. Wang Jie astonishingly achieved a remarkable stat line of 40 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds. Had it not been for the presence of substitutes, primarily Mutombo and others securing rebounds, Wang Jie's scoring prowess from both the perimeter and the paint might have led to a double-digit rebound tally. With Wang Jie clinching the series at 3-2, the finals game 6 commenced. However, due to the unpredictable side effects from his previous performance, Wang Jie's attributes were diminished by 20% this time. Nevertheless, he still started the game, sinking 2 3-pointers before being substituted by Duncan and Bowen, as the duo's defensive synergy rendered him prone to errors, leading to turnovers. Consequently, Wang Jie returned to the court in the second quarter alongside the bench players. Despite being targeted by Duncan and others, the remaining 4 teammates managed to score and secure rebounds effortlessly, with Wang Jie also contributing to defensive support. During the second quarter, while leading the bench, Duncan hesitated to double-team, allowing Wang Jie to distribute the ball effectively and find open shots, resulting in 2 more 3-pointers that kept Bowen from abandoning his defensive assignment on Wang Jie. As the second quarter concluded, Wang Jie and the substitutes had surprisingly surged ahead of the Spurs by 3 points, leaving the fans in bewilderment, initially overwhelmed by Duncan and Robinson. Wang Jie's bench unit was now dominating the Spurs stars. Yet, the Spurs proved to be formidable opponents. By the third quarter, Wang Jie's stamina was severely depleted, prompting him to resort to skillful eye defense. Though he managed to thwart several shots from Duncan and Parker, the duo, along with Robinson, aggressively grabbed rebounds. As the third quarter ended, the Nets led the Spurs by 5 points, allowing Wang Jie a brief respite. Chapter 17. We are the champions of 2003. In the final quarter, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Duncan and Robinson unleashed their fury, while Bowen resorted to more underhanded tactics. Fortunately, Kidd managed to keep the deficit to just 1 point after being pursued by Duncan for 10 minutes, maintaining a slim advantage for the Nets. On the sidelines, Scott recognized the grim reality. Without Wang Jie, the Nets stood little chance against the Spurs. Wang Jie took a brief respite of 10 minutes before rejoining the fray, supported by several seasoned substitutes. Despite their experience, the toll of exertion was evident, and even a 20% increase in stamina could not alleviate the inevitable decline in their physical attributes. Nevertheless, the opposing Spurs, featuring Duncan and Robinson, were equally drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued. Fortunately, the Spurs were still a youthful team, their vigor allowing them to withstand the onslaught from Wang Jie and his compatriots. Coach Popovich's relentless focus on Wang Jie, employing a defensive strategy that exploited his weaknesses, proved to be surprisingly effective. However, as 3 minutes elapsed, Wang Jie impressively scored 9 points from 3 attempts, while his teammates also found success, turning a 1-point deficit into a 4-point lead. In the final 2 minutes, the Spurs managed to sink 3 2-pointers, narrowing the gap to 2 points. Yet, in the last minute, Wang Jie assisted Rodgers, who executed a mid-range shot, swiftly extending the lead back to 4 points. The Spurs called for a timeout, and shortly after, they crafted a tactical maneuver that allowed them to penetrate Wang Jie's defense, scoring another 2 points. With the clock showing 52 seconds, Wang Jie composed himself, allowing time to dwindle. In the final 30 seconds, he passed to Mutombo, who, with a thunderous roar, powered the ball through the hoop, overpowering Duncan in the process. The arena erupted with excitement as the fans cheered fervently. Wang Jie was acutely aware that this match was a must-win. Otherwise, during the G7 game against the Spurs, complications could arise. For instance, Popovich might resort to dubious tactics on their home court, even resorting to underhanded maneuvers. Regardless, Wang Jie, utilizing his skill of soaking goji berries in a thermos, refrained from leaping throughout this segment. However, it was evident that Popovich was taken aback as well. He harbored similar thoughts but recognized that Wang Jie was a defensive sieve. Should he sustain an injury, substituting him with a stronger player could exacerbate the situation. As for the other 4 substitutes, despite their explosive performance, none stood out significantly, and exchanging starters for the opposing bench would be a considerable loss. Ultimately, Popovich had no choice but to call another timeout and bring Jin Billy onto the court. In a swift counterattack, Jin Billy executed the strategy flawlessly, utilizing a screen to sink a three-pointer, proving himself to be a formidable adversary in adversity, and closing the gap to a mere point. With only 20 seconds remaining, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Few could have anticipated such a competitive showdown. At Wang Jie's behest, Scott substituted in the starters. Meanwhile, the well-rested Kidd and his teammates entered the fray, each brimming with vigor. Kidd advanced the ball past half-court, only to be fouled by his counterpart, the venerable Jackson, leading him to the free throw line. Energized, Kidd made both attempts, extending the lead to 3 points. Yet, turning around, the crafty Jin Billy found a sliver of space in the Spurs formation and launched a three-pointer over Wang Jie, leveling the score and eliciting gasps from the crowd. Many fans shielded their eyes, unable to bear the tension. Following this, Kidd maneuvered through the defense, drawing Parker and others away before executing a screen with Martin, delivering the ball to the unguarded Wang Jie. At this moment, Bowen, fatigued from minimal rest, struggled to react. In the final 3 seconds, Wang Jie, without a jump, snatched the basketball and retreated a step before launching a powerful shot toward the basket. Bowen leaped, nearly obscuring Wang Jie entirely. Yet Wang Jie's three-pointer seemed to possess an unerring precision. With a resounding swish, the three-point shot sailed through the net, the red light flickered, and the referee signaled the basket was good. Wang Jie had delivered a last-second victory against the Spurs. Popovich, infuriated, shattered the tactical board in frustration over the foolish management decisions, which, in an attempt to save $3 million, had nearly cost the Nets the championship, with Wang Jie carrying them to triumph. Meanwhile, at the Nets' home ground in New York, the exuberant crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, reflecting the fervor of the city's basketball enthusiasts. Wang Jie erupted into laughter, having utilized all his skills for the first time, experiencing an exhilarating sense of liberation. Furthermore, Scott rarely altered his formation, compared to Popovich. Playing team basketball truly made one feel intellectually overwhelmed. Ultimately, however, Wang Jie triumphed in the championship through his relentless skills. After embracing Duncan, Wang Jie awaited the words, "The future is yours," but Duncan and the others departed with a hint of disappointment, leaving the stage of celebration to Wang Jie and his companions. Congratulations to the New Jersey Nets for winning the 2002-2003 championship. As Stern announced this triumph with great fervor, everyone erupted in cheers. At this moment, the only suspense remained regarding the recipient of the FMV award, as the data indicated that Wang Jie outshone his teammates effortlessly. Wang Jie averaged an impressive 32 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists, decisively overshadowing Jefferson, who ranked second with merely 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. As for Kidd, who held the third position, his focus was primarily on ball control. Additionally, Wang Jie played several quarters alongside the bench players, which significantly reduced Kidd's shot attempts, resulting in a modest average of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists. This year, Kidd not only became the leader in assists during the regular season, but also claimed the title for the playoffs. The selection for the FMV was clouded by Wang Jie's lack of confidence, stemming from societal biases against his yellow skin, coupled with his ongoing negotiations with sneaker giants like Nike and Adidas, as he stubbornly resisted a 6-year, $50 million endorsement deal. This predicament could potentially lead to the FMV of the finals being awarded to another. Nevertheless, Stern emphatically proclaimed, "This year's FMV of the finals belongs to Wang Jie." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Wang Jie quickly joined Kidd and Jefferson in hoisting the FMV trophy. "Jefferson, you will undoubtedly become an all-star player," Wang Jie exclaimed with a smile. "Kidd, I am grateful for your contributions to the team. I believe our championship victory owes much to you." Wang Jie recognized his fortuitousness in securing a championship with a team lacking superstars. This realization filled him with elation. With the FMV of the finals in hand, surely the championship skill rating would not diminish. Congratulations were in order for achieving outstanding results in both the regular season and playoffs. Congratulations to the host for an elevated rating and for acquiring the golden passive skill, Indestructible. Indestructible. When the host suffers a malicious foul, this ability automatically triggers, rendering his body as resilient as diamond. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie was filled with joy. It is worth noting that diamonds are over 10 times harder than steel. Anyone daring to commit a foul against him would be akin to kicking a diamond. During the finals, Wang Jie was somewhat apprehensive in the face of Bowen's defense, often hesitating to jump, and even when he did, he had to remain cautious. This hampered his gameplay significantly. Otherwise, he would have easily dominated and secured victory against the Spurs. Chapter 18. The Pistons' Decline. Wang Jie, unable to glance at the championship rewards, promptly proceeded to his interview. Wang Jie, this marks your 5th championship ring, and you also earned the FMV award for this match. What are your thoughts? A fair-haired journalist inquired eagerly. Naturally, I am immensely thrilled. This is my 5th championship ring, yet it is my first time receiving the FMV award, and I feel incredibly excited. Wang Jie responded with enthusiasm. Furthermore, I wish to address those who label me as merely a championship opportunist. Indeed, I am not only a championship opportunist, but also an MV opportunist. Without my teammates, I would never have attained this MV, he humorously remarked. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as the finals MVP is not something one can simply stumble upon. In truth, Wang Jie does possess a hint of opportunism. In other circumstances, acquiring the MVP would indeed be a challenge. Are you not somewhat regretful about not achieving a 100 shooting percentage this season? Another reporter queried. Not at all. Besides, my shooting percentage remains commendable. I can confidently say I rank 1st in the entire league, Wang Jie replied with a smile. Your voting numbers this season were not high, and you did not participate in the All-Star game. Do you feel any regret? Asked another journalist. I believe next season will yield a significant increase in votes. Wang Jie chuckled. Do you think you can win the championship next season? Absolutely. Since joining the NBA, when have I not claimed a championship? Wang Jie nodded affirmatively, a smile gracing his face. You have only signed with the Nets for 1 season. Will you remain with them next season? If the Nets are willing to offer me a max contract, I will certainly consider staying, Wang Jie replied with a grin. In fact, next year, although Jason Kidd might face injuries in the playoffs leading to a defeat against the Pistons, Wang Jie remains optimistic about guiding the Nets to victory. After all, he is supporting the bench players and can take it easy during the regular season to avoid injuries in the playoffs. Moreover, the Nets ownership may face financial difficulties next year, potentially resulting in the sale of the entire team. Signing Wang Jie this year entails considerable luxury taxes, suggesting that at least one starter or several bench players must be traded next season, making it uncertain whether Wang Jie will be re-signed. Following the interview, Wang Jie departed the press conference, embarking on a journey back to his home in Brooklyn, New York. Upon lying in bed, he decided to check the championship skill rewards. Congratulations, host, on attaining the 2002 to 2003 championship. You have randomly acquired a top-tier skill and a series of top-tier skills. Rejuvenation. The host has achieved an FMV score of 89, which has been slightly adjusted to a temporary boost. Rejuvenation. This skill can be activated for 1 quarter, allowing the player to restore their peak season ability to a value of 110. Temporary boost. While the host is on the court, they can designate one veteran teammate to perform at their peak season strength for 1 quarter, including overtime. Wang Jie was filled with joy upon witnessing the skill of rejuvenation. This revelation suggested that he could indeed request the team to acquire a star-level veteran who could step in at critical moments, significantly benefiting the squad. Particularly given his current team, the Nets, which boasts the seasoned Mutombo, the prospect of having him on the court during the 4th quarter is enticing. His defensive prowess and rebounding skills are of a historical caliber. With this in mind, Wang Jie promptly conveyed to Thompson that if the Nets wish to retain him, they must refrain from trading Mutombo. He recalled that the Nets had been contemplating a buyout of Mutombo's contract due to his high salary and underwhelming performance this season, intending to pay a penalty to release him from the team. However, with Wang Jie's utilization of the rejuvenation skill, Mutombo could potentially relive his peak performance for an entire quarter, undoubtedly elevating the team's success to new heights. Wang Jie felt quite satisfied with his skill rating this time. His skills were diminished in accordance with his expectations. He began to pay attention to certain teams lacking star players, particularly the Pistons, which are being touted as a team of the common folk for the upcoming season. Following the conclusion of the Nets season, Wang Jie opted out of his contract, and immediately, Thompson informed him that his phone had been inundated with calls, with the Knicks expressing the keenest interest in him. Wang Jie has secured a substantial 7-year contract worth $120 million from the Knicks, with the organization pledging to build the team around him as the cornerstone player. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie was profoundly moved and promptly requested the right to veto trades, along with draft and trading rights, essentially positioning himself as both general manager and player. However, The New York Knicks were only willing to grant the right to veto trades. Even if Wang Jie were to agree to a reduced salary and contract length, the team's general manager vehemently refused, asserting that the Knicks had no shortage of funds. Realizing the situation, Wang Jie understood that the Knicks were indeed affluent, and the general manager wielded considerable power, making it unlikely for him to relinquish authority to a player. Are there any other teams? Wang Jie inquired. Yes, the Lakers, Rockets, Spurs, Clippers, Bucks, and Cavaliers, Thompson replied one by one. Hold on. Just say all the teams have invited me. What about the Detroit Pistons? Wang Jie interjected after listening for a moment. Haha, Jack Wang. You are indeed the coveted player of the offseason. Of course, they have, although only the Timberwolves haven't, as Garnett's salary of $28 million nearly consumes all their cap space. Thompson said with a smile. The Pistons' financial situation is decent. They are offering you a 3-year contract worth $36.8 million, Thompson continued. Negotiate with the Pistons for a 1-year contract of $10.8 million and request that the team trades for a once-great veteran, regardless of who it may be. I will join, Wang Jie instructed. Wang Jie expressed his demands, remarking that although the Nets are commendable, who would desire to exhaust themselves in relentless competition? The following day, he received a phone call from Thompson. Hello, Jack Wang. I have gathered the information. The general manager of the Pistons stated that coach Larry Brown remarked on your mediocre defense. If you were to join the Pistons, you would only serve as a substitute. With a maximum annual salary of $8 million for 1 year, Thompson declared with indignation. Substitute? Wang Jie pondered. The Pistons bench appeared rather formidable, with solid defenders like Oker and Williams, both of whom excel offensively. If he were to collaborate with these substitutes, it would certainly be more advantageous than partnering with the Nets bench. Is there any willingness to trade a formidable veteran on a minimum salary to the team as a substitute? Wang Jie inquired. They declined, and even if they accepted, oh my. Coach Larry Brown of the Pistons is notoriously difficult to work with. Are you certain you wish to join his team? Thompson responded. All right, Wang Jie contemplated. It was true. Coach Brown had earned a reputation for being a graveyard for newcomers. Although Wang Jie was not a novice, poor defense under Brown could lead to dire consequences, as it is well known that he favors strong defenders. By the way, the Nets have rejected your request and indicated that they can no longer afford Mutombo's salary, Thompson said helplessly. After finishing his statement, Thompson swiftly changed the subject. However, the Nets are willing to offer you another 1-year maximum contract. Chapter 19. Recruiting veterans. Wang Jie contemplated the situation, even in his absence. The Nets and the Pistons had battled to a 4-3 finish, with the Pistons' formidable defense and youthful vigor ultimately leading to the Nets' defeat in overtime. Had he been present, coupled with the Nets' promising prospects, it would have been prudent to remain with the team. Thompson conveyed to the Nets that the draft picks are of no consequence. This year, they have no opportunity to select. To trade for a veto right, the team requires a formidable veteran on a minimum salary. Anyone will suffice, Wang Jie asserted. Thompson, perplexed, inquired, Jack Wang, why do you insist on an older player this season? Wang Jie rolled his eyes, thinking it unwise to disclose his belief that he possessed the ability to rejuvenate a veteran's career. Last season, the Nets were champions, thus, the allure of a veteran should be significant. Acquiring one on a minimum salary is hardly a challenge. Thompson immediately acquiesced. Isn't it true that the Spurs lack financial flexibility? Would they genuinely welcome my addition? Wang Jie asked. Indeed. The Spurs have offered an annual salary of $8 million in hopes of securing your presence, Thompson replied. How stingy. I might as well stay with the Nets, Wang Jie retorted, exasperated. During the offseason, he had surveyed various teams, only to find that those offering him a maximum contract were primarily franchises that had not even reached the playoffs. Among the more favorable options were the Heat and the Cavaliers. The Heat intended to draft Wade, who, even as a rookie, possessed the aura of a superstar. And Wang Jie recognized his potential to contend for a championship. The Cavaliers, featuring LeBron James, presented a similar allure. While James was still maturing, his potential was undeniable. And Wang Jie's addition would only enhance their prospects. Did the Rockets not extend an invitation? Wang Jie pondered. This season, Yao Ming had shown significant growth. And with him as a centerpiece, many possibilities opened up. Joining the Rockets might also offer a chance at a championship. Yes, but their offer was limited to a 3-year contract worth $25 million. For a 1-year deal, they could only provide $7 million annually, Thompson lamented. Wang Jie, in utter disbelief, realized that the Rockets' management had evidently already been in contact with McGrady, showing a clear lack of interest in him. Resigned to his circumstances, he decided to extend his contract with the Nets for another year. Wang Jie felt helpless. The teams he aspired to join either failed to offer a maximum salary or did not afford him the stature he desired. Faced with such limitations, he resolved to renew his contract with the reasonably performing Nets for another year. Consequently, Wang Jie instructed Thompson to negotiate with the management, ultimately succeeding in securing a one-year contract with the Nets, along with the privilege of a trade veto. With a sigh, Wang Jie reflected that this year, possessing the skill of a resurgence, there was nothing to fear when facing the Pistons. The entire NBA was abuzz as Wang Jie re-signed with the Nets for another year, with the team boldly proclaiming their aspirations to defend their championship title. The Nets were indeed shrewd. During the off-season, Wang Jie found himself in a quandary as the Nets offered him a mere $100,000 as a veteran's minimum salary, leaving him with the discretion to choose whom to sign. A mere $100,000. That seemed rather scant. After some contemplation, Wang Jie spoke with the Nets general manager, Ron. The team is financially strapped, Ron lamented. Clear some contracts and raise the offer to $150,000 to attract Karl Malone, Wang Jie suggested. Karl Malone is certainly a fine prospect. I had already reached out to him, but he is more inclined towards the Lakers Showtime duo and declined our offer, Ron replied helplessly. Very well, Wang Jie nodded. Then let's inquire about Johnson. Johnson? Magic Johnson? Are you joking? He's nearing 40. Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just ask him if he would be interested in joining the Nets for a shot at the championship, Wang Jie insisted. Reluctantly, Ron made the inquiry, only to receive a swift rejection, as Magic Johnson was not in need of any more championship rings. With no other options, Wang Jie continued his search, even reaching out to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Michael Jordan, but sadly, they too turned down the offer. The allure of the Nets was insufficient. Jordan felt his age weighing heavily upon him, his body no longer capable, and was preparing to retire this year, unwilling to join the Nets. Wang Jie was at a loss for words, suddenly recalling his bet with Kenny Smith last year regarding the legendary Charles Barkley, who, like Smith, is a historical superstar. Barkley had signed a contract with the TNT commentary platform, and it was uncertain whether he would be willing to return to the court. With this thought in mind, Wang Jie exclaimed, Charles Barkley. I heard that last year he kissed the rear end of a donkey named Kenny Smith, inviting him to claim a championship. Charles Barkley? He has been retired for 4 years, and though he has just turned 40, he has become quite rotund. Can he still play basketball? Ron's eyes widened. I don't care. I will just ask, Wang Jie said. All right. Ron, considering the immense prestige and fan attention Barkley would bring to the team, which would undoubtedly enhance ticket sales, readily agreed. At that moment, Barkley was taken aback when he received Ron's call, repeating the inquiry 3 times. God, buddy, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? It's me. Charles Barkley? Not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Indeed, it is you. I believe you are eager to earn a championship ring. How about joining us as we pursue the title with the Nets? Ron proposed. To be honest, I have grown weary of my friends teasing me about my lack of a championship. I need to think this over, Barkley replied. Wang Jie received word that Fly Pig Barkley was contemplating a decision. Following this line of thought, Wang Jie extended invitations to the retiring Malone brothers, Stockton and Ewing. However, ultimately, Stockton expressed a willingness to consider playing for 1 more year, while Ewing stated that his age, coupled with severe knee injuries, rendered him unprepared to continue his basketball career. Wang Jie discovered that among the stars he consulted, only Barkley and Stockton entertained thoughts of a championship, while the others declined. There were also some veteran players still yearning for a championship ring, but their current abilities warranted a considerable salary, making a $1 million contract quite challenging to secure. Throughout the offseason, Wang Jie diligently honed his skills, particularly in ball handling, basketball IQ, and passing, with the greatest improvements stemming from kids' mentorship. As time passed, Wang Jie contemplated the possibility that if the offseason concluded without agreements from the two, he would seek to sign 1 or 2 capable veterans during the regular season. As the offseason drew to a close, Stockton ultimately chose retirement, opting for a period of rest, with the possibility of a comeback should his spirits revive. Consequently, only the legendary Barkley remained in the picture. Barkley expressed his desire to play, having recently engaged in discussions with TNT. His lucrative contract with TNT, which surpassed his earnings from basketball, made him hesitant to leave the network. He hoped for a year of unpaid leave to pursue a championship before returning to work. Eventually, TNT reached an agreement with Barkley, allowing him to join the Nets for the playoffs while continuing his commentary duties during the regular season. Upon learning this, Wang Jie was elated, especially since Barkley had only requested a veteran's minimum salary of $1 million for a one-year contract and would only participate in the playoffs, equating to merely 16 games, thus costing the team a mere $160,000. This arrangement meant that Wang Jie could save the team an impressive $840,000. Chapter 20. The Worm, Rodman. As the preseason commenced, Wang Jie received a phone call from Thompson. "Jack Wang," Thompson exclaimed. As Wang Jie practiced his shooting while clutching his phone, he inquired, "Thompson, do you have any new endorsements?" "No, it seems that many well-informed individuals in the NBA have caught wind of your desire to recruit talent for a championship run. The Worm, Rodman, has called expressing his wish to join. If you decline, he plans to sign with the Tijuana Dragons of the ABA Development League next week." Rodman? The Worm Rodman? Wang Jie was somewhat taken aback. Amidst his efforts to assemble a roster of superstar veterans, he had indeed overlooked him. This was a figure from the same era as Jordan, a power forward renowned for his ferocious defense and rebounding prowess. At 43 years of age, he was still playing basketball. "Of course, I can accommodate him, but the Nets will grant me only one slot. You must discuss it with General Manager Ron." Wang Jie promptly replied. It was important to note that Rodman, as a power forward, could effectively fill the void left by Barkley's absence during the regular season. "Ron, you are aware that while Barkley has consented to join the team, he is only willing to participate in the playoffs. Now, we have this individual, Rodman, who is prepared to join us for the regular season. I believe we should extend him an opportunity. My agent mentioned that he would only require a mere $360,000 for a year's minimum salary." Oh, goodness. Rodman was deemed too old and frail to compete in the NBA 4 years ago. With Barkley already occupying one spot on our roster, adding Rodman would mean we only have 13 slots left for our 15-man roster. Although Ron did not outright refuse, his tone was laden with reluctance. Wang Jie fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Rodman was inexpensive, yet he occupied a roster spot. The player who ranked at the bottom last season was cut. He had scarcely seen the court outside of garbage time, and his contract exceeded that of Rodman. It was better to part ways entirely, Wang Jie contemplated before speaking. Ron hesitated momentarily, fully aware that the once prominent Rodman appeared to have no future. The last-ranked player from the previous season had performed exceedingly poorly, yet one could ponder the possibility of him eventually showcasing his innate talent. "Trust me, his potential is quite limited. At best, he is merely a backup," Wang Jie remarked about a name he had never heard before, clearly indicative of an unfulfilled future. "Relegated to the role of a mere substitute. Very well, I shall address this matter forthwith," Ron responded, somewhat speechless, but Rodman is also a substitute. Nevertheless, out of deference to Wang Jie, he ultimately acquiesced. As time gradually passed, the 2003 season for the Nets commenced. After a rigorous off-season training, Wang Jie has further elevated his prowess. Wang Jie stands at a height of 198 centimeters, weighing 97 kilograms, with a strength rating of 81, speed of 76, agility of 75, vertical leap of 72, stamina of 83, and basketball IQ of 79. His dribbling and ball control are rated at 75, while his passing is at 78. Dunking at 68, layups at 79, mid-range shooting at 78, and three-point shooting at 76. Defensively, his perimeter defense is rated at 75, interior defense at 73, shot blocking at 69, stealing at 65, and rebounding at 69. His skills include the blue skill intimidating defense, the gold skill unyielding, and elite bench-level skills like soothing goji berries in a thermos. Game-winning shot, unpredictable moves, and resurgence. During the preseason, everyone was honing their abilities. With the veteran Mutombo absent from rebounding duties, Rodman has joined the team. Rodman, with his flamboyant hair and distinctive voice, exudes a stylish persona that could easily be mistaken for a celebrity. Unfortunately, his performance during the preseason has been subpar. Averaging merely 10 minutes on the court, struggling with mobility, lacking verticality, and exhibiting insufficient defensive skills, leading to frequent exploitation by opponents. One might wonder if this seasoned player still possesses any fuel in his tank. Both Kidd and the head coach appeared somewhat discontented with Rodman's entry, especially considering the looming presence of the formidable Barkley in the playoffs. The addition of two unpredictable talents raises the stakes in their quest for the championship. The opening game of the regular season pits them against the Spurs, last season's Western Conference champions, a matchup akin to a final showdown. The excitement is palpable as the home crowd fills the arena, cheering fervently for the Nets. The crowd erupted in cheers, while the Spurs were met with a cacophony of boos as they took the court. As the two teams commenced their contest, it was evident that the absence of Robinson, who had retired last season, had slightly diminished the Spurs' overall prowess, particularly as their backup center lacked Robinson's formidable skill set. Nevertheless, Wang Jie did not rely on his elusive talents. Instead, he employed Wiggins' technique of soaking goji berries in a thermos. After 3 intense quarters, Wang Jie, having started the game, scored 9 points before taking a breather in the first quarter. Kidd then led the team with Wang Jie substituting for Jefferson. Unfortunately, both Jefferson and Martin struggled to contain Duncan, who easily thwarted their shooting attempts and dominated the boards. However, with Robinson's departure, the duo managed to score more and even secured a couple of rebounds beyond Duncan's reach. In a noteworthy incident, Wang Jie had his agent extend an invitation to Robinson, but regrettably, Robinson declined. After all, Robinson's last championship victory was in 1999, the same year Wang Jie joined the NBA and celebrated a title alongside him. Sadly, Wang Jie had just traversed time and had yet to exchange a word with Robinson before he was cut from the team. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets trailed the Spurs by a mere 2 points. Popovich wore a subtle smile, calmly observing the unfolding drama on the court. Scott remained composed, confident that Wang Jie would turn the tide upon his return. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets found themselves down by 3 points. Kidd's playmaking consistently provided Jefferson and others with optimal shooting opportunities, resulting in a commendable shooting percentage. As the third quarter wrapped up, 4 players had scored in double digits, leaving only Wang Jie and the starting center absent from the tally. With the onset of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie re-entered the game, and at his request, the substitute powerhouse Rodman also took to the court. "Jack, while I possess confidence, am I being thrust into the game too soon? Might we face defeat too quickly?" Rodman expressed with a hint of embarrassment. "Not at all," Wang Jie replied with a reassuring smile and a shake of his head. "Just give it your all. As if you were still the rebounding king, the indomitable Rodman of old." "Absolutely," Rodman declared, and upon stepping onto the court, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, instantly filling him with confidence. "I feel as though I've returned to my prime as the rebounding king," Rodman exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization. Rodman did not replace Martin, who had been performing admirably. Instead, he took the place of Collins, who had been thoroughly dominated by Duncan. With a resounding crash, Rodman collided with Duncan midair, relying on his superior rebounding instincts to snatch the ball from the sky, swiftly flicking it away. Wang Jie received the ball and assisted Martin with a deft layup, securing 2 points and narrowing the gap to just 1. Suddenly, the crowd erupted as Rodman made a powerful play, igniting the entire Nets audience with continuous cheers. Throughout the game, although Kidd orchestrated the offense smoothly, creating numerous open shots with a shooting percentage surpassing that of the Spurs, he was excessively overshadowed by Duncan's dominance in the paint. Chapter 21. The All-Star Weekend commences, however. At the outset of the fourth quarter, upon Rodman's entrance, he immediately subdued Duncan. While Rodman had yet to score, he remarkably accumulated 3 rebounds, 1 block, and 5 assists within a mere 5 minutes. Notably, Rodman seized the opportunity to deliver a resounding block on Duncan while his guard was down. Despite Duncan's impressive 18 points by the end of the third quarter, he failed to score during the first 5 minutes of the fourth, as Rodman's defense proved exceedingly effective. Frowning beneath the basket, Duncan realized that if Rodman had truly committed to defending him, he might have been able to hold his ground. Yet Rodman, a star of the previous century, employed various subtle tactics that made Duncan uncomfortable, reminiscent of facing his teammate Bowen, albeit with the added prowess of rebounding. Rodman's presence directly aided the Nets in countering Duncan, who had been dominating both offensively and defensively, executing a remarkable 6-0 run that flipped the score by 5 points. How could this be? A 43-year-old Rodman still grabbing rebounds? With such speed and strength, it was astonishing. Coach Popovich of the Spurs widened his eyes in disbelief. The entire arena was spellbound, witnessing Rodman's frenzied defense and rebounding. By the end of the quarter, Rodman had secured 5 rebounds, both offensive and defensive, which translated into 10 vital points for the Nets. Furthermore, he had effectively limited Duncan, the Spurs' primary scoring threat, to a meager 3-4-9 shooting, allowing him only 6 points in the final quarter with a shooting percentage of just 33.3, coupled with Wang Jie's flawless 4 3-pointers in the last quarter. He finished the game with a perfect score of 21 points. Ultimately, the Nets triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 110-102, marking a victorious start to the season. As the game concluded, Rodman felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of energy had been siphoned from him, leaving him exhausted and gasping for breath while seated on the court. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jie furrowed his brow and swiftly approached to inquire about the situation. Only after Rodman assured him that everything was fine did he feel a sense of relief. Subsequently, the collaboration between Wang Jie and Rodman proved to be tremendously beneficial for the team, leading the Nets to a remarkable winning streak. Although Rodman participated only in the final game, his presence often resulted in the opposing team being thoroughly overwhelmed. The formidable trio of Kidd, Wang Jie, and Rodman possessed an extraordinary strength, complemented by other notable stars such as Martin and Jefferson, rendering them virtually unbeatable, even against the Lakers, who were destined to clinch the Western Conference title that year. Despite the formidable quartet of O'Neal, Kobe, Payton, and Malone, the Lakers were no match for them. The Nets achieved an impressive 22 consecutive regular season victories, only faltering against the Denver Nuggets due to the fatigue from travel and the thin air of the high altitude. This made it abundantly clear to all teams the sheer terror posed by Wang Jie's Nets, while Rodman's return at the age of 43 astonished many. Particularly, every time Rodman took to the court in the final quarter, he soared with an almost supernatural agility, effortlessly claiming every rebound he targeted. His averages of 2 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block showcased his all-around capabilities, albeit his scoring prowess was somewhat lacking. Rodman often focused on facilitating plays, which he executed quite well. It is worth noting that in just one quarter, had he played the full 4, he might have amassed 20 rebounds in a single game. Of course, this reflects Rodman's peak performance. Even at his zenith, fatigue would inevitably affect his efficacy in the latter stages of the game, diminishing his rebounding prowess. Nevertheless, Rodman at his peak for just one quarter remains a formidable force. Furthermore, as he grew more acclimated to the team, his synergy with the players became impeccable. In a moment of exhilaration, the Nets general manager, Rod, could hardly contain his joy. Coach Scott was equally elated, marveling at the astonishing statistics produced by a veteran minimum salary player averaging just 12 minutes per game. As time passed, the All-Star weekend approached, with Metta World Peace Pistons, Kevin Garnett, Timberwolves, Ben Wallace, Pistons, Bruce Bowen, Spurs, and Kobe Bryant, Lakers, earning first-team honors. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd, Nets, Doug Christie, Kings, Tim Duncan, Spurs, Andrei Kirilenko, Jazz, and the remarkable Rodman, Nets, were selected for the second team. Even though Wang Jie's defensive prowess oscillated between brilliance and mediocrity, it did not qualify him as a top-tier player, and he failed to secure a position on the second team. The starting lineup for the Eastern Conference included Vince Carter, Toronto Raptors, Shaquille O'Neal, Indiana Pacers, Ben Wallace, Detroit Pistons, Allen Iverson, Philadelphia 76ers, and Tracy McGrady, Orlando Magic. In the Western Conference, the lineup featured Tim Duncan, San Antonio Spurs, Kevin Garnett, Minnesota Timberwolves, Yao Ming, Houston Rockets, Kobe Bryant, Los Angeles Lakers, and Steve Francis, Houston Rockets. The Eastern Conference reserves comprised center Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Cavaliers, guard Michael Jordan, Wizards, guard Jason Kidd, Nets, forward Jamal Mashburn, Suns, center Brad Miller, Pacers, guard Wang Jie, Nets, and forward Anthony Walker, Celtics. In the Western Conference, the reserves included guard Stephon Marbury, Suns, forward Sean Marion, Suns, guard Steve Nash, Mavericks, forward Dirk Nowitzki, Mavericks, center Shaquille O'Neal, Lakers, guard Gary Payton, Supersonics, and forward Chris Webber, Kings. The Eastern Conference coach was Byron Scott, while the Western Conference was helmed by Flip Saunders, Timberwolves. Wang Jie averaged an impressive 27.2 points per game, narrowly surpassing McGrady's 27 points by a mere 0.2, thus positioning him as the leading scorer of the season. His ability to score over 30 points on exceptional nights, and occasionally reach 40, contrasted with his lower performances, where he might tally around 18 points. This resulted in a commendable average of 27.2. However, despite his all-star selection, he was overshadowed by Carter, who averaged 22.5 points. Kobe emerged as the leading vote-getter for the All-Star game, while Yao, buoyed by a substantial fan base from China, claimed the second position. Furthermore, during this period, Carter's style of play was particularly captivating. His explosive dunks, acrobatic layups, and clutch assists often became the highlights of the games, drawing significant attention from fans. Though Wang Jie possesses formidable skills, he often relies on three-point shots, occasionally attempting mid-range shots, and lacks the spectacular dunks that captivate audiences, especially when compared to Carter's electrifying aerial displays. Consequently, despite sharing the same position as Carter, Wang Jie found himself relegated to the All-Star bench. However, he bore no disappointment, for even the basketball deity, Jordan, sat in reserve. Prior to the game, both Iverson and McGrady expressed their willingness to cede their starting positions to Jordan, only to be met with his polite refusal. Yet, as the All-Star game commenced, Eastern star Carter made a bold decision to forego his participation, thereby allowing Jordan to take the starting role. In this match, Wang Jie had meticulously prepared for an extraordinary performance, engaging in a fierce battle during the All-Star game. Chapter 22, The Basketball God. Unleashed. In the second quarter, Wang Jie entered as a substitute and astonishingly scored 18 points before leaving the court, instantly becoming the highest scorer of the game. This contest was primarily a display of skill, with both teams relishing the experience, as defense was nearly non-existent. The game consisted of continuous shooting, dunking, and showboating. Notably, Carter, upon his substitution, executed several dunks that left the entire audience in awe. Wang Jie felt perplexed. His dunking skills were far from impressive. Standing at 1.98 meters, he feared being thwarted by the rim, hence he refrained from showcasing that aspect of his game. In the West All-Star game, there was no defense against Jordan, as he was poised to retire after this season, and everyone made concessions for the former basketball deity. In the third quarter, Jordan managed to surpass Wang Jie in points, while the big ticket, Kevin Garnett, also took the lead over Wang Jie, with Jordan's score still trailing behind Garnett's. Wang Jie and Scott proposed that in the fourth quarter, he, along with Kidd, Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, and Wallace, take the court. As the head coach of the Nets, Scott naturally heeded Wang Jie's counsel, especially since he had never faced defeat when following Wang Jie's advice during previous matches. Although the fourth quarter should, in theory, resemble the preceding three, Kobe, however, approached the situation with utmost seriousness, directly matching up against Jordan and employing his formidable defense to challenge the aging legend. At that moment, Wang Jie felt a surge of latent energy awakening within him. Jordan, sensing a newfound lightness in his body, was suddenly infused with an overwhelming strength, igniting a burst of confidence and valor within his heart. It is noteworthy that this season marked Jordan's final appearance in the All-Star game, a narrative that had been meticulously scripted to crown him as an All-Star before his retirement, with the MVP trophy already prepared. However, this plan was thwarted by the combined efforts of Garnett and Kobe, who proclaimed that the transition of eras was not merely about succession, but about surpassing the past. In response, Wang Jie declared, "Very well, let us see if you can indeed surpass the pinnacle of Jordan." Thus, the formidable trio of Wang Jie, Kidd, and Jordan launched an audacious assault on the Western All-Stars. Kobe, witnessing Jordan's sudden resurgence to an ethereal level of play in the fourth quarter, was left utterly astonished. After 4 back-and-forth exchanges, Jordan executed a mid-range jumper with precision, while Kobe, despite his efforts, managed only a single successful shot out of 4 attempts, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The fans in the arena erupted in cheers as they witnessed the intensified performance of Kobe, Jordan, and others. Simultaneously, peak Jordan unleashed his shooting prowess, tearing through the defenses of both Kobe and Garnett, continuously sinking jump shots with remarkable accuracy. Though Wang Jie descended like a celestial being, he did not overshadow the scene. Rather, he intensified his defensive efforts against Garnett. With a defensive prowess nearing 90, Wang Jie could almost rival the defensive second-team lineup, standing among the top 10 defenders currently in the league. Garnett's scoring ability is formidable. He has already amassed 22 points. In the fourth quarter, even under Wang Jie's vigorous defense, Garnett managed to score 2 points. He even resorted to subtle maneuvers, yet Wang Jie felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Enduring considerable pain, convinced that Wang Jie had secretly donned armor for the game, Wang Jie also discovered that the indestructible technique was triggered. Watching the Wolf King Garnett awkwardly shake his hands and distance himself, a smile blossoming in his heart. It seems that the indestructible skill is rather impressive. Many of the subtle movements are highly concealed. Is this fellow made of steel? Garnett glanced around yet could not discern where Wang Jie had hidden the steel plate. Jordan was on fire, scoring 20 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds in the final quarter. Ultimately, the Eastern All-Stars triumphed over the Western All-Stars, 145 to 135, leaving Kobe and Garnett, who sought to teach Jordan a lesson, utterly disheartened by the 10-point margin. With an astounding 45 points in the All-Star game, Jordan rightfully earned the title of All-Star MVP and was awarded a trophy customized exclusively for him. Ecstatic, Jordan quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Jie and others for their support, which contributed to his MVP achievement. After the game, both Kobe and Garnett felt a tinge of disappointment, as their final quarter antics had failed, leaving them thoroughly outplayed by Jordan, creating a sense of regret. Kobe, believing he could surpass Jordan, was perplexed by Jordan's explosive performance during the All-Star game. As for the three-point contest, skills competition, and dunk contest, Wang Jie opted not to participate, as these were not official games, and his skills would not be activated, making an appearance potentially embarrassing, so he declined the invitation. However, after the All-Star game, Wang Jie resumed the regular season, continuing a streak of victories, showcasing formidable dominance alongside Kidd and Rodman. It wasn't until the later stages, when various teams became frantic in their quest for playoff berths, that a few games were relinquished to prevent player injuries. By the end of the season, the Nets, under the leadership of Wang Jie and his duo, achieved a staggering 74 wins, once again breaking historical records, with Wang Jie boasting impressive statistics of 27, 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 9 assists per game. Yet, the scoring champion was not Wang Jie, but the peak T-Mac of the Magic, who averaged 32, 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, overtaking Wang Jie. T-Mac led the Magic, a team of underdogs, in a scoring frenzy that Wang Jie could not match. Had he consistently performed at his peak, Wang Jie might have had a chance to claim the scoring title. But his dips in performance saw him plummet below 22 points on certain nights. The second-ranked Pacers had 60 wins, while the third-ranked Timberwolves managed only 57, highlighting a significant gap with the Nets. Suddenly, the Nets emerged as the frontrunners for the championship, as everyone recognized that their terrifying record surpassed Jordan's legendary 72 wins, showcasing their immense strength. In the first round of the playoffs, they faced the Celtics, led by the formidable Paul Pierce, who, although skilled, had clearly not performed as well this season compared to the previous and following ones. Wang Jie effortlessly triumphed over the Celtics, sweeping them with a resounding 4-0 victory. Charles Barkley has finally returned to the team, albeit only managing to increase his average playing time by a mere 5 minutes, during which he recorded a comprehensive stat line of 5 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound per game. However, Barkley, burdened by his weight and age, found himself exhausted after just 5 minutes on the court, despite Wang Jie's remarkable ability to rejuvenate. Wang Jie was reluctant to overutilize Charles Barkley, fearing the risk of injuries. Paul Pierce was the sole player for the Celtics to score 23 points, showcasing a well-rounded performance in shooting, assists, and rebounds. However, he was unable to outmatch Martin and others, with the next highest score being merely 18 points, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with the Nets. The Nets boasted Jefferson, Martin, and Kidd, all surpassing 16 points. It was during this game that Paul Pierce, seizing the opportunity of Wang Jie's diminished attributes, managed to steal 3 balls, resulting in 3 additional turnovers for Wang Jie. Nevertheless, Wang Jie did not feel disheartened, as he was well aware of Pierce's renowned prowess in steals. Despite his best defenses, he still fell victim. The decline in his speed and reflexes made it challenging to react, even when aware of the impending theft. This experience enlightened Wang Jie on the necessity of caution during crucial moments. Subsequently, he adapted his strategy, opting to receive handoff passes from Kidd to shoot, thereby minimizing the risk of being intercepted. The Nets advanced to the second round of the playoffs, while the opposing team had yet to determine their fate, leaving him in a state of anticipation. Fortunately, the Heat triumphed over the Pelicans in a nail-biting Game 7, and Wang Jie felt as if his bones were rusting as he prepared to face the Heat. In their recent matchup, Wang Jie displayed an extraordinary performance. In the third game, even before Rodman took the court, the Nets had surged ahead by more than 20 points against the Heat. In a stunning display, Wang Jie scored 27 points in the first 3 quarters, while Kidd, Martin, and Jefferson also contributed significantly with double-digit scores. The Heat showcased their strength as well, with 3 starters reaching double figures and a formidable bench. Yet Wade, their highest scorer, managed only 15 points, an output that paled in comparison to Wang Jie, who single-handedly overshadowed 3 players from the Heat. Although Wade possessed the aura of a star and demonstrated considerable prowess within the Heat, the rookie Wade remained somewhat inexperienced. Despite his impressive speed and ability to penetrate defenses, his potential had yet to be fully realized. Thus, in Game 1, The Nets, anchored by Wang Jie, decisively overpowered the Heat. Chapter 23, a quintessential display of unyielding defense in Game 2. Wang Jie entered the fray in the final quarter, immediately sinking 4 three-pointers that transformed a slender 2-point lead into an imposing 8-point advantage. Following this, Rodman wreaked havoc in the paint, leaving the Heat defenseless against his onslaught. Ultimately, the Nets triumphed with a score of 127-117 against the Heat. In the subsequent games 3 and 4, Wang Jie continued to lead the Nets in their sweeping victory over the Heat, a feat that filled Kidd with exhilaration, such an effortless conquest in the second round. Aiming for consecutive championships was a dream he scarcely dared to entertain. Next, the Pistons faced off against the Pacers, battling through to Game 6, where the Pistons emerged victorious with a 4-2 record, earning the right to meet the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals. Pistons head coach Larry Brown wore a grave expression. During the off-season, Wang Jie had sought to join the Pistons, only to be rebuffed by Brown under the pretext of Wang Jie's defensive shortcomings. Little did he anticipate that facing Wang Jie-led Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals would spell trouble for him if the Pistons faltered. Having observed Wang Jie's games, Brown noted that his shooting often lacked rationale, with frequent attempts from beyond the arc amidst heavy defensive pressure, an approach he deemed largely reliant on luck. Moreover, Wang Jie frequently attempted shots from mid-range, treating the game as if it were a mere pastime, even if these shots found their mark. Brown's steadfast belief in the primacy of defense relegated Wang Jie to the sidelines. In Game 1, the Pistons arrived at the Nets' home court, where the home crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, fueled by the passionate support of last season's champions. Before the game commenced, few believed the Pistons could overcome the formidable Nets. In their previous clash with the Pacers, the Pistons had displayed a tenacious defensive strategy that secured their victory, albeit at the cost of inducing drowsiness among fans, who were far more enamored with the Nets' fluid ball movement, dazzling passes, and unparalleled shooting accuracy. Wang Jie seized a magnificent three-pointer from midcourt, overshadowing Curry's future prowess. Meanwhile, Rodman, with his vibrant hair and tattoos, captured the spotlight, clearly more noticeable than the entire Pistons squad. Following the tip-off, Wang Jie and his teammates, through Kidd's deft passing, successfully executed their shots, only for the Pistons to respond with a similar inside jumper. However, the Pistons soon unleashed their ironclad defense as Wang Jie relentlessly drove to the basket, showcasing his extraordinary skills. By the end of the third quarter, Ben Wallace had matched up against Wang Jie, employing various tactics to disrupt him, yet to no avail. His hands were rendered numb. The indomitable skill of Wang Jie allowed him to disregard Wallace's dirty tricks, even causing them discomfort. In the fourth quarter, Rodman entered the fray, swiftly widening the score gap. Despite having a rebounding advantage, the Pistons were utterly outmatched by Rodman, who dominated with blocks, steals, and rebounds, igniting the crowd's fervor. His robust playing style left Rasheed Wallace and his comrades powerless, as Rodman's physical prowess made the Pistons' 5 formidable players feel as though they were contending with O'Neal, not a 43-year-old Rodman. Ultimately, Game 1 concluded with a decisive victory, surpassing a double-digit lead. In the second match, the Pistons' relentless defense in the first 3 quarters matched the Nets' ball movement evenly. Wang Jie surged onto the court, sinking 3 three-pointers, followed by another 4, while Rodman continued to limit the Pistons' rebounding. This culminated in yet another resounding triumph. Wang Jie was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Nets held their ground against the Pistons, perhaps even exceeding them in strength. The Pistons' rigid defense proved ineffective against Kidd's orchestrations, consistently torn apart by his successful shots. It became evident that the Nets had the upper hand over the Pistons. However, in the third game, Kidd faced the Pistons' ferocious hustle and combined defense, leading to a recurrence of his previous knee injury. Particularly, Rasheed Wallace exploited a weakness, rendering Kidd incapacitated. This led to a cascade of turnovers, as the absence of Kidd's formidable playmaking resulted in 8 errors in merely 2 quarters. Alarmingly, Kidd also struggled with shooting, finishing the first half with 8 consecutive misses. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie attempted to rally, but the Pistons' 5 players collectively stifled his efforts, resulting in a mere 3 successful shots out of 9 attempts, trailing by 6 points. Fortunately, the Pistons were not faring well in their shooting either. Nonetheless, by the end of the third quarter, they had established a 10-point lead over the Nets. This astounding scenario unfolded in the Eastern Conference Finals, leaving Wang Jie apprehensive about the impending defeat. It was well known that this Pistons team possessed the capability to make even the likes of Kobe, O'Neal, Payton, and Malone question their abilities on defense. Consequently, At the conclusion of the third quarter, Wang Jie approached head coach Scott, stating, "Coach, kid's knee injury is severe. Allow me to take the court with 4 substitutes. Jeter, Rogers, Harris, and Williams will join me." Indeed, this season, Wang Jie had not been paired with Rodman. "No, I can endure this," Kid promptly exclaimed. "Trust me. We have already secured 2 victories. Regardless of the outcome of this match, your well-being mustn't be compromised," Wang Jie urged earnestly. Ultimately, Kid acquiesced to the persuasion. Given that the 5 consecutive marvels and the resurrection cannot be employed simultaneously, utilizing the former would render the now 43-year-old Rodman's enhanced strength of 20 rather futile, at best equating to that of a substitute. In the final quarter, Wang Jie unleashed the 5 consecutive marvels, energizing for substitutes who played with remarkable fervor. The quintet, led by Wang Jie, unleashed a barrage of shots while aggressively seizing rebounds and defending. The Pistons' zone defense and double teaming were rendered ineffective, as the Nets' 5 players exhibited superior speed and strength, effectively breaching the Pistons' defenses to execute fast breaks. Wang Jie maneuvered effortlessly, dismissing the Pistons' double team by swiftly passing to the open substitute, who consistently converted high-percentage shots. The Pistons' 5 stalwarts felt as if they were being confronted by 5 celestial beings in Wang Jie, leaving them utterly bewildered. Both ends of the court saw the Pistons' defenses crumble under the relentless assault, as Wang Jie led his team to overturn a 10-point deficit with only 4 minutes remaining in the final quarter, leaving Pistons coach Larry Brown visibly distressed. Despite calling 2 timeouts, he could not quell the Nets' scorching momentum. In the final minute, Wang Jie executed a game-winning shot, sinking a 3-pointer from midcourt to extend the lead to a 10-point advantage, leaving the Pistons' 5 warriors in a state of despair. After Wang Jie took to the court, the lead of 10 points swiftly turned into a deficit of 10 within a mere 12 minutes. Suddenly, Rasheed Wallace executed a successful jump shot. However, in the following possession, Harris was fouled by Prince of the Pistons. Nevertheless, Harris demonstrated remarkable precision at the free throw line, successfully converting both attempts. In the final minute, the Pistons managed to sink 2 3-pointers and a 2-pointer, yet they squandered 3 opportunities, resulting in 6 free throws. While Wang Jie's team did not miss a single shot from the charity stripe, ultimately the score remained an 8-point difference, with the Nets triumphing 3-0. The audience fell into a profound silence, and many Pistons fans began to depart, while others chanted, "Wang Jie, Wang Jie, Wang Jie." Witnessing Wang Jie's remarkable comeback against the Pistons, turning the score to 8-0, eliciting excitement from a segment of Nets supporters. Chapter 24, Eastern Conference Championship this year. Wang Jie did not vie for the starting position from Jefferson, as Jefferson's potential had significantly increased his prowess. Instead, it was Wang Jie who claimed the starting shooting guard role from Kid. As Kid transitioned to the bench, he exploded in this game, achieving double-digit scoring and securing 4 rebounds, undoubtedly aided by Rodman's efforts in positioning. The Nets, wary of the Pistons' home crowd, did not exhibit excessive bravado, choosing instead to celebrate briefly before retreating. For the Detroit Pistons, fans at the Palace of Auburn Hills were formidable indeed. In Game 4, Kid's injury showed signs of recovery, and his presence in the second quarter became essential. Wang Jie, feeling helpless, acknowledged Kid's significant influence within the team, arguably even greater than his own, as Kid was the primary ball handler. Consequently, in the 4th game at the Pistons' home, the Pistons enjoyed the advantage of home court officiating, making it arduous for Martin and Jefferson to navigate the Pistons' tenacious defense. Both teams struggled with their shooting, resulting in a battle of missed shots. But the Pistons consistently dominated the boards, leading to a 6-point deficit for the Nets by the end of the final 2 quarters. In the third quarter, Kid returned to the game, only to record an unfortunate 0 for 3 shooting and 3 turnovers. Wang Jie was rendered speechless. It was not only him, but he had directly diminished his performance by 20% in this match. In the first and second quarters, he faced multiple turnovers, suffering 3 errors due to steals and blocks, leading him to shy away from the court, leaving him with no grounds to blame others. In the fourth quarter, the score gap widened to over 10 points once more. Meanwhile, on the bench, Harris, having exerted himself excessively in the previous game, suffered from cramping in his foot and had to return home to recuperate. Wang Jie finally took to the court, and with Rodman replacing Martin, he unleashed a flurry of 3-point shots. In just 5 minutes, Wang Jie scored 5 3-pointers, amassing a total of 15 points, narrowing the gap to 80-74. With a deficit of 6 points remaining, Wang Jie found himself in a predicament. He had already accumulated 18 points, and any further attempts at shooting seemed futile. He could only discreetly lead his defender, Ben Wallace, to the side, engaging in a sort of one-on-one exchange. The cacophony of boos from the Pistons fans irked Wang Jie, and as the game progressed, the Pistons intensified their defense. Fortunately, in a remarkable display of skill, Rodman managed to shine once more in the final moments of the game. Despite being outnumbered, Rodman still managed to secure 3 rebounds, while the Nets starting center, Collins, could not measure up to Rodman's performance against the Pistons. Yet, in the final minute, the score was narrowed to a mere 3-point deficit. As the Pistons momentarily let down their guard, Wang Jie unleashed a sudden 3-point shot, striking like a bolt from the blue. With a resounding swish, the scores were tied. The entire Auburn Hills arena fell into a hushed silence. As countless Pistons fans closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfolding drama, the Pistons head coach promptly called a timeout, turning to Rasheed Wallace, who attempted a shot but missed. However, Ben Wallace seized the rebound and scored 2 points. The Nets called for a timeout, and Martin and Kidd entered the game, replacing Wang Jie and Rodman. Wang Jie found himself unable to shoot, and his presence on the court served little purpose beyond distracting Ben Wallace. Martin's entry proved beneficial as he aggressively drew a foul, converting both free throws to once again put the Nets ahead by 3. Yet, Rasheed Wallace swiftly retaliated with a 3-pointer, leveling the score once more. Immediately following, Martin's 3-point attempt fell short, and Rasheed Wallace assisted Hamilton for a layup. In the final 5 seconds, Jefferson, under the defensive prince from the Pistons, missed a game-winning 3-pointer, resulting in a loss for the Nets. After the game, Wang Jie did not place blame on Jefferson. With a 3-1 lead, the Nets held a commanding advantage, and the next game would be on their home court, where Wang Jie's unpredictable skills would surely resurface. Indeed, in Game 5, Wang Jie led his team to a 3-point lead over the Pistons in the first quarter. And in the second quarter, he directed the bench players to outplay the Pistons' formidable 5, executing a flawless synergy of 4 all-star caliber players who engaged in relentless shooting, defense, and rebounding. Although Rodman, despite a 20% improvement, still performed at a reserve level, he was sufficient to hold his ground defensively. The Pistons' 5 were left astounded. Facing a defense that rivaled their own and shooting that surpassed it, how could they compete under such circumstances? Notably, the bench player Harris had nearly recovered from his injury and was eager to rejoin the team. By the second quarter, the Nets had extended their lead over the Pistons to 10 points, establishing a double-digit advantage. In the third quarter, Wang Jie initially hesitated to take a break, but Byron Scott insisted he rest briefly to prepare for a decisive fourth-quarter push against the Pistons. Wang Jie acquiesced, considering Harris's recent recovery. As expected, Kidd took the court alongside the starters and reserves, although they faced intense pressure from the Pistons' relentless defense, which made Kidd feel as though he was being overpowered. Fortunately, the Pistons struggled with their shooting, allowing the score to remain at a 10-point deficit by the end of the third quarter. In the final game, Wang Jie took to the court with 4 substitutes, advising Harris to conserve energy and primarily focus on defensive duties. Given the Pistons' rigid offense, a simple defensive effort was likely to hinder their scoring opportunities, especially with Harris's enhanced defensive capabilities. In the final quarter, Wang Jie excelled on both ends of the court, scoring 15 points and finishing the game with an impressive tally of 30 points, 3 rebounds, and 9 assists, the highest in the game. Jefferson trailed closely with 18 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. Remarkably, 8 players on the team scored in double digits, with only the center Collins and Rodman failing to reach that mark. Eastern Conference champions. The head coach of the Nets, Scott, was overjoyed, bursting forth from the coaching bench in a jubilant shout. After embracing Wang Jie and his teammates, the Pistons' Fab Five celebrated exuberantly. Initially, they had never anticipated that their unstarred team could clinch the championship. Reaching the Eastern Conference Finals was already a remarkable achievement. Larry Brown felt a pang of regret, realizing that had he known the potential, he should have integrated Wang Jie into the Pistons roster, as this would have guaranteed him the Eastern Conference title. Frustrated, Brown swiftly turned and departed, mirroring the anger of the Pistons management. The management had made questionable decisions, notably during the previous draft, where they possessed the second overall pick and could have selected either Carmelo Anthony or Chris Wade. Even selecting the Dragon King, Bosh, would have sufficed. Instead, they opted for Darko Milicic, who, after failing to impress during the trials, proved to be a disappointing choice, plagued by injuries and lack of adaptability. This was indeed a perplexing situation. Wang Jie contemplated how he might influence the management in the future to acquire the players he desired, believing that regardless of the team, the championship would be within reach. However, Wang Jie and his team would have to wait a couple of days for the finals, as the Lakers and Timberwolves were engaged in Game 6, where the Lakers triumphed 4-2 over the Timberwolves. As the reigning champions, the Lakers took the Nets seriously this time, unlike in the previous timeline, where they had underestimated the Pistons. Chapter 25. Consecutive victories. Regrettably, it proved futile. In the first quarter, Wang Jie found himself in a fierce duel with the once second-best Kobe Bryant. The Lakers' starting lineup included Gary Payton, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Devin George, small forward, Karl Malone, power forward, and Shaquille O'Neal, center. Kobe immediately engaged in a scoring contest with Wang Jie, but the result was a flurry of missed shots under Wang Jie's defense. Notably, Wang Jie was not faring much better. In the first quarter, O'Neal and Malone relentlessly secured rebounds. Fortunately, the scores remained close, with Jefferson surprisingly dominating Payton, managing to score 8 points on 4 of 5 shooting. In the initial moments of the match, Wang Jie engaged in a spirited contest with Kobe. However, upon realizing Kobe's formidable defense and that his shooting percentage was only marginally superior to Kobe's, he began to facilitate opportunities for his teammate Jefferson. Unsurprisingly, Jefferson delivered an outstanding performance, while Kobe, still under Wang Jie's defensive pressure, struggled significantly. Frustrated, Kobe even passed the ball twice, and to his further dismay, O'Neal successfully scored. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 25-23, with the Nets unexpectedly leading by 2 points. Leaving Wang Jie astonished, hadn't they been expected to be overwhelmed by the Pistons? How were the Lakers exhibiting such strength? As the second quarter unfolded, Phil Jackson cast a grave look towards Wang Jie. This quarter saw Wang Jie collaborating with Kidd and others, with both teams alternating in scoring. In contrast to his previous experiences with the Pistons, Kidd encountered some passing errors. Although the Lakers' defense was formidable, it resembled the caliber of last year's Spurs, which fell short of the Pistons' quintuple defense. This allowed Kidd to thrive. All he needed to do was pass the ball to either Martin, Jefferson, or Wang Jie, tossing it to whoever had the best opportunity, while he himself could also take shots when the chance arose. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers introduced some substitutes. Given that Malone and Payton, being seasoned veterans, were visibly fatigued after 2 intense games, the Nets had already pulled ahead by 5 points. Wang Jie was somewhat taken aback. Although the Lakers, under Phil Jackson's strategic prowess, were not lacking in strength, he realized that without unleashing his extraordinary abilities, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, upon activating his remarkable prowess, he found himself on par with Kobe's formidable talents. The gap in their strengths narrowed significantly, and under Kidd's orchestrations, the team exhibited an impressive synergy. Meanwhile, Payton had scarcely participated in the regular season, having been plagued by injuries, which resulted in a poor integration with the Lakers, often drifting away from the team's core. Moreover, Malone, burdened by age, was beginning to show signs of fatigue, while the dynamic between Kobe and Shaquille was fraught with discord. Kobe would only pass to Shaq when he was utterly devoid of any shot opportunities, opting instead to shoot at the slightest chance. It could be said that the Lakers, relying on a disjointed 5-man lineup, were remarkably fortunate to be trailing the Nets by merely 5 points at this juncture. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers bench proved no match for Wang Jie and his comrades. Within just 5 minutes, Phil Jackson was compelled to reintroduce his starters, yet by then, the deficit had already ballooned to 10 points. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie and Rodman unleashed an unrelenting assault on the Lakers. Rodman, with an almost frenzied determination, dominated the boards, even daring to wrestle a rebound away from Shaquille. In a span of 5 minutes, Rodman secured 2 consecutive rebounds. Shortly thereafter, Barkley entered the fray, making an impressive 3 shots without a miss, even scoring while being guarded by Shaquille, thereby limiting his impact. His performance was nothing short of stellar, drawing exuberant cheers from the audience in attendance. Wang Jie made 3 out of 5 attempts, scoring 7 points and extending the lead to 20. At this point, Phil Jackson of the Lakers understood that a comeback was impossible and opted to substitute in reserves, conceding defeat. Seeing this, Wang Jie helplessly led 5 substitutes onto the field, allowing the substitute to replace another substitute, for it was simply too much to bear. In this match, Wang Jie scored over 30 points. Had it not been for the Lakers' decision to bench him in the fourth quarter, he might well have reached 40. After the first game concluded, Wang Jie learned that the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was far from pleasant. Kobe wore a grim expression as they believed that the Lakers' F4 should have dominated the Nets. However, the reality was starkly different. Not only did they struggle against the starters led by Kidd, but even the bench, under Wang Jie's leadership, managed to hold their own against them. In the second quarter, still at the Nets' home court, Wang Jie, feeling physically drained, consumed some goji berry water from his thermos. After playing for 10 minutes in the first quarter and sinking 2 3-pointers, he was substituted. Nevertheless, Rodman, who started alongside him, managed to withstand Shaquille O'Neal's presence, securing 2 rebounds. Subsequently, Kidd replaced Wang Jie on the court. Remarkably, the Lakers, facing the Nets led by Kidd, continued to perform admirably. Kidd orchestrated the team, consistently exploiting the Lakers' vulnerabilities to score. Unfortunately, Payton struggled with the tactics, Malone was aging, and the discord between Kobe and O'Neal left significant gaps for Kidd. Finding these weaknesses was like a fish in water. By the end of the third quarter, Kidd had propelled his team to a 3-point lead over the Lakers, leaving Wang Jie utterly astonished. It was unexpected that the Lakers, unable to best the Pistons, would also find themselves grappling against the Nets' original starters. In the fourth quarter, the starters, including Kidd, were exhausted and took a breather. Wang Jie, showcasing his remarkable skills as a substitute, immediately made an impressive 3-point shot upon entering the game, extending the lead to 6 points. In response, Kobe intensified his defensive efforts during the second round. Nevertheless, Wang Jie gracefully executed a backward jump shot, defying the odds, and sank yet another 3-pointer, increasing the score to 7 points. Turning back, Kobe attempted to retaliate, but unfortunately missed, leaving him in a slightly awkward position as he witnessed Shaquille O'Neal overpowering Rodgers and successfully scoring. O'Neal cast a disapproving glance at Rodman, whose behavior was rather unbecoming, having just brushed against him with his hand playfully resting on his waist, nearly provoking a laugh. Fortunately, O'Neal managed to suppress any embarrassment, thanks to his ample physique absorbing much of the sensation. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie netted another 3-pointer, prompting Kobe to escalate his defense against him, while also calling upon the veteran Fisher for collaborative defense. Wang Jie began to deftly draw the defense, subsequently assisting Rodgers, Harris, and even Williams in their fervent scoring spree. Just 10 minutes into the fourth quarter, Phil Jackson, in a frenzy, wiped his brow and called 3 timeouts, exhausting all his options yet still unable to stifle the net scoring onslaught. In the final 2 minutes, Jackson contemplated surrendering, for aside from the double-teamed Wang Jie, the other 4 players erupted, each scoring in double digits during the last quarter, while also securing numerous rebounds. The second game finally concluded with a score of 138 to 123, a 15-point margin, resulting in a resounding victory. The outcome of the 2 games was utterly unexpected, leaving Nets fans in euphoric delight, their cheers echoing long after the match ended. In stark contrast, Kobe's expression was one of dismay, and Shaquille O'Neal bore a similarly grim countenance. "Kobe, you must trust me. I am the leader of this team," O'Neal asserted. "No, I am the leader of this team. The Lakers belong to me," Kobe retorted in anger. The recent infamous Eagle County incident had left Kobe in a state of turmoil, and the pressure of the finals weighed heavily on him, intensifying his anxiety, which led to a significant increase in his errant shots. It is noteworthy that during the three-peat era, both Kobe and O'Neal averaged over 28 points per game. Chapter 26, The Champion's Equalizer, The Basketball God. After 2 games, Kobe averaged 20 points, while O'Neal averaged 22 points over the 2 contests. Together, they amassed 44 points, with Payton contributing 9 points, failing to reach double digits, while Malone did achieve a double-digit score. However, the rest of the team fell short, with many substitutes scoring between 7 and 8 points. In contrast, among Wang Jie's starting 5, only center Collins failed to score in double digits. The other 4 did, and 4 substitutes also reached double figures, resulting in a total of 9 players achieving double digits. Wang Jie delivered an impressive performance, amassing 26 points, 3 rebounds, and 9 assists. Jefferson, securing the second position in scoring, contributed 19 points, along with 1 rebound and 5 assists. As the third game approached, the match unfolded without any surprises. By the end of the third quarter, despite the home court advantage favoring the Lakers with a multitude of fouls, Wang Jie unleashed his extraordinary prowess, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant, while Kidd consistently provided him with comfortable passes. Wang Jie even summoned screens to obstruct Kobe's attempts at shooting. As the third quarter came to a close, the Nets held a 5-point lead. In the fourth quarter, with Wang Jie and the bench players on the court, they relentlessly suppressed the Lakers, resembling a quintet of all-stars. Wang Jie dominated the Lakers, who possessed merely 4 all-stars, with an overwhelming display of prowess. The Lakers fans, hearing the incessant sounds of defeat, found themselves at a loss for words. Within 5 minutes, the Lakers were utterly overwhelmed, as Wang Jie led his team to a 10-point advantage over them. Shaquille O'Neal's formidable physique was unable to keep pace with Wang Jie and his teammates, often arriving at half-court only after Wang Jie had already scored. This led Kobe to deeply perceive O'Neal as the team's most significant liability. Consequently, in the third game, the Lakers suffered another defeat, with Wang Jie guiding the Nets to a 3-0 triumph over them. Following the conclusion of the third game, Gary Payton, suffering from a re-aggravated injury, was unable to continue and had to regrettably withdraw from the fourth match. The Lakers, already struggling against the Nets, faced even greater adversity with the loss of Payton, a key player. In the fourth game, the league seemed reluctant to allow the Lakers to be swept. Against a weakened version of Wang Jie, he managed to score 9 points in the first quarter with 3 three-pointers. In the second quarter, the Lakers surprisingly regained a 3-point lead through free throws, and by the third quarter, they had extended their lead to 8 points. However, the Nets starting power forward, Martin, fouled out with 6 personal fouls, while Kidd and Jefferson each carried 5 fouls, at risk of being penalized further. What infuriated Wang Jie the most was when Jefferson, defending against Kobe, was elbowed and knocked down, necessitating his removal from the game for rest. It seemed he would not return. To Wang Jie's astonishment, Jefferson was ruled to have committed a defensive foul, allowing Kobe to score 2 free throws. In a fit of rage, Wang Jie received a technical foul before even taking a shot. The referee awarded Kobe 2 additional free throws. Turning back, Wang Jie hit another 3-pointer. But the officiating seemed biased, as the referees appeared to be donning Lakers attire. Despite Wang Jie's remarkable performance, with a 5 consecutive scoring streak, the final quarter saw the Lakers prevail over the Nets with a score of 120-118, amidst 8 personal fouls against Wang Jie. After the match, Wang Jie expressed his anger towards the referee, a sentiment echoed by many others. If such officiating continues, perhaps we should consider abandoning the sport altogether. If the league wishes for a specific team to triumph, they might as well hand over the trophy directly, he fumed during an interview. He was taken aback by the league's apparent corruption, feeling a sense of unease, especially since he had already secured 5 consecutive championships, with the potential for a 6th this year, akin to establishing 2 mobile dynasties. With the Nets changing ownership this year and a new coach on the horizon, circumstances would undoubtedly differ from the present. While Frank may employ strategies more effectively than Byron Scott, there remains uncertainty about compatibility with him and whether he would be as compliant as Scott. It appears that next season will require a more subdued approach, as winning a championship solely on his own would attract undue animosity. Wang Jie, acutely aware of his identity as an Asian player, understood that in the NBA, Stern would never allow a single team to dominate perpetually, nor would he permit any one player to become overwhelmingly powerful, consistently claiming championships. Particularly with a new owner and coach next season, the dynamics would shift significantly, reminiscent of the saying, "A new ruler brings new subjects." For instance, Michael Jordan's multiple retirements were not entirely of his own volition, but rather influenced by the league's machinations, although his final retirement was indeed a heartfelt decision. As the Nets faced the Lakers with a series lead of 3-1, the outlook for the Lakers remained grim. Although the referees did not favor the Nets at their home court, they also refrained from excessively penalizing Wang Jie and his teammates. Without the referee's intervention, the discord between the Lakers star duo persisted. They hesitated to pass to one another on the court, a fact evident to all. Wang Jie dominated the game, securing the highest score of 30 points along with 2 rebounds and 10 assists, relentlessly battling against Kobe. In a thrilling finale, Wang Jie executed a signature play in the last 3 seconds to clinch a 3-point shot, finalizing the score at 129-112, a remarkable 17-point lead. As Wang Jie led his team to a resounding 4-1 victory over the Lakers, the team achieved a staggering feat with 8 players scoring in double digits. Although the primary rotation consisted of just 10 players, leaving only 2, Rodman and center Collins, without double-digit scores, despite the Lakers' OK duo each surpassing 20 points. The rest of the team underperformed, aside from Malone, who also scored in double figures. Most role players managed only 7 or 8 points. Ultimately, The Lakers' four stars were decisively outmatched by the trio of Wang Jie, Jefferson, and Kidd. As players from both teams embraced, Shaquille O'Neal joyfully remarked, "Congratulations, young man." Wang Jie replied with gratitude, "Thank you, Shaq. You are formidable. I hope we can collaborate one day." O'Neal concurred, "Indeed, if we teamed up, we would certainly surpass Kobe." The two shared a delightful conversation before O'Neal turned to leave with Kobe and the rest, leaving the championship celebration to the Nets. Congratulations to the 2004 to 2005 season Nets for securing the championship. Congratulations to the most valuable player of the 2004 to 2005 season, the champion FMV, which rightfully belongs to Wang Jie. The attribution of FMV comes as no surprise. It cannot be awarded to the rookie Jefferson, especially considering that in the finals, Kidd truly exemplified the essence of playmaking, delivering the highest assists for the team, while his scoring was surpassed by both Jefferson and Kenyon Martin, placing him fourth. In contrast, Wang Jie averaged an impressive 25.2 points per game, while Jefferson managed only 18.5, highlighting a significant disparity. Thus, it was only natural for Wang Jie to receive the FMV by unanimous vote. Congratulations. Kidd, with no unexpected outcomes, was well aware of his shooting capabilities and never contemplated vying for the MVP. Merely securing the championship felt like the pinnacle of his life. "The FMV belongs to us," Wang Jie remarked with a smile as he embraced Kidd. Amidst the continuous cheers, Wang Jie, along with his teammates, attended the press conference. The Nets secured their championship title for the second consecutive year, prompting many to exclaim that a dynasty was in the making. Following the conclusion of interviews with the head coach and Kidd, it was Wang Jie's turn to face the media. In contrast to the coach and Kidd, the reporters were particularly intrigued by the unconventional playstyle of Wang Jie, bombarding him with questions. Chapter 27. The unerring dunk and the referee's adversary. Given your exceptional performance on the court, I have heard that the Nets are under new ownership, and a new head coach, Frank, is on the horizon. Are you considering re-signing with the Nets for the upcoming season? A reporter inquired. I need to contemplate this matter. If the Nets show me the respect I deserve, I will certainly stay to help establish a dynasty, Wang Jie replied with a smile. Do you have a girlfriend? Another reporter asked, diverting the topic back to basketball. This marks your sixth championship title. Since joining the Spurs, you have never lost a championship. What are your thoughts on that? I can only say that I am incredibly fortunate to have a remarkable group of teammates, Wang Jie responded. Some claim that your championships were a result of riding on the coattails of others. Indeed, during my time with the Nets, I was merely the second option. And I feel honored to have relied on Kidd's prowess to achieve the championship. Wang Jie chuckled nonchalantly, asserting that he had secured both the FMV and the championship. The reporters found themselves at an impasse with Wang Jie, ultimately directing their microphone towards the pivotal substitute, Barkley. Charles Barkley. You averaged just 5 minutes on the court for the Nets, yet you recorded 5 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 0.3 steals. How does it feel to be a champion? A reporter asked. It feels fantastic. Smith can no longer mock me for being a lifetime without a title. Barkley replied with a grin. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 2004 championship ring and for consecutively claiming the FMV. You may now select one top-tier skill from the options, the guaranteed dunk or the top-tier skill of being the referee's adversary. Wang Jie contemplated the effects of two skills in silence. The referee's nemesis activates one's latent potential when subjected to unfair treatment, ensuring that every shot made is guaranteed to score. The dunking ability guarantees success, as executing the skill will invariably result in a successful dunk. Wang Jie found himself in a quandary, torn between two skills. However, his performances in both the regular season and the playoffs have bestowed upon him yet another skill upgrade scroll. Wang Jie did not hesitate, with only his gaze's defense. He directly elevated his blue gaze defense to the highest tier of golden gaze defense. This golden skill of gaze defense can influence his opponent, reducing their shooting stability by 50%. When comparing the skills of guaranteed dunk and referee's nemesis, it is evident that referee's nemesis is indeed more formidable than guaranteed dunk. However, having faced unfair treatment, Wang Jie only played 1 quarter in the last match, and subsequently, the referee faced a salary deduction as punishment. Clearly, Wang Jie does not currently require the skill of referee's nemesis. I shall choose guaranteed dunk, Wang Jie declared. Beep. Based on the host's score of 90, a slight decline in skill effectiveness due to side effects is noted. Guaranteed dunk. As long as the host is within the free throw line, a dunk is assured. However, the farther the distance from the hoop, the greater the stamina consumption. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. Had he been able to execute 7 or 8 dunks in a single quarter, akin to Carter, he would have likely found himself utterly exhausted by the end of the first period. The following day's news broadcast revealed Wang Jie had once again claimed the championship and the FMV title, yet this achievement barely stirred a ripple of excitement. Instead, the media lavished attention on the extraordinary performances of Charles Barkley and Dennis Rodman during the finals. Barkley was invited to numerous shows, where he announced his retirement once more, fully returning to commentary at TNT. The network was astounded to witness Barkley, at 41 years of age, still exhibiting a level of dominance within the limited time he played, garnering immense acclaim and delight. Barkley chose to rejoin TNT, as the financial rewards from basketball paled in comparison to those from commentary. Not to mention the engaging dynamic he shared with Kenny Smith. Moreover, the now bulkier Barkley felt the rigors of the court were too taxing. The prospect of earning greater sums by merely conversing was undeniably appealing. Rodman declared his intention to continue competing in the NBA next season. The New York Knicks, financially robust, secured Rodman with a 3-year contract worth $2.5 million annually. In contrast, the Nets offered a mere $300,000 for just 1 year. And Rodman would be foolish to remain, as he was not in need of additional championships. However, as the next season approached, the Nets traded away power forward Martin, which left Wang Jie feeling quite disheartened. The Nets' interior defense was already tenuous. Without Martin, their front line would likely collapse. Considering their center was comparable to that of other teams' bench players, effectively surrendering their inside game. Subsequently, the departure of Rodgers, alongside Kidd and Harris, further diminished the Nets' chances of contending for the championship. Ultimately, Wang Jie could no longer bear the management's decision to part ways with Jefferson, a small forward of all-star caliber. Wang Jie learned that the Nets were poised to clear salary cap space to secure his signature alongside the illustrious dunk champion, Vince Carter. The urgency for Wang Jie to agree to the contract stemmed from the prospect of leading the team to a championship, a goal that Carter, with his explosive scoring ability, could also facilitate. Moreover, Carter's flamboyant style of play promised to attract considerable ticket sales. However, Coach Frank was more inclined to retain Jefferson, a sentiment echoed by Kidd and others, considering that Jefferson had contributed significantly to the Nets' championship run last year with his second-best performance on the team. Logically, establishing a dynasty for the Nets would necessitate securing Jefferson, regardless of the outrageous terms. Yet, the team faced financial constraints, having traded away several starters and reserves, and acquired a few affordable players from the free market. After much contemplation, Wang Jie recognized the diminished strength of the team. Although the addition of the dunk champion Carter was enticing, he paled in comparison to the combination of Jefferson and Martin. After all, a player's prowess and contributions extend far beyond mere scoring. It would be prudent to retain Jefferson. I may depart next season. Byron Scott, upon his departure, took Rodgers with him to the Hornets as head coach. Wang Jie greatly appreciates the affable nature of Coach Scott and harbors a desire to find a coach with a similar disposition who is willing to heed his suggestions. His primary preference leans towards the Pistons and the Spurs, who recently contended in the championship finals. In contrast to the somewhat difficult-to-communicate Pistons coach, Wang Jie is more inclined towards Coach Greg Popovich of the Spurs. Unfortunately, the Spurs are financially constrained and unable to part with 2 core players to secure his services. Thus, the situation has returned to square one, leaving Wang Jie feeling somewhat awkward. He is not inclined to join the financially robust New York Knicks or other teams lacking star players. Perhaps he could join the Rockets and play alongside Yao Ming? The mere thought of this prospect brings a sense of excitement, prompting him to seek out Thomason. Thomason, please reach out to the Rockets and inquire if they have any interest in me. I am willing to play alongside Yao Ming. Although Wang Jie does not hold a favorable opinion of the Rockets' general manager, he recognizes that his primary interactions will be with the players and the coach. As long as the general manager is amenable to signing a contract, there should be no issues, and acquiring a no-trade clause would not be an easy obstacle to navigate. If the Rockets are unwilling, he will consider the Bulls, a team with commendable starters and reserves that remains underappreciated, simply lacking a superstar. Should Wang Jie join, the likelihood of securing a championship would significantly increase. Chapter 28. Joining the Heat. Jack Wang, the Rockets have other plans in motion, but they are still willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $25 million, albeit without a no-trade clause, Thomason reported. Wang Jie fell into a moment of contemplation, fully aware of the Rockets' strategy to acquire a sharpshooter for Yao Ming. The prospect of pairing the prolific scorer McGrady with Yao seemed like an ideal match. While an annual salary exceeding $8 million was not entirely out of reach, the absence of a trade veto right posed a significant concern. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. He had no desire to endure half a season with the Rockets only to be abruptly traded away. Well then, you might inquire whether the Bulls would welcome my addition, he suggested. The Bulls head coach, Scott Skiles, was known for his amicable disposition, especially when compared to Byron Scott, the current championship coach of the Hornets. Skiles emphasized team unity, assists, and defense, and Wang Jie, having previously held the title of king in Chicago, was confident that he would thrive there. I will certainly ask the Bulls, he continued. By the way, the Heat are eager for us to join. Their astute general manager, Riley, personally called, offering a 3-year, $35 million deal for your inclusion, Thompson remarked. Wang Jie hesitated, contemplating the formidable alliance of Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal, who had recently parted ways with Kobe Bryant. Their partnership was already incredibly powerful. Although Wade had yet to reach his zenith this year, his peak would arrive next year, coinciding with his championship aspirations. Nevertheless, Wade's scoring this season would undoubtedly surpass 20 points per game. However, acquiring O'Neal came with a significant price tag, as nearly $20 million in annual salary equated to the cost of 2 All-Stars. Fortunately, Wade was still on his rookie contract, earning a mere $300,000, which hardly encroached upon the salary cap. This circumstance emboldened Riley to extend an invitation to Wang Jie. Otherwise, he would have been too constrained by the salary cap to do so. There was a possibility that in this inaugural year, Wang Jie could unite with O'Neal and Wade to clinch the championship, while the following year might see them dominate the league. However, it was anticipated that injuries would plague O'Neal and others in the subsequent years, leading to missed championship opportunities, a predicament beyond their control. I shall ponder this. And a contract of no more than 2 years, coupled with a trade veto and this year's draft rights, seems prudent, Wang Jie articulated. Despite Riley's machinations that had led Wade to continuously accept pay cuts, Wang Jie felt unaffected as he intended to adhere to the terms of the contract, provided the finances were satisfactory. Understood, Thompson replied upon hearing Wang Jie express interest in the Heat. I will continue discussions with them. That same day, Wade and O'Neal reached out. Jack Wang, should you join the Heat, I would gladly welcome you as our team's leader, Wade declared. Despite being merely a sophomore without the burden of leadership, this year marks the 6th consecutive championship for Wang Jie, who has achieved remarkable fame by securing 2 Mobile Dynasty titles. Shaquille O'Neal, having been released by the Lakers, is determined to prove himself to the franchise and is hell-bent on clinching a championship, even if it means settling for a secondary role. Since his departure from the Lakers, his weight has steadily increased, and his mentality has undergone a significant transformation. O'Neal inked a lucrative 7-year contract worth $120 million with the Miami Heat. Jack Wang, I have spoken with Dwayne Wade. If you join us, you will be the leader of the Heat. There is little left to be said. Both Wade and O'Neal have willingly conceded the leadership role to him, which is a considerable honor. Wang Jie promptly responded, I shall join, provided my conditions are accepted by Riley. Subsequently, this season, he found himself with the Heat, although he primarily served as a bench player. Wang Jie was content, not having teamed up with Yao Ming, but instead forming a partnership with the less renowned player, Dwayne Wade. Dwayne was particularly thrilled by Wang Jie's arrival, especially given that since signing with the Heat last December, his role had been reduced to managing the water cooler and carrying the starters' bags, with the constant threat of being cut from the team looming over him. As a power forward or center, Dwayne could contribute well offensively, yet his defensive capabilities were disappointingly poor for someone of his stature. His lack of understanding of team defense strategies led to dismal team performance during his playing time. Last season, he averaged nearly 10 minutes on the floor, scoring a mere 3 points and securing 1 rebound, which appeared decent at first glance. However, nearly all other statistics were negligible. In fact, his performance paled in comparison to that of Dennis Rodman, whom Wang Jie had previously recruited, as Rodman could manage 3 points along with rebounds and assists within the same 10-minute playing time. Then the phone rang. It was Thompson. Wang Jie sensed that Thompson had news to share. The Bulls are very eager to have you on board and are prepared to offer you a 3-year contract worth $38 million, Thompson conveyed. Wang Jie hesitated for a moment. The allure was indeed substantial. The Bulls, in 3 years, would possess a formidable chance at the championship, and Wang Jie's addition could potentially herald the establishment of a Bulls dynasty. However, the Bulls were unwilling to part with their draft picks, only offering a trade veto right. What about the Heat? Wang Jie inquired. The Heat are willing to provide you with the 19th pick in this year's first round and agree to grant you a trade veto right, as well as a 2-year contract. However, they request a salary reduction, Thompson sighed. How much of a reduction? Wang Jie asked. After the reduction, it would be $18 million over 2 years, but with some negotiation, securing $20 million should not pose a problem, Thompson replied. All right. Let us settle on $18 million for 2 years, with an additional incentive clause. If we win the championship, an extra $5 million bonus per year, Wang Jie proposed. That is acceptable. Thompson quickly reached an agreement with the Heat. Furthermore, he assisted Wang Jie in elevating the championship bonus to $6 million per year, amounting to a potential $30 million over 2 consecutive championships. Miami, a vibrant metropolis, boasted picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate, with numerous beautiful women along its coastline, making it a significant factor in Wang Jie's decision. Should the incentive clause come into effect, Wang Jie could earn $30 million over 2 years, far exceeding his salary. And this portion of the incentive would not be subject to luxury tax, creating a win-win scenario. At that moment, the Heat were not merely a future prospect. As of 2004, they had yet to secure a championship, and the entire organization was fervently eager for a title. Even Riley shared this ambition. So for someone as skilled and experienced in championship pursuits as Wang Jie, even a minor sacrifice was worth the effort. Ultimately, Wang Jie joined the Heat, solidifying his status as the biggest catch in the market. Subsequently, he dedicated himself to rigorous training and, when the time came, rushed to the draft under Thompson's suggestion. On the morning of June 25, 2004, Beijing time, the 2004 NBA draft took place at Madison Square Garden in New York City. High school center Dwight Howard undoubtedly emerged as the first overall pick, thanks to his extraordinary physical prowess, which was impossible to overlook. In truth, Wang Jie aspired for a top 10 selection, with Iguodala as an excellent choice. Regrettably, he was only holding the Heat's 19th pick, as Stern announced that the 18th pick had been chosen by the Hornets, selecting I.R. Smith. The anticipation hung in the air. Wang Jie conveyed his preferred choice to Riley. Chapter 29, Olympic Champion. Riley furrowed his brow. He had intended to select the small forward, Dorell Wright, but unexpectedly, Wang Jie opted for the power forward, Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin is commendable, boasting an impressive shooting percentage, albeit with an unappealing shooting form. The crux of the matter lies in Martin's lack of physical prowess as a power forward, which is precisely why Riley was hesitant to choose him. It struck Riley as peculiar that the Heat had not conducted a tryout for Martin. How did Wang Jie come to know of his selection? Could it be that they shared an undisclosed camaraderie? Riley dismissed such thoughts, believing that the truth would reveal itself once Martin joined the team. The Kings were taken aback by the Heat's decision, having not anticipated that their committed candidate, Kevin Martin, would be snatched away. With no alternative, the Kings reluctantly settled on the less familiar Dorell Wright. Wang Jie concluded the talent selection event, exhaling a sigh of relief as he boarded a flight back to Huaxia. After all, Lian Mei and De Yo had already returned to their homeland, and with the competition commencing in just over a month, he was the last to arrive for the training camp. Had it not been for Wang Jie's consecutive victories in the NBA, securing 2 Finals MVP titles, the Basketball Association would have long since dismissed such a rebellious figure. Nevertheless, his performance during practice matches remained rather mediocre, as Wang Jie preferred to engage in training with his teammates rather than showcase his skills. Even so, with an average capability rating of 70 to 80, he still dominated the court, overshadowing numerous star players. Only Yao Ming could consistently outshine him, while Lian Mei proved no match for Wang Jie. Particularly notable was his ability to shoot and defend, presenting himself as a veritable superstar during internal drills, capable of driving, shooting, and defending with remarkable prowess. Wang Jie, whether in shooting or defense, is rather ordinary, displaying a balanced yet unimpressive skill set that would be deemed mediocre in the NBA. Upon returning to China, however, he felt as if he had found his element, akin to a shark entering a small pond, creating waves and enjoying a remarkably comfortable life. It is no wonder that many former NBA players who struggled to make their mark have opted for naturalization. Jack Wang, your abilities are truly commendable. Yao Ming expressed his satisfaction with a thumbs up. Particularly noteworthy is Wang Jie's proficiency in three-point shooting, with a commendable shooting percentage. Indeed, in the initial group stage matches, Wang Jie, alongside Yi Jianlian, Yao Ming, Du Feng, and Bader, led their team to victory against Serbia and New Zealand, subsequently defeating Spain, and securing first place in their group. It is significant to note that Yao Ming had previously faced Spain and lost by over 20 points. Yet, Wang Jie astoundingly orchestrated a victory with a margin exceeding 10 points against Spain. Yao Ming and his teammates thrived in favorable conditions, even if faced with adversity. Yao Ming dominated the paint, while Wang Jie unleashed a barrage of shots from beyond the arc, ultimately securing the triumph. Wang Jie did not even resort to his quintuple extraordinary skills, for the capabilities of the substitutes were truly disheartening, hovering around the low 60s. With some attributes failing to reach even that mark, Wang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Even if he employed his quintuple extraordinary skills, he sensed that the performance would scarcely surpass that of the starting lineup, compounded by the substitutes' inferior awareness and lack of synergy, leading to a tendency for solitary play. The group stages have been successfully navigated. Wang Jie, indeed, deserves recognition as he has clinched the NBA championship for 6 consecutive years. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the neighboring Dream Team faced an unexpected defeat in the semifinals against the Argentine team, which has now advanced to the finals. Everyone gasped in astonishment, for the Dream Team had dominated the Olympic men's basketball championship for over 2 decades. Wang Jie led his team to a resounding victory against the Italian squad, securing their place in the finals. Head coach Harris was overjoyed, continuously praising Wang Jie's prowess. During earlier practice matches, although Wang Jie displayed formidable skills on both offense and defense, his teammates harbored the belief that with sufficient effort, they too could reach such heights. However, when Wang Jie unleashed his formidable talent on the international stage, showcasing terrifying statistics of an average of 32 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists for steals, and 3 blocks per game, it became abundantly clear to his teammates that he had merely been coasting during practice. The Italian team fell victim to Wang Jie's last-minute three-pointer, sealing their fate. Even in this match, where he played like a specter, Wang Jie managed to draw the attention of 2 Italian players while still achieving an impressive tally of 21 points and 10 assists. As the finals commenced, no one in Huaxia could have imagined that the national team would reach the Olympic finals. Joyous cheers erupted, and even though they ultimately succumbed to the Argentine team, they accepted their fate with grace. This year's Olympics had initially positioned the Argentine squad, led by the formidable Ginbili and Scola, as the likely champions. Indeed, in the first quarter, Wang Jie faced Ginbili and astonishingly sank 5 consecutive three-pointers, propelling the score to an impressive 15-8. It was remarkable. Such accuracy had not been witnessed during previous encounters with the Spurs. Fortunately, Wang Jie quickly shifted to a defensive stance, using his gaze to challenge Ginbili, prompting the latter to embark on a journey of missed shots. Wang Jie gradually capitalized on fast breaks to score and close the gap. As Wang Jie unleashed his three-point shots, his performance in this match was nothing short of extraordinary, achieving a remarkable accuracy of over 90. Following a deluge of three-pointers, Wang Jie converted 7 out of 10 attempts, amassing 21 points by the end of the second quarter. In the third quarter, he relentlessly fired off three-point shots, unperturbed by the possibility of missing, knowing that Yao Ming would be there to secure the rebounds. If double-teamed, he would simply pass the ball to Lian Mei for another three-pointer. In the final quarter, Wang Jie led his team to penetrate through the Argentine defense, even as Argentina stubbornly clung to their score, with the point differential exceeding 10 at one stage. Ultimately, while Ginbili managed to sink a three-pointer, Wang Jie and his team triumphed with a score of 135-130, overcoming Argentina. Yao Ming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. All he needed to do was secure rebounds or transition back to defend, allowing him to play with great ease. He even fantasized about the possibility of Wang Jie joining him in the Rockets for an NBA campaign. The champions of the Olympic finals were the Yao Ming Wang Jie team. With the announcement, Wang Jie and his teammates were awarded Olympic gold medals. Overwhelmed with joy, Yao Ming shed tears, having fulfilled his dream of winning an Olympic championship for his national team. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Olympic championship gold medal. Congratulations for earning the gold medal as a starter. Congratulations for leading the team to the championship. Congratulations for achieving a rating of 95, ensuring that skills will not diminish. And congratulations for selecting one player from the Argentine team's 12-man roster as a template. Please make your selection, esteemed host. Wang Jie gazed at Ginbili and Scola, pausing momentarily before resolutely choosing Ginbili. Selecting Ginbili. Today, as Wang Jie faced Ginbili, he realized the tremendous prowess of this player. In the Spurs, a team renowned for its defensive focus, Jin Billy's formidable offensive capabilities had evidently been restrained. With remarkable speed, exceptional agility in his attacks, and an innate flair for passing, his shooting release was swift, and his ability to drive and execute fakes was formidable. Were it not for Wang Jie's reliance on defensive intuition, which rendered Jin Billy's breakthroughs unnecessary, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to contain him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Peak Jin Billy template, allowing you to bind one individual each season. Chapter 30. Essentially adopting Jin Billy. It's accomplished. Wang Jie rejoiced, commencing to deliberate on who should inherit the Jin Billy template for this season. Wang Jie has just concluded his Olympic campaign, and after merely 2 weeks of rest, he swiftly returns to the NBA. Wang Jie had not yet had the opportunity to practice with the team when the preseason commenced. Head coach Van Gundy expressed some dissatisfaction with Wang Jie, considering that he had just participated in the Olympics and had a full 2 weeks to return to the team for training. However, Wang Jie chose to take a rest instead. Wang Jie wishes to avoid injuries. He can only activate his indestructible skill when faced with malicious fouls. He is cautious not to overexert himself, as the prospect of sustaining an injury during the regular season is unwelcome. Wang Jie stands tall at 198 centimeters and weighs 99 kilograms. His attributes include strength at 85, speed at 77, agility at 77, and vertical leap at 73. His stamina is rated at 85, while his basketball IQ is 80. He possesses a breakthrough skill of 71, ball control at 77, passing ability at 80, and dunking prowess at 75. His layup skill is rated at 80, mid-range shooting at 79, and three-point shooting at 77. Defensively, he has an outside defense rating of 76 and an inside defense rating of 75. His shot blocking ability is 70, stealing capability is 68, and rebounding skill is rated at 70. His skills include the blue skill of defensive gaze, the golden skill of indestructible, and a substitute level 5 consecutive extraordinary feats. He also possesses the ability to brew goji berries in a thermos, execute clutch shots, display unpredictable moves, and perform guaranteed dunks, following the template of Jin Billy. Last season, Wang Jie experienced a modest enhancement in his abilities, with strength being the most significantly augmented aspect. The primary catalyst for this improvement were his impeccable dunking skills and the Ginobili template. Consequently, during the preseason, Van Gundy assigned Wang Jie to join the bench alongside Daji and others. Wang Jie directly played alongside Wang Zhizhi, Kevin Martin, Damon Jones, and Doliak. However, to everyone's surprise, despite his limited minutes as a starter, Wang Jie did not showcase his enigmatic skills. He merely utilized his technique of soaking goji berries in a thermos for a brief 2 quarters. Nevertheless, the team achieved an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss in the 5 preseason games. In the inaugural match, they faced the Spurs, led by the legendary coach Greg Popovich. The Spurs starting lineup featured point guard Tony Parker, shooting guard Manu Ginobili, small forward Bruce Bowen, and power forward Tim Duncan. The Heat starting roster included Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Udonis Haslem, small forward Rasul Butler, point guard Wang Jie, and shooting guard Dwayne Wade. Wang Jie, in a state of resignation, realized upon joining the Heat that in order to secure his contract, the team had traded away the original point guard, Eddie Jones. This unfortunate turn of events forced him to assume the starting point guard position, returning to his roots. Fortunately, his skills have significantly improved, having learned a multitude of playmaking techniques from Kidd. While he may not rival Kidd's prowess, he certainly surpasses the average point guard. Just past the halfway mark of the match, he activated his enigmatic skills, with his lowest attributes reaching nearly 80 and most attributes soaring to 90, including an impressive 3-point shooting rating of 91, making him one of the league's elite sharpshooters. With a swift motion, he relaxed while jostling for a rebound with Duncan and O'Neal, and as the ball sailed through the hoop, it marked a promising start to the game. Wang Jie cast a glance at Bowen, who was visibly displeased. Bowen had just extended his hand to its utmost, yet Wang Jie, with his commendable leaping ability, effortlessly tossed the ball into the hoop. Shortly thereafter, he was met with a double team from Parker and Bowen, but Wang Jie swiftly assisted Wade, who easily scored. Turning back, Ginobili managed to sink a 3-pointer, finally narrowing the score. As both teams continued to shoot, the Heat surged ahead of the Spurs by 3 points in the first quarter. With the second quarter commencing, the Heat extended their lead to 5 points, leaving the Spurs struggling under pressure. Despite the Spurs' formidable defense and coordinated efforts, Wade's remarkable speed proved too much to handle. Wang Jie's accuracy from beyond the arc was undeniable. Without a cohesive defense, they faltered. Once they focused on defense, Wang Jie assisted Wade in securing a score from O'Neal. In the third quarter, Wang Jie and his teammates took a breather to prevent injuries. He and Van Gundy proposed that the starters play no more than 3 quarters, allowing substitutes to take over for the remainder. Van Gundy initially dismissed the notion as absurd, but ultimately acquiesced to Wang Jie's suggestion. In the third quarter, Martin and Wang Zhizhi entered the game. While Wang Jie noted that as a point guard, he hadn't even broken a sweat before joining them on the court. Wang Jie initiated a remarkable 5 consecutive shots, with a player resembling the template of Ginobili, who was requested to play as a shooting guard. However, Van Gundy found it amusing as standing at 2.14 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, this player could easily take on the role of a center rather than a shooting guard. Consequently, he continued to assign him as a power forward. Upon entering the court, Wang Jie instructed the player, when the time comes, shoot the three-pointer with conviction. The player, hearing the familiar tones of Mandarin, felt a wave of warmth and nodded in agreement. With the three-point attribute already elevated to 93, thanks to the Ginobili template, Wang Zhizhi, through the consecutive 5 shots, managed to elevate it to a pinnacle of 100. Did it go in? Merely a stroke of luck. Popovich disdainfully glanced at the player, skeptical of anyone but Wang Jie's prowess among the Asian players. Yet, he was soon proven wrong as Wang Jie, while double-teamed, passed to the player for 3 consecutive three-pointers. Subsequently, with his impressive physique and towering height, the player received Wang Jie's pass and saw an unimpeded path ahead. Unable to resist, he deftly maneuvered past the defending Ginobili, penetrating the paint for a graceful floater that found its mark. The small Van Gundy and his colleagues were left astonished. This imposing figure was outpacing the swift Ginobili and executing a stunning drive, creating a striking visual impact. Popovich quickly organized his own defense against the player, but Wang Jie continued to score. In response, Popovich altered his strategy, yet Martin sank 2 three-pointers, extending the lead beyond 15 points. Had it not been for Duncan securing half of the rebounds, the gap would have widened further. For a full 12 minutes, Duncan and his teammates felt as though they were enduring torment in hell, as a deluge of three-pointers rained down from Wang Jie, Martin, and the player. Ultimately, Wang Jie shot 3 out of 5, amassing 9 points. The player successfully converted all 5 of his three-point attempts and scored 2 points from a single shot, totaling 17 points. Martin also made 3 out of 5, contributing another 9 points. Collectively, the trio garnered 35 points in just 1 quarter. Meanwhile, despite Ginobili netting 3 three-pointers, with a shooting performance of 3 out of 5, the opposing team only managed a total of 25 points, widening the disparity significantly. In the fourth quarter, small Van Gundy substituted in starters like O'Neal and Wade, yet Duncan and his cohort surprisingly held their ground against these stars, even managing to close the gap with a three-pointer. For a moment, small Van Gundy found himself perplexed, unable to discern who were the starters and who were the substitutes. As Wang Jie observed the significant point differential, he recalled his newfound ability to dunk with precision and decided it was the perfect moment to test it. He charged into the paint, requesting the ball from Wade while standing beside O'Neal. Wade passed the ball to him, and Wang Jie leapt directly into the fray, soaring over the defensive efforts of Bowen and Duncan. With a thunderous crash, he executed a spectacular dunk, simultaneously eclipsing both Bowen and Duncan. Instantly, the entire American Airlines arena erupted with fervor as Heat fans, who had come in droves to witness the game against the Spurs, erupted in cheers. This marked Wang Jie's inaugural dunk in the match, a breathtaking feat accomplished over both Duncan and Bowen. At that moment, the announcer in the broadcast booth could scarcely contain his excitement. Chapter 31. The Dunking Maestro and the Fluttering Butterfly Steps. It is noteworthy that Wang Jie had never dunked before. No one could have anticipated that, during a single summer. He had acquired an entire skill set dedicated to this art. Dunk. My heavens, brother, you just took flight. I thought you couldn't dunk. O'Neal exclaimed in disbelief. Boss. That dunk was truly impressive, Wade remarked, giving a thumbs up. I typically refrain from dunking, as it tends to deplete my energy, Wang Jie mused, feeling that while the recent dunk had neither been too close nor too far from the rim, it had consumed a reasonable amount of stamina. O'Neal, Wade, and the others were invigorated by Wang Jie's formidable display of athleticism, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Wang Jie silently adjusted his stance. Shortly thereafter, Duncan made a successful shot, while Wang Jie assisted Wade in scoring another basket. The score continued to fluctuate as both teams exchanged leads. In the final 10 seconds, Wang Jie brought the ball past half court, with Bowen approaching to defend against him. Wang Jie suddenly charged forward with the ball, his presence reminiscent of LeBron James. As he powered through Bowen with an impressive force, driving from the three-point line directly to the free throw line. Realizing the impending threat, Bowen shouted in astonishment, "He is going for a dunk. Quick, double team." In response, Ginobili and Duncan rushed over simultaneously. With a sudden leap from the free throw line, Wang Jie soared into the air. Duncan, Ginobili, and Bowen attempted to block him. Yet, Wang Jie, with unwavering determination, chanted in his heart that the dunk would be successful. An overwhelming surge of strength coursed through him, enabling him to bulldoze through the trio. With a thunderous crash, Wang Jie hung from the rim, while Duncan, Ginobili, and Bowen were knocked to the ground. A wave of exhilaration swept through the American Airlines Center as the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. How could this be possible? As Duncan and his companions struggled to rise, confusion etched on their faces, they were momentarily stunned by the recent events. Wang Jie had executed a ferocious dunk, soaring above three defenders, leaving everyone in awe, especially considering one of them was the formidable center, Duncan. The aftermath reverberated throughout the NBA, with Wang Jie's fanbase exploding across the nation overnight. Moreover, his reputation soared in Huaxia. The following day, under Thompson's guidance, Wang Jie signed over 30 contracts of various magnitudes within a single month. Wang Jie secured his most substantial contract yet, signing a remarkable 6-year deal worth $100 million with Nike. To put this into perspective, last year, the illustrious LeBron James signed a 7-year contract valued at $93 million. This left Wang Jie with a profound sense of financial security. He even invested significantly in several promising companies and stocks. He realized that even if he were to cease playing basketball in the future, he would possess more than enough wealth to last a lifetime. His thoughts echoed a singular ambition to capture more championship titles. In his heart, he cherished the notion that the championship was his greatest passion, envisioning the exhilarating sensation of acquiring additional mystical skills upon winning. Having committed to living in Miami for 2 years, Wang Jie purchased a luxury SUV and rented a lavish mansion for respite. As time passed, the Miami Heat commenced the season with an impressive record of 20 wins and 3 losses. Given Wang Jie's unpredictable prowess, he was bound to deliver remarkable performances. However, the opponents experienced a collective surge in their shooting accuracy, making every attempt seemingly unstoppable. As time continued its relentless march, the trade market closed with little alteration among the Heat players, primarily due to financial constraints. The benchwarmers were all signed from the free market at minimal costs, leaving scant opportunities for trades. Wang Jie felt a sense of relief, having secured a substitute in advance. If any player were to be traded, his 5 consecutive extraordinary feats this season would be rendered futile. Surprisingly, the performance of his substitute was entirely beyond the expectations of Van Gundy. It is noteworthy that the player was on a super low salary contract of merely $600,000 a year, amounting to $2 million over 2 years, a coveted asset for anyone. The player exhibited explosive scoring capabilities, particularly in three-point shooting, maintaining an astonishing 70% shooting accuracy after a season of relentless attempts. However, the player's remarkable physicality, standing at a robust height of 2.14 meters, raised eyebrows as he opted to float beyond the arc instead of playing center. Many centers and power forwards derided him as soft. Yet, the player remained indifferent, as long as he continued to score, perceiving their ire as a reflection of their own inadequacies. It is worth mentioning that Rodman, who came off the bench for the Knicks, averaged a dismal 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 3 turnovers per game, leading to his dismissal midway through the season. Realizing that only alongside Wang Jie could he regain his peak prowess, Rodman promptly sought to rejoin the Heat. Riley, in an attempt to secure him, offered a super low salary contract of $360,000 per year. When Wang Jie and Rodman took the court together, they invariably ignited a surge of energy for at least 1 quarter. With O'Neal's presence, the duo dominated the boards throughout the game, ultimately leading Riley to retain Rodman, especially given the dearth of reliable substitutes on the Heat. Rodman quickly discerned that sharing the court with Wang Jie enabled him to relive his glory days and resolved to cling to Wang Jie's coattails in the future. As the All-Star weekend commenced, Wang Jie participated in the All-Star game as a shooting guard, garnering the highest number of votes, with his compatriot Yao Ming trailing closely behind in second place. Yao, also a starter for the Western Conference All-Stars, received a mere fraction fewer votes than Wang Jie. After all, Wang Jie consistently showcased his acrobatic dunks whenever the score margin allowed, contributing to a significant portion of the season's top 10 place. His most viral moment came early in the season when he executed a dunk from the free throw line over 3 defenders, garnering him over 10 million fans on Twitter. The fervor among his fans in Huaxia surged dramatically, leading to an unexpected realization for Wang Jie that his occasional dunks during the regular season had propelled his fan base beyond that of Yao Ming. In this year's All-Star Game, both teams appeared to play without animosity, focusing instead on showcasing their skills. Wang Jie aspired to seize the MVP title at the All-Star Game. However, Iverson from the Eastern Conference erupted with a remarkable performance, scoring 30 points and narrowly defeating Wang Jie. In this contest, Wang Jie achieved 33 points and 8 assists, surpassing the Western Conference by 15 points, thereby securing the MVP title once again. As the All-Star festivities concluded, Wang Jie declined invitations to participate in the dunk, three-point, and skills competitions. He had previously attempted these feats and believed that dunks must be executed on the court. Participating in the dunk contest posed a risk of being thwarted by the rim, which would be a significant blow to his reputation. Congratulations to the host for winning the All-Star Game championship and earning the MVP title, along with the reward of the bronze-level butterfly step of floral passage, which enhances breakthrough ability by 10%. Wang Jie's breakthrough attribute stands at 71, a stark contrast to Iverson's impressive 99, highlighting a significant disparity. Even with the additional 10 boost from the bronze-level butterfly step, his breakthrough attribute fails to reach 80. It is worth noting that even some rotational players can easily attain this figure, let alone Iverson. However, this is merely the inception of his journey. By the conclusion of this season, Wang Jie may have the opportunity to acquire skill breakthrough scrolls. Should he obtain another scroll next season, the gold-level butterfly step, which enhances breakthrough by 30, could elevate his attribute to an impressive 90, placing him in the All-Star echelon. Chapter 32. Eastern Playoffs. As the regular season gradually comes to a close, the Heat, at Wang Jie's behest, have been utilizing injuries as a pretext for resting players. Notably, Shaquille O'Neal has missed a substantial portion of the last 20 games. Wang Jie has also taken a respite for 10 games to focus on personal training. Players like Yi Jianlian and Martin, however, remain eager to participate, as they are primarily substitutes longing for playing time. Dwayne Wade has also rested for over 10 games. Despite these absences, the Heat has achieved a remarkable 61 wins and 21 losses, securing the top position in the Eastern Conference standings. Among the formidable teams Wang Jie faced during the regular season, the Suns, led by Stoudemire and Nash, stood out with their frenetic offensive onslaught. Their three-point shooting was relentless, and their speed was astonishing, which proved to be a challenge for the slower O'Neal, who found himself needing to rest by the end of the second quarter. In both encounters against the Suns, Wang Jie found himself in a rather precarious position. Nash orchestrated the game with remarkable speed and precision, leaving Wang Jie and his teammates unable to position themselves before the opposing team scored. With his attributes diminished by 20%, Wang Jie was rendered helpless, forced to witness the Suns effortlessly finding the net. This iteration of the Suns boasted an astonishing record of 62 wins and 20 losses, a feat not unlike their historical performances, yet Wang Jie remained unfazed. The offensive prowess of the Suns during the regular season was overwhelming, dominating every opponent. However, it is the defensive capabilities that ultimately secure championships in the playoffs. Positioned in the Eastern Conference, Wang Jie found it challenging to compete against the Western Conference Suns, especially since the Spurs, much like the Heat, were resting their star players. Otherwise, it could be argued that Wang Jie and the Spurs would have claimed the top 2 spots in the regular season standings. Historically, this year was anticipated to see the Spurs and the Pistons clash in the finals, where both teams would engage in a grueling defensive battle, yielding the lowest television ratings on record. This scenario prompted League Commissioner Stern to vow that such a matchup must be avoided at all costs. Regrettably, such a situation would not unfold, as Wang Jie's arrival rejuvenated the Heat, who had previously succumbed to the Pistons in the Eastern Conference, allowing them to rise from the ashes. The first playoff game presented Wang Jie with a somewhat awkward reunion against his former team, the Nets. The Nets lineup had disintegrated, leaving only Kidd and Jefferson from the original roster, while Wang Jie had lost Martin and several key reserves. In the previous 2 seasons, the team had clinched the championship. Yet this season, they barely scraped into the playoffs. Had it not been for Jefferson's significant improvement this year, advancing to the postseason would have been a daunting challenge. Particularly concerning was the Nets' frail interior defense, which all opposing teams exploited. This game was no exception. With both Jefferson and Kidd plagued by injuries, their effectiveness waned considerably. It was evident that both players had exerted themselves to lead the team into the playoffs. Ultimately, Wang Jie led his squad to a resounding 4-0 victory over the Nets. "Brother, I hope we can collaborate again someday," Kidd remarked with a wry smile as he embraced Wang Jie at the game's conclusion. "Perhaps one day there will be an opportunity," Wang Jie replied with a smile. In the second round, Wang Jie faced the Wizards, whose center, Kwame Brown, was regarded as a disappointment, and the rest of the team lacked star power, rendering them quite weak. Nonetheless, the Wizards managed to advance to the next round by defeating the now even less formidable Bulls 4-2, only to face the Heat thereafter. Wang Jie and his team triumphed with a commanding 4-0 sweep. In 4 matches, buoyed by their ease of play, Wang Jie executed over 10 spectacular dunks, providing fans with a plethora of breathtaking moments. This served to alleviate the disappointment of not participating in the dunk contest, as the playoffs offered a chance for redemption. After the matches, Wang Jie was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the Pistons defeated the Pacers 4-2, allowing him to rest for 2 games and fully recuperate. However, the Heat now faced one of their most formidable challenges of the season, the Pistons. It is worth noting that last season, the Pistons' tenacious defense posed significant difficulties for Wang Jie, and this season, their roster remained largely unchanged and intact. Nevertheless, transitioning from the Nets to the Heat, Wang Jie felt that the Heat were stronger than the previous season's Nets, boasting a more formidable interior and an enhanced shooting guard. While fulfilling the role akin to that of Kidd, he also embarked on a scoring spree, embodying an upgraded version of Kidd in terms of scoring prowess. In the West, the Rockets ranked 6th and faced off against the Mavericks led by Nowitzki. Unfortunately, McGrady's fragility in the playoffs led to an injury that ultimately resulted in a 3-4 defeat to the Mavericks. In the end, it was the Suns and the Spurs who advanced to the Western Conference Finals. At this moment, Wang Jie learned of Yao Ming's failure to secure the championship, and the Houston Rockets official website had been inundated with furious fans. It is worth noting that Wang Jie had previously sought to join the Rockets but was unfortunately rejected by the management, who instead acquired the explosively scoring and gracefully playing Tracy McGrady. As a result, while the regular season was promising, McGrady's inability to adapt in the playoffs left the fans feeling quite disappointed. In the inaugural match between the Miami Heat and the Detroit Pistons, the Pistons were led by their head coach Larry Brown. The starting lineup consisted of Chauncey Billups, shooting guard Richard Hamilton, small forward Tayshaun Prince, power forward Rasheed Wallace, and center Ben Wallace. On the opposing side, the Heat, under the guidance of coach Stan Van Gundy, featured a starting 5 that included Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Udonis Haslem, small forward Antoine Walker, point guard Wang Jie, and shooting guard Dwayne Wade. In terms of lineup strength, without Wang Jie, the teams appeared evenly matched. However, as the game commenced, Wang Jie unleashed his unpredictable skills. Despite an unfortunate miss on a 3-point attempt while being defended by Billups, O'Neal managed to score against Ben Wallace. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie passed the ball to Wade, who executed a swift drive for an easy mid-range basket. After 3 consecutive plays, Larry Brown called for a timeout to implement a zone defense to contain Wade. Sensing a slight lapse in their defense, Wang Jie began to shoot fervently from beyond the arc. In the first quarter alone, he achieved 3 successful shots out of 5 attempts and secured 2 rebounds that were subsequently converted into points through the hack-a-Shaq strategy, yielding a total of 2 points from free throws. The first game concluded with the Heat leading the Pistons by 4 points, at 25-21, as they advanced to the next quarter. In the second quarter, O'Neal, visibly fatigued, had to take a break, allowing Dennis Rodman to assume his position on the court. To Larry Brown's dismay, Rodman's formidable defense rendered Hamilton scoreless on 5 attempts, while he also secured 3 rebounds and provided 5 assists, contributing 4 points to the team's efforts. Wang Jie and Wade effortlessly scored 10 points, while others also contributed to the scoreboard. By the end of the second quarter, after Rodman left the court, the Heat surpassed the Pistons by 8 points, and Larry Brown was already beginning to perspire. Had it not been for Larry Brown's realization that Rodman's shooting was subpar, employing a zone defense against others while limiting Rodman to a mere 4 points on 6 attempts, the point differential could have widened significantly. In the third quarter, O'Neal entered the game with ease, exuberantly dominating the paint. He made 3 trips to the free throw line, attempting 6 shots, yet only managed to score a solitary point. prompting a shake of the head from Van Gundy. Fortunately, the score remained evenly matched, as Wade and Wang Jie collaborated to penetrate the Pistons' defense, successfully sinking the ball. As the third quarter concluded, the Heat led the Pistons by 12 points. Larry Brown recognized that even the most stringent defense struggled to contain the duo of Wang Jie and Wade. Ironically, both players missed their shots, while O'Neal continued to assert his dominance in the paint. Ben Wallace found it impossible to contest O'Neal for rebounds, accruing 5 fouls throughout the game, frequently committing fouls and futile attempts to prevent the Shark from reaching the free throw line. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Pistons' 5 players engaged in a frenzied defense for 10 minutes, but failed to close the gap. The Pistons' shooting accuracy plummeted against the vigilant defense of Wang Jie, Wade, and O'Neal, with the clang of missed shots echoing throughout the arena. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed over the Pistons with a score of 95-85, securing victory in Game 1. In this match, Wang Jie recorded an impressive 32 points, 12 assists, and 1 rebound, leading the team, while Wade followed with 23 points. In Game 2, Wang Jie displayed his brilliance, continuously distributing the ball to Wade and O'Neal. Only when matched against Billups, who was preoccupied with assisting others, did he seize the opportunity to hit a three-pointer, keeping Billups tethered to him for the entire quarter. Thankfully, in the second quarter, Wang Jie brought Rodman onto the court. Although he made 2 three-pointers, he also tallied 2 turnovers, one from a steal by Billups and another from an errant pass that sailed out of bounds. Wang Jie felt quite awkward and decided to voluntarily exit the game during the third quarter, allowing Daji to take his place. Daji, playing as the point guard, found that even the formidable defensive Billups was no match for him. With his robust physique and remarkable agility, he effortlessly outmaneuvered Billups, scoring with a smooth bank shot. A few possessions later, Billups hesitated to guard him closely. Consequently, Daji nailed a three-pointer from beyond the arc, leaving Billups utterly astonished. In the third quarter, through Daji's unconventional yet effective style of play, he dominated both inside and outside, achieving an impressive record of 3 out of 5 from three-point range and 3 out of 4 from two-point range, accumulating a total of 15 points alongside 6 assists. His performance widened the gap between the evenly matched teams to 6 points, making him the top scorer of the game. Shortly thereafter, the main players took a breather. And just 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, Wang Jie spearheaded a remarkable sequence alongside Daji and other substitutes. With Wang Jie, Daji, and Martin launching three-pointers with fervor, the Pistons found themselves powerless against their onslaught. In just 5 minutes, the score gap expanded to 8 points. Seeing Wang Jie and the substitutes thriving, Coach Van Gundy opted to keep them on the floor. With 5 minutes remaining, the lead had swelled to 12 points. And only then did Van Gundy substitute all the starters, while Wang Jie remained on the court. With a swift motion, Wang Jie, who had barely taken any shots, promptly sank a three-pointer. Turning back, he passed the ball to Wade to initiate the offense. Wade, crossing half-court, delivered another assist to Wang Jie, who again converted from three-point range. As the defense tightened around Wang Jie, Wade took matters into his own hands, shooting under pressure and finishing 3 out of 6 attempts. However, the Pistons struggled as well. In the final minute, Wang Jie hit another three-pointer, effectively sealing the game. Casting a glance at the final score of 100-82, Larry Brown felt a sense of despair, secretly vowing to make every effort to recruit Wang Jie at any cost. No matter how formidable the defense may be, it proves utterly powerless against Wang Jie's relentless scoring. As both teams introduced substitutes, the Pistons managed to close the gap to 6 points in the final minute. One can only imagine the dismal performance of the Heat's bench had it not been for Wang Jie. Without his presence, the starters might have been able to hold their ground against the Pistons, but once the substitutes took the court, the deficit would undoubtedly widen. In Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Wang Jie once again triumphed over the Pistons. During the third quarter of the finals at the Pistons' home court, the Palace of Auburn Hills, Wang Jie showcased his extraordinary skills, immediately collaborating with Wade for a series of inside-outside plays. In the first quarter, Wang Jie shot 6 out of 10, scoring 14 points, while Wade managed 10 points from 5 of 10 attempts, and O'Neal contributed 9 points from 12 attempts, including free throws. However, the Pistons' ironclad defense could not contain the Heat, and their offense was lackluster. Even the best masked player, Rasheed Wallace, could only score 8 points from 10 attempts. By the end of the first quarter, the Heat had already established an 8-point lead over the Pistons, a significant disparity. As the second quarter commenced, the substitute Rodman replaced O'Neal, yet the Pistons remained helpless. In fact, Rodman, who was reasonably proficient at free throws compared to O'Neal, could not implement the hack-a-Shaq strategy effectively, resulting in the Heat extending their lead to 13 points. In the third quarter, Wang Jie guided the substitutes, employing a strategy reminiscent of Jin Billy, alongside Martin and others, who relentlessly launched three-pointers. Despite the Pistons' vigorous defense, as soon as any of the three had an opportunity, they would swiftly release a shot from beyond the arc. Although the Pistons managed to reduce the efficiency of Wang Jie and his peers' three-point shooting, the overwhelming onslaught of three-pointers, coupled with their own struggles, led to Wang Jie turning the game into a rout. In this quarter alone, Wang Jie made 5 out of 9 three-pointers, scoring 15 points, while Martin made 4 out of 5, contributing 12 points, and Daji hit 5 out of 7, also netting 15 points. In terms of efficiency, Daji and Martin surpassed Wang Jie in three-point shooting, which left the Pistons' defense disoriented, unable to effectively guard three three-point stars floating on the perimeter. Pistons fans began to trickle out as the score stretched beyond a 20-point margin. Even Wade and O'Neal on the bench appeared astonished. They had not anticipated that Wang Jie and a group of substitutes could dismantle the Pistons in such a manner. Typically, during regular season games, when Wang Jie does not play with the bench, the substitutes appear as though they are in a daze, except for Daji's three-point shooting. In the fourth quarter, the Pistons conceded by substituting their bench players, leaving Wang Jie with no choice but to exit the game as Daji led the scoring. The final score remained intact as time expired, prompting Wade and others to cheer while the majority of Pistons fans had already departed. Larry Brown led his team off the court with their heads hung low. In Game 4, Wang Jie hit 6 three-pointers and a game-winning shot, amassing 21 points on the floor, yet he spent a mere 10 minutes on the court alongside Rodman for less than a quarter. Wang Jie attempted a total of 7 three-point shots, achieving an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. Subsequently, he exited the game. However, these 21 points did not consume any possession time, as the Heat, leveraging Wang Jie's 7 attempts, surpassed the Pistons by 4 points to secure victory in Game 4. Wang Jie triumphantly eliminated the Pistons with a decisive 4-0 victory, securing the ultimate win. Meanwhile, the Western Conference's Suns showcased formidable offensive prowess. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Suns clashed with the Spurs, where their relentless offense struggled against the Spurs' staunch defense. The ingenious strategies employed by Coach Popovich rendered the Suns ineffective, leading to a painful 4-1 sweep. Despite their overwhelming dominance during the regular season, the Suns appeared feeble and helpless against the Spurs, leaving Nash and Stoudemire filled with regret. As the 2005 NBA Finals approached, the Spurs stood strong and well-prepared, reaching the zenith of their capabilities. The formidable trio composed of Wang Jie, O'Neal, and Wade is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Although Wade is merely a sophomore rookie, he has already earned a spot in this year's All-Star game, joining the ranks of Anthony and James on the second team. Chapter 34, The Fadeaway Jumper. Furthermore, it is even more alarming that the bench player has exhibited an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage this year. Unfortunately, with an average playing time of merely a quarter and a half, he remains an underappreciated talent, deserving of All-Star recognition. Coach Van Gundy even contemplated elevating him to replace Harless in the starting lineup. However, Wang Jie declined this proposition, as the synergy they formed while coming off the bench showcased their unparalleled skill set. With two sharpshooters akin to Curry and Wang Jie embodying the prowess of Thompson, their capabilities were beyond comprehension. Fortunately, the team continues to bask in victory, and Van Gundy expressed his willingness to tolerate this situation as long as they secure the championship. In fact, Van Gundy has made some seemingly prudent and advantageous decisions during the regular season, such as allowing Wade or O'Neal to join Wang Jie when he leads the bench, yet their performances have been lackluster, ultimately leaving him to comply with Wang Jie's strategies. Ultimately, Van Gundy had no choice but to heed Wang Jie's counsel, for executing his suggestions flawlessly could elevate their chances of victory to an impressive 90. Head coach, Greg Popovich. Starting lineup: point guard Parker, shooting guard Jin Billy, small forward Bowen, power forward Duncan, and center Muhammad. Among them, Duncan stands out as the strongest. However, he is no match for O'Neal, as their encounters revealed Duncan's failure to employ the hack-a-Shaq strategy. After all, Duncan is no less formidable than O'Neal, yet during their matchups, O'Neal claimed the majority of the rebounds in the first quarter. Parker possesses considerable strength, yet Wade surpasses him. As for Jin Billy, he is simply no match for Wang Jie. In this match, Wang Jie harnessed his enigmatic skills, achieving a remarkable 20 increase across all attributes. By the conclusion of the first quarter, he had already amassed 18 points, shooting 4 out of 6 from beyond the arc and a flawless 3 for 3 from within, all on just 9 attempts. However, it is essential to recognize that Wang Jie, along with Wade and O'Neal, required their share of ball possession. Thus, he could not dominate the court alone. O'Neal showcased an impressive performance, managing to score 12 points with 6 successful shots out of 7 attempts. As the second quarter commenced, the outstanding O'Neal remained on the court but soon fell victim to Popovich's infamous hack-a-shack strategy, resulting in a dismal 2 points from 8 free throw attempts. Consequently, Rodman replaced O'Neal, and a fierce battle for rebounds ensued between Duncan and Rodman, ultimately leaving Duncan visibly frustrated as he failed to secure the boards. Even more alarming was Rodman's relentless antics, which rendered Duncan scoreless in the second quarter under Rodman's defense, highlighting the significant impact of Rodman's presence. Frustrated, Duncan even contemplated switching defensive duties with Bowen, but alas, Wang Jie lingered beyond the arc, and as a power forward, Duncan could not venture outside, risking the integrity of the paint, where Bowen would struggle against Rodman. In the third quarter, Wang Jie entered the fray alongside Martin and 4 other substitutes, unleashing a barrage of three-pointers. Despite Popovich's attempts to counteract this trio with double-team defenses, it proved impossible for 5 players to continuously assign 2 defenders to Wang Jie's group. Ultimately, regardless of Popovich's fervent outbursts, the situation proved irretrievable as the quarter concluded with the Spurs trailing the Heat by 15 points. Helpless against Wang Jie's precision from beyond the arc. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie, alongside O'Neal and Wade, took to the court, yet to their dismay, the trio could only manage a stalemate against the Spurs, who were desperately trying to close the gap. The game culminated in a decisive 105-90 victory for the Heat, resulting in the Spurs' elimination. The second game continued at the Heat's home turf, where Wang Jie, alongside Rodman, played merely 10 minutes yet achieved a flawless shooting performance, netting 7 baskets for 21 points before exiting, allowing Daji to take over as a form of compensation. As the Spurs trailed the Heat by 2 points, Popovich planned a last-minute strategy, but with 3 minutes remaining, Wang Jie returned to the court, sinking 4 three-pointers despite being triple-teamed, extending the lead to 10 points. This prompted Popovich to angrily throw down his tactical board, realizing the futility of the situation. Despite 2 consecutive losses, Popovich did not lose faith. In Game 3, hosted at the Spurs Arena, Wang Jie unleashed his formidable prowess once more, leading to another overwhelming victory with a margin exceeding 12 points. It appeared the league was eager for a longer final series, as the Heat drew several fouls with their aggressive play. Nevertheless, Wang Jie erupted in the third quarter, propelling the lead to over 20 points. In the final quarter, the Spurs managed to narrow the gap through numerous free throws, but the disparity still threatened to widen. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief, for he understood that had it not been for the third match, where his unpredictable prowess and 5 consecutive extraordinary skills were unleashed, he would have truly been no match for the Spurs, who were backed by the referees. In the fourth match, despite Wang Jie's valiant effort of scoring 21 points throughout the game, defeat was still his fate. The league had intervened, resulting in the Spurs being awarded 18 free throws while the Heat received 13. At first glance, these figures may seem comparable, yet of the Heat's 13 attempts, 10 were the result of the Spurs' calculated strategy of provoking contact with O'Neal. Ultimately, the Heat had no choice but to accept this bitter defeat. Wang Jie was not surprised. In Game 5 at the Heat's home court, the officiating was notably stringent for both teams. It was evident that the Spurs were not deemed worthy of the league's assistance in securing a championship. After all, the Spurs hailed from a small market, and winning the title would not significantly enhance their growth, whereas a championship for the Heat would align more closely with the league's interests. Thus, in the fifth game, Wang Jie took to the court with fervor, unleashing a flurry of shots, all of which found their mark. As the fourth quarter dwindled, Wang Jie realized that time was running out to showcase his prowess. He deftly maneuvered past Bowen with his elusive butterfly step, executing a remarkable series of 8 consecutive dunks. No matter how Duncan, Parker, or Jin Billy attempted to defend against him, they could only watch in awe as Wang Jie soared gracefully through the air, depositing the ball through the hoop. To make matters worse for Bowen, during Wang Jie's final dunk, he, in a fit of frustration, attempted to trip him. However, Wang Jie activated his indomitable resilience. The terrifying force of his descent, coupled with the activation of his resilience, prompted him to channel all of his strength into his left foot. With a pained cry, Bowen felt as though his outstretched foot had been shattered beneath Wang Jie's weight, leaving him with the sensation of a catastrophic fracture. Wang Jie fell to the ground, noticing his teammates were ready to intervene on his behalf. He quickly rose to his feet to avert a larger conflict, as he had nothing to lose this time. However, the referee meticulously reviewed the replay and concluded that it was indeed Bowen who had tripped him, while Wang Jie had merely landed normally, being the home team. The referee promptly issued a technical foul to Bowen and awarded Wang Jie 2 free throws. Bowen suffered a fractured foot, likely requiring an extensive period for recuperation. Ultimately, Wang Jie achieved an astonishing total of 51 points, 12 assists, and 3 rebounds, shattering the record for the highest individual score in finals history. Throughout the finals, Wang Jie averaged an impressive 30 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds per game. In second place was Wade, averaging 24 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds, while Shaquille O'Neal secured third place with a mere 20 points, 3 assists, and 10 rebounds, barely surpassing the 20-point mark. This was largely due to Spurs coach Popovich's relentless strategy to contain Shaq's scoring, leaving him quite displeased after 5 games. Chapter 35. The referee's adversary. Congratulations to the Miami Heat for winning the 2005 championship. Congratulations to Wang Jie for once again earning the finals MVP. Stern announced loudly. Casting a glance at Wang Jie, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Jie, a player of Chinese descent, could achieve the finals MVP for 3 consecutive years and claim 7 championships in total. This stirred within him a sense of urgency to implement regulations that would prevent such a streak from continuing. Following his championship victory, Wang Jie did not partake in any celebratory parades, finding them rather tedious and chaotic. This year, the Heat relinquished their draft pick to the Lakers, a cost incurred in their acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal. Consequently, Wang Jie had no draft picks to engage with this year. However, he secured the last position in the first round of the championship draft, which is nearly tantamount to a second-round pick, leaving little of value to select. This year marks a modest draft class, with only Chris Paul standing out, but he was chosen by the discerning Hornets at a relatively high position. Congratulations to the host for being awarded the regular season MVP, for demonstrating exceptional performance in the playoffs, and for earning the choice between a green skill for a fadeaway jump shot or a skill upgrade scroll. Wang Jie glanced at the skill of the fadeaway jump shot, which could reduce the likelihood of being blocked by 20. Alternatively, he could utilize a skill upgrade scroll to enhance his existing white butterfly step. Unfortunately, the white butterfly step offered minimal improvement for breakthroughs, and Wang Jie found himself facing formidable adversaries. Moreover, he seldom attempted to break through, as it would unnecessarily expend his energy unless during a crucial moment in a divine match, where missteps were more prone to occur in a ghost match. Ultimately, Wang Jie opted for the silver fadeaway jump shot skill, effectively diminishing the chance of being blocked by 20. After all, it was a silver skill, while using a skill breakthrough scroll would only elevate the butterfly step to silver status. Furthermore, during ghost matches, Wang Jie often struggled to find opportunities to shoot, resorting instead to passing, especially given his height of less than 2 meters, which rendered him susceptible to blocks from many defenders. However, possessing the fadeaway jump shot skill would make it exceedingly difficult for him to be blocked. Take Kobe, for instance, with his gold fadeaway jump shot skill. He rarely faced the threat of being blocked. Wang Jie possesses the skill of a backhand jump shot, which enhances his ability to evade blocks, allowing him to shoot with greater composure. After reviewing the basic rewards, Wang Jie turned his gaze towards the championship rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 2005 championship ring and for randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. Additionally, congratulations to the host for receiving the referee Nemesis skill from the Rules series. It has been detected that the host is participating in the finals with a rating of 94, indicating a slight decline in ability. Referee Nemesis. When the host's team is subjected to an unfair penalty, the host's next offensive shot is guaranteed to succeed. Wang Jie was overjoyed, having been one of the 2 contenders for the title of referee rival in the previous season. He unexpectedly secured it this season. Should the referees render unjust decisions in the future, Wang Jie will undoubtedly be able to employ this skill to hold them accountable. Wang Jie attended a press interview. This marks your 7th consecutive championship and your 3rd consecutive championship with FMEN. What are your thoughts on this? He was asked. I have no particular feelings. It feels as simple as eating and drinking. I hope the league has more competitors, rather than the same few teams appearing repeatedly in the playoffs and finals. Wang Jie responded with a hint of arrogance. After all, with Wade reaching his peak next year, and alongside O'Neal, they could easily clinch the championship, making Wang Jie virtually invincible. Will you remain with the Heat next season? He was queried. Of course. I have signed a 2-year contract with the Heat. As long as the management does not consider trading me, I intend to stay with the team. Wang Jie smiled as he replied. What about the season after next? A reporter pressed. That is difficult to predict. Let us discuss that in due time. Jack Wang. Do you have a girlfriend? Another question arose. Let us stick to basketball-related topics, he interjected. What do you think of me? Very beautiful, he quipped. Hey, brother. How about we hit the nightclub for a drink? O'Neal exclaimed with excitement after winning the championship. It should be noted that the Lakers struggled this year without O'Neal's assistance. Not only did they miss the finals, but they did not even reach the playoffs. This realization brought O'Neal some solace, while Kobe, watching the Heat celebrate their championship, to his remote in frustration. Shaq, I will prove that I can win a championship without you. Kobe roared, ignoring Vanessa's attempts to comfort him, and headed straight to the court for rigorous practice. That night, Wang Jie joined O'Neal and others in a night of revelry at the nightclub. The following day, he glanced at the blonde woman in the bathroom, smiled, greeted her, and turned to leave. I have extended my stay until tomorrow noon. You can remain as long as you wish. Thank you, she replied. Wang Jie then returned to his homeland to train with Yao Ming and others in preparation for the Asian Championships, with Yao Ming leading the team to an overwhelming victory. The addition of Wang Jie posed no resistance whatsoever to their quest for the championship. Wang Jie and Yao Ming collectively scored over 60 points, culminating in a decisive victory against Lebanon in the finals with a score of 95-65. The point differential reached an astounding 30 points, securing Wang Jie the title of World Championship champion. However, he realized that perhaps the tournament lacked significance, as there were no rewards. Thus, he quietly resolved to abstain from such minor competitions in the future, aspiring instead to participate directly in the Olympics and the NBA. Following the Miami Heat's championship triumph, Wang Jie and Pat Riley sought to maintain a similar trajectory for the upcoming season, asserting that players Rodman and Martin would not be available for trade. Riley concurred, expressing confidence that even without trades, the team could be strengthened, as many sought to join his roster in pursuit of the championship. Furthermore, Stern introduced new regulations stipulating that members of the championship-winning team could see their salaries increase by 10% in the second season, with consecutive championships allowing for further increments. This meant that with Wang Jie earning a maximum salary of $20 million annually, he could potentially see an 80% salary increase in the following season due to this increment policy, placing him above all except Kevin Garnett in terms of annual earnings, surpassing even Shaquille O'Neal. During the offseason, Riley made bold moves, parting ways with last season's champion Damon Jones and signing the small forward James Posey, along with the elite playmaking point guard Jason Williams, known as White Chocolate. He also acquired veteran point guard Gary Payton, alongside power forward Antoine Walker and solid rebounder Udonis Haslem. As Wang Jie led the Heat to an astounding 20 consecutive victories, he soon realized the extraordinary strength of his team. Head coach Stan Van Gundy starting lineup: Wang Jie, Dwayne Wade, James Posey, Shaquille O'Neal, Jason Williams. Bench: Wang Jie, Gary Payton. A solid lineup: power forward Haslem, center Alonzo Mourning. By mid-season, the fervor was palpable as Wang Jie's team achieved an unprecedented 40 consecutive victories, overpowering their opponents both in the starting and bench rotations. Chapter 36. A terrifying regular season with 82 wins. It could be said that nearly all teams in the league fell to defeat, and even with O'Neal sidelined due to injury for 5 games, it did nothing to hinder Wang Jie's relentless winning streak. Wang Jie frequently achieves impressive statistics, often surpassing 30 points, and occasionally nearing 20. Dwayne Wade also regularly scores over 30 points, while Shaquille O'Neal consistently contributes over 20 points. Together, these 3 players frequently account for the majority of their team's points, rendering the contributions of others almost negligible. At the pinnacle of his prowess, Wade moves with the swiftness of lightning and shoots with both speed and precision, making him nearly impossible to defend against. In the midst of an extraordinary 5-game streak, Alonzo Mourning and Udonis Haslem rival Tim Duncan, raining down 3-pointers akin to an enhanced version of Ray Allen. Remarkably, veteran Gary Payton scored double digits in both points and assists during a single quarter. With an incredible 40-game winning streak, the Miami Heat's dominance leaves the entire NBA gasping for air. Were it not for Wang Jie occasionally easing off, the point differential by the end of the third quarter would often exceed 20 or even 30 points. As the All-Star game commenced, Wang Jie, Dwayne Wade, O'Neal, and Williams found themselves as starters on the same team, with substitutes including LeBron James, Allen Iverson, and Shaquille O'Neal among others. In contrast, the Western Conference All-Stars featured Yao Ming, Rockets, Tim Duncan, Spurs, Tracy McGrady, Rockets, Kobe Bryant, Lakers, and Steve Nash, Suns, as starters. Wang Jie recognized the superior strength of the Western Conference on paper. However, when the game commenced, he unleashed his full skill set, propelling the Eastern Conference ahead by a 10-point margin. Ultimately, Wang Jie claimed the MVP title of the All-Star Game. As a reward, he received a skill upgrade scroll, filling him with joy. Without hesitation, he enhanced his flower butterfly step to a silver skill level, boosting his breakthrough ability by 20. After all, the silver fadeaway jump shot had proven sufficient, and there was no pressing need to pursue further enhancements. Following the conclusion of the All-Star Game, a profound silence enveloped everyone. The NBA was on the brink of a grand finale. Amidst a cacophony of astonished exclamations, the crowd was left in disbelief. After all, a team had triumphed over the 5 most formidable All-Stars in the West, and that team was none other than the Miami Heat. As they celebrated their remarkable 60th consecutive victory, Wang Jie discerned that a single game could evoke the ire of the referees 7 or 8 times. All teams clamored to Stern, protesting that if this continued, they would cease to compete, suggesting that future championships should be awarded to the Heat by default. With no other recourse, Stern begrudgingly instructed the referees to extend some leniency towards the other teams. However, this benevolence only incited Wang Jie to unleash a barrage of 3-point shots. Whenever his team faced unjust treatment, he responded with a pristine 3-pointer. He often launched shots from the half-court, undeterred by the presence of 2 or 3 defenders, for no one could contain the wrath of Wang Jie when he felt wronged. Consequently, the remaining 22 teams were rendered ineffective by the league's intervention, allowing the Heat to continue their relentless winning streak, culminating in an astounding tally of 82 victories. Even if the opposing teams managed to score 2 free throws, they could not compare to Wang Jie's retaliatory 3-point shots. Unless he were to be fouled out, a feat that was unlikely, as he refrained from any dangerous maneuvers. At times, to avoid being called for a foul, he would shoot with a lean back, barely leaving the ground, executing his shots with remarkable precision. As the regular season concluded, ecstatic Miami fans erupted in jubilation. Wang Jie had once again evolved, leading his team to overpower 81 other teams. The Heat boasted at least 7 All-Stars and 3 near All-Stars, and even the league's finest players would likely falter against them. An irate Greg Popovich lamented, having narrowly missed the championship on multiple occasions. The Heat's record of 82 victories sent shockwaves throughout the NBA, marking the best performance in basketball history, an unparalleled achievement that could only be matched, not surpassed. Wang Jie had previously led his team to records of 73 and 74 wins, and before that was Michael Jordan's legendary 72 wins. Such exhilaration was unprecedented. The Heat had achieved 82 wins in a regular season. One might say it was as if the Divine were playing basketball. As several fervent Miami fans expressed during street interviews, not only in the NBA, but local fans were also swept up in a frenzy, fervently discussing the historic significance of the 82 victories. Did you know about the Heat's 82 wins? Of course, even though I don't play basketball. It's simply outrageous. 82 games without a single loss. Wang Jie is eternal. What does eternal mean? I heard it was something Wang Jie said during an interview, signifying forever a god. With the onset of the playoffs, every team faced immense pressure against the Heat. In the first playoff round, they confronted the Milwaukee Bucks, who had a record of 39 wins and 43 losses, and each of the 4 games turned into a massacre. Wang Jie led his team to a resounding 4-0 victory over the Bucks, utterly dominating both the interior and perimeter play. In each match, the Bucks surrendered before the midpoint of the third quarter. The top pick in the Bucks frontcourt, Bogut, was particularly displeasing to Wang Jie, as he faced relentless suppression from the likes of O'Neal, Dwayne Wade, Rodman, and Walker, who all effortlessly overpowered him. Throughout the series, Wang Jie managed to dunk over Bogut an average of twice per game, provoking Bogut to resort to petty antics and frustration. Yet, Wang Jie's indomitable skill made Bogut feel as if he were grappling with an unyielding steel plate, risking injury to his fingers. The victorious Heat, having conserved their strength, faced the youthful and vigorous Bulls and similarly triumphed with a 4-0 sweep. Although the Bulls were significantly stronger than the Bucks, boasting a roster filled with exceptionally talented young players, including 5 potential All-Stars in their starting lineup, they were still subdued by Wang Jie's prowess and the relentless efforts of his teammates. This was not a mere clash of formations. It was a demonstration of sheer dominance in terms of strength. In the final match, the Heat confronted the Pistons, whose formidable starting five comprised Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Rasheed Wallace. This quintet, renowned for its ironclad defense, proved no match for Wang Jie and his cohorts. The five could not contain the unpredictable prowess of Wang Jie, the peak performance of Wade, and the commanding presence of O'Neal, Walker, and Rodman. While the sharpshooters Dwayne Wade and Martin came off the bench to unleash a barrage of three-pointers, establishing a lead exceeding 20 points in the first game, Wang Jie continues to lead his team to a resounding 4-0 victory over the Pistons. Compared to the previous two seasons, the Pistons' strength has diminished rather than increased, as their players age continually. As the finals commence, it is surprising to witness the Mavericks' Dirk Nowitzki triumphing over the Suns and Spurs, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Led by Wang Jie, the Heat faced the Mavericks and quickly realized that the Mavericks were no pushovers. In the first quarter, Wang Jie activated his skill-godly transformation, enhancing all attributes by 20, yet he managed to secure only a 3-point lead against the Mavericks. In the second quarter, he substituted Rodman for O'Neal, but again, the advantage grew by a mere 3 points, leaving the Heat with only a 6-point edge at halftime. All teams in the league were keenly observing the finals, eager to uncover strategies to counter the Heat. However, in the third quarter, Wang Jie led the substitutes onto the court, and with a deluge of three-pointers, the gap widened significantly. Mavericks duo Nowitzki and Harris also unleashed a flurry of three-point attempts, displaying commendable shooting skills, making 4 out of 10. Yet, facing Wang Jie Martin and the substitutes, they were met with overwhelming efficiency, hitting 8 out of 10 shots and concluding the third quarter with a lead exceeding 20 points. In the final chapter, the ironclad defense for the 8th championship, Nowitzki of the Mavericks struggled to find his range, missing consecutive three-point attempts, ultimately leading to the substitution of their starters. In the second game, the Mavericks attempted three-pointers from the outset, but O'Neal, Rodman, Walker, and other forwards dominated the boards. Despite the Mavericks' decent three-point shooting percentage, Wade and O'Neal matched them, and as the game approached the final minute of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie's clutch performance propelled the Heat to an 11-point victory over the Mavericks. This season was already formidable, with the championship-winning Heat, bolstered by Wang Jie's unyielding skill enhancements, rendering the Mavericks powerless. In the third game, Wang Jie relentlessly executed his butterfly step to evade defenders, culminating in a series of spectacular dunks that stretched the point differential to over 30. He delivered several highlight reel dunks, thrilling countless fans, and ultimately amassed a staggering 48 points. In the fourth game, the Mavericks' spirit seemed broken as Wang Jie effortlessly scored 21 points, leading the Heat to another comfortable victory over the Mavericks. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed 4-0 against the Mavericks, securing the championship. The fans erupted in jubilant cheers. The management, particularly Riley, was elated yet soon became concerned about the impending contract negotiations for Wang Jie and the others, which would undoubtedly come at a high price. Meanwhile, Stern maintained his composure as he took the stage to announce, "Congratulations to the Heat for winning the championship, and congratulations to Wang Jie for securing his 4th Finals MVP." Amidst the continuous cheers, LeBron James of the Cavaliers displayed a look of envy. It had been 3 years since he had even approached the finals, while Wang Jie had already claimed his 8th championship and 4th Finals MVP. In this final series, Wang Jie averaged 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. Following him was Wade, averaging 25 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists, and O'Neal with 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 1 assist. After completing the interview, Wang Jie learned that Peyton, Walker, and Mourning believed they had already secured the championship and were preparing to retire. The retirement of these 3 key substitutes significantly diminished the strength of the Heat. Moreover, since the trio was earning nearly the veteran minimum, their departure would not impose a substantial financial burden. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Riley decided against renewing the contract of the most expensive player, Wang Jie. With O'Neal still on the roster, his nearly $20 million annual salary occupied nearly half of the salary cap. Additionally, retaining Wang Jie would effectively seal the salary cap, necessitating the removal of either 2 starters or 1 starter along with several substitutes. Consequently, the integrity of the team's lineup would be compromised, casting doubt on their championship aspirations for the upcoming season. Wang Jie received the news that the management of the Heat was unwilling to offer him a maximum salary extension, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Congratulations to the host for attaining the regular season MVP, and congratulations to the host for acquiring a skill upgrade scroll. Wang Jie pondered for a moment, realizing that a fadeaway jump shot would prove to be more advantageous for him. He firmly believed that. Through his extensive experience in competitive matches, coaches would inevitably uncover his weaknesses. Thus, enhancing his fadeaway shooting skills would enable him to shoot without being blocked during unpredictable and chaotic moments in the game. The golden fadeaway jump shot reduces the probability of being blocked by 30. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the championship ring from the class of 2006. Congratulations to the host for randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the elite skill, Ironclad Defense. The system has detected that the host's rating is 98, and the skill capacity will not be diminished. Ironclad Defense. When there are 3 interior or exterior defenders with a rating of 90 or above on the court, Ironclad Defense can be activated, enhancing the team's interior and exterior defensive abilities, as well as stealing and rebounding capabilities, by 20. Note: this skill cannot be used simultaneously with 5 consecutive supreme skills. Wang Jie opened his mouth wide, asserting that a team with a defensive capability exceeding 90 is undoubtedly the Pistons. Rather than 3, there should be 5 players with defensive ratings above 90. Next, there is the possibility that Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili from the Spurs could each achieve a defensive rating surpassing 90. However, Wang Jie realized that only the Pistons would provide him the opportunity to showcase his ironclad defensive skills. Wang Jie shook his head, fully aware of the obstinate nature of Larry Brown, which would likely render him unwelcoming to his joining the team. During the off-season, Wang Jie chose not to participate in any competitions, informing the Basketball Association that he would attend only the Olympics, deeming everything else uninteresting. The leaders of the association were incensed, accusing Wang Jie of disregarding protocol and jeopardizing their prospects for advancement. However, Wang Jie had ascended to become the foremost active NBA basketball star, wielding immense power and fame, eclipsing even legends like Kobe, Yao Ming, and Shaquille O'Neal. Having secured 8 championships and 4 Finals MVP awards, whispers began to circulate that Wang Jie might indeed be the god of basketball. Furthermore, he received disheartening news from the system. Due to his overwhelming prowess, all avenues for acquiring skill rewards through regular season, playoffs, or any other accolades had been eliminated, leaving only the championships and Olympic gold as means to gain such rewards. With the loss of several channels for skill acquisition, Wang Jie sighed internally, yet chose not to dwell on it. He found himself experiencing a sense of loneliness at the pinnacle of his success. After achieving 82 victories in the regular season and 16 in the playoffs without a single loss, he felt an overwhelming sense of closure, leading him to perceive basketball as lacking in challenge. However, he quickly regained his focus, spurred by a call from Thompson. "Jack Wang, congratulations on your 8th championship," Thompson exclaimed with a smile. "Perhaps one day, you will surpass Bill Russell's 11 championships." Wang Jie felt a surge of ambition at this sentiment. If others could claim 11 titles, then he must strive for 12. Wang Jie's attributes were impressive: height of 198 centimeters, weight of 99 kilograms, with strength at 87, speed at 80, agility at 80, vertical leap at 77, stamina at 88, and basketball IQ at 85. His skills included 81 in driving, 80 in ball handling, 85 in passing, and 80 in dunks, layups, mid-range shots, and three-point shooting. His defensive capabilities were equally robust, with 80 in both perimeter and interior defense, and 75 in blocking and stealing, alongside a rebounding score of 73. His skill set featured silver-level butterfly step, gold-level fadeaway jump shot, the golden skill Eye of the Tiger, indestructible, a substitute level 5 consecutive mastery, goji berries in a thermos, clutch shot, elusive, resurgence, guaranteed dunk, referee's nemesis, Jin Billy template, and ironclad defense. After 2 seasons of rigorous training, Wang Jie's attributes had nearly all surpassed 80, allowing him to secure a starting position in various teams, even without a single skill. "Jack Wang, do you prefer a max contract next season, or would you consider a pay cut?" Thompson inquired. "Of course, I want the max contract. A mere $2 million a year is insignificant when Kevin Garnett is earning $28 million annually with the Timberwolves. There's no reason I should be overlooked at $22 million. Wang Jie remarked with a smile. What brought him even greater joy was that he had won consecutive championships with the Heat for 2 years, accumulating a prize of $10 million. Though merely a figure to him, it still filled him with happiness. Jack Wang, you are correct. However, the team's extending invitations are rather subpar, with the best being the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks. Chapter 38. Joining the Pistons, it seems I can only choose between these two teams. Has the Bulls not extended an invitation? Wang Jie inquired with a hint of confusion. They have, but they want you to take a pay cut, Thompson replied. In that case, I shall go with the Detroit Pistons, Wang Jie declared. The last time the Pistons claimed the championship was in 1989 and 1990, a span of more than a decade ago. Since the management had decided to incur the luxury tax to invite Wang Jie, the respect shown to him naturally made him inclined to accept, providing him with an opportunity to test his skills in ironclad defense. Wade felt a deep sense of loss upon hearing that management had let Wang Jie go. Wade, you are a superstar. The Heat is your team. Remember, you are the leader, but never accept a pay cut. You have already earned 2 championship rings. Honor does not require pursuit. What you need is more financial reward. Do not let loyalty be your undoing, Wang Jie advised before turning to depart. Having offered all the counsel he could, knowing Wade would not heed it. Such is the nature of the Heat's management. The benevolent are often taken advantage of. Had Wade stood firm, the management would never have dared to treat him in such a manner. Watching Wang Jie leave, Wade's gaze revealed a flicker of confusion. Uncertain of Wang Jie's intentions. A pay cut? How could that be? With you gone, I will be the biggest star on the team. It is not my place to consider a pay cut. Wade shook his head and thought. In truth, the Pistons' invitation to Wang Jie was not solely driven by the management's desire for a championship. The league was also subtly encouraging this move. They recognized Wang Jie's preference for joining playoff teams, and any team he joined would experience a formidable enhancement. However, the Pistons, known for their defensive prowess, might expose more vulnerabilities with Wang Jie's presence, which was a stark mismatch for his evident offensive strengths. Thus, in an effort to mitigate Wang Jie's influence on the court and diminish his capabilities, the league even covertly signaled to the Pistons that they would not have to pay the luxury tax on the portion related to signing Wang Jie. Consequently, Wang Jie, unable to resist the allure of a maximum salary, followed the league's inclinations and joined the Pistons. Wang Jie and the Pistons have entered into a 1-year agreement, featuring a maximum salary contract worth $22 million for the duration of the year. Following Wang Jie's successful signing with the Pistons, Sanders beamed with delight and inquired, Jack, I truly hope the season commences soon. Together, we shall forge a Pistons dynasty. However, during the off-season, I hope you can enhance your defensive skills. No problem, Mr. Sanders. Wang Jie nodded with a smile. I believe I will. When the regular season begins, I will demonstrate to everyone just how well my teammates and I are in sync. Little did he anticipate that the Pistons had appointed a new head coach, one who had previously been dismissed by the Timberwolves yet appeared remarkably amiable. Certainly much more so than the temperamental Larry Brown. The off-season swiftly came to an end. Wang Jie primarily spent his time traveling to various destinations, indulging in exquisite cuisine and unwinding. The long-held tension within him dissipated almost instantaneously, granting him ample opportunity to contemplate his future path. How many championships can my career claim? 20, or perhaps 30? Wang Jie mused inwardly, envisioning the possibility of joining the TNT commentary trio with Barkley and Smith after retirement, or perhaps embarking on a journey to become a basketball coach. As time gracefully passed, the regular season commenced, and Wang Jie engaged in rigorous practice sessions with his Pistons teammates. However, this season's contracts led to the departure of Ben Wallace, whose salary demands exceeded $10 million, leaving the management with no choice but to part ways with him. He ultimately signed with the Bulls for over $1 million annually. Rodman, feeling the toll of time on his body, found recovery increasingly challenging after last season, requiring prolonged rest periods. Even during the off-season, he suffered injuries, and as it concluded, he confided to Wang Jie's desire to retire. Wang Jie, in a state of resignation, had no choice but to acquiesce to Rodman's retirement. Fortunately, one of the renowned power forwards, Chris Webber, decided to join the Pistons for a veteran's minimum salary in pursuit of a championship. It is noteworthy that Chris Webber, alongside Nowitzki, Duncan, and Garnett, is celebrated as one of the formidable quartet of power forwards, possessing a remarkable versatility in both offense and defense. However, this assessment pertains to the peak of Chris Webber's career, as his performance metrics have significantly declined. In contrast to the immobile Rodman, Webber's statistics predominantly hover around the 70s and 80s, with a few even reaching the 90s, making him more than capable of contributing as a starter. Consequently, He has joined the Pistons, assuming the role of a backup power forward. Upon Wang Jie joining the Pistons, he was unexpectedly elevated to the position of starting center due to the absence of a designated center, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Sanders. Playing center poses quite a challenge for me, Wang Jie remarked with a hint of embarrassment. However, the team lacked a center. Sanders responded helplessly. We cannot possibly have a substitute fill that role. The current center often resorts to perimeter shooting and seldom contributes to rebounding. Rasheed Wallace possesses remarkable physical attributes. He excels in blocking, stealing, and rebounding. I could manage the power forward position instead, Wang Jie suggested. Very well. Let us proceed with that arrangement and see how it goes, Sanders promptly agreed. During the preseason, the starting lineup tested various combinations, culminating in a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. As the regular season commenced, head coach Philip Sanders announced the starting lineup: Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Wang Jie. In the inaugural game of the regular season, they faced the Milwaukee Bucks, whose starting lineup included Maurice Williams, point guard, Michael Redd, shooting guard, Charlie Bell, small forward, Ruben Patterson, power forward, and Andrew Bogut, center. The predicted starting lineup for the Pistons was Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Wang Jie. This match took place at the Pistons' home, the Palace of Auburn Hills, where the fans erupted in fervent cheers. Wang Jie could also sense the fervor of the fans in the automotive city. When Wang Jie and his team took to the court, he silently vowed to uphold a steadfast defense. Since Sanders took the helm, he continued to implement strategies centered around the Pistons' tenacious defensive tactics and coordinated support. As Wang Jie and his teammates took to the court, their ironclad defense elevated the defensive skills of all 5 players by an impressive 20 points. The Bucks' Williams advanced past the half-court line, only to be swiftly intercepted by his counterpart, Billups. Williams felt as though a shadow had flickered by, and in an instant, the ball was gone, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Billups promptly passed the ball to Wang Jie, who hurriedly positioned himself beneath the nearby hoop and effortlessly scored. In this match, Wang Jie did not rely on any supernatural abilities or skills. Instead, he showcased the essence of unparalleled defense. Consequently, the Bucks launched a frenzied offensive and defensive onslaught. In the opening game, Wang Jie achieved a shooting accuracy of 3 out of 5 for 2-point attempts, while Hamilton mirrored this performance, also scoring 3 out of 5. The entire team collectively tallied 16 points. Despite the modest score, Wang Jie contributed significantly in the first quarter with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. It was not just Wang Jie. The other 4 players from the Pistons also recorded several rebounds, steals, and blocks. Chapter 39. Terrifying defense. Notably, the Bucks center, Bogut, was left utterly astounded, failing to secure a single rebound throughout the quarter. Instead, he found himself either being stolen from or blocked for the entirety of the period. With Wang Jie's addition, the new Pistons quintet elevated their defensive prowess to unprecedented heights. Their cohesive internal and external defense rendered every player impeccable, leaving the Bucks scoreless in the first quarter despite their coach calling 3 timeouts in vain. The first quarter ended with the Pistons leading 16-0 as both teams struggled, until Wang Jie and Hamilton capitalized on the opponent's frail defense to score. However, as the second quarter commenced, the Bucks managed to scrape together some points. Yet, by the end of the fourth quarter, the Pistons' relentless defense had lulled even the home fans into a stupor. The sheer intensity of the defense often left opponents unable to score from beyond the arc or penetrate effectively, sometimes even resulting in airballs. The most alarming aspect was the frequent turnovers and blocked shots that caught the opponents off guard. The game concluded with the Pistons dominating the Bucks, who were rendered utterly helpless with a staggering score of 72-22, a brutal massacre exceeding a 50-point margin. Consequently, every team facing the Pistons seemed to undergo a baptism of fear, as their formidable defense instilled a palpable dread in all opponents. The suffocating defense, the elusive steals, and the unattainable rebounds left every team gasping for breath. In the 22nd game of the regular season, the Pistons faced the Cavaliers. Initially, it seemed the Pistons would succumb to LeBron James and his Cavaliers, who had unleashed much of his potential this season, averaging 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. However, against the Pistons' ferocious defense, LeBron was held to a mere 14 points and 3 assists throughout the game, with only himself reaching double digits. More alarmingly, he was blocked 3 times and had 3 turnovers, leaving him bewildered. Having faced the Pistons before, The suffocating defense was blinding in its intensity. The Cavaliers, with a total of 38 points, were the highest scoring team among the 23 competing teams. Wang Jie recorded a modest performance with 15 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds, appearing to be only slightly better than LeBron James. Nevertheless, Rasheed Wallace and Hamilton also contributed with double-digit scores. Ultimately, the game concluded with a staggering score of 70-38, marking yet another overwhelming massacre. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie's team faced the Heat, his former team, without resorting to the strategy of targeting Shaquille O'Neal. However, O'Neal's average of 10 rebounds plummeted to a mere 3, as throughout the match, he found Rasheed Wallace effectively contesting and snatching several rebounds from him. Even Hamilton, the small forward, managed to secure a steal from him. Dwayne Wade struggled as well, despite his remarkable speed. He often found it challenging to locate the basket amidst the defense, relying solely on instinct for his shots. By the end of the game, Wade tallied 22 points, O'Neal 16 points, and the Heat managed to score 60 points. Under Wang Jie's leadership, the Pistons engaged in an intense defensive display, and although their shooting accuracy faltered, he ultimately utilized his clutch skills in the final minute to extend the lead to 10 points, effectively sealing the game. The Pistons triumphed over the reigning champion, albeit a diminished version of the Heat, with a score of 70-60, much to Sanders' elation. "It's secure. The championship is ours," he exclaimed joyfully. Following this, Sanders began to experiment with various lineups, integrating substitutes and trying different formations, while Wang Jie practiced numerous strategies alongside the team. However, this experimentation led to several significant gaps in their roster, resulting in some losses. By the end of the regular season, the Pistons achieved an impressive record of 70 wins and 12 losses, though not as formidable as last year's Heat, who recorded 82 wins and losses. They still secured the top position in the league. The second place was held by Dirk Nowitzki's Mavericks in the West, who finished with 66 wins and 16 losses, igniting a flicker of championship hope among many for the Mavericks. As the playoffs commenced, the Pistons utilized their defensive prowess to sweep the Magic 4-0, leaving them questioning their abilities as they averaged less than 30 points per game. Next, they faced the Bulls in the second round, where their relentless defense once again resulted in a 4-0 victory. Notably, in the second quarter, Hamilton's substitution alongside Wang Jie proved to be an overwhelming combination, while Chris Webber, under Wang Jie's rejuvenating influence, stormed into the Bulls' interior with devastating force. Chris Webber's prowess was undeniable, excelling in both scoring and defense. And with a 20-point boost to his defensive stats, his defensive attributes surpassed 100. The Bulls' starting lineup included Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, Kirk Henrich, Ben Wallace, and Jay Brown, among others. Ben Wallace, in particular, found himself questioning his own abilities as he suffered from blocked shots and steals, feeling as though his former comrades had evolved. Despite him being the center, Wang Jie and his teammates relentlessly dominated the boards over him, prompting Coach Skiles to replace Wallace with a forward. After all, Wallace had played an entire quarter without securing a single rebound and had contributed 6 turnovers, rendering him ineffective on both offense and defense, akin to a clumsy giant. "Brothers, why do I feel like you were all acting before? If you were this strong, why would I have even considered joining the Bulls?" Ben Wallace remarked, perplexed. "Ahem. We've always been this formidable. You just happened to face us now," came the reply. Hamilton circled around and spoke. After reminiscing, the teams concluded their 4 matches, revealing the Bulls' commendable prowess, with the score firmly set at 70-75, this being the Bulls' finest scoring performance. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Pistons faced the Cavaliers, coached by Mike Brown. The starting lineup included LeBron James, Larry Hughes, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Drew Gooden, and Eric Snow. At the outset, LeBron James aggressively attacked the rim, but was thwarted by Rasheed Wallace's emphatic block. Subsequently, Wang Jie received a pass and elegantly maneuvered past Drew Gooden with a dazzling step, effortlessly scoring. Following this, Sanders initiated a relentless defensive scheme against James. As the sole superstar, LeBron was heavily targeted throughout the game, managing only 10 points and 6 assists over 4 quarters. Larry Hughes, ranked second, contributed 8 points, resulting in the Cavaliers' paltry total of 48 points after 4 quarters. In contrast, Wang Jie faced only Gooden and unleashed a barrage of shots, amassing 24 points, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists. Ultimately, in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the Pistons triumphed over the Cavaliers with a staggering 88-48 victory, a 40-point margin. Despite Wang Jie's understated strength, 4 of the starting 5 managed to score in double figures, while other substitutes also contributed. In the second game, Mike Brown noticed that the Wang Jie he had studied last season bore little resemblance to the current version. This season, Wang Jie appeared to be inspired by the Pistons, adopting an intense defensive mindset, which, while not quite matching his teammates, was nonetheless impressive. His defensive prowess, characterized by eye-catching techniques, yielded high efficiency, although it occasionally resembled a sieve. Chapter 40. The ninth championship. The league recognized that Wang Jie's scoring ability had indeed diminished since joining the Pistons. Yet his defensive skills garnered acclaim. This year, he earned a spot on the all-defensive second team, while the other 4 starters were named to the first team. And even the substitute Chris Webber joined the ranks of the first team. In an astonishing twist, a single team produced 5 members of the all-defensive first team, instilling fear across the league. Faced with such formidable defense, LeBron James, leading his team single-handedly, found the Pistons to be an insurmountable opponent. Despite being relentlessly targeted, he still managed to score in double figures, showcasing his formidable talent. Ultimately, the Pistons swept the Cavaliers 4-0, securing their place in the finals. Once again, they faced a familiar adversary, the Spurs, under the guidance of coach Greg Popovich. The starting lineup featured Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen, Francisco Elson, and Manu Ginobili. In the first quarter of the finals, Wang Jie and his team engaged in a fierce battle of missed shots, with both teams' defensive intensity escalating. The Spurs' formidable starting 5 also excelled defensively. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 18-14, with the Spurs trailing by 4 points. As the second quarter commenced, both Popovich and Saunders began to alter their strategies. Hamilton was replaced by a larger player, who bolstered the defense and charged into the paint, scoring over Duncan. Chris Webber substituted for Rasheed Wallace, returning to his peak form. His defensive tenacity and robust offensive presence made him the highest scorer of the quarter. The second quarter ended dramatically, with the Pistons leading 40-28, a 12-point advantage. As the starters returned for the third quarter, the intense battle resumed, causing the spectators to feel drowsy. Ultimately, in the fourth quarter, the Spurs conceded by substituting in their bench players. Wang Jie secured the victory in Game 1, with the Pistons' reserves faltering slightly but still finishing ahead 80-70, a 10-point lead. In the subsequent 4 quarters, the Pistons demonstrated what constituted exceptional defense. Duncan was left bewildered, having been stripped by Hamilton and blocked by Wallace, Webber, and even the larger player. Each of the Spurs' 5 members experienced several blocked shots and steals, showcasing their defensive missteps. The finals concluded with the Pistons defeating the Spurs 4-1, primarily due to one explosive game from the Spurs, allowing them to snatch a victory amid the Pistons' off-shooting night. After the match, Tony Parker, utterly exhausted, remarked that Wang Jie and the others were inhuman. As Wang Jie heard the continuous cheers of the fans, he looked up and was taken aback to find that the finals venue was not filled to capacity. Previously, the aisles had been teeming with ardent supporters. Yet now the seats appeared occupied while the walkways were sparsely populated. Clearly, even during the finals, there were not many spectators eager to witness this clash of iron shots. Stern, emerging with the championship trophy, wore a visage tinged with displeasure. The frenetic defenses of the Pistons and Spurs had led to a contest that resulted in the lowest viewership ratings in history for this year's finals. Stern silently vowed that he must never allow both the Spurs and the Pistons to appear in the finals simultaneously in the future. The 2007 NBA Finals champion was the Pistons. Congratulations! The most valuable player of the 2007 Finals was Wang Jie. Unsurprisingly, despite his lackluster scoring efficiency, Wang Jie managed to achieve the highest points of the game with 22, surpassing the second-place Hamilton by 4 points. Moreover, in the final minute of each match, he exhibited his skills with a clutch basket, consistently sinking at least one shot. As the season concluded, Wang Jie glanced at his scoring average, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Had he known, he would have preferred to utilize his time more strategically, perhaps by employing his goji berry infusion technique to average 18 points, complemented by a last-minute three-pointer for a total of 21, dedicating the remainder of his time to defense. Throughout the award ceremony, Stern wore a dark expression. And after once again congratulating Wang Jie, he began contemplating strategies to limit Wang Jie's impact in the upcoming season. If Wang Jie were to remain with the Pistons, it is certain that next year, the cunning old fox Popovich would not be inclined to relent, making them formidable contenders for the Western Conference Championship. At that juncture, They would once again contribute to the final's lowest viewership ratings, and the league, which only profits once a year, would find itself at a loss. This cannot be allowed. A portion of the powerhouse teams must be bolstered. Stern pondered to himself. However, for now, he would observe, Wang Jie has only signed a one-year contract with the Pistons. And perhaps he might join another team, even a struggling one. If that were to occur, the Pistons' strength would diminish significantly. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 2006 to 2007 championship ring. And congratulations for randomly obtaining a premier skill, as well as a top-tier skill from the Rules series. Ensuring a perfect shooting rate from open positions. The host's score has been detected at 94, reducing to a guaranteed 3-point success rate from open shots. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. The transition from being able to score effortlessly from any open position to only making 3-point shots from a limited space left him feeling somewhat helpless. Despite my excellent movement, I am continuously marked closely by my opponents, making it exceedingly difficult to find an open position for a three-pointer. Unless, of course, I start shooting from beyond half-court. A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Jie's mind. A three-pointer from an open position, as the name suggests, guarantees that once he finds a gap, Wang Jie will undoubtedly score. During the 2007 to 2008 season, the salary cap had risen to an impressive $63 million. And Wang Jie felt confident that even a maximum contract of $25 million could be secured. Thompson, is there anyone willing to offer me a maximum contract for the upcoming season? Preferably a playoff team, Wang Jie inquired. Not at the moment. Only the New York Knicks reached out to me first, Thompson replied, somewhat resigned. The Knicks are decent enough, with a balanced roster. Yet they have numerous flaws and cannot even make it to the playoffs, Wang Jie remarked, shaking his head as he ultimately decided against taking a risk. Is the Rockets willing to have me on board? Wang Jie pondered aloud. But the Rockets have McGrady, whose annual salary is already $20 million, not inferior to yours. And he, along with Yao Ming, has locked down the salary space, Thompson explained. If you could persuade the Rockets to trade McGrady for this year's first-round draft pick, I am confident that my partnership with Yao Ming would lead us to a championship, Wang Jie asserted. A day later, Wang Jie received a message from Thompson. The Rockets management had deliberated for an entire day, but McGrady deemed Wang Jie too expensive and was unwilling to part with him. In the end, they merely asked Wang Jie to wait for further news. Wang Jie is acutely aware that the management of the Rockets is merely stalling, awaiting the moment when he might voluntarily agree to a salary reduction. Consequently, he promptly instructed Thompson to communicate that the preference would be given to playoff-bound teams. As a result, 9 teams extended invitations, leaving Wang Jie in a state of contemplation. The 9 teams that sought his talents include the New York Knicks, the Dallas Mavericks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Denver Nuggets, Wade's Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Phoenix Suns, and the Chicago Bulls. Wang Jie recalls that every member of the Red Bull team exhibited remarkable potential this season, yet they unfortunately failed to advance to the playoffs. The Celtics emerged as champions this season, forming an elder version of their famed trio, while the bench was filled with underperformers, relying solely on the starting 5 to muster the strength to clinch the championship. Chapter 41. Unexpectedly, joining the Knicks. Wang Jie first dismissed the Knicks and the Timberwolves, deeming the former too troublesome and the latter a frigid abode he feared he could not endure. He then eliminated the Nuggets, the Mavericks, and the Lakers, recognizing that the latter belonged to Kobe. Should Wang Jie dare to vie for the MVP with him, it would surely incite internal strife. The Cavaliers, led by the young king LeBron James, also posed a challenge, even with Wang Jie on board. The team would likely incur a luxury tax of at least $20 million after clearing out some players. The Cavaliers were determined, but this was likely under LeBron's pressure. Wang Jie thought, I do not wish to play alongside the young king. What if I perform better than him in the finals, yet the MVP is awarded to this league's prince? Eventually, only the Suns, the Celtics, and the Bulls remained. The Suns, having added a sluggish Shaquille O'Neal to their explosive lineup, were swiftly eliminated from consideration by Wang Jie. This left only the Celtics and the Bulls. If he were to join the Celtics, Wang Jie could simply relax, assuming the trio of stars remained intact. I'll agree to join the Celtics, Wang Jie declared. Thompson hurriedly approached the Celtics to negotiate. At that moment, League Commissioner Stern was taken aback. He had painstakingly prepared to orchestrate the formation of the Celtics' Big Three to thwart Wang Jie's championship aspirations in the coming year, only to find that Wang Jie was not adhering to the expected script and was instead poised to join them. It is noteworthy that the Celtics had Through a three-way trade, assembled an aging version of the Big Three, comprised of Pierce, Garnett, and Ray Allen, with an average team age of 32. Of course, Wang Jie, at the age of 32 himself, could hardly mock others, as joining the team would maintain the average age at 32. Ultimately, Wang Jie's decision to join the Celtics was thwarted by Commissioner Stern. Wang Jie is equally speechless. He merely desires to bask in the glory of a championship. Wang Jie has set his sights on the Chicago Bulls, a team that has yet to qualify for the playoffs. Joining the Bulls would essentially mean that Wang Jie would be leading the team on his own. However, the Bulls possess a robust lineup, both in their starters and bench, with teammates who, despite not having reached their peak, hold tremendous potential. Under Wang Jie's guidance, they stand a considerable chance of clinching a championship. Moreover, the Bulls enjoy a healthy salary cap, with their highest earner, Ben Wallace, commanding just over $12 million, while the second highest is in the $9 million range. And the rest are even more modest, around $4 to $5 million. This season, the Bulls are not even liable for luxury tax. Although Ben Wallace is a year older than Wang Jie and his performance has diminished significantly, Wang Jie remains unfazed. He possesses the unique ability to rejuvenate Wallace to his former glory. Ultimately, however, Wang Jie reluctantly decided to join the New York Knicks, lured by an irresistible offer. The Knicks have chosen to make Wang Jie the cornerstone of their franchise, presenting him with a 3-year contract worth $85 million, a top-tier salary. At 32 years of age, there are no guarantees that Wang Jie will maintain his current level of performance at 35. In the end, he opted for a 1-year contract worth $25 million with the Knicks, confident that his abilities would not wane significantly, yet uncertain about committing to 3 years with the team. The New York Knicks extended to Wang Jie the utmost flexibility, granting him control over player trades, this year's draft picks, and next year's selections. They even entrusted him with the authority to appoint the head coach and make executive decisions. In essence, should Wang Jie accept, he would have the autonomy to assemble a team that reflects his vision. Wang Jie is even capable of assuming the role of head coach, however. He is well aware of his own limitations and has wisely chosen to forego that position. In a swift move, Wang Jie arrived at the New York Knicks and promptly issued a command to acquire the second overall pick from the Seattle Supersonics, declaring that anyone on the team could be traded aside from Jamal Crawford in a 1-for-1 exchange. This impulsive action left the management somewhat discontented, as Wang Jie appeared to possess little understanding of team management. The revered figure of basketball, Wang Jie, seemed on the brink of falling from grace, with suggestions circulating that he should retire and refrain from meddling in managerial affairs. Numerous newspapers launched scathing critiques against him, with the starting point guard, Stephon Marbury, vocally advocating for Wang Jie's trade. However, just 3 days later, the Seattle Supersonics outright rejected Wang Jie's request, igniting a frenzy across the entire NBA. Could it be that the Supersonics were aiming to secure Greg Oden? The Portland Trail Blazers would certainly not grant him that opportunity. Oh heavens! Both teams appeared to be losing their minds. In a dramatic turn, Wang Jie increased his offer, including the Knicks' first-round draft pick for the following year. The question loomed, which player would each team ultimately choose? Following an urgent meeting among the Supersonics management late at night, they decided to decline the offer. Even before the draft commenced, Wang Jie's audacious maneuvers, coupled with those of the Supersonics, sent shockwaves throughout the league. Consequently, Wang Jie earned the moniker of being foolishly affluent as a plethora of trade requests inundated him, elevating his blood pressure. After all, most of these trade proposals were utterly unreasonable. Who did Wang Jie think he was? Wang Jie had yet to ponder over the matter when he roughly conveyed to Wang Jie that he no longer wished to remain a substitute. He signed a 5-year contract worth $60 million with the Heat, with a staggering breach penalty of $20 million. Wang Jie is at a loss for words. This season has yet to see a significant use of the Jin Billy template. It seems that the struggling abilities of the substitute may well become a poison contract for the Heat. Wang Jie felt somewhat overwhelmed and reluctantly began to scrutinize the offers. Ultimately, he discovered that the Grizzlies held a keen interest in Zach Randolph and were willing to exchange him for Pau Gasol. Upon catching sight of the situation, Wang Jie's eyes gleamed with excitement. Last year, Pau Gasol had exhibited a somewhat lackluster performance against the formidable Kevin Garnett, which left the Grizzlies quite dissatisfied. Yet, it was Garnett we were discussing. His annual salary surpassed even that of Wang Jie. Pau Gasol, as a power forward, earned a mere $13 million a year, comparable to Zach Randolph on his team. In truth, Zach Randolph and Gasol were often hailed as a dynamic duo, equally matched in prowess. However, Randolph's lack of a championship title rendered him somewhat less illustrious, but it was only the year 2007, and Pau Gasol would not sign with the Lakers until the following year. Let us exchange Randolph for Gasol. I am in favor of this, Wang Jie declared. Very well. I shall endeavor to negotiate and secure the most advantageous outcome, swiftly replied the Knicks general manager. Despite Zach Randolph's commendable skills, he was plagued by numerous issues both on and off the court, particularly his future entanglements with substance abuse, which caused Wang Jie to hesitate in joining him on the court for fear of potential repercussions. The transaction of power forwards proceeded, with the Grizzlies' general manager remaining steadfast. Ultimately, both parties successfully executed the exchange. The Knicks' general manager, who had been accustomed to high luxury tax burdens without playoff appearances for several consecutive years, felt a creeping anxiety about his job security despite his previously unassailable authority. This year, even the general manager's powers were bestowed upon Wang Jie, with the hope that he would guide the New York Knicks into the playoffs. Indeed, the management entered into a wager with Wang Jie. Should he fail to lead the Knicks to the playoffs this year, he would forfeit his salary, effectively working for free. Chapter 42. The trade of the Gasol brothers and Sun Yu. Next in line was the all-star caliber player, Stephon Marbury, the team's most prominent star. The Lone Wolf. Marbury, as a point guard, surprisingly exhibited a reluctance to pass the ball. This left Wang Jie feeling somewhat insecure. Although Marbury had begun to embrace more passing in his game, his previous season was marked by an overly individualistic style, which had even led to a clash with the head coach, resulting in the latter's departure. This understandably caused Wang Jie some concern. However, what could Marbury be traded for? After all, he was an all-star with respectable averages of 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. On paper, one could hardly label him as a lone wolf. Wang Jie endeavored to inquire about the price of Chris Paul from the Hornets, only to be met with a straightforward refusal, as the Hornets declared that Chris Paul was not for sale. Subsequently, attempts to acquire Nash, Williams, and even Andre Miller, whose statistics paled in comparison to those of Marbury, proved futile. Despite Miller's lesser numbers, he was secured by a 2-year contract worth less than $20 million. While Marbury's final contract year was not only more expensive but also exceeded Miller's 2-year agreement. Frustrated, Wang Jie urged the management to offer an additional $10 million to the 76ers as a show of willingness for a trade, only to be politely declined. Wang Jie is at a loss for words. Each of these team managers is more cunning than the last, making it impossible to deceive them. Thus, Wang Jie has no choice but to wait for the draft conference to take action. In a swift decision, Wang Jie urged the Knicks to secure a higher draft position, ideally within the top 9, to acquire Joakim Noah, whose prowess in scoring, rebounding, and assisting would instantly enhance their competitive edge. Unfortunately, the management failed to acquire a higher draft pick, as such selections are often unattainable despite substantial financial resources. Consequently, the Knicks were left with the 23rd pick. Wang Jie pondered the potential of the later pick, asking the general manager beside him, "What about Afurula?" The response was candid. His talent is limited, athleticism is lacking. And while he possesses decent shooting and ball handling skills, I would still recommend selecting Wilson Chandler, who excelled in the tryouts. His exceptional physical attributes and performance in scoring, assisting, and rebounding are all above average. Choosing him, barring any injuries, would ensure immediate impact. Wang Jie nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed the case. Wilson Chandler had a promising future ahead of him. Unfortunately, despite his remarkable physical prowess, he had been unable to translate that into commensurate performance on the court. Conversely, Afurula was set to become the face of the Magic, yet at this moment, it was evident that Wilson Chandler was a commendable and exceptional backup. By the way, do we have any second-round picks? Wang Jie inquired. No, but there aren't many good choices in the second round. If you want, we can purchase one. General Manager Perry replied, shaking his head. Acquire me a pick in the top 40 or earlier, along with another pick at 48 or better, Wang Jie commanded. Absolutely, Perry responded promptly, reaching out to make the necessary arrangements. In merely 10 minutes, Wang Jie received word that Perry had successfully secured the 40th and 48th picks, obtaining 2 second-round selections from the Lakers. However, the Lakers were not interested in monetary compensation. They, too, were not lacking in funds. Instead, they requested a Knicks backup to bolster their bench depth. Upon hearing the name of the backup center, Jerome James, whom he had never even heard of, Wang Jie was taken aback. Jerome James for 2 second-round picks? He has a penchant for donuts and has recently put on weight, if others are unaware. He may struggle to catch his breath after a couple of minutes on the court next year, General Manager Perry explained. What is Jerome James's annual salary? Wang Jie asked. Puzzled. 10 million, Perry replied. Wang Jie widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 10 million? What a joke. We must hasten to trade him away. It was absurd for a backup to command such a salary, a feat only the Knicks, with their foolishness and abundant finances, could accomplish. The Lakers had a keen interest in strengthening their interior since the departure of Shaquille O'Neal. They and Kobe had been fervently scouring the globe for suitable big men. If Jerome James could commit to rigorous training, he might yet fulfill his potential, prompting the Lakers to take a chance on him. To facilitate this deal, the Knicks also contributed an additional $3 million in cash to the Lakers, thereby securing the 2 second-round draft picks. Wang Jie acquired 2 second-round draft picks, and a wave of clarity washed over him. Indeed, with the 40th pick, Wang Jie selected Sun Yu, who was not contested by any other teams. The crowd assumed Wang Jie's choice of Sun Yu was merely a matter of camaraderie, believing he had leveraged connections to secure the selection. For Sun Yu was an unremarkable guard who had played in the ABA and exhibited mediocrity in both mid-range and three-point shooting, merely showcasing some organizational skills and passing ability as a point guard. With the 48th pick, Wang Jie chose Marc Gasol. At that time, Marc Gasol was still a recently slimmed-down individual, weighing over 240 pounds and playing as a center. Although he had begun to shed weight prior to the draft, his bulky physique during the testing phase deterred many from selecting him. Despite Wang Jie's efforts to orchestrate trades, Perry was unable to secure any players. Ultimately, Wang Jie found himself in a predicament. He could not afford to make a losing deal. With Marbury in the twilight of his career, historical accounts suggested that this season Marbury would learn to pass, a skill he had not yet mastered in the previous season, leaving Wang Jie somewhat apprehensive. During the preseason training, the head coach, Isaiah Thomas, established the starting lineup: Stephon Marbury, point guard; Jamal Crawford, shooting guard; Wang Jie, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward; and Eddie Curry, center. The bench featured Marc Gasol, Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, David Lee, and Richardson. Additionally, there was a third unit composed of Jones, Jeffries, Little Potato Robinson, Rose, and others. It must be acknowledged that the Knicks were indeed affluent. Their third unit could rival the second unit of many teams. For instance, the soon-to-be-formed aging version of the Big Three's second unit was hardly impressive. With the strength of both the second and third units, Wang Jie felt emboldened to contend for the championship. Although Marbury harbored resentment towards Wang Jie, given that he had become the team leader upon Wang Jie's arrival, it was essential to remember that Marbury had previously held the mantle of leadership within the Knicks, especially after the significant trade that brought in 7 new players, with some even advocating for a one-for-one swap involving Jason Kidd. Wang Jie had been training with his team for some time and discovered that Marbury was indeed quite remarkable. Although in the twilight of his career and experiencing a decline in performance, he still demonstrated a well-rounded skill set with capabilities in shooting, assisting, rebounding, and stealing the ball. Historically, it was anticipated that Marbury would average 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists this season. Of course, he paled in comparison to Kidd, who averaged 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists, with twice the number of assists as Marbury. However, as a point guard, Marbury ultimately yielded to Wang Jie. Aware that he was in a contract year and eager to prove his worth to avoid a significant drop in statistics that could jeopardize future contracts. In reality, by the end of the season, Marbury found himself with few offers, and the salaries proposed to him were disappointingly low, prompting him to venture into the CBA. Chapter 43. The conclusion of the regular season. Consequently, during training, Wang Jie noticed that Marbury consistently passed him the ball, only shooting when he found himself in a prime position or when he managed to create space, which took him by surprise. Eddie Curry had enjoyed a peak season last year, earning the nickname Little Shark. Though his performance had slightly diminished this season, he remained competent, albeit prone to errors when passing as a center, lacking the prowess of a top-tier center, yet suffering from the ailments typically associated with one. Particularly in free-throw shooting, last season he managed just over 60, slightly better than O'Neal. Lastly, there was Pau Gasol, who, as a power forward, could effectively complement Eddie Curry, creating a stronger dynamic through their contrasting strengths. He was particularly grateful to Wang Jie for selecting Marc Gasol, as the two brothers playing on the same team was a source of great joy for Pau. Marc was equally thrilled at being chosen by Wang Jie and grateful for the opportunity to serve as Eddie Curry's backup. Time flew by, and that year, Kevin Durant joined the Supersonics while the once mighty Greg Oden faced the impending decline of his career due to injuries. Wang Jie, in his fervent pursuit of talent with the New York Knicks, finds himself thwarted, primarily due to the trepidation other teams harbor towards him. Having clinched 9 consecutive championships, his mere presence on any team has the power to elevate its prowess significantly. Last season, his collaboration with the Pistons, forming a formidable quintet, instilled fear across the league. Even during his era with the Heat, where he achieved an astonishing record of 82 wins, the dread was not as palpable. However, last season, the disheartening spectacle of a player of his caliber failing to score a single point in a quarter transformed the NBA into a mere shadow of its former self, evoking despair. The relentless onslaught of dunks, blocks, steals, and missed shots seemed to erode the confidence of numerous professional players. Fortunately, with Wang Jie's departure from the Pistons, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the league. Greg Popovich, a staunch advocate of defense as the cornerstone of championship success, could not help but criticize Wang Jie, whose defensive prowess rendered opposing players almost incapable of executing their game. As the current regular season commenced, Wang Jie unexpectedly witnessed the Knicks embarking on a winning streak. In stark contrast to the previous season, where scoring was a formidable challenge, this season he seamlessly collaborated with Jamal Crawford off the court, while the lone wolf, Stephon Marbury, began to distribute the ball effectively, enabling Wang Jie to consistently achieve double-digit scoring. The interior, fortified by the tenacity of the Little Shark and Pau Gasol, became an impregnable fortress as the duo fiercely contested rebounds. They continued to triumph effortlessly against formidable opponents such as the Heat and the Lakers. Wang Jie consistently cast the brilliance of his performance upon Marbury during each match. As a seasoned veteran, he is likely to experience substantial improvement, whereas other veterans may be disinclined to witness the Knicks, who appear devoid of championship potential. Wang Jie continued to exhibit his extraordinary performance, oscillating between brilliance and mediocrity. During one of his less stellar games, he resorted to sipping goji berry water from his thermos, a habit that had frequently led him to undergo drug tests. Initially, the Knicks showed little concern, but everything changed when they faced the Pistons. The Pistons, bolstered by the addition of the center McDyess, demonstrated considerable prowess, managing to secure numerous rebounds against the formidable duo of Pau Gasol and Shaquille O'Neal. While the Pistons held their ground defensively, their scoring was significantly lacking, culminating in a defeat against Wang Jie with a score of 102-90. The second quarter proved pivotal as Wang Jie opted for his bench players, Pau Gasol, the Jin Billy-like Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson. These players unleashed a barrage of three-point shots, widening the gap to 8 points by halftime, and ultimately concluding the game with a 12-point lead. The Pistons core expressed their regret over Wang Jie's departure, with Hamilton remarking, "Jack Wang, I still hope you can join us to forge a Pistons dynasty if an opportunity arises in the future." Wang Jie, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled, dismissing the notion as whimsical. Should the Pistons meet in the finals again, it would likely require Stern himself to intervene. Soon after, Wang Jie faced the Heat and was delighted to reunite with his old friend Dwayne Wade. However, this season, Shaquille O'Neal struggled with his weight and performance, averaging a mere 14 points and managed only 8 points and 4 rebounds during the game, leaving many to mistake him for a bench player. Wade, however, shone brightly, scoring a game-high 25 points, while Wang Jie, in one of his less impressive outings, managed 21 points. Surprisingly, it was Marbury who exploded for 22 points, outshining Wang Jie. With Wang Jie's assistance, Marbury returned to his peak form, averaging 22 points per game, while the bench players also contributed significantly. Ultimately, Marbury's average of 15 points equaled that of Crawford. Many teams that Wang Jie had considered trading for now found themselves regretting their decisions, as Marbury began to flourish, even restoring his previously discarded passing key. "Brother, I truly miss the days we played together. I hope for future opportunities to collaborate," Wade said with a beaming smile. "Of course, you are my brother, and there will be opportunities ahead." Wang Jie smiled and spoke. He then began to rotate the starting players on the team, allowing each of them to take turns resting. In challenging away games, such as those against the Timberwolves or Nuggets, where the environment is harsh or the locations are remote, he would send 2 or 3 starters along with the second and third units to compete. Soon, the Christmas showdown arrived, where he faced his former team, the Spurs. Pau Gasol and Shaquille O'Neal rendered Tim Duncan ineffective in the paint. While the Spurs' other players performed admirably, the majority of rebounds fell into the hands of the Knicks. However, Wang Jie was in a state of extraordinary prowess during this match, achieving a remarkable shooting percentage and scoring 35 points, while Duncan managed only 13 points. Conversely, Ginobili hit several three-pointers to contribute 20 points. Nevertheless, the Spurs ultimately suffered a significant defeat. Having played only 44 games, Wang Jie boasted an impressive record of 35 wins and 9 losses, with the 9 losses occurring while he was on the bench. He remained undefeated in all the games he participated in. During the All-Star game, he led the East to victory once again, earning the MVP title. However, he abstained from participating in the dunk contest, three-point contest, and skills competition, which provided a slight consolation to the other players. Following this, Wang Jie enjoyed a string of home victories until a grueling stretch of 8 consecutive away games, resulting in a balanced record of 4 wins and 4 losses. This was primarily due to the rest periods taken by Eddie Curry and Pau Gasol, as Wang Jie assigned 2 other starters along with Marc Gasol, Richardson, David Lee, Sun Yu, and Wilson Chandler to lead the team. They struggled against playoff contenders, but easily triumphed over weaker teams. As the regular season concluded, the Knicks surpassed historical records with a remarkable 65 wins and 18 losses, ranking second in the Eastern Conference, just 1 victory shy of the aging Celtics trio. It must be noted that the Celtics' strength was formidable. The head-to-head matchup between their veteran trio and Wang Jie resulted in a split, 1 win and 1 loss. In Chapter 44, facing the Cavaliers, the referees became the adversaries. This season, Wang Jie had transformed the Knicks, a perennial underdog, into a team that commanded respect throughout the league. Despite their impressive statistics, there lingered a sensation among many that the gap was surmountable. And the Knicks were not insurmountable foes. The first match was against the 76ers. Notably, prior to the season's commencement, Wang Jie had sought to trade the independent-minded Stephon Marbury for Andre Miller, a proposal that was declined. However, during the first quarter, Marbury matched up against Miller. And under Wang Jie's revitalizing influence, Miller was overwhelmed on both ends of the court, even suffering a steal at the hands of Marbury. By the end of the first quarter, the Knicks had established a 5-point lead. The 76ers were taken aback by this turn of events. In the second quarter, Wang Jie brought in the bench while the 76ers did the same to rest their starters. The result was another onslaught, as Wang Jie's crew extended the lead to 20 points. The 76ers managed a meager 5 points in that quarter, only avoiding further disparity by reintroducing their starters. In the third quarter, the 76ers opted to bring in their bench players. Wang Jie concluded the game with 25 points and 6 assists, having exerted such dominance in the early stages that he finished early without accumulating further statistics. The 76ers proved no match for Wang Jie and his teammates, as the Knicks dominated the boards, claiming the vast majority of rebounds, and the 76ers had virtually no second-chance opportunities. Wang Jie swept the 76ers with ease, achieving a 4-0 record. However, while the Celtics trio was formidable, their bench was significantly weaker. Wang Jie harbored doubts that even the Knicks' third unit could best the Celtics' reserves. The Celtics faced the 8th-seeded Hawks and struggled to a decisive Game 7 victory. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie led the Knicks against LeBron James and the Cavaliers. This season, the Cavaliers were also formidable, with no positions lacking strength, though none stood out as particularly dominant. The most powerful among them was LeBron James, who, right from the outset of the game, showcased his skills with a dazzling layup for 2 points. Wang Jie glanced at the referee, who had failed to blow the whistle, and immediately realized that the skill of the referee's nemesis had been activated. Wang Jie effortlessly launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. Initially, he intended to unleash his extraordinary skills in the first game. However, upon realizing that the referee was consistently unfavorable, he opted not to activate his abilities and instead unleashed a barrage of three-point shots. In this inaugural match at the Knicks' home court, LeBron James scored 33 points, with 5 of his teammates achieving double figures, yet they still faced defeat. Wang Jie unleashed a relentless barrage of three-point shots, amassing an astonishing 60 points throughout the game, single-handedly accounting for nearly half of his team's total score. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Cavaliers with a resounding 137-110 victory. Wang Jie, who could have easily settled for a modest 20-plus points, was perceived to be in exceptional form, prompting his teammates to pass him the ball at every opportunity, even when he faced double coverage. "I don't believe I lost. Rather," Wang Jie erupted, demonstrating an unparalleled prowess that no one could contain, lamented LeBron James. Indeed, despite his team's defeat, James emerged unscathed. In the second match, Wang Jie once again dominated with 60 points, securing victory. The third encounter, hosted at the Cavaliers Arena, saw the referees extend a greater degree of leniency towards the young monarch, LeBron. Throughout the game, Wang Jie continued his fervent three-point assault. And under the scrutiny of the referees, he astonishingly netted 72 points, setting a new playoff scoring record. The officiating crew was visibly strained, as the Cavaliers were awarded over 20 free throws, each one triggering Wang Jie's ability to challenge the referee's authority. Wang Jie looked at the referee with great delight. This was no mere adversary of the officials, but rather a veritable enforcer of their decisions. This led Wang Jie to effortlessly sink over 23 pointers. The referee, visibly shaken, seemed on the verge of shedding his officiating attire to don the Cavaliers' jersey. Yet, despite this apparent favoritism, the Cavaliers faced another significant defeat. In this match, LeBron James scored a staggering 40 points, including over 10 from free throws, yet they still succumbed to loss. LeBron gazed at Wang Jie in disbelief, as though he were witnessing an extraterrestrial. Despite his relentless attempts to draw fouls, he found himself utterly helpless against Wang Jie's slick and relentless three-point shooting. By the fourth game, the referees had seemingly surrendered. Fortunately, the match itself was fiercely contested. It wasn't until the end of the third quarter that the point differential reached 5. As the final quarter concluded, Wang Jie knew that his deadly three-pointer would extend the lead to 10 points, ultimately securing victory for the Knicks. "Brother, shall we play basketball together?" LeBron said after embracing Wang Jie. "I might need to think about it. After all, I'm not in need of another championship," Wang Jie replied with a smile. LeBron felt a twinge of frustration, yet Wang Jie spoke the truth, having entered the league at the pinnacle of his career. He had yet to lose a championship since his debut season. How many years had it been for LeBron? Perhaps it was time for change. LeBron recalled the newly formed Big Three of the Celtics, and a notion began to take root in his mind. The Celtics easily triumphed over the aging and declining Pistons, achieving a 4-2 victory, which was swifter than their conquest of the Hawks, leaving many astonished. Head coach Doc Rivers' projected starting lineup: Rondo point guard, Ray Allen shooting guard, Pierce small forward, Garnett power forward, Perkins center. Head coach Isaiah Thomas starting lineup: Stephon Marbury point guard, Jamal Crawford shooting guard, Wang Jie small forward, Pau Gasol power forward, Eddie Curry center. In the first match, Wang Jie activated his skill, unpredictable, though the veteran versions of Ray Allen, Pierce, and Garnett were no longer in their youth. Their prowess remained at its peak. Facing the defensive prowess of Pierce and Allen, Wang Jie adeptly distributed the ball to Crawford. Crawford surged into the paint, passing it to Marbury. Upon noticing Rondo being momentarily restrained, Marbury quickly took his shot. However, just as he released the ball, Garnett leapt to disrupt the attempt. Fortunately for Marbury, Wang Jie had bestowed upon him the skill of rejuvenation, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of his career. The basketball ricocheted off the rim before finding its way through the net. Immediately following, Allen launched a surprise three-pointer from beyond the arc, while Crawford was momentarily obstructed by a screen set by Pierce, resulting in a successful three-point shot. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Jie and the aging trio managed to initiate the game with a 2-3 lead, which instilled a sense of pressure within Wang Jie. Shortly thereafter, he scored a basket. Yet the formidable Garnett responded by overpowering Wang Jie for his own score. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 30-28, leaving Wang Jie somewhat astonished. The Celtics' Big Three possessed not only remarkable individual talent, but Garnett, the most formidable among them, excelled in both offense and defense. Their synergy was impressively seamless, as if they had played together for an eternity. Each player alternated between offense and defense with exceptional coordination. Wang Jie found himself at a disadvantage, as the strategy oscillated between seizing opportunities to shoot and retreating when chances were scarce. In Chapter 45, titled The Eastern Showdown of the Aging Trio, it was evident that Wang Jie, alongside the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and Pau Gasol, dominated the paint and secured a greater number of rebounds. Nevertheless, the final score remained closely contested, with both teams engaged in a fiercely intense battle, eliciting exhilarated cheers from the audience below. In the second quarter, Wang Jie continued to take the court as a starter. As the competition escalated into the second game, he led the Celtics' aging trio by 2 points. The decline in the trio's physical stamina due to their advanced age resulted in a noticeable drop in shooting accuracy. Although Wang Jie and his teammates were not immune to fatigue either. Even with Stephon Marbury regaining some of his former prowess in the second quarter, their overall effectiveness diminished. Yet, in contrast to the fatigued veteran trio, Wang Jie's youth and vigor provided a distinct advantage. In the third game, the aging trio's exhaustion became evident, prompting Ray Allen to be substituted for a fresh player. Wang Jie also brought along substitutes Pau Gasol Jr., Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson onto the court. As soon as the game commenced, Wang Jie passed the ball to Sun Yu, who, from the corner, effortlessly sank a three-pointer in the face of a certain role player. Immediately following this, Ray Allen vociferously urged his substitute to defend Sun Yu. However, turning back, Ray Allen received the ball and passed it to another substitute, who was promptly intercepted by Sun Yu, now endowed with a 20 enhancement in all attributes, who then swiftly passed the ball to Wang Jie. Wang Jie swiftly dashed beyond the three-point arc, triggering an open shot that effortlessly found its mark, securing a flawless three-pointer. Under the vigilant defense of Ray Allen, Wang Jie skillfully distributed the ball to Sun Yu, who effortlessly sank another shot despite the backup defense, securing yet another 3 points. Following this, with Wang Jie's assistance, Richardson, Wilson Chandler, and Pau Gasol all contributed to the scoreboard, either by scoring themselves or by aiding Wang Jie in his shooting endeavors, or by seizing rebounds to take additional shots. Within a mere 3 minutes, Wang Jie had extended the lead to 10 points, prompting the aging trio of veterans to hastily reintroduce their recently rested starters. Nevertheless, even with the bench players, Wang Jie managed to engage in a spirited exchange with the seasoned trio. As for Wilson Chandler, while his talent was rumored to be commendable, Sun Yu and Pau Gasol were both second-round picks. Could such prowess truly be attributed to second-round capabilities? When Pau Gasol repeatedly secured rebounds, appearing to rival, and perhaps even surpass, his elder brother, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. It was noted that the Knicks had only signed them to one-year contracts, citing doubts regarding Wang Jie, while Wilson Chandler had secured a 4-year deal. It was indeed astonishing to ponder the impending influx of talent in the coming year. Playing alongside superstars is an entirely different experience compared to taking the court alone. Previously, Wang Jie had effortlessly showcased his three-point shooting skills, often outshining Sun Yu, but now, he found himself relegated to the bench, with his once reliable three-point shooting inexplicably absent. Wang Jie remained oblivious to the ongoing discussions and the details surrounding the signing of a significant contract. His experience within the team was far from enjoyable, as the disparity between his high salary and limited abilities offered him little solace beyond the routine of training and waiting for his paycheck. As the third quarter commenced, the score difference remained a steady 10 points. After a lengthy respite, the starters were summoned to face off against the aging trio of superstars. However, Wang Jie soon realized that Marbury's prowess had diminished considerably. His shooting accuracy was lacking, prompting Wang Jie to encourage him to pass more and shoot less. Reluctantly, Marbury, upon hearing Wang Jie's authoritative words and considering the possibility of securing a championship ring this year, found himself invigorated and complied with Wang Jie's directives. Ultimately, this strategy helped stave off a comeback by the Celtics, concluding the first game with a victory for Wang Jie's Knicks at 130-123, a margin of 7 points. In the final minute, Ray Allen sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, but fortunately, Wang Jie activated his clutch skill and made a crucial basket, averting the risk of a potential upset. As the first match drew to a close, Wang Jie felt an unusual weight of pressure, a sensation he had not encountered in recent finals. In contrast to the relentless defenses of the Heat and the Pistons, the Knicks, despite the presence of the Gasol brothers and the lone wolf Marbury, seemed to lack a certain edge. Wang Jie couldn't help but reflect on this disparity. After all, in their inaugural season, Pau Gasol's experience and teamwork fell short when compared to the 3 established superstars dominating the team. As for Marbury, he could only muster a semblance of competitiveness in the first quarter, had it not been for Wang Jie's remarkable skill execution in the third quarter. Exploiting the Celtics' sole vulnerability, the outcome might have been dire. In the second game, Wang Jie exhibited an impressive performance. After starting the first quarter and nailing a three-pointer, he promptly signaled for Richardson to substitute in. By the end of the first quarter, the Knicks found themselves trailing by 5 points. In the second quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players onto the court, igniting a fervent pursuit to close the gap. Wang Jie refrained from taking shots, instead opting to pull Pierce outside the three-point line to attract defensive attention and distribute the ball. By the end of the second quarter, despite the embarrassment of having 2 of his shots intercepted by Pierce, who also sank 2 three-pointers, the team managed to recover the lost 5 points, owing much to the fervent scoring and rebounding efforts of Sun Yu, Richardson, and Pau Gasol, ultimately leading by 3 points. In the third quarter, Wang Jie took a breather while Sun Yu and Richardson led the charge, yet the team lost 6 points, with the Celtics maintaining a 3-point advantage. In the final quarter, Wang Jie returned to the court with the bench players, confronting Pierce's defense. He executed a dazzling crossover, feigning a drive, delighted at the prospect of an impending steal. Pierce was taken aback as Wang Jie, amidst Pierce's astonished gaze, effortlessly sank a three-pointer with a fadeaway jump shot. From that moment on, Pierce was cautious, closely shadowing Wang Jie, yet he was unable to contain him as Wang Jie hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, amassing 18 points before substituting Richardson back in. Following Wang Jie's entrance in the fourth quarter, the Knicks surged ahead, surpassing the Celtics by 5 points. As the game reached its climax, Ray Allen made 2 out of 3 three-point attempts, while Pierce scored flawlessly on his 2 attempts, and Garnett executed 3 perfect jump shots. In the second game, even after employing his clutch skills, Wang Jie ultimately succumbed to the Celtics, losing 130-132 due to Garnett's last-second 2-point shot. This left Wang Jie in disbelief. He had utilized nearly all his skills yet still encountered some errors and weaknesses. He hadn't anticipated that the aging trio would be so astute, swiftly capitalizing on even the slightest of his shortcomings. The starting lineup of Wang Jie, Pau Gasol, Crawford, and Marbury, without the aid of skills, was evidently inferior to the formidable trio of Garnett, Pierce, and Allen, along with Rondo. At the season's onset, Wang Jie had even sought to trade Marbury for Rondo, only to be rebuffed. However, lacking sufficient strength, they compensated with skills, leading to the third game where they managed to surpass the Celtics by 5 points in the second quarter. Subsequently, both teams substituted in their bench players. Unfortunately, Tony Allen, who could have bolstered the Celtics' reserves, was sidelined for the season due to a knee injury sustained early in the year. The opposing bench featured players like Powell, Castle, and House Davis, while Wang Jie led his own reserves, Pau Gasol, a Sun Yu resembling Jin Billy, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson. The 5 unleashed a flurry of shots, with Gasol and Richardson dominating the boards, and within a mere 3 minutes, they surged to a 10-point lead. The Celtics hastily reintroduced their 3 stars along with Rondo. Chapter 46. Tension. However, Wang Jie, guiding a well-rested bench, relentlessly attacked the fatigued quartet. Despite their flawless teamwork, the quartet was rendered helpless against the precision shooting of Wang Jie and his teammates, who ended the third quarter with a staggering 22-point lead over the Celtics. In the fourth quarter, the starters, led by Wang Jie, faced an even more exhausted Celtics team. Ultimately, after just 5 minutes into the final quarter, the Celtics trio, drained from exertion, missed 3 consecutive three-point attempts, necessitating their substitution as they conceded defeat. Wang Jie and others were also substituted, as the point difference had swelled to 28. There was no need to continue playing. If Wang Jie were to secure victory in the fourth match, it would result in a 3-1 lead, a position from which most teams would find it nearly impossible to mount a comeback. However, the aging trio once again displayed remarkable tenacity. Garnett's shooting percentage was exceptionally high, while Wang Jie contributed 18 points. As the fourth quarter began, the Celtics closed the gap, leveling the score. In the final minute, the Celtics surged ahead, leading 133-131. Upon entering the court, Wang Jie executed a stunning game-winning three-pointer before being substituted. Sun Yu, who embodies the essence of Jin Billy, prepared to take a three-point shot. However, as a newcomer, Sun Yu, despite possessing Jin Billy's skill set, lacked the audacity under pressure. Ultimately, his three-point attempt failed, although he did manage to convert 2 free throws. Nevertheless, the Knicks succumbed to defeat, even though Wang Jie led the team to narrow the gap to 10 points during a brief respite for the Celtics. They were relentlessly pursued. In the end, Ray Allen's three-pointer, coupled with Garnett's formidable jump shot, turned the tide. The series stood at 2-2. Leaving all teams astonished, had Wang Jie diminished in prowess since joining the Knicks? In the pivotal fifth game, Wang Jie contemplated the daunting challenge ahead, realizing that winning against the resilient Celtics would be a formidable task. Even a remarkable bench performance could not guarantee accuracy, and while the trio's shooting was exceptional, their defensive capabilities were equally formidable, boasting a defensive rating exceeding 90. In this crucial clash, both teams unleashed their full potential, with Wang Jie demonstrating his uncanny skills. As the score remained tightly contested, Wang Jie, stronger than Ray Allen, asserted the theme of the quarter: "You shall not have favorable opportunities. The ball shall be passed to him." Wang Jie possesses a remarkable three-point shooting percentage, demonstrating resilience even when faced with the formidable defenses of Paul Pierce and Ray Allen. In the second quarter, he entered the game alongside the bench players and promptly extended the lead to 8 points, continuing his impressive performance in the third quarter. Wang Jie again took to the court with the substitutes against the Celtics' second unit, swiftly increasing the lead to 18 points within a mere 3 minutes. Notably, Sun Yu executed 2 consecutive steals from different substitutes, while the Celtics bench remained scoreless for 3 minutes, during which Wang Jie and his teammates relentlessly scored 10 points. This forced the likes of Kevin Garnett, the big ticket, to re-enter the game. Ultimately, despite the valiant efforts of the aging trio, they were unable to overcome Wang Jie, and their waning stamina and declining performance rendered them increasingly vulnerable. In a climactic finale, Wang Jie executed a decisive shot that widened the gap to 21 points, only for Ray Allen to respond with a three-pointer, followed by another from Pierce. Ultimately, the two teams concluded with a 16-point differential as Wang Jie triumphed over the Celtics, securing victory in Game 5, bringing the series to a 3-2 standing. The highly anticipated Game 6 commenced swiftly, with Wang Jie initially taking the court for a minute to counter Pierce. Observing Wang Jie's lackluster performance, the aging trio of superstars quickly realized the need for a change, prompting Wang Jie to make a three-pointer before exiting the game for Sun Yu. The first quarter ended in a tie, but in the second quarter, Wang Jie returned with the bench players for 10 minutes, holding his own against the formidable trio. However, after a substitution, the starting lineup concluded the second quarter trailing by 3 points, a testament to the Celtics' remarkable synergy. As the third quarter unfolded, the Celtics trio exhibited signs of fatigue. Despite the impending loss, they were unable to sustain their performance for the entire game, risking a significant decline in their capabilities. With no alternatives, the bench players entered for 5 minutes, while Wang Jie similarly led his team during that span. The Celtics substitutes proved no match for Sun Yu and his compatriots, who relentlessly scored amidst defensive pressure and direct drives. Remarkably, Wang Jie managed to attract a defender with ease, resulting in 6 assists. Sun Yu even recorded a steal, and Pau Gasol delivered 2 spectacular blocks. In just 5 minutes, the Knicks transformed a 3-point deficit into a 10-point lead. Nearby, Celtics coach Doc Rivers erupted in frustration. Yet Wang Jie and his superior bench players employed an extraordinary 5 consecutive skills to enhance their attributes by 20. The outcome was akin to an NBA starter facing a summer league team, as they unleashed a remarkable 17-4 scoring spree. The Celtics trio, needing a brief respite, returned to the court immediately. Failure to do so would further exacerbate their predicament. As the fourth quarter commenced, Sun Yu passed to Gasol, who executed a thunderous dunk that electrified the arena. The cheers resonated, and Wang Jie smiled, having refrained from dunking throughout the game to conserve energy. Knowing he had already exerted himself significantly, the fourth quarter proved fiercely competitive, set against the vibrant backdrop of Knicks fans, whose cheers erupted for every score. While the Celtics' attempts were met with jeers, however, the seasoned Celtics trio remained unfazed by the hostile atmosphere. In the final 5 minutes, they narrowed the score to a mere 3 points, causing palpable tension among Knicks supporters. This scenario echoed previous quarters, where the Celtics trio had relentlessly chased points, often recovering from deficits exceeding 10. Rivers frantically strategized, while Isaiah appeared noticeably less experienced, struggling against a formidable opponent, leading to a significant loss of ground. Wang Jie finally took the stage, entering as a starter. He replaced Eddie Curry with Pau Gasol at the center position, while the talented Sun Yu was brought in to take Wang Jie's place as the small forward. Wang Jie assumed the role of point guard, stepping in for the formidable Marbury, who had regained his strength. Wang Jie and Crawford leaned on each other as they approached the half-court, with Crawford passing the ball to Wang Jie. In a split second, Wang Jie released the shot, albeit a moment too late. Pierce nearly managed to block his vision, yet Wang Jie still executed a stunning three-pointer from midcourt. The ball swished through the net, propelling the Knicks ahead by 6 points. What a magnificent shot. My goodness. Truly remarkable, Barkley exclaimed during the commentary, asserting that Wang Jie's three-pointer was unparalleled among current players, even surpassing Ray Allen's shooting accuracy. Kenny Smith chuckled and proposed a wager. There are still a few minutes left, shall we bet? I wager the Celtics will win. Loser kisses a donkey's rear. Damn it. I refuse to stumble in the same place twice. I will not bet on that. Barkley retorted with indignation. Chapter 47, G6. Who will emerge victorious? The Celtics are indeed formidable, yet their bench lacks any capable players. Indeed, our rookie Sun Yu has been reported to be far inferior to Lian Mei in the CBA. Yet he is still managing to hold his own against them. It's hard to watch. However, it seems Lian Mei is struggling to adapt to the NBA, as her averages haven't even reached double digits yet. Isn't Sun Yu in a similar predicament? Good shot. Another one. Wang Jie sank yet another three-pointer. Despite Garnett's fierce jump shot finding the basket, the gap widened to 7 points. With 4 minutes remaining, Garnett scored again, but Wang Jie responded with yet another three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points with just 3:23 left on the clock. I'll take my turn. Ray Allen, facing Wang Jie's intense defense, felt as though the basket was playing tricks on him, resulting in a shot that barely grazed the rim. Turning around, Wang Jie, under the defense of Garnett, Pierce, and Allen, executed a breathtaking fadeaway jumper, launching the ball high despite the trio's attempts to block him. Swish. With that shot, Wang Jie had utilized all 18 points of his goji berry skill. Garnett, Pierce, and their compatriots were left in despair. Their combined efforts to block Wang Jie had proven futile as he successfully made the shot. The point differential surged to 11. Garnett's fierce jump shot bounced off the rim, and Pau Gasol effectively shielded Garnett, allowing Marc Gasol to secure the rebound and pass the ball to Wang Jie. Wang Jie assisted Crawford with a deft floater, narrowing the gap to 13 points. With just over 2 minutes remaining, Ray Allen, undeterred by the dire circumstances, coolly sank a three-pointer. Moments later, Wang Jie set up Sun Yu, but the shot missed its mark. Ray Allen then struck again with another three-pointer, swiftly closing the deficit to 7 points. Fortunately, Wang Jie continued to facilitate, finally aiding Sun Yu in making a three-pointer, extending the lead back to 10 points. However, upon returning to the action, Ray Allen found himself double-teamed, allowing Pierce to exploit the open space and land another three-pointer, halting the bleeding and bringing the score back to 7 points. Wang Jie assisted Gasol, but his jump shot missed. Garnett, with his indomitable spirit, successfully executed a jump shot, adding 2 points to the scoreboard, narrowing the gap to 5 points with merely 1 minute remaining. Wang Jie continued to remain passive on the court, while Pierce, tasked with guarding him, seemed to disregard his presence. Nevertheless, Wang Jie persisted on the court. In the final minute, Ray Allen once again made a three-pointer, reducing the deficit to a mere 2 points. Wang Jie passed the ball to Sun Yu, who charged beyond the three-point arc, defiantly attempting a shot against the formidable defense of Ray Allen. With a resounding thud, Pau Gasol and Ray Allen leapt into the air, fiercely contesting the rebound. However, the fatigued Ray Allen ultimately could not secure the ball, sending it careening out of bounds. Crawford swiftly tossed the ball to Wang Jie, positioned beyond the three-point line, preparing to unleash a decisive skill. Unexpectedly, Garnett arrived to provide assistance, directly stealing the ball from the weakened Wang Jie, whose attributes had diminished. Immediately, Garnett passed the ball to Ray Allen, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer from an open position. At this moment, only 10 seconds remained on the clock, and with Garnett's assist, Ray Allen's three-pointer elicited gasps from the home crowd of Knicks fans. No one could have anticipated that the once dominant Wang Jie would struggle so against the Knicks. Should they lose this match, a decisive Game 7 would follow. Although Wang Jie could exhibit his unpredictable skills in the next game, he yearned for victory in this one. After all, the team was filled with rookies, and the seasoned trio was adept at executing various cunning plays, leading to numerous turnovers. Yet, in the final 10 seconds, Wang Jie exuded confidence as he brought in the starting players, including Marbury. As Wang Jie surpassed the halfway line, Marbury and Sun Yu abruptly broke away from their defenders to set a screen. In a mere 5 seconds, Wang Jie executed a lean-back shot from beyond the arc, positioned behind Marbury and Sun Yu at midcourt. Meanwhile, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett sensed the unfolding action, rushing towards Wang Jie, their 6 hands nearly eclipsing the light, obscuring his line of sight. Wang Jie possesses an exceptional shooting ability. However, he often releases the ball from an illogical angle. Logically speaking, such a shot should have been utterly unreasonable. Had he passed to the interior players, such as the formidable Gasol, it could have easily resulted in a resounding dunk. Yet, with a swift motion, Wang Jie executed an improbable three-pointer, a testament to his skillful prowess, sealing the game with precision. Did it go in? From the sound, it seemed to have found its mark, though the execution appeared rather unorthodox. Several fans began to murmur among themselves, but soon the arena erupted in a thunderous cheer, as if a tsunami of exhilaration had swept through, compelling the spectators to join in the jubilation. It went in. How is this possible? Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. How could it not be possible? Kenny Smith replied with a grin. Barkley, you're passing up an opportunity for revenge. Huh. Yet I possess a championship ring. Barkley responded with a chuckle, extending his hand. I beg your pardon, but I have two, Kenny Smith retorted, flaunting his own rings. Damn it. Barkley seethed, feeling infuriated at being outdone despite already having a championship ring. Congratulations to the Knicks for clinching the Eastern Conference Championship. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Wang Jie was filled with exhilaration. Relieved that the game did not extend to a decisive seventh match, Ray Allen and the other members of the trio appeared aged, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet they displayed remarkable resilience. As the game concluded, the starting five collapsed on the court, gasping for breath. After a considerable moment, both teams embraced one another. With Wang Jie exchanging jerseys with his counterpart, Pierce. Jack Wang, you were truly formidable, Pierce remarked, giving a thumbs up. However, if our Celtics bench weren't so lacking, perhaps we wouldn't have lost. Indeed, your bench is a bit weak, but with the formation of a trio, your salary cap is constrained. A predicament that is unavoidable once a trio is established. Wang Jie nodded and remarked. Ultimately, the trio of Garnett departed from the Knicks arena, laden with profound regret. The team then turned its focus to preparing for the finals, with all players resting for 3 days at Wang Jie's suggestion before commencing light training. The Lakers had proven formidable this season, clinching the Western Conference title with a decisive 4-1 victory in merely 5 games. Under the guidance of head coach Phil Jackson, the starting lineup comprised Derek Fisher, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Vladimir Radmanovic, small forward, Zach Randolph, power forward, and Lamar Odom, center. Notably, the Lakers had not acquired Pau Gasol this season, instead opting for a significant trade with the Grizzlies that brought in Zach Randolph. Both Randolph and Gasol were regarded as a dynamic duo, with only a marginal difference in skill, allowing the Lakers to rely on their formidable defensive prowess to vanquish the Spurs effortlessly. However, during the regular season, the Lakers faced a setback when starting center Andrew Bynum sustained an injury. Under the mounting pressure from Kobe, the team was compelled to enlist a power forward to fill the center position. The center acquired from the Knicks had gained considerable weight, proving to be an unfortunate loss for the Lakers, who also forfeited key players Sun Yu and Pau Gasol. The only silver lining was that the Knicks management did not place their faith in Wang Jie, opting for a 1-year contract, allowing the prospect of recruiting both Wang Jie and others next year. Chapter 48. The streak against Kobe. Nonetheless, Odom effectively collaborated with Randolph to safeguard the Lakers' rebounds, demonstrating only a slight deficiency compared to Bynum. Meanwhile, Eddie Curry and Bynum, both nicknamed Little Shaq, never faced off, as Bynum undeniably embodied the moniker, whereas Eddie Curry was merely labeled as such by the media, ultimately facing a decline in his career. As the first quarter commenced, Wang Jie swiftly crossed half-court and executed a 3-point shot. In his matchup against Wang Jie, Kobe raised his hands defensively, attempting to intimidate with his gaze. Undeterred, Kobe attempted a fadeaway jumper, only to find his shot ricochet off the rim. With the score at 3-0, Kobe's expression darkened with frustration as he struggled to find his rhythm, prompting him to abandon his passing game. In a turn of events, Wang Jie failed to score against Kobe's defense, while Kobe succeeded against Wang Jie's. The first quarter concluded with both players missing several shots, ending at 22-19 in favor of Wang Jie. In the second quarter, it appeared that Kobe, influenced by Phil Jackson's guidance, began to distribute the ball more effectively, while Wang Jie followed suit. The independent scorers Marbury and Crawford emerged, contributing significantly to the gameplay, leading to a more balanced contest. By the end of the second quarter, Wang's Knicks held a 5-point lead. Although the teams exhibited comparable strength in the paint, Gasol held a discernible advantage this season, claiming more rebounds alongside Wang Jie's fiery performance. As the third quarter unfolded, the Knicks extended their lead over the Lakers by 5 points. Wang Jie then unleashed a flurry of impressive plays against the Lakers' substitutes, amplifying the score differential to 12 points. While the Lakers' bench was not lacking in talent, the absence of Wang Jie's extraordinary skill set rendered them susceptible to such a lopsided defeat. After showcasing his remarkable prowess, the Knicks bench outperformed the starters, dominating the game within just 5 minutes. The Lakers starters rushed back onto the court, but it was too late. They were unable to halt the surging Knicks reserves, and the third quarter concluded with the gap widened to 16 points. Kobe, anxiously observing from the sidelines, had anticipated a competitive match against the Knicks, only to realize they were far superior opponents. By the fourth quarter, the gap had widened to 20 points, prompting the Lakers to concede by substituting in their reserves. The Knicks, allowing their substitutes to take the court, managed to maintain a 12-point lead, preserving a semblance of dignity for the Lakers. The outcome of the first game was not unexpected, given it was played on the Knicks' home turf. However, in the second game, Wang Jie made a brief appearance, sinking a three-pointer before exiting the game. Despite Sun Yu facing a slightly weaker opponent in Kobe, he held his ground. At the end of the first quarter, the Knicks trailed by 3 points. As the second quarter began, Wang Jie remained off the court, leading to a 7-point deficit by halftime. Finally, as the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie made his long-awaited return, eliciting a frenzy of cheers from the Knicks fans. As Wang Jie took to the court, he swiftly distributed the ball to Sun Yu, akin to handling a hot potato before the Lakers substitutes could even approach. Sun Yu crossed half-court and attempted a three-pointer that missed, but fortunately, Pau Gasol was there to secure the offensive rebound and score. 5 minutes into the third quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players in a relentless assault against the Lakers substitutes, not only leveling the score but also gaining a 3-point lead. This prompted Kobe and his teammates to re-enter the game, but their combined defensive efforts could not thwart Sun Yu. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Gasol and Eddie Curry, along with their fellow substitutes, were racking up points with fervor. If the interior defenders failed to contain Sun Yu, he would unleash a barrage of shots from beyond the arc, with Gasol providing reliable support beneath the basket. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 7 points. In the final quarter, both teams fielded their starters within a mere 10 minutes. Although Stephon Marbury and Jamal Crawford maintained a commendable shooting percentage, they struggled against the superior accuracy of Kobe and his cohorts. Fortunately, Pau Gasol and Eddie Curry dominated the boards, securing 60% of the rebounds and generating numerous second-chance opportunities. With just 5 minutes remaining, the margin had dwindled to a single point as the Lakers relentlessly pursued a 6-point deficit. As Wang Jie took to the court, Kobe glanced in his direction and discerned that Wang Jie appeared somewhat weakened in this match, prompting him to closely position himself, ready to intercept the ball. Wang Jie possesses an abundant reservoir of experience in thwarting steals, having been subjected to them numerous times. He swiftly passed the ball to Sun Yu, who surged towards the half-court, successfully breaching Fisher's defense with a jump shot that found the net. Shortly thereafter, the Lakers' Nowitzki, brimming with confidence, attempted a three-pointer but missed, narrowing the gap to 3 points. In response, Wang Jie, facing Kobe's defense, executed a well-placed fadeaway jump shot, extending the lead to 6 points. An unsettling premonition washed over Kobe. This was the closest he had felt to the championship since Shaquille O'Neal departed from the Lakers. Kobe erupted, turning back to deliver a three-pointer over Wang Jie, thereby reducing the deficit back to 3 points. With just 4 minutes remaining, both Wang Jie and Kobe engaged in a fervent exchange of fadeaway jump shots. In the final minute, however, Kobe's fadeaway attempt clanged off the rim, reverting the score gap to 6 points. Yet, Wang Jie's previously effective skills had seemingly diminished. This match hinged on a last-minute clutch performance. He began distributing the ball to Sun Yu, Pau Gasol, and Crawford. Unfortunately, the trio managed only one successful shot out of 3 attempts. Fortunately, Kobe's shooting had faltered, as he faced Wang Jie's vigilant defense, making only 2 out of 3 attempts and accumulating a mere 4 points, leaving a 4-point margin still in place. Wang Jie turned around and noticed only 30 seconds remained. With a smile, he passed the ball to Crawford, who was deliberately stalling for time. Old Fisher promptly sent him to the free-throw line, where he made 1 out of 2 shots, extending the lead to 5 points. With 18 seconds left, Kobe Bryant swiftly sank a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 2 points, causing palpable tension among everyone present. However, Wang Jie and his teammates were soon fouled just past half-court, yet Sun Yu made both of his free throws, consuming only 5 seconds and leaving a 4-point difference. With 13 seconds remaining, Kobe executed a fadeaway jumper, overcoming Wang Jie's defensive prowess to land another three-pointer. The margin was now just 1 point. Meanwhile, Wang Jie, positioned with the Knicks, cautiously advanced to half-court with Marbury, taking 5 seconds. Suddenly, Wang Jie dashed forward to receive Marbury's pass. In a swift motion, Kobe fouled Wang Jie, but the shot was already in the air. With a sharp whistle, Wang Jie's shot found the net, and he was awarded an additional free throw. Consequently, Wang Jie now led the Lakers by 4 points, with only 4 seconds left on the clock. Wang Jie, with a forceful throw against the backboard, failed to score, while Pau Gasol, under the pressure of Lamar Odom, sent the ball flying and effectively exhausted the remaining time. The arena erupted in cheers as the Knicks triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 2-0 in the finals, igniting a fervent belief in their inevitable victory. In the third game, Wang Jie exhibited an unpredictable prowess. his abilities surging as he collaborated with Apik Marbury to secure a 5-point lead over the Lakers in the first quarter. In the second quarter, Wang Jie, alongside the bench player Sun Yu, launched a barrage of three-point attempts. Even when unsuccessful, the presence of the Little Shark and Gasol in the paint ensured relentless offensive rebounds. By the end of the second quarter, Wang Jie had propelled the Knicks to an 8-point advantage over the Lakers. In Chapter 49, titled Championship and System Upgrade, the third quarter saw the Lakers bench players on the court for a mere 3 minutes, during which Wang Jie sank 3 three-pointers, extending the lead to an impressive 17 points. Reluctantly, the Lakers had to reinstate their fatigued starters, including Kobe Bryant. As the final quarter unfolded, the Knicks surged ahead, ultimately achieving a resounding victory by more than 20 points over the Lakers. The spectators were taken aback by the Lakers' apparent impotence in the finals, finding them less formidable than the formidable trio of the Celtics. The fourth game continued at the Staples Center, where, despite a daunting 3-0 deficit diminishing the Lakers' championship prospects, a substantial crowd still gathered to witness the spectacle. In his debut, Wang Jie made a 3-point shot within the first 10 minutes before allowing the substitutes to take the court, inciting a chorus of boos from the Lakers fans present. As the second quarter commenced, the starters returned to the game, with the score remaining closely contested, the Lakers leading the Knicks by a mere 6 points. During the third quarter, Wang Jie led the substitutes for an entire period, narrowing the gap to 8 points. This was largely due to the Lakers also fielding their substitutes for 4 minutes, who were overwhelmed by Wang Jie's performance, prompting the return of the starters. Remarkably, Wang Jie managed to shoot 5 three-pointers, all while utilizing his skills with goji berries in his thermos. In the fourth quarter, even the indomitable Kobe, having played 4 consecutive quarters, took a mere 4 minutes of rest, visibly fatigued despite the brief pauses. The Knicks coach seldom called for timeouts. Had it not been for Wang Jie's signals or requests, no breaks would have been taken. This led to the Lakers being cautious about calling timeouts, as they needed to conserve them for the end of the game. As the final quarter unfolded, Wang Jie orchestrated the entrance of Sun Yu, Crawford, the Gasol brothers, and Richardson onto the court. As the game progressed, Kobe and his teammates experienced a decline in performance, their shots failing to find the mark, allowing the Knicks to maintain their scoring pace without letting the Lakers reclaim significant ground. In the final minute, Wang Jie substituted in Marbury, who delivered a clutch three-pointer with an assist from Wang Jie. In response, Kobe executed a three-pointer, effectively running down the remaining clock. Ultimately, the Lakers succumbed to the Knicks with a score of 128-132. Despite a fervent effort in the final quarter, they fell short. The conclusion was a resounding 4-0, with Wang Jie's Knicks triumphantly securing the championship title for the 2007-2008 season. Champions! 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 At that moment, an overwhelming wave of cheers erupted from the stands, the fervent applause reddening the hands of many fans, while their voices grew hoarse from the exuberant shouts. Wang Jie witnessed the fervor and passion of the New York Knicks fans. Although Kobe and others were deeply disheartened, they approached Wang Jie with smiles, stating, "Next year, I will surely defeat you." Wang Jie replied with a grin, "I await your challenge, Kobe. While others who have been vanquished by me seek my favor, you stand apart, eager for a rematch next year." However, Kobe shook his head, "But you are not inclined." Wang Jie chuckled, "If you were to relinquish the finals MVP to me, I might consider joining." "I'm afraid the Lakers remain mine," Kobe countered, shaking his head once more. Congratulations to the New York Knicks for clinching the championship in the 2007-2008 season. Let us celebrate the Knicks for their triumph," Stern shouted hoarsely, his excitement a stark contrast to the previous season when he had delivered the same words with a glum expression, particularly with Wang Jie joining the Knicks. The referees showed a bias not only against the Cavaliers, but also favored the Knicks in their encounters with other teams. It was only later that Wang Jie learned that Stern hailed from New York, and he had always aspired to see the Knicks claim a championship during his tenure. This explained why, despite Wang Jie sweeping the Lakers 4-0, Stern remained indifferent. To him, it was sufficient that he did not undermine his hometown team in the finals. Even after witnessing Wang Jie in the finals for 10 consecutive years and awarding him the finals MVP for 4 straight years, Wang Jie is filled with immense joy. The journey to the finals with the Knicks this season was fraught with peril, especially when facing the Celtics, where they nearly faltered dramatically. Congratulations to Wang Jie for averaging 26 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, leading to his triumph in this championship. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause. At this moment, Wang Jie has already garnered immense acclaim both domestically and internationally. Not only does he lead the scoring for the Knicks, but his esteemed reputation also augments the probability of him clinching the Finals MVP award, even if he falls slightly short in points. Both Pau Gasol and Marc Gasol expressed their profound gratitude to Wang Jie for guiding them to the championship. "You're no slouch either," Wang Jie remarked, Pau, with an average of double digits in scoring and 10 rebounds per game. With a smile, he added, "Mark, you are no less than your brother, averaging 3 rebounds. I reckon you two have monopolized the rebounding duties during regular games." Turning to Sun Yu, Wang Jie stated, "Next season, stay tuned for my news and join me. I will secure a minimum salary position for you as a backup. Of course, you could accept the generous offer from the Knicks, but I recommend negotiating for a longer term and higher buyout clause." "All right, boss," Sun Yu replied hesitantly, nodding in agreement. Wang Jie felt a sense of helplessness. After all, those bound to the Jin Billy template experienced a significant surge in their three-point shooting accuracy and defensive prowess. Coupled with the fact that he consistently entered the game alongside substitutes, augmented by a corresponding attribute boost, it nearly transformed Jin Billy into a superior version of Curry. As long as other teams were not oblivious, they would surely devise strategies to renew their contracts with high salaries. However, many of the substitutes playing alongside Wang Jie were somewhat lackluster, prompting several teams to recognize Wang Jie's true value rather than that of his teammates. Nevertheless, the financially robust Knicks held a different perspective. With the finals just concluded, General Manager Perry contacted Wang Jie's agent, Thompson, to discuss a contract extension. After all, where there is one championship, there is bound to be another. The Knicks hoped Wang Jie would continue to secure titles here and help establish a Knicks dynasty. Perry even sought out Wang Jie directly, aiming to appeal to his emotions in an effort to retain him. "I'm sorry, but I had already committed to the Bulls last season to assist them in clinching a championship. However, the offer from the Knicks was simply too enticing for me to resist. If the Bulls do not want me, I will return to sign with the Knicks." Wang Jie lamented, shaking his head in regret. "All right," Perry replied with resignation, acknowledging the circumstances. It was evident that Wang Jie was carrying the team to the finals this season. Despite the presence of talented players such as the Gasol brothers, Eddie Curry, the Lone Wolf Marbury, Crawford, and Richardson, a championship still seemed out of reach. Even as they advanced to the playoffs, the Knicks lacked confidence. It was crucial to remember that the preseason agreement between the Knicks and Wang Jie stipulated that if he led the team to the playoffs, he would earn a salary of $25 million. Not only did Wang Jie guide the Knicks to the playoffs, but he also valiantly led them to the finals. Beep. The system detected that the host had achieved his 10th championship, prompting an upgrade. Chapter 50. Upgrade complete. Beep. The system upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for attaining the 10th championship. Due to the host's achievement of 10 championships, the championship player reward will be canceled for the next season, and winning a championship will grant coaching skills. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 2008 championship ring and randomly acquiring a top-tier skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Rule Series top-tier skill, Revitalization, which allows the host to designate one injured player to recover from their injury during a game. Wang Jie widened his eyes, impressed by the remarkable skill displayed. How many elite stars have been devastated by injuries on the court? With the application of this rejuvenating technique, a team could instantly acquire a top-tier player this season. Jack Wang, we must head for the interview. You are the reigning champion, FMVN. Your presence is indispensable, shouted Wang Jie. Here they come. Congratulations, Jack Wang. This marks your 10th season, during which you have secured 10 championship rings. May I inquire if you intend to remain with the Knicks next season? I believe I will consider it. Next question. Jack Wang, you are already 33 years of age, yet your performance shows little decline. How many more championships do you aspire to win in the future? A reporter inquired. Indeed, I am currently at my peak, and I could still play for another decade. However, I reflect on the fact that 10 championship rings already occupy my hands, and I am contemplating whether it might be time to explore new avenues. Much like Jordan did, Wang Jie responded with a nod and a smile. Wang Jie's remarks at the Versailles have evoked a wave of jealousy and admiration among players watching the finals interview. Many of them find it challenging to secure a single championship, particularly Kobe, who is driven to madness in pursuit of a title. Yet, Wang Jie boldly proclaimed that winning championships has become rather mundane for him. Oh, my goodness. The deity of basketball seems to excel in everything but the sport itself. I believe a careful reconsideration is in order. I will, at least for the upcoming season, I have yet to determine my course of action. But I shall continue to play basketball, Wang Jie remarked with a smile. Jack Wang, how have you managed to clinch the championship for 10 consecutive years? A reporter inquired. It's merely a stroke of luck, coupled with the presence of excellent teammates. Wang Jie responded with a grin. The sensational impact of Wang Jie's unprecedented 10 consecutive NBA championships has reverberated throughout the entire league. Wang Jie, regardless of which team he joins, invariably brings a championship to that team. While it may evoke a sense of wandering champions, he undeniably played a pivotal role in securing the Lakers dynasty during their 3 consecutive championships. With the conclusion of the final question, Wang Jie departed from the press conference venue. Wang Jie contemplated that, since the system had upgraded to coaching skills, he should perhaps acquire some knowledge related to coaching this season. Otherwise, even if he possessed the skills, there might not be a team willing to appoint him as head coach for the next season. Through the system, he learned that only after becoming a head coach could he utilize the coaching skills rewarded in the finals, which further solidified his resolve to study coaching. Thompson, please connect me with the Bulls. I aspire to secure draft picks, trading rights, and a veto on trades, along with a position as an assistant coach. I will lead the Bulls to this season's championship. Otherwise, I shall forfeit my salary, Wang Jie stated during a phone call with Thompson. This season, Wang Jie's maximum salary reached an astounding $27 million, ranking him first in the league. It could be said that no matter which team he joined, they would be obliged to pay a significant luxury tax. Next season, his maximum salary was expected to hit $30 million, leading to concerns that, should he join any team, they might struggle to assemble a roster of 15 players, both starters and substitutes. At that juncture, Wang Jie would either have to accept a pay cut or join a financially affluent yet underperforming team, ideally the Knicks, as they possessed considerable wealth. In second place was Garnett, with an annual salary of just over $24 million. His compatriot Yao Ming earned a mere $15 million, while Sun Yu and Pau Gasol Jr. fared even worse, with their rookie salaries, after taxes, leaving them with less than $300,000. Although this sum was modest, it sufficed for expenditures. After confirming that Sun Yu would sign with him, Wang Jie introduced some endorsements he had been unable to attend to Sun Yu. After a while, Thompson called to inform Wang Jie that the Bulls had rejected the draft pick request. They declined to trade draft picks, offering only trading suggestions, the success of which remained uncertain. The position of assistant coach was available, but it was merely a nominal role with no influence on the team. The only guarantee was the veto power on trades, Thompson explained. It seems the Bulls are not as eager to acquire me as I had envisioned. Wang Jie frowned. If this had been the previous year, he might have accepted it, but after spending last season with the Knicks, where life had been exceedingly favorable, he had grown accustomed to having his demands met. After all, the management of the Bulls was quite adept, and Wang Jie had hoped to select Dragic in the second round. What a pity. He shook his head. He had heard that this year's top draft prospect, Rose, possessed explosive talent and athleticism, and the Bulls were keen on developing him as a cornerstone of the franchise, which explained their reluctance to allow him to interfere with trades. Thompson elucidated. However, the good news was that the Knicks had sweetened their offer. Thompson said with a smile. What did they add? Wang Jie inquired. The owner of the Knicks stated that, should you wish it, you could assume the roles of team general manager, head coach, and player, provided you secure the championship this year. He is willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $90 million. No problem, Wang Jie said with a smile. Tell the Knicks owner that I am willing to accept a salary reduction to the veteran minimum of $10 million a year, with the head coach receiving $10 million a year and the general manager $20 million a year, totaling $40 million annually. However, it must be a 2-1 contract with the player option in the final year. Excellent idea. This way, the team's salary cap will significantly increase, Thompson exclaimed, immediately relaying Wang Jie's proposal to the Knicks owner, who promptly agreed. The following day, the Bulls management rejected Wang Jie's terms, leading him to opt for a veteran minimum contract with the Knicks for 3 years, which quickly spread throughout the NBA. In truth, Wang Jie had aspirations to join the Supersonics, now known as the Thunder, as he believed that his addition to a team led by Durant and Westbrook would undoubtedly bolster their championship potential. However, the Thunder rebuffed Wang Jie's attempts to engage in management. After facing numerous setbacks, he realized that no other team compared favorably to the Knicks, as their owner was solely focused on securing a championship, willing to concede everything else. Consequently, Perry, who was previously the general manager, became the assistant general manager this year, while Thomas, The coach who had accompanied Wang Jie to a championship declined the position of assistant coach and departed. Wang Jie invited several lesser-known, yet capable assistant coaches to assist him with the Knicks. As the team began to take shape, Wang Jie discovered that he could not intervene in this year's draft, as the Knicks had relinquished both their first and second-round picks for this year in the previous season. Admittedly, the first-round pick stands at the 30th position, while the second-round pick is at 60th, rendering them rather insignificant in value. Chapter 51. Advancing to the semifinals. Head coach. Wang Jie starting lineup. Wang Jie, point guard. Jamal Crawford, shooting guard. Richardson, small forward. Pau Gasol, power forward. Eddie Curry, center. First, there is the lone wolf, Stephon Marbury, whose capabilities are anticipated to diminish further this year, despite averaging 8 assists and double-digit scoring last season, which granted him considerable market presence in the NBA. His prowess is expected to decline. Wang Jie also disseminated the news of the reformed and resolute Marbury, once a lone wolf. In the past, such revelations would have been met with skepticism. However, with Wang Jie and Marbury joining forces to secure the championship, and an abundance of video evidence to substantiate this transformation, it is evident that Marbury has indeed changed, effortlessly facilitating assists for the entire team. Consequently, Wang Jie contemplated placing Marbury on the trading block in hopes of acquiring a top 5 draft pick this year, while Eddie Curry similarly considered trading for a center. This strategy arises from the historical trend of a rapid decline in performance and the emergence of injuries as the next season commences. Wang Jie was concerned about the possibility of not having a starting center by the time the game commenced. While he was preparing for the Olympics back home, Perry made an overseas call. Is Al Harrington being traded for Jamal Crawford? Wang Jie furrowed his brow. Indeed, Al Harrington's versatility was impressive. He excelled in three-point shooting, two-point shots, driving to the basket, and rebounding. He was capable of playing small forward, power forward, and even center, provided he had the requisite size. In contrast, Jamal Crawford was primarily known for his three-point shooting, and when compared to Harrington, he fell short in several aspects. I believe the trade is feasible, though it is ultimately your decision, Perry, Wang Jie reflected. Crawford had played alongside him for a season, and their synergy was decent. Acquiring Harrington would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet the two would need time to develop their chemistry. Ultimately, Perry opted to proceed with the trade. Wang Jie promptly instructed him to secure a top 5 pick in the upcoming first round, while also signing a defensively robust point guard, Chris Duhon, who had a respectable three-point shot, but was otherwise average. Head coach. Wang Jie starting lineup. Chris Duhon, point guard. Wang Jie, shooting guard. Richardson, small forward. Pau Gasol, power forward. Eddie Curry, center. The trade for Marbury's position was successful, with only the Thunder and Cavaliers willing to offer a first-round pick within the top 5. The Thunder proposed an additional 32nd pick, but they demanded that Sam B. and Buckman from the bench be included in the deal. Wang Jie paused in silence, acknowledging that Marbury is genuinely commendable. Extending his career for another season is not out of the question. It turns out that Marbury left the NBA not due to a lack of talent, but rather because his reputation as a lone wolf prevented him from securing a lucrative all-star contract. As for the two substitutes, he had little impression of them, suspecting they were players barely worthy of the third-string lineup. It must be said that the Knicks have accumulated a considerable number of decent players. Let's make a trade. We could exchange with the Thunder and perhaps acquire a pick in the 40 to 45 range along with some financial compensation, Wang Jie suggested. Excellent. Perry readily agreed, considering the expenditure to be a trivial matter. Following that, Wang Jie found himself too occupied to oversee the trades directly, instead instructing Perry to consult him regarding all necessary transactions. Wang Jie is currently engaged in tactical training alongside the primary point guard Lu Wei, small forward Zhu Fanyu, power forward Yi Jianlian, and center Yao Ming. Head coach Jonas displays considerable expertise, and Wang Jie has surreptitiously gleaned numerous strategies from him. This squad, featuring the formidable talents of both Wang Jie and Yao Ming, alongside the power forward Lian Mei, who has secured a starting position on a struggling NBA team, showcases exceptional capabilities. It can be asserted that with one starter, two superstars, and another starter alongside two players barely making the NBA rotation, this combination represents the most formidable team in the history of Chinese basketball. The team's primary strategy revolves around Wang Jie and Lian Mei launching relentless three-point attempts from the perimeter, while Lu Wei and Zhu Fanyu penetrate the interior for two-point shots, and Yao Ming dominates the boards. Indeed, during their inaugural match against Greece, Although Wang Jie did not activate his extraordinary skills, he still exhibited remarkable prowess throughout the game. For instance, he executed a dazzling butterfly step to break through defenses, and when the moment was right, he delivered a resounding dunk. If he found space, he would effortlessly sink a three-pointer from an open position. Greece found themselves frustrated, as Wang Jie proved exceedingly difficult to defend. With his defensive range extending from the three-point line to midcourt, allowing him ample room to maneuver, a moment's lapse would result in a long-range three-pointer. Ultimately, Greece suffered a significant defeat against the Chinese team. Unfortunately, they faced consecutive losses against Spain and the Dream Team. Despite the narrow margins in these games, Wang Jie still achieved an impressive record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Wang Jie found himself somewhat perplexed. The Dream Team's defeat was one thing, but Spain's loss left him bewildered. With both Pau and Marc Gasol, along with Lopez and Rubio, being members of his team, it was disheartening to see them ultimately succumb to Spain by a narrow 5-point margin. Yao Ming, caught between the twin pressures of the Gasol brothers, lost his advantage on the boards. Wang Jie neither employed the unpredictable skills at his disposal nor utilized the goji berries steeped in his thermos. Instead, he relied primarily on slam dunks, elusive footwork, defensive maneuvers, and clutch three-pointers. As for the fleeting flashes of brilliance, he was uncertain to whom they should be directed. Especially with Yao still in his prime, there was no need for a revival. Everyone was in good health. The enmity of the referees was not triggered either. After all, this was a home game, and it was unlikely that unfavorable calls would be made against Wang Jie and his teammates. It would be a blessing if they were not given preferential treatment. In that moment, Wang Jie felt that securing a gold medal at this year's Olympics seemed increasingly improbable. However, Yao and the others were quite elated, having won gold last year. They were confident about reaching the quarterfinals this year, with hopes of advancing to the semifinals. Yao expressed his happiness, stating that if they reached the Final Four, they could strive for a bronze or even silver medal, especially since the Dream Team was exceptionally strong this year. Lian Mei, however, remained uncertain. With a sigh, Wang Jie continuously assessed his skills, seeking a method to vanquish the Dream Team. The ironclad defense proved inadequate. The entire squad relied solely on Yao Ming's impressive interior defense. Rated at 90. In the quarterfinals, with Wang Jie's team, the prowess in three-pointers, dunks, mid-range shots, and breakthroughs was formidable. Any shot that Yao failed to convert was effortlessly secured by Wang Jie. The Lithuanian team found themselves utterly helpless against the dual offensive threats posed by Wang Jie and Yao Ming, ultimately succumbing to the Great Xia team by a margin of 8 points. Subsequently, the Great Xia team faced off against Spain, while the Dream Team battled Argentina. As both teams took the court, the Gasol brothers fortified the interior defense, rendering Yao Ming ineffective against their relentless strategy. On the perimeter, Lopez matched Wang Jie's prowess closely, and the score remained tied for a considerable time. It wasn't until the third quarter, when the substitutes were rotated in, that Wang Jie, leading the bench players, orchestrated a remarkable 5 consecutive plays, establishing a 6-point lead. The substitutes, with statistics hovering around the 60 to 70 range, struggled to match the caliber of NBA starters, though Sun Yu's successful three-pointers contributed significantly to the score. As the third quarter drew to a close, after a lengthy rest, Yao Ming observed with relief as Wang Jie and the bench not only held their ground, but also maintained a 6-point lead against the opposing starters in the final 10 minutes. With the onset of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie maneuvered through the defenses with skillful drives and outside shots, yet found his teammates unreliable, particularly Lian Mei, who struggled to find the basket. Yao Ming faced a daunting challenge against the Gasol brothers in the paint. In the climactic moments of Chapter 52, Silver Medal, drafting Westbrook. As the game approached its final minute, despite Wang Jie's commendable 5 out of 9 three-point shooting, his team trailed by a single point. This was reminiscent of the previous match, where in the final minute, Spain had secured 2 mid-range shots while Lian Mei and Wang Jie faltered from beyond the arc, and Yao Ming failed to receive the ball, resulting in a 5-point deficit. This time unfolded similarly. Lopez missed a mid-range attempt, but Pau Gasol seized the rebound and scored with a dunk, narrowing the margin to 1 point. Wang Jie then received the ball and, with a deft butterfly step, evaded Lopez to penetrate the interior, preparing for a dunk in the face of Pau Gasol's defense. However, in a moment of hesitation, Wang Jie passed to Yao Ming, who effortlessly converted the shot. With just 40 seconds remaining, neither team dared to relent, and without any time wasted, Lopez executed a mid-range shot that found its mark. keeping the score difference at a mere point. Wang Jie swiftly passed the ball to Lian Mei amidst the double team from their opponents. Lian Mei's three-point attempt, however, fell short. Meanwhile, Diao realized he couldn't outmatch the Gasol brothers and, in frustration, swatted the ball out of bounds. With only 20 seconds remaining, Lopez's shot also missed its mark. Wang Jie surged in to assist Diao in securing the rebound. The Gasol brothers were taken aback, astonished that a mere guard like Wang Jie dared to battle against them, formidable centers and power forwards, in the paint. In truth, Wang Jie possessed an impressive strength rating of 87. While his rebounding skills were not exceptional, he was still a competent rotational player, though he couldn't rival the Gasols. His collaboration with Diao and Lian Mei yielded remarkable results. Upon regaining possession, Wang Jie entrusted the ball to Lu Wei for organization. With only 10 seconds left on the clock and 7 seconds remaining past half-court, Wang Jie received the pass, and Lopez, along with another defender, immediately rushed to defend him. The Gasol brothers effectively blocked Yuming and Lian Mei, leaving Wang Jie sandwiched between defenders while the other two were closely guarded. Lu Wei, however, was left unmarked. Yet, Wang Jie still possessed his ultimate skill, and there was no way he would risk Lu Wei's open shot. He executed a fadeaway jump shot, a move almost impossible to block. Although Lopez and his companion attempted to contest the shot, they had no answer for Wang Jie, who was seemingly evading them with ease. In the final 4 seconds, Wang Jie launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, leaving only a single second on the clock. However, with that final second, the red light flashed, signaling the end of the game, and Wang Jie led his team to victory in the semifinals. In the finals, they faced the formidable Dream Team 8, comprising Carlos Boozer, LeBron James, Darren Williams, Michael Redd, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard, Chris Bosh, Chris Paul, Tayshaun Prince, Carmelo Anthony, and Jason Kidd. With Kobe as the team captain, Wang Jie surveyed the lineup, realizing that every player was of superstar caliber. How could Wang Jie and Yao Ming possibly take on 10 superstars? As the match commenced, Wang Jie unleashed his unpredictable skills, facing off against Kobe and LeBron's defensive efforts. While Yao Ming managed to hold his ground against Howard, Wade relentlessly attacked Lu Wei and his counterparts, overwhelming them completely. Wang Jie, in his helplessness, found himself but a solitary figure, unable to fend off 3 adversaries single-handedly. In the final showdown, despite employing his formidable skills, divine and unpredictable, as well as the seemingly futile techniques of withering rejuvenation and momentary resurgence for his teammates, he still managed to accumulate over 30 points. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to the Dream Team, losing by a margin of 9 points, with a score of 106 to 115. Wang Jie, holding the silver medal, felt a tinge of disappointment. The disparity in strength was too great. This was, after all, the most formidable Dream Team of China, and the subsequent teams would be even weaker. Naturally, with the Dream Team unleashing their full potential, it would be inconceivable to lose. With 10 superstars, if I were the head coach, placing myself and Yao Ming on the bench while utilizing 5 exceptional talents might have a chance of defeating them. Wang Jie thought to himself. Unless he and Yao Ming were to serve as substitutes, victory seemed unattainable. At that moment, the Dream Team was also somewhat incredulous. Wang Jie had managed to score many three-pointers and dunks against them, and had it not been for Wade, Paul, Anthony, and others relentlessly exploiting the weaknesses of the 3 less capable players on the Chinese team, victory would not have been guaranteed. After all, basketball is a game of 5, and when the gap is too vast, a loss is simply a loss. In the post-match press conference, Wang Jie expressed, "I am quite regretful about obtaining the silver medal this time. However, it has made me realize that basketball is a game of 5. We hope to see an increasing number of stars emerging in other positions in the future. As for winning the Olympic silver medal this year, I am already content." Yao Ming, on the other hand, was very satisfied. He felt that with his continuous weight gain, his stamina and susceptibility to injuries had significantly increased. After securing the Olympic silver medal, Wang Jie finally had the opportunity to discuss recent team trades with Perry. "Jack Wang, as per your request, I selected Russell Westbrook with the 4th pick. The 35th pick was used for DeAndre Jordan, and the 45th pick went to Dragic. In truth, during the first season, neither DeAndre Jordan nor Dragic had yet developed their full potential. DeAndre Jordan was decent, yet lacked experience and suffered from common issues among centers, such as excessive turnovers and poor free-throw performance, even worse than that of Eddie Curry. Dragic had commendable three-point shooting and ball-handling skills, but was otherwise average and prone to fluctuations in form. Their draft positions were entirely justified, and it was only later that their true capabilities became evident. However, Wang Jie did not intend for either of them to start. Serving as substitutes would be more than sufficient. What about Eddie Curry? Is there any possibility of swapping centers? Wang Jie inquired. Perry responded that Eddie Curry had been living an irregular lifestyle during the off-season, neglecting his diet, and had now gained nearly 20 pounds. He was too overweight, leading all teams to reject him, making even the prospect of trading for a backup center exceedingly difficult. Perry could not help but admire Wang Jie's foresight, yet it was unfortunate that Eddie Curry had ballooned to over 140 kilograms, making it challenging for him to run on the court and inevitably hampering the team's performance, not to mention the increased risk of injuries. Wang Jie contemplated Eddie Curry's weight, which was bound to increase as the season commenced. Even though he could defend better in the paint, the significant weight gain could lead to diminished stamina and mobility. The opposing team had already managed to shoot at the basket twice, while Eddie Curry had yet to make his way over. This was unequivocally unacceptable. Not a single one? Wang Jie inquired. There is one starter. The Trail Blazers are willing to exchange the former number 1 pick, Greg Oden, for our Eddie Curry, Perry replied. As long as there's a deal, let us proceed. Eddie Curry's contract far surpasses that of Oden, Wang Jie promptly agreed, asserting that he would gladly part with the underperforming Oden, even if it meant giving him away. The Trail Blazers were entirely unaware of how much Eddie Curry had ballooned this season. Wang Jie had alerted the management about Curry in advance and ensured that news about him remained tightly under wraps. Although some rumors ultimately did not impede the exchange of Eddie Curry for the recently surgically treated Oden. The Trail Blazers discovered through examinations that Oden's knee still posed significant injury risks, suggesting he should rest for another half-season. Furthermore, it remained uncertain how much capability Oden would possess upon his return from injury. The Trail Blazers were in a particularly uncomfortable position. Oden had been sidelined for an entire season right after being drafted due to injury, and now, post-surgery, he would have to continue resting, which was intolerable for them. Moreover, based on the diagnosis, the likelihood of Oden performing well in the future was exceedingly slim. Current medical practices could not adequately repair his already fragile knee. Thus, both parties believed they had made a substantial gain in the center exchange. Chapter 53. The luxurious Knicks team at this moment, the Knicks, under the guidance of head coach Wang Jie, boasted a starting lineup of Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The bench included Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan, center. Wang Jie surveyed this lineup in a moment of bewilderment, pondering how they could possibly lose next season. Indeed, Wang Jie resolved to place himself in the bench lineup, participating only sparingly in games, as he aimed to grow into the role of a head coach and minimize his on-court presence. As the preseason commenced, he did not step onto the court at all, allowing both starters and bench players to compete, and yet they triumphed in all 5 matches. In the inaugural game, serving as a warm-up, the Knicks faced the Lakers. The Lakers' starting lineup included Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum, showcasing their formidable interior strength and robust defense, complemented by Phil Jackson's balanced triangle offense and defense strategy. Wang Jie has also confronted Phil Jackson's triangle offense, allowing Westbrook and Al Harrington to take open shots while simultaneously emulating Jackson's strategies in battle. Despite the first half, under the guidance of 2 assistant coaches, Wang Jie's tactics were systematically suppressed, leaving the Lakers with an 8-point lead. Kobe, observing Wang Jie seated in a suit with a thermos in hand, paused in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Jie had transitioned to head coach this season. As the Lakers substituted in the third quarter, they executed a complete lineup change. The substitutes included Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan Oden, center. At this juncture, Wang Jie applied the template of the enigmatic Manu Ginobili to Sun Yu. Although Sun Yu was not entirely comfortable in the power forward position, he was merely facing the Lakers' bench players. Within merely 10 minutes, witnessing the erasure of their lead, the Lakers were compelled to reinstate their starters. Yet, Wang Jie remained unperturbed. Even as DeAndre Jordan was relentlessly overwhelmed by Zach Randolph and Ron Artest, the gap was extended to 3 points in just 5 minutes. This was largely due to Sun Yu's precise 3-point shooting, while DeAndre Jordan, despite his disarray in the paint, managed to secure only one advantageous rebound during his 5 minutes of effort. In the final quarter, Wang Jie opted to retain the substitutes for an additional 5 minutes, increasing the lead to 6 points. At this moment, Kobe was still holding strong, but his teammates were faltering, prompting Phil Jackson to make the strategic decision to rotate players. Allowing the aging Derek Fisher and Andrew Bynum to rest, Wang Jie slowly removed his suit, substituting the scoreless Goran Dragic and replacing Wilson Chandler with Sun Yu at small forward, while simultaneously bringing both DeAndre Jordan and Odin onto the court as centers. The bench comprised Chris Duhon, point guard, Wang Jie, shooting guard, Sun Yu, small forward, DeAndre Jordan, center, and Odin, center. Your task is to closely mark your respective opponents and secure rebounds. Wang Jie bestowed the rejuvenating skill upon Odin for this match. Instantly, Odin felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. The impact of his previous injuries vanished, and a newfound confidence enveloped him. Am I truly recovered? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Odin's eyes. Though he had felt some discomfort post-knee surgery, now he felt utterly at ease. Indeed, the two responded immediately. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie faced off against Kobe and effortlessly sank a three-pointer right before him. Infuriated, Kobe turned to Wang Jie, unleashing his defensive prowess, only to miss an airball from beyond the arc, momentarily frustrated. As Wang Jie turned around, under the formidable defense of Kobe, he made yet another unreasonable three-point shot. This marked his sixth consecutive success. Regardless of whether it was Kobe or any other defender assisting, Wang Jie executed a flawless lean-back jump shot. After all, the skill of soaking goji berries in a thermos is not mere exaggeration. Coupled with his lean-back jump shot, Wang Jie showed no fear of being blocked. King Jack! King Jack! The fans in the arena erupted in cheers. Wang Jie smiled, glanced at the time, having spent merely 6 minutes, with another 6 minutes remaining until the conclusion. After just 6 minutes on the court, Wang Jie departed, allowing the underperforming Dragic to make his debut. Simultaneously, Richardson substituted for DeAndre Jordan, who, as a rookie, has yet to evolve into a formidable presence in the paint. His frequent turnovers and poor free throw shooting indicate a need for further development. Remarkably, in his brief 6 minutes, Wang Jie audaciously sank 6 three-pointers, amassing an impressive total of 18 points with a flawless shooting percentage of 100. However, he left the game without contributing anything else. Even more astonishing, DeAndre Jordan and Odin managed to secure half of the rebounds, with Odin nearly stealing the ball from Kobe. Their dominant presence in the paint effectively stifled Bayless and Zach Randolph, allowing them to claim a substantial portion of the boards. In the final quarter, Wang Jie returned for another 6 minutes, during which the Lakers were overtaken by 8 points. Noticing Wang Jie's exit, Kobe, who remained in the game, aggressively targeted either Chris Duhon or Dragic. Against Duhon, however, he managed only a shooting percentage of 50. Despite Duhon being a point guard, his defensive skills proved commendable. Frustrated, Kobe shifted his focus to Richardson, finding it significantly easier to maneuver. Ultimately, in the last 2 minutes, Kobe managed to narrow the deficit by 2 points, bringing the score to a 6-point difference. Wang Jie once again made a swift transition between the starting and bench lineup, with only Sun Yu remaining unchanged. The starting lineup comprised Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Sun Yu, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. Kobe made a decisive entry, executing a fadeaway jumper over Al Harrington's defense with remarkable finesse. However, shortly thereafter, Al Harrington received a pass from Westbrook and successfully scored. In the subsequent play, Westbrook charged into the paint, attempting a zombie jump shot that ricocheted off the backboard, failing to find the net. Sun Yu then sank a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to just 4 points in the final 10 seconds. Yet the Lakers found themselves with limited opportunities remaining. Wang Jie remained on the sidelines, his eyes wide as he watched the Lakers execute an offensive play that culminated in a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to a mere point. However, with only 5 seconds remaining, the Knicks held possession. In those final moments, Pau Gasol and his counterpart engaged in an intricate dance within the paint, opting to protect the ball rather than shoot, deliberately allowing the clock to run out as they stifled Bynum and Zach Randolph. Ultimately, during his brief 6 minutes on the court, Wang Jie amassed an impressive 18 points, leading his team to a narrow victory over the Lakers, who had reached the finals the previous season. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting, "King Jack! King Jack!" Chapter 54. Regular season record of 68 wins. Wang Jie, clad in a suit, stood and waved, smiling as he accompanied Westbrook and Al Harrington to the post-game press conference. Jack Wang, you mentioned that you were preparing to step away from playing. Are you considering a role as a coach or general manager, much like Larry Bird? A reporter inquired. Indeed, my playing career has now become a mere sideline. My primary focus is as a general manager and head coach, Wang Jie nodded, responding with a smile. At that moment, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the assembled journalists, who bombarded him with an array of questions. May I ask, Jack Wang, what is your objective for this season? One reporter pressed. Clearly, it is the championship. Last season, the Knicks secured the title, and with our recent enhancements, winning the championship this season seems even more attainable, Wang Jie replied with a grin. Jack Wang, should you claim the championship again this season, it would mark your 11th title, placing you alongside the legendary Ring King for the most championships in history. Do you have confidence in surpassing Russell? Wang Jie smiled gently, glancing at the two individuals beside him as he remarked, if my teammates were all as exceptional as Ayer and Wei Si, I would undoubtedly possess great confidence. Laughter erupted throughout the venue, and Ayer and Wei Si exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Jie continued, certainly, basketball is a team sport. I have unwavering faith in each of my teammates, and together we shall strive to chase the championship. Following this, both Westbrook and Alan Hamilton participated in an interview. While Alan Hamilton appeared at ease, Westbrook seemed somewhat reserved. Yet he managed to complete the interview, albeit with some hesitance. After the interview concluded, Wang Jie and his two teammates departed from the venue. On their way back, Westbrook could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Boss, are you truly considering retirement to become a coach? Wang Jie chuckled, there's no rush. Let's see how this season unfolds. Being a coach does not hinder my role as a player, and I aspire to secure a few more championships. However, you two must perform admirably and not hold me back. Ayer burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, boss, with us around, the championship is within our grasp. The three exchanged banter and laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the second match, Wang Jie took the place of Richardson, starting for 5 minutes in the first quarter, during which he scored 18 points from 6 shots, all successful, before exiting the game. Subsequently, both starters and substitutes took the court, with Wang Jie deftly orchestrating the lineup, experimenting with various formations while diligently learning the intricacies of team dynamics. The opposing coaches, including several renowned ones, observed with disdain, while their 3 assistant coaches offered assistance to Wang Jie, helping him identify and rectify his shortcomings. Wang Jie's tactical board was a chaotic mess of scribbles. Yet, remarkably, every time he entered the game for 5 minutes, he managed to stretch the lead to over 6 points, even exceeding 10 points, maintaining that advantage until the final whistle. The so-called esteemed coaches found themselves at a loss against Wang Jie. Even when they resorted to triple or quadruple teaming him, he still managed to score, leaving them with no strategy but to hope for a recovery after he had hit 6 three-pointers. Initially, Wang Jie embarked on a streak of 10 consecutive victories, prompting the head coaches to delve into video analyses of his gameplay and the performance of his players. As Wang Jie's players began to face targeted defenses, such as Russell Westbrook's aggressive attacks, the need for enhanced defensive strategies became evident. Westbrook's mid-range jump shots frequently clanged off the rim. Additionally, the free throw shooting of the substitute DeAndre Jordan was painfully subpar. He often attempted 10 free throws in a game, managing to convert only 3 or 4, rivaling the struggles of Shaquille O'Neal. Goran Dragic exhibited rough technique, with his three-point shooting and ball handling being the sole exceptions to an otherwise mediocre performance, leading to numerous turnovers. Everyone presumed that Wang Jie would adjust their roles. Yet his approach was to acknowledge their struggles and transition from full gameplay to brief 5-minute stints for reflection, allowing assistant coaches to strategize, while substituting in backups temporarily until a more comprehensive plan was devised. DeAndre Jordan practiced his lamentable free throw shooting daily, yet Wang Jie consistently allotted him over 10 minutes of playing time each game. In contrast, Greg Oden was not afforded such lengthy minutes. Wang Jie advised him to limit his play time due to lingering knee injuries. Although Oden felt as robust as O'Neal on the court, he recognized post-game that he was not entirely fit. Following medical evaluations, it was confirmed that he faced injury risks, necessitating a reduction in his playing time. As time passed, Wang Jie guided his team through numerous challenges, securing victories through an early lead of 18 points in each game, culminating in 33 wins. By the season's midpoint, Wang Jie's record stood at 33 wins and 8 losses. At times, his lineup faced strategic targeting, suffering defeats against formidable opponents such as Popovich's Spurs, LeBron James's Cavaliers with their Sky Step, the seasoned trio of the Celtics, and the Nuggets ensemble featuring Anthony, Billups, and others. Some coaches adeptly exploited Wang Jia's defensive and offensive vulnerabilities, capitalizing on structural weaknesses, leading to losses when player performance waned. However, despite these setbacks, Wang Jie gleaned insights from the challenges posed by rival coaches, identifying his weaknesses and continually training his players to either conceal or mitigate these flaws. After half a season of development, every player's capabilities had improved. Notably, Westbrook, who initially averaged merely 8 points as a starter, now consistently achieved double digits, and if he played the full game, scoring 16 to 18 points seemed effortless. Nevertheless, the regular season standings placed Wang Jie's team in a tie for first with the Cavaliers, while the Lakers trailed in third and the Nuggets in fourth, all separated by a single win. During the All-Star game, Wang Jie garnered the highest votes, securing a starting position as the shooting guard and ultimately earning the MVP award for the event, his fifth such honor. Unsurprisingly, he abstained from participating in the three-point contest, skills challenge, or dunk contest, as he would not engage in anything he deemed unworthy. Following the All-Star festivities was an intensive stretch of 8 consecutive away games, during which Wang Jie's team achieved a commendable 6 wins and 2 losses. This daunting schedule posed significant challenges for most teams. However, Wang Jie's players averaged only 2 quarters of play, rotating between first and third or second and fourth, thereby alleviating concerns of excessive fatigue. Although the rigors of travel slightly affected their shooting touch, the decline in performance was not as pronounced as one might expect. Subsequently, the team faced 5 consecutive home games, where Wang Jie orchestrated a winning streak, as the initial 6 three-pointers were nearly impossible for any team to recover from. Jack Wang proved uncontainable, compelling us to devise strategies to closely maintain the scoring margin. The current basketball deity, none can thwart his ability to effortlessly guide the ball into the hoop, achieving a flawless shooting percentage reminiscent of the NBA's finest. Wang Jie of the Knicks reigns supreme, while others commence matches at a score of 0-0. Wang Jie begins with an astounding 18 points, prompting us to devise strategies to recover over the course of 4 quarters. In the ensuing matches, Wang Jie continues to lead his team with an unrelenting fervor. Rivals tirelessly labor to dissect the Knicks' tactics and formulate counter-strategies. Yet, when faced with targeted defenses, Wang Jie remains composed, adeptly employing strategies that allow his players to fully exploit their unique strengths. He also places great emphasis on nurturing his players' abilities, balancing their playing time based on performance, thereby fostering a deeper sense of unity within the team. Chapter 55: Battling in the Playoffs. As the playoffs approach, the atmosphere within the Knicks intensifies. However, Wang Jie understands that only by maintaining a positive mindset can they progress further in the postseason. Under his guidance, the team diligently prepares, ensuring they are well-equipped for the impending challenges. At this juncture, the Knicks, having undergone half a season of refinement, have grown more mature and formidable. Wang Jie subsequently achieved an astonishing series of 15 consecutive victories before ultimately facing a defeat. As the regular season concluded, he secured an impressive record of 68 wins and 14 losses, earning the top position in the Eastern and Western Conference standings. The second place was claimed by the Cavaliers with a record of 66 wins and 16 losses, followed closely by the Lakers in third place with 65 wins and 17 losses. In the first round of the playoffs, Wang Jie was set to confront the 8th-seeded Pistons, a matchup that evoked a sense of reflection within him. This season, the Pistons had welcomed the likes of Kwame Brown and Allen Iverson, yet their overall performance had unfortunately declined. Head coach, Michael Curry starting lineup, Stuckey, point guard, Allen Iverson, shooting guard, Hamilton, small forward, Prince, power forward, Rasheed Wallace, center. Firstly, the Pistons head coach fell short in certain aspects, and their tenacious defensive strategies were ineffective. While Allen Iverson possessed remarkable scoring ability through his drives, he was also a defensive liability as his height inherently hindered his defensive prowess. Although Iverson made commendable efforts in the first game, managing to steal the ball from Wang Jie's team twice, Wang Jie adeptly exploited Iverson's weaknesses with all his players, significantly enhancing their shooting accuracy. Ultimately, the Pistons faced an inevitable exit with a 4-0 series defeat. This was not a formation that Wang Jie had self-taught. Rather, it was a widely recognized strategy known to most teams during the regular season, which Wang Jie simply replicated. Moreover, with the formidable interior presence of Gasol and Odin. The defense in the paint was virtually impenetrable, making it exceedingly difficult for Iverson to penetrate, leading to a substantial decrease in his shooting percentage. And he managed to score only 14 points throughout the game. In this match, Wang Jie similarly played for only 5 minutes, yet he efficiently scored 18 points. The second-ranked Cavaliers faced the Celtics, culminating in a thrilling Game 7, where they triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 4-3. At the season's onset, the Celtics appeared promising, seemingly poised for a championship run. However, the subsequent injury to the big-ticket, Kevin Garnett, derailed their aspirations, transforming the trio of superstars into a mere duo, ultimately succumbing to the youthful vigor of LeBron James. In the third game, Wang Jie faced the Hawks, who were notably outmatched by him, whether in their starting lineup or off the bench. Head coach Mike Woodson deployed Mike Bibby, point guard, Joe Johnson, shooting guard, Josh Smith, small forward, Marvin Williams, power forward, and Al Horford, center. Nonetheless, regardless of the position, the Hawks were significantly inferior to Wang Jie's formidable lineup. Across 4 matches, Wang Jie consistently played just 3 quarters, scoring 18 points each time, while the Hawks never managed to close the gap, with the maximum lead reaching an astounding 27 points by the third quarter. In the second round, Wang Jie led the Knicks to a sweeping 4-0 victory over the Hawks, igniting fervent cheers from Knicks fans rallying for their championship hopes. Conversely, the second-ranked Cavaliers were unexpectedly defeated by the Magic, with a final score of 4-2. Dwight Howard effectively utilized a strategy of one star, surrounded by 4 shooters, to overpower LeBron James in the paint. At this juncture, LeBron's three-point shooting was not particularly strong, primarily relying on penetrating the interior, only to be met with Howard's formidable defense, a stark reminder of the prowess of a third giant, alongside Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming. This resulted in LeBron averaging 38 points per game, yet possessing a low shooting percentage, which hindered his ability to support his teammates. While Howard's supporting cast may have been underwhelming, their strategy rendered the Cavaliers defensively vulnerable, leading to their eventual defeat. In the Western Conference, the Lakers faced the Jazz in the playoffs, emerging victorious with a 4-1 series win, thus advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. There, they encountered the Rockets, where the Lakers triumphed with a narrow 4-3 victory over the team led by Yao Ming, leaving him in tears on the court. Increasingly aware of the championship slipping further from his grasp as time passed, the Western Conference Finals then saw the Lakers pitted against the Nuggets. Wang Jie faced the Magic with remarkable composure, and indeed, Dwight Howard of the Magic was extraordinarily formidable. However, during the first quarter, Wang Jie took to the court and held his ground against the Magic, with the score standing at 18-12. Only a 6-point deficit. Following his exit from the game, the Gasol brothers joined forces to contain Howard, rendering him unable to contend against their combined strength. Rebounds were seized by the Gasol duo one after another, effectively restricting Howard's impact and leaving the Magic with diminished options. Similarly, Wang Jie deployed a lineup akin to that of the Magic, featuring 2 stars and 3 shooters. Yet, Westbrook, Sun Yu, Dragic, and others exhibited a shooting accuracy that surpassed that of the Magic, even when the bench players entered. Odin and Sun Yu's synergy kept the Magic on their toes, with no vulnerabilities evident in their play. Ultimately, aside from a single match where Howard erupted and secured a portion of the rebounds, coupled with his teammates' sudden surge in shooting accuracy, the Magic only managed to claim a victory, salvaging a modicum of pride for their team. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks triumphed 4-1, once again advancing deep into the playoffs, showcasing their undeniable strength. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 99 kilograms, strength, 88, speed, 83, agility, 83, jumping, 80, stamina, 90. Basketball IQ, 86, drive, 86, ball control, 85, passing, 89, dunking, 85, layup, 82, mid-range, 86, three-point, 85, perimeter defense, 89, interior defense, 84, blocking, 78, stealing, 78, rebounding, 76. Skills, silver level butterfly step, gold level fadeaway jumper, golden skill intimidating defense, golden skill indestructible, bench level 5 consecutive masterpieces, goji berries infused in thermos, game-winning shot, unpredictable, flashback, guaranteed dunk. Referee's enemy, Ginobili template, ironclad defense, guaranteed open three-pointer, revival of withered wood. At this moment, Wang Jia's prowess, even without the need for skills, positions him as the de facto leader of the team, exhibiting no weaknesses, adept in both offense and defense, and possessing formidable strength. In the face of the Lakers, Wang Jia took to the court as a starter. The starting lineup included Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Wang Jia, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The bench consisted of Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan, center. The Lakers head coach, Phil Jackson, fielded a starting lineup of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Trevor Ariza, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum. In comparison to Jack, the Lakers roster was equally opulent. Fisher's defensive capabilities were formidable, Ariza's prowess on the wing was striking, and Kobe, averaging 27 points per game this season, frequently surpassing 40 points, required no further introduction. The terrifying defensive duo of Randolph and Bynum posed a challenge that rivaled the defensive presence of the Gasol brothers within the paint, presenting Wang Jia with his most significant test of the season. Chapter 56. The finals. During the regular season, Wang Jia had already faced challenges. He was unable to prevail against Phil Jackson's triangle offense, as his teammates lacked the requisite experience to compete effectively. In the first quarter, upon witnessing Wang Jia's entrance, Phil Jackson's expression turned grave. In this inaugural match, Wang Jia activated his unpredictable skills, experiencing a tremendous surge in physical attributes, with nearly all statistics exceeding 90. As Wang Jia faced Kobe, his attributes surged by an impressive 20, propelling his breakthrough abilities beyond the 100 mark. With a graceful, butterfly-like step, he effortlessly maneuvered past Kobe. Sensing the formidable pressure, Wang Jia executed a step-back fadeaway jumper in front of an open basket, catching Kobe off guard as he struggled to position himself defensively. Swish! Wang Jia effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Phil Jackson, however, was not surprised, as Wang Jia had frequently demonstrated the ability to score 6 three-pointers in just 5 minutes, rendering any defense futile. Confronted by Wang Jia's defensive prowess, Kobe attempted a fadeaway jumper, but Wang Jia obstructed nearly all his sight lines, forcing Kobe to rely solely on instinct as he tossed the ball towards the hoop. The resounding clang echoed as the basketball struck the rim. Pau Gasol roared, managing to wrest the ball from Zach Randolph, and with a powerful throw, he passed it to Wang Jia. With remarkable speed, Wang Jia dashed past half-court and effortlessly sank another three-pointer. Kobe, observing Wang Jia ahead, felt a sense of unease. He realized Wang Jia's pace was too swift for him to catch up. The game commenced with a score of 6-0. Wang Jia played the entire first quarter, leading the Lakers by 10 points. Kobe, undeniably formidable, managed to score 8 points on 4 of 8 shooting against Wang Jia's vigilant defense. In contrast, Wang Jia achieved an impressive 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc, accumulating a total of 18 points, alongside 4 assists as he adeptly distributed the ball to teammates following defensive double teams. Despite only modest growth in the previous season and the current one, Wang Jia has elevated every attribute to nearly a starting-level standard. With an additional enhancement of 20, all attributes now exceed 90, with some even surpassing human limits. Jack Wang, how is your strength so formidable? Kobe exclaimed in astonishment, facing a significant point deficit in the fourth quarter. As the final quarter concluded, Kobe stared at the scoreboard, which read 148-128, indicating a staggering 20-point gap between the teams. In this match, Wang Jia unleashed a torrent of shots, achieving a staggering 72 points, along with 5 rebounds and a remarkable 20 assists. Kobe, in his own right, also shot fervently, yet managed only 38 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. The fierce exchange between him and Wang Jia ultimately highlighted a disheartening defeat for Kobe. Phil Jackson, drenched in sweat, continuously shuffled the lineup. But even the Knicks head coach seemed ineffective. Wang Jia, acting as the de facto coach, maintained a slow pace of substitutions, notably failing to call a single timeout throughout the game. In the end, the Lakers were decisively outperformed from the perimeter. Although the Lakers' interior lineup, both starters and substitutes, matched the Knicks in strength, the battle from beyond the arc saw Wang Jia and Kobe trading blows, resulting in a significant loss for Kobe. The second match would once again be held at the Knicks' home court. Wang Jia is now merely a shadow of his former self, scarcely even making it to the starting lineup. Wang Jia deployed his starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, point guard; Al Harrington, shooting guard; Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. In Wang Jie's absence, Kobe Bryant enjoyed a considerable advantage against Al Harrington. Harrington was overwhelmed by Kobe on both ends of the court, fortunately. The interior presence of Pau and Marc Gasol secured a significant number of rebounds, capturing 60% of the boards. As the first quarter concluded, the team trailed by a mere 3 points. In the second quarter, Wang Jie directly introduced his bench lineup. Marking the first time this season, he unleashed a 5 consecutive extraordinary skills sequence. The substitutes included Chris Duhon, point guard, Wang Jie, shooting guard, Sun Yu, small forward, DeAndre Jordan, center, and Odin, center. Duhon, Sun Yu, and Wang Jie relentlessly bombarded the perimeter with 3-point attempts, while the twin towers of DeAndre Jordan and Odin dominated the boards. Under Wang Jie's defensive pressure, Kobe passed the ball to Duhon, who swiftly took a shot over Fisher's defense, sinking a 3-pointer. With 3 consecutive threes, the deficit transformed into a 2-point lead. Phil Jackson promptly called a timeout, seeking to disrupt the offensive rhythm of Duhon and Sun Yu. After all, Wang Jie had only made 1 3-pointer in the second quarter before he began to distribute the ball extensively. Upon returning to the court, Wang Jie continued his playmaking, although Duhon and Sun Yu missed 2 attempts. Yet, a rebound by Pau Gasol allowed the score to widen to an 8-point gap by the end of the second quarter, solely from the points generated by Wang Jie's bench. In the third quarter, Wang Jie directed from the sidelines as Knicks fans erupted in cheers. Even when not on the court, Wang Jie, as head coach, diligently experimented with various formations and absorbed the nuances of Phil Jackson's triangle offense, reaping substantial benefits. He even endeavored to implement the triangle offense with starters like Al Harrington, yet the lack of synergy forced him to abandon the attempt prematurely. By the end of the third quarter, thanks to Wang Jie's strategic maneuvers, the Lakers managed to narrow the gap to just 2 points, with a 6-point deficit remaining. This was primarily due to the starters, including Kobe Bryant, taking brief rests, which nearly resulted in a collapse for the Lakers. In the final quarter, the Lakers starters were visibly fatigued, while Wang Jie re-entered the game, unleashing his extraordinary second-string players who relentlessly fired from the perimeter. Within a mere 5 minutes, he attempted the remaining 3 points, focusing solely on employing his gaze to defend against Kobe. As Sun Yu and a fortified Duhon consistently sank 3-pointers, Kobe, who hardly made any attempts, was left with an expression of frustration as he witnessed his substitutes effortlessly triumph over him. In the last minute, the score differential had ballooned to 10 points, and Wang Jie delivered a decisive 3-pointer that sealed the game. Kobe, unwilling to concede, responded with a 3-pointer of his own, declaring, "Jack Wang, I scored more points than you in this match." It is worth noting that in his early days with the Lakers, Wang Jie was merely the third option, lacking in prowess, but now, Kobe found himself unable to compete with him. Watching his former subordinate effortlessly secure victory was a bitter pill for him to swallow. "Indeed, Kobe, but I emerged victorious in this contest," Wang Jie replied with a smile. Glancing at the dwindling 20 seconds left on the clock, with a 10-point lead, he casually tossed the ball to Kobe, saying, "Do not underestimate me." Kobe, facing Wang Jie's gaze defense, attempted a shot that ricocheted off the rim, but fortunately, Bynum soared to reclaim the ball from Gasol's grasp and scored. Ultimately, under Wang Jie's leniency, the Lakers succumbed to the Knicks by 6 points, marking Wang Jie's second consecutive victory. In the third matchup held at the Lakers' home court, Wang Jie unleashed his unpredictable skills, scoring an astounding 60 points amidst the defensive efforts of Kobe and others, leading his substitutes to a remarkable 25-point victory over the Lakers. At this juncture, it became evident to all that the Lakers could no longer rival Wang Jie. Initially, the Lakers fans cheered, yet gradually, their voices fell silent. Chapter 57, 2009 Championship. With the finals standing at 3-0, no team in history has ever managed to mount a comeback from such a deficit, making it all but certain that the Lakers were destined to lose. In the fourth game, Wang Jie, with cunning strategy, began to arrange his players, learning Phil Jackson's triangle offense, which proved rather awkward as he was stifled by Phil Jackson for 3 quarters, with the score gap widening to 15 points. In the final quarter, Wang Jie stepped onto the court and astoundingly sank 7 3-pointers, accumulating a total of 21 points alongside 3 turnovers, yet ultimately, his team faced defeat. The 3-1 scoreline exhilarated Kobe, even igniting a fleeting illusion of victory. However, in the fifth game, the enigmatic Wang Jie unleashed his formidable skills, scoring an astonishing 68 points. Executing relentless drives, three-point shots, and dunks as if his stamina were boundless. At the age of 34, he played the entire match without taking a single minute off the court. In a climactic moment, Wang Jie delivered a game-winning shot that widened the margin to 30 points. Had Kobe not persisted, Coach Phil Jackson might have opted to substitute the bench players and surrender during the fourth quarter. After all, this was the finals. Kobe believed such an occasion merited fighting until the bitter end. Ultimately, Wang Jie achieved the remarkable feat of defeating the Lakers with a 4-1 scoreline. Kobe gazed at Wang Jie, and they embraced. "Jack Wang, when you first joined us in winning the championship, I thought of you as a fortunate lad. Winning titles with the Spurs, and then with us. But now, after 10 years, no, this marks the 11th year. Congratulations to you." Observing Wang Jie's continued success and his ever-increasing collection of championship rings, Kobe couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. It is worth noting that during his own three-peat with the Lakers, he had only 3 championship rings. "Thank you. How about joining the Knicks next season? I could help you win another championship," Wang Jie suggested with a smile. "That might be quite challenging." Kobe hesitated before shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His reputation as a lone guardian of a city was a significant reason for his immense fame. Leaving the Lakers would indeed require considerable courage. After they parted ways, Stern had already set up the stage, and the trophy was ready. With a beaming smile, Stern took to the podium to deliver his speech. "Today, we witnessed a magnificent game. Wang Jie exhibited unparalleled skill and determination, leading his team to victory. This marks yet another glorious achievement in his illustrious career." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wang Jie and his teammates received the trophy, each planting a kiss upon it, their eyes shimmering with tears of exhilaration. "This championship belongs to my teammates, and to every fan who has supported us." Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Wang Jie raised the trophy high, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to the 2008-2009 season champions, the New York Knicks. Congratulations to the recipient of the 2008-2009 season FMVN award, Jack Wang." In this season's finals, Wang Jie averaged over 40 points per game, and the global fanbase would undoubtedly express their disdain should he be overlooked by FMVN. Following him in the rankings is Pau Gasol, with an average of 26 points per game, while others such as Westbrook, Sun Yu, and even Du Hong and Odin, as well as Marc Gasol, also maintained double-digit averages. With such a formidable team, last season, Wang Jie facilitated the Knicks re-signing of Sun Yu and Marc Gasol for 3 years. Being newcomers, despite having proven their capabilities, their contracts amounted to merely $3 million annually, totaling $9 million over 3 years combined. They cost only $18 million, a negligible sum for the financially robust Knicks. As the season concluded, Wang Jie took a quick shower in the locker room, scarcely having the time to review his system rewards before hastily making his way to the press conference. Upon winning the championship, he brought all 15 team members to the press event, each brimming with excitement, especially the newly joined DeAndre Jordan, Du Hong, Odin, and Westbrook, who experienced the thrill of victory alongside Wang Jie for the first time. As the press conference commenced, Wang Jie was the first to be interviewed. "Jack Wang, congratulations on leading your team to the 11th championship, equaling Bill Russell's record. What are your thoughts?" inquired a blonde-haired, blue-eyed female reporter. "I feel incredibly joyful. Yet I also recognize that I am growing older. Perhaps in the future, I will dedicate more of my time to the decisions of head coach and general manager." Wang Jie responded with a smile. "Does that mean you will be playing less next season?" She continued, "Indeed, I have broken the records that needed breaking. And I have even achieved a flawless record in both the regular season and playoffs. If I choose to play, I could still attain such feats next season. Winning a championship as an NBA player poses no challenge for me," Wang Jie affirmed with a nod. "Do you have any thoughts on joining a weaker team to become the star and win a championship?" asked a bespectacled reporter. "There's no need for that. I, Wang Jie, have already proven myself. Regardless of the team I join, I can secure a championship. Why should I exhaust myself with a lesser team to achieve victory? After all, I am no longer young. I will be 35 next year, and I am already a veteran." Wang Jie chuckled, shaking his head. As the reporters continued to pose questions, Wang Jie responded to each one diligently. At that moment, a reporter asked, "Wang Jie, having achieved such remarkable success, what plans do you have for the future?" Wang Jie pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "I aspire to nurture more exceptional young players and assist them in realizing their dreams. Basketball is a team sport, and I firmly believe that only through a robust collective can we journey further." Upon finishing his statement, Wang Jie turned to his teammates, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. He understood that his era would eventually come to a close, yet the spirit of basketball would perpetually endure. Upon hearing his words, players such as Sun Yu, Russell Westbrook, and both Pau and Marc Gasol were filled with exhilaration, each expressing their determination to help the Knicks clinch the championship in the upcoming season. During the interviews, after the press conference concluded, Wang Jie received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a congratulatory letter from the league's commissioner, Stern, commending his contributions to the sport and inquiring if he would be willing to serve as the league's ambassador. Wang Jie gladly accepted this invitation, viewing it as a splendid opportunity to cultivate a deeper appreciation for basketball among the masses. Upon returning home, Wang Jie accessed the system panel to review the rewards for this championship victory. However, instead of receiving accolades, he was met with restrictions. Congratulations, host, on winning the championship. Congratulations on achieving your 11th championship title. From this moment forth, all games, with the exception of the finals, will not permit the use of system skills. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie was left utterly astonished. The initial congratulations had filled him with joy, but the subsequent restriction on utilizing system skills left him in a quandary regarding the upcoming season. It is crucial to note that without the system's abilities, he would merely be an all-round starter, capable of playing any position, even center, yet none could be deemed exceptional, merely a jack of all trades. Chapter 58, System Changes. 5 consecutive extraordinary coaching skills. This simply cannot be tolerated. Those skills were painstakingly earned by me. Wang Jie immediately voiced his dissent, as he aspired to clinch the championship once again in the next season, thereby becoming the player with the most championship titles in the world. However, regardless of Wang Jie's protests, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Just when he thought all hope was lost, the system's compensation finally arrived. Congratulations, host, you have received compensation. The skills Withering to Bloom and the Jin Billy template acquired last season may continue to be utilized. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. This way, Odin and Sun Yu would not be a burden for him this season. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to convert a player's skill into a coaching skill. Please make your selection, esteemed host. Wang Jie felt a surge of joy within, for this was precisely what he needed for his future development. He began to contemplate which skills would enable his team to advance to the playoffs. Firstly, he realized that a single individual could not single-handedly defeat the opposing team, except for himself. Following this thought, he concluded that he must acquire a team-oriented skill. The only team-based skills he possessed were the extraordinary quintuple strike and the ironclad defense. While the ironclad defense would easily allow his team to identify 3 defenders exceeding a 90 rating, its limitations were too pronounced. It paled in comparison to the substitute-level extraordinary quintuple strike. I shall choose the substitute-level extraordinary quintuple strike. Upon uttering these words, the system transformed the substitute-level extraordinary quintuple strike into a coaching skill. When the 5 substitute members took to the court, the extraordinary quintuple strike activated, enhancing the relevant attributes of all 5 substitutes by 20. Phew. Next season, I must earnestly embrace the role of a coach. Wang Jie exhaled deeply, reflecting on his newfound responsibilities. During the off-season, he finally had some leisure time to rest. Wang Jie, standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 99 kilograms, possesses an impressive array of attributes: strength rated at 88, speed at 83, agility at 83, vertical leap at 80, stamina at 90, and basketball intelligence at 92. His skills include a dribbling proficiency of 85, passing at 89, dunking at 85, layups at 82, mid-range shooting at 86, and three-point shooting at 85. Defensively, he excels with an outside defense rating of 89 and an inside defense of 84, alongside a blocking ability of 78, a stealing capability of 78, and rebounding skills rated at 76. Having undergone significant development over several seasons, Wang Jie's most notable improvement this season has been in his basketball intelligence. Under the mentorship of the head coach, he has diligently absorbed various strategies, leading to a remarkable elevation in his acumen. Nevertheless, Wang Jie currently ranks at best as an ordinary assistant coach among major teams. His triumph as head coach in securing the championship last season was largely attributable to his own efforts. Otherwise, it would have been a formidable challenge, even with the Knicks starting and bench players, to clinch the title. The 2009-10 season has commenced, and as the head coach and general manager of the team, Wang Jie finds himself relatively unencumbered. effortlessly slipping into vacation mode. The only contract due for renewal this year is that of Pau Gasol. With ample financial resources at their disposal, the Knicks readily agreed to Gasol's request for a 6-year, $100 million contract. As the team is unconcerned about the associated luxury tax penalties. Last year, Wang Jie facilitated the removal of overpaid yet underperforming players, such as the lone wolf Marbury and an obscure center, transforming the team's financial obligations from the highest luxury tax payments to a more manageable level. With another championship under their belt this year, the Knicks have profited significantly, marking this season as exceedingly lucrative for the franchise. In a gesture of appreciation, the exuberant owner of the Knicks gifted Wang Jie a lavish villa and a luxury vehicle. The car, a Bugatti Chiron equipped with an 8.0-liter turbocharged W16 gasoline engine, boasts a staggering 1,500 horsepower, a maximum output of 1,103 kilowatts, and a peak torque of 1,600 Newton-meters. With a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 2.5 seconds, reaching a top speed of 420 km per hour. It features air suspension and front and rear ceramic ventilated disc brakes. Though valued at over $6 million and regarded as one of the world's premier supercars, Wang Jie merely smirked at the car's hue, finding the vivid green less to his taste. Instead, he opted for a Land Rover SUV for everyday use, which he found to be quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, appreciating the owner's generous gesture, he graciously accepted the gift and occasionally indulges in the thrill of driving the supercar. Wang Jie had always been engrossed in basketball, possessing little desire for luxury, thus he remained largely unaffected by it. As he pressed the accelerator of his Bugatti Chiron, a resounding roar echoed, and in an instant, his vehicle soared forward, leaving him feeling as though his spirit lingered behind while his corporeal form was propelled hundreds of meters ahead. Such velocity! Wang Jie exclaimed, his voice resonating with youthful exuberance. Aha! What exhilaration! It was utterly thrilling. Facing the wind, he felt an overwhelming rush as he sped down the deserted streets, an intoxicating blend of tension and excitement enveloping him. After a considerable time, with his hair tousled and standing on end by the wind, Wang Jie returned to his grand villa. Upon gazing at the lush, emerald pool within, he could not resist diving in for a couple of laps. It was only then that he realized, despite the passage of time, his attributes had not diminished. According to the system, as one ages, it becomes increasingly challenging to enhance one's attributes. However, with the system's assurance, his attributes would remain intact until his last breath, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Jack Wang, is this your villa? At that moment, a striking woman, with legs that seemed to stretch an impressive meter and 20 centimeters, emerged from the sports car. She was none other than the journalist who had interviewed him during the finals, her name seemingly Christina. Of course, beautiful miss. Would you care to join me for a tour? Wang Jie inquired with a warm smile. Certainly. Christina responded with a cheerful nod. Wang Jie ordered steak and red wine, and the two enjoyed a delightful evening together. The following day, as he perused the newspaper, he was met with the sight of his photograph alongside Christina entering a villa, which had spread across the nation, eliciting a wry smile from him. It seemed that being a celebrity indeed came with its own set of costs. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. This was not his first encounter with such matters. As a sports star, one had to ponder whether a complete absence of scandal indicated a decline in popularity. My dear, you are certainly an early riser, Christina remarked with a smile. As an athlete, rising by 7 each day was customary. Today was, in fact, a late start. Wang Jie chuckled and shook his head in response. Upon realizing that as one ages, physical attributes tend to improve at a slower pace, he resolved to dedicate the off-season to enhancing his physical capabilities. Jack Wang, may I conduct an exclusive interview with you? Christina inquired hesitantly. Of course, beautiful lady, Wang Jie replied with a smile, acknowledging that both were merely seeking mutual benefits. In the weeks that followed, Wang Jie and Christina developed a harmonious rapport. He participated in her interview, sharing insights about his basketball career and future aspirations. Simultaneously, he immersed himself in rigorous training, striving to enhance his physical prowess. Chapter 59. The 2009 draft encounter. Meanwhile, the draft event commenced, prompting Wang Jie to convene a meeting. The most coveted prospects of the 2009 draft included Curry, ranked 7th, Harden, 3rd, DeRozan, 9th, and Drew Holiday, 17th. Find a way to secure a top 7 pick and a top 16 pick. Any earlier picks can be communicated to me, Wang Jie announced his intentions. General Manager. Perry hesitated. As the reigning champions, many teams are unlikely to part with their higher picks without substantial incentives. Let us explore our assets and inquire about their value. Wang Jie replied after a moment's contemplation. To secure the championship in the upcoming season, continuous reinforcement was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. If we aim for a top 6 pick, we could potentially trade for players like Duhan, Dragic, Chandler, or Richardson on a one-for-one basis, he mused. This season, the Knicks' first-round pick had previously been traded by Perry, leaving Wang Jie at a loss for words. Fortunately, it was merely the 30th pick in the first round, which was not a significant loss. As for the second-round pick, the 60th and final selection had not been traded away, but it essentially allowed for only the signing of undrafted players, leaving Wang Jie feeling somewhat exasperated considering the pick's limited usefulness. The management of the team engaged in fervent discussions, as none were willing to part with the championship-winning heroes. Notably, Richardson and Chandler remained as starting players for the Knicks. Players such as Duhan, Chandler, Richardson, and Dragic had all demonstrated their prowess last season. Had it not been for the abundance of all-stars, they would have certainly earned selections. At Wang Jie's insistence, Perry had no choice but to send staff to negotiate with these teams. However, Wang Jie's discernment over the past 2 seasons had proven impeccable, as none of his chosen players had faltered. He even acquired 2 second-round draft picks from the Lakers, selecting Sun Yu with one and DeAndre Jordan with the other, while also securing 2 promising all-star prospects. Had it not been for the Lakers' general manager having certain connections and skills, he would have surely faced dismissal. This situation rendered other teams wary and reluctant to engage in trades with Wang Jie. Jack Wang expressed his belief that those teams lacked genuine intent. For instance, the Grizzlies proposed exchanges involving either Marc Gasol or Pau Gasol. The Kings sought to trade for Al Harrington, while the Thunder demanded a swap for Westbrook, claiming they had intended to trade him last season. The Clippers, too, expressed their need for a robust interior presence, requesting either Marc Gasol or Pau Gasol, as well as Odin, in exchange for the first overall pick. The Kings were also interested in acquiring Sun Yu and Richardson. Wang Jie hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately declined. After all, Sun Yu was his fellow countryman, and it was simply unacceptable to heed his words and prevent him from playing. The Minnesota Timberwolves possessed the 5th and 6th picks, intending to acquire Richardson, Duhan, Chandler, and Sun Yu, offering both picks to us, Perry stated. Wang Jie slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Tell them we only require a draft pick." Perry nodded and continued the negotiations. Ultimately, the Timberwolves indicated that if a single draft pick was all they desired, they would require any 3 out of Wang Jie's 4 players. This predicament left Wang Jie somewhat troubled, for it was important to remember that Curry had yet to evolve into the formidable player he would later become. In the preceding season, he was still developing and had even faced a season-ending surgery midway through. Thus, if Wang Jie were to remove 3 players and replace them with the still-maturing Curry, he feared that Curry might not see any play time next season. While they could possibly reach the playoffs, the finals remained uncertain. If that was the case, it was simply not worth it. There was no sincerity in the offer. Wang Jie promptly declined the Timberwolves' proposition. Consequently, he chose not to participate in this season's draft, and the 60th pick was traded away for a sum of $500,000 cash. As every team was vying for the earlier picks, and the later selections were similarly being contested, Wang Jie contemplated that, given the circumstances, it would be better not to make a change. The Timberwolves experienced a tinge of regret for having reconsidered their decision to trade the 6th pick for Richardson and Chandler. For Sun Yu, prior to the commencement of the draft, Wang Jie felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After all, Dragic was slated to become an all-star soon. It was perplexing that after a year of shooting so many 3-pointers, no one seemed interested in him. Ultimately, Wang Jie grew frustrated, asserting that he refused to be taken advantage of. The Timberwolves exhibited a lack of sincerity, leading him to decide against the trade altogether. Had the Timberwolves expressed such sentiments at the onset, he might have considered it, but vocalizing this before the draft left him exceedingly dissatisfied, prompting him to abandon the trade entirely. After all, aside from Richardson, Chandler, Sun Yu, and Dragic were all affordable, clearly representing underpaid yet high-performing talents within the team. Wang Jie is, after all, not a professional manager. His approach to matters tends to be somewhat sentimental. Nevertheless, he possesses unwavering confidence in leading the Knicks veteran team to continue their reign as champions and to establish a dynasty this year. Moreover, it appears there is an undrafted talent worth considering. Wang Jie instructed Perry to investigate a player named Wesley Matthews and to inquire if he would be willing to sign a 3-year contract at the league minimum of $3 million. Perry nodded in agreement. Wesley Matthews had initially intended to accept an invitation to represent the Jazz in the Summer League, hoping that a commendable performance would lead to a contract with them. However, before he could embark on his journey, he received an offer from the reigning champion Knicks. Without a moment's hesitation, Matthews affixed his signature to the contract, for even a fleeting moment of doubt would have been a misstep. This was the team of Wang Jie. And every player entering the NBA yearns to join his ranks, for it is the team with the highest likelihood of securing a championship ring. As the new season approaches, Wang Jie becomes increasingly focused on the team's preparations. He collaborates with the coaching staff to devise strategies, analyze opponents, and guide returning players through targeted training. When the new season commences, Wang Jie ensures that every player sees some time on the court during the preseason. However, he soon discovers an alarming issue. Richardson, who can play as a power forward, small forward, or shooting guard, and boasts an impressive three-point shooting attribute of 88, has gained over 10 kilograms. It is evident that he has indulged during the off-season, leading to a significant weight gain that leaves him gasping for breath after just 2 quarters of play. Much to Wang Jie's chagrin from the sidelines. Strangely, despite his rapid fatigue, Richardson's skill remains unaffected. His three-point shooting is still remarkably precise, even surpassing that of the previous season. Upon inquiring, Wang Jie discovered that although Richardson indulged himself during the off-season, he nonetheless maintained a daily regimen of practicing three-point shots 100 times. While this may seem modest, it still yielded some improvement by the end of the season. Fortunately, with a plethora of players under his command, Richardson's temporary lack of stamina posed little concern. However, Wang Jie instructed the assistant coach to devise a strategy to manage Richardson's weight. Richardson, if this continues, our team may have to part ways with you. We have an abundance of centers, and if you gain more weight, you will only be able to play that position, which may necessitate a trade. Wang Jie remarked with a furrowed brow. Chapter 60. The injury of Yao Ming. Richardson contemplated the formidable competition he faced from exceptional centers like Pau Gasol, Greg Oden, and DeAndre Jordan, and he felt utterly devoid of confidence. A shiver ran through him, and he immediately vowed to train diligently and shed the excess weight. No problem, boss. I will certainly strive to lose weight. I am a starter. Richardson responded with urgency. That is reassuring. Wang Jie nodded and temporarily let him off the hook. Starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, point guard; Al Harrington, shooting guard; Richardson, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward; Marc Gasol, center. Bench: Chris Duhon, point guard; Goran Dragic. Wesley Matthews, shooting guard; Wilson Chandler, small forward; Sun Yu, power forward; DeAndre Jordan Oden, center. As the new season commenced, Wang Jie retained the same roster of 10 individuals, each a formidable contender for the All-Star title. However, the players under Wang Jie's guidance had evolved. After a season of development, Westbrook's prowess had significantly escalated. Marc Gasol had matured into a more formidable force, Dragic's three-point shooting had improved, and his ball-handling skills had become more refined. Wilson Chandler's abilities had also seen considerable enhancement, and it was anticipated that he would reach his peak next season. DeAndre Jordan's free throw percentage had notably increased, and his turnovers had diminished considerably. The only player to experience a slight decline was Richardson, whose stamina and speed had waned. Nonetheless, his three-point shooting had strengthened through off-season training. One must acknowledge that Richardson, as the starting small forward, brought a joyful spirit to the team, significantly enhancing the locker room atmosphere. Ultimately, Wang Jie discovered that the team had merely added an undrafted player, Wesley Matthews, yet their overall strength had increased rather than diminished. Matthews, a shooting guard and a backup to Harrington and Dragic, had a rather limited impact, as both Harrington and Dragic were currently superior in three-point shooting. Although Matthews himself possessed decent shooting skills, he was merely a substitute in other teams, and in Wang Jie's squad, he had become a backup among backups. Before the preseason had even commenced, Wang Jie received distressing news. Yao Ming from the Rockets had suffered a left foot fracture and was set to undergo surgery, sidelining him for the entire season. Following the conclusion of the preseason, Wang Jie took his luxurious lineup into the regular season. In the opening game, the Knicks faced the Lakers, instantly igniting discussions. However, the final outcome was unforeseen. In the Knicks' home arena, Wang Jie did not step onto the court for a single minute and exclusively utilized both the starting and bench lineups, astonishingly battling the Lakers until the very last second, with Kobe losing the match by a mere 3 points. In this game, Kobe scored 36 points with 6 assists. while Westbrook managed to secure 24 points despite being defended by Fisher. Harrington's efficiency was greatly diminished under Kobe's defense, yielding only 16 points. Fortunately, the Gasol brothers and Oden dominated the paint, securing numerous rebounds and ultimately clinching victory. This elicited continuous cheers from Knicks fans. Albeit Wang Jie's role throughout the match was purely that of a head coach, leaving the fans somewhat disappointed. Shortly into the season, the Lakers acquired Ron Artest in exchange for Trevor Ariza, bringing a more mature and powerful offensive and defensive presence to the team, thereby enhancing their strength. However, Artest required time to adapt to the Lakers' triangle offense, leading to several losses during this period due to tactical misalignments. Last season, Wang Jie's team diligently practiced various tactics for an extended period, and this season has been no different. Wang Jie continues to adopt a training style approach, separating the starters from the substitutes during matches. Players who excel have their playing time extended, while those who underperform find their minutes diminished, creating an atmosphere of enjoyment. Naturally, as a formidable team, Wang Jie often finds his strategies overshadowed by the cunning of seasoned rivals. Yet the abundance of stars among both starters and substitutes allows for individual prowess to triumph when necessary. Over the course of 30 matches, the team has achieved a record of 22 wins and 8 losses, a slight decline compared to the previous season under Wang Jie's leadership. Throughout these 30 matches, despite being listed among the players, Wang Jie has not stepped onto the court even for a moment, remaining on the bench to direct the team. This has sparked a multitude of speculative reports. Some claim that Wang Jie is aging, his abilities waning, rendering him unable to adapt to the NBA. Others suggest he has suffered significant injuries, making retirement a likely prospect. On a more positive note, it is said that Wang Jie has fulfilled his promise, expressing that playing basketball has become tedious and he aspires to be a head coach. It must be acknowledged that even in his roles as general manager and head coach, his win record remains impressive. Larry Brown has remarked that Wang Jie's tactical arrangements are rather chaotic, attributing victories primarily to fortune. Wang Jie counters that luck is indeed a form of skill. Wang Jie glanced at the various news topics on his computer and smiled faintly, choosing to disregard them. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Thompson's number. "Thompson, we have secured a 10 equity share from our investment in Apple. Let us finalize the contract immediately." "Yes, boss," Thompson replied promptly, hurrying off to negotiate with Apple. As time passed, Wang Jie learned over the phone that Yao Ming had sustained serious injuries. Although the surgery had been successful, the recovery was fraught with the risk of recurrence, rendering him unable to engage in strenuous activities. Any vigorous exertion could exacerbate his injuries, potentially necessitating further surgery. Hearing Yao's tone of disappointment, Wang Jie sighed inwardly and said, "Yao, I led De Ji to a championship, and I guided Sun Yu to victory as well. Do you trust me? Would you consider joining the Knicks? I can help you secure the championship." In truth, the Rockets' general manager had already initiated the termination of Yao's contract, aware of the severity of his condition, and had even suggested that Yao contemplate retirement and return home. Jack Wang. The yearning for a championship glimmered in Yao's eyes, yet the thought of being a hindrance to the team was unbearable for him. Nevertheless, the championship had always been his dream. "I'm sorry, I need to think it over," Yao sighed. "I've just had surgery, and this season is a write-off. Let us see how I'm doing next season when I can walk normally." Wang Jie discerned that Yao Ming would not be able to join this season. And with you diligently focusing on his recovery, Wang could only sigh and acquiesce, reminding him to certainly come and spend a year with the Knicks next year. While Yao did not arrive, the ever-ardent Tracy McGrady, driven by an intense desire for a championship, proactively reached out to the Knicks, expressing his wish to join the team. In this season, Wang Jie found his team overcrowded, while McGrady faced numerous injuries. Although there remained a flicker of energy in the tank, it was sufficient only for a regular team's bench. With McGrady's history of injuries akin to that of Oden, it was impractical to substitute one for the other. Nevertheless, Wang Jie recognized Oden's formidable dominance in the paint, arguably surpassing that of Marc Gasol, exhibiting defensive and offensive prowess comparable to Shaquille O'Neal, albeit with a susceptibility to injuries that required vigilance in daily life. Consequently, Wang Jie graciously declined McGrady's assistance and continued to lead his team in the NBA. In Chapter 61, titled Playoff Battle Against the Magic, Wang Jie guided his team through to the midseason. Despite being voted as a starter for the All-Star game, he chose to forego participation, wishing to provide opportunities for the younger players. This decision garnered him much admiration, though it also left him somewhat disheartened, as he was unable to play in the regular season or partake in the All-Star festivities. Ultimately, After 42 games, his team had suffered 12 losses, placing them second in the standings, with the number of victories trailing behind LeBron James and the Cavaliers, who had only lost 8 matches. As a result, Wang Jie missed out on the role of head coach for the Eastern Conference All-Star game. Instead, both Mark and Pau Gasol were selected as All-Stars, while Odin and Al Harrington were named as All-Star reserves, alongside Sun Yu, who also received the honor of being an All-Star reserve. Westbrook was also selected as an All-Star substitute and participated in the Rookie Challenge. It is evident that with 6 players from the same team making it to the All-Star game, once their contracts expire, their market value is bound to surge dramatically. Of course, they still have several years left on their contracts, some even longer than Wang Jie's, so there is no immediate concern in that regard. Perhaps the financially robust Knicks are indifferent to the monetary implications, and it would not be surprising if they acquired all of them without hesitation. During the regular season, Wang Jie led the team against some formidable opponents, such as the Cavaliers, Suns, Lakers, and Magic, and faced defeats. Naturally, there were instances when the entire team struggled with their shooting, resulting in losses to non-playoff teams like the Thunder and Grizzlies, which was unavoidable. After the games, Richardson appeared slightly leaner, though not significantly so. However, his stamina had improved considerably through training, and he no longer exhibited signs of exhaustion after just 2 quarters. Upon noticing Richardson's predicament, Vice President Perry immediately began to seek a better option. Yet, at that moment, even with money in hand, the Knicks found no one willing to engage, save for a few teams wanting to trade him for subpar substitutes. Frustrated, Perry had no choice but to relent, while Wang Jie reassured him that the current roster was sufficient to contend for the championship. Ultimately, as the regular season concluded, the Knicks, under Wang Jie's leadership, secured the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, marking the lowest regular season performance during his tenure. Of course, Wang Jie himself did not play excessively, wary of winning too many games during the regular season and risking injuries in the playoffs. Drawing from his extensive playoff experience, he strategically rested every starter and substitute in the final 20 games, even allowing benchwarmers to take the court, such as Wesley Matthews, who finally got some playing time and even started a few games, resulting in a 10-10 record, thereby placing the team 3rd in the regular season standings. At this juncture, Wang Jie's regular season record positioned him 4th in both the Eastern and Western conferences, with the Cavaliers and Magic in the East boasting more wins than the Knicks, and the Lakers in the West surpassing them as well. This year could be characterized as a season of strength in the East and weakness in the West, with Wang Jie's first game pitting him against his former team, the Heat. Wang Jie harbors no grievances against the Miami Heat. He is certainly not a person to be taken advantage of. He is aware that the general manager of the Heat possesses a rather unfeeling disposition, and by signing with the team, he has meticulously blocked any potential sources of trouble. Consequently, his experience with the Heat has been quite favorable. The head coach of the Heat is Eric Spoelstra, and the starting lineup consists of Jermaine O'Neal, Michael Beasley, James Jones, Dwayne Wade, and Mario Chalmers. In contrast, the opposing starting lineup features Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. In the first quarter, Wang Jie faced off against the starting lineup, only to discover that the Heat lacked a proper center, relying instead on a power forward to fill that role. The sole superstar on the Heat is Wade, and while he shines brightly, this season, Westbrook has only slightly fallen short in comparison. Moreover, Harrington and Richardson are both formidable players in their own right. The most pivotal aspect, however, is that the Gasol brothers dominated the paint, aggressively securing rebounds, resulting in a staggering total of over 20 rebounds between them throughout the game, effectively monopolizing the boards. The sight of either Pau or Marc Gasol overpowering the Heat's power forward and center to claim rebounds was simply magnificent yet disheartening. Ultimately, the outcome was a decisive 4-0 victory, leading to the Heat's elimination. Even Wang Jie was taken aback by the fact that a center, deemed obsolete in the forthcoming era of three-point shooting, emerged as the champion of the game. Wade approached Wang Jie with a bittersweet smile, embracing him. "Brother, I hope one day we can play together again. There will be opportunities, Wade. After all, we have secured 2 championships together. Perhaps next year I could find a way to trade you to my team?" Wang Jie replied with a smile. "Well, it would be splendid if you could become the head coach of the Heat." Wade shook his head in response. "The Knicks are quite appealing. If they are willing to let me retain control over both the general manager and head coach positions, I would be more than happy to stay." Wang Jie chuckled. fully aware that Pat Riley wields significant power within the Heat, meaning his own authority would be considerably diminished if he were to join. Understood. Wade departed with a hint of regret, nodding in acknowledgement. The Cavaliers effortlessly triumphed over the Bobcats with a 4-0 sweep to advance to the next round, while the Magic similarly dispatched the Bucks with the same scoreline. The Celtics and the Hawks concluded their series with a 4-1 victory over the latter. Next, the Cavaliers were set to face the Celtics, and the Knicks were to confront the Magic. In the Western Conference, the Lakers were matched against the Jazz, and the Spurs faced the Suns. Both the Eastern and Western Conferences had reached the semifinals. This season, the Magic underwent a significant transformation, elevating the team's performance and even incorporating the All-Star Vince Carter. However, despite these changes, when the Knicks and the Magic clashed in their first game, they found themselves ensnared in the same predicament as the previous season. Head coach, Stan Van Gundy starting lineup: Dwight Howard, Brandon Bass, Rashard Lewis, Vince Carter, Jameer Nelson in single combat. Howard could outmaneuver either Pau or Marc Gasol, yet when both were on the court simultaneously, the formidable Howard found himself constrained, unable to secure rebounds. Consequently, although Howard, Carter, and Nelson each scored in double figures, the team ultimately suffered a defeat, losing by a margin of 15 points while conceding nearly 70% of the rebounds. Wang Jie, in the second quarter, remained on the bench, never activating his 5 consecutive extraordinary abilities. This can be interpreted as a deliberate choice, for once these skills are unleashed, the players experience a significant elevation in their prowess, akin to transitioning from a starter to an all-star. Conversely, by refraining from activation, their inherent weaknesses become apparent, allowing them to continually rectify or obscure these shortcomings throughout the regular season. Stan Van Gundy observed Wang Jie leisurely seated on the sidelines, substituting in Odin and DeAndre Jordan, while Howard remained on the court, still facing restrictions. By the end of the match, Van Gundy's confidence had waned. The primary issue lay with Carter, who was no longer the superstar capable of averaging over 20 points per game. His current statistics hovered around 17 points, 3.9 rebounds, and 3.9 assists. Most crucially, with Howard being contained, there was no one else on the team to step up and score more. In Chapter 62, as they progressed towards the Eastern Conference Finals, the Magic managed only 3 players scoring in double figures in one game, while Wang Jie's 10-man roster boasted 6 players in double digits, effectively doubling their output. Wang Jie found it perplexing how they could lose. Over 3 consecutive matches, the Magic suffered substantial defeats against the Knicks, the two teams appearing to belong to entirely different tiers. In the fourth game, Wang Jie instructed his team to adopt a more dynamic approach, even allowing the Gasol brothers to venture to the perimeter for shots, or alternatively, to station themselves at opposite baskets without running. Ultimately, Wang Jie had to bear the consequences of his erratic strategies, resulting in a significant loss. Wang Jie finally comprehended the significant impact of tactics. In this match, he accentuated the shortcomings of his players while concealing their strengths, resulting in an inevitable and resounding defeat. In the fifth match, Wang Jie restored the team's normalcy, effortlessly sweeping the Magic to advance. Following Wang Jie's 4-1 triumph over the Magic, the aging trio of the Celtics defeated LeBron James and his Cavaliers with a score of 4-2. In truth, LeBron's decision to form a triumvirate with the Miami Heat was influenced by the Celtics' aging trio, as having been vanquished by them for 3 consecutive years could not fail to incite contemplation. However, the blame for the emergent trend of forming alliances ultimately fell upon James, leaving him frustrated and unable to articulate a satisfactory explanation. In the West, the Lakers triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 4-0, while the Suns similarly defeated the Spurs by the same margin. Despite the Spurs investing heavily in acquiring Jefferson and McDyess this season, they were still effortlessly overcome by the Suns' Nash and Stoudemire's bombardment tactics. Ultimately, the Eastern Conference Finals saw the Knicks pitted against the aging trio, while the Western Conference Finals featured the Lakers facing the Suns. If given a choice, Wang Jie would prefer to confront the Suns or even the Lakers, as the aging trio possesses no discernible weaknesses apart from their limited stamina and bench depth. Their formidable synergy renders them capable of overwhelming any opposing team. Last year, Wang Jie struggled with his team, relying heavily on his own efforts to secure victories. In the first game, the Knicks were granted home court advantage according to the ratings. As the cheers of the fans resonated, Wang Jie felt the weight of facing the veteran trio. This season marked the last opportunity for the aging trio to contend for the championship, as Paul Pierce's contract would expire next season, leaving his future uncertain. Wang Jie, The head coach of the Knicks fielded a starting lineup consisting of Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The Celtics, led by coach Doc Rivers, presented a formidable starting five: Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rondo. While Rivers proved to be a commendable coach, Wang Jie recognized that he could not match his opponent's strategic formation. However, this season, Westbrook had blossomed, even surpassing Harrington in average points per game, while Richardson's three-point shooting soared to an impressive 40. Even with both Gasol brothers on the court, he averaged 1.5 rebounds, showcasing his remarkable performance. On paper, Wang Jie's starting five was not inferior to that of the Celtics. In fact, every player was an all-star at their respective positions. Yet, the Celtics trio demonstrated exceptional synergy, often scoring through intricate teamwork. After the first game, the score was tied. However, by the end of the second quarter, Rivers identified vulnerabilities and intensified the defense against Westbrook. Westbrook charged into the paint like a man carrying explosives, but his jump shot failed to penetrate Garnett's staunch defense, leading to the Gasol brothers regaining possession and scoring again. As the second quarter concluded, the Celtics had finally taken a 4-point lead. Yet, Rivers, sweating under pressure, dared not relax. A 4-point margin was far from secure, especially with Wang Jie yet to take the court. The previous season, Wang Jie had been unstoppable, causing Rivers significant anxiety. Regardless of the Celtics' coordination and tactical pressure, everything shifted upon Wang Jie's arrival. However, Rivers found some comfort in the fact that Wang Jie had not yet entered the game, even though both teams opted to substitute players in the third quarter. This season, the Celtics had bolstered their bench with the addition of Rasheed Wallace and others to enhance both defense and scoring. The Celtics bench had indeed strengthened significantly, able to compete effectively with various teams and maintain the score. Yet when Wang Jie finally took the court, accompanied by substitutes Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and Greg Oden, center, everything changed. After Wang Jie endowed the substitutes with an extraordinary quintet of skills, the five reserves transformed into an all-star ensemble. Duhon, Dragic, Chandler, and Sun Yu unleashed a barrage of three-point shots, while Oden dominated the boards, collectively crafting a Knicks version of a stellar shooting team. In a mere 5 minutes, each of the four substitutes successfully sank at least one three-pointer, and Oden contributed 6 points with a putback, followed by 2 successful free throws, bringing his total to 8 points. One cannot deny that Oden's free throw proficiency is commendable. Employing the hack-a-shack strategy against him proved utterly ineffective. In just 5 minutes, the substitutes surged to a remarkable 16-6 scoring run, reversing a 4-point deficit into a 6-point lead in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the entire Knicks fanbase erupted in jubilant cheers. Knicks for the championship. Knicks dynasty. Go. King Jack. Despite Wang Jie not taking to the court, his immense influence as head coach still garnered him a chorus of cheers from fans calling his English name. The starters were sent onto the court with a grim expression from Rivers, who had no choice but to deploy them after their sufficient rest. Through numerous trials, he had discovered that starters who had not rested adequately posed a risk of injury, and their declining stamina would only worsen their performance. Thus, it was preferable to allow them to recuperate and then chase points later. 6 points are nothing. We can make a comeback, Rivers declared. However, when the Celtics' big three took the floor, their formidable synergy was only able to hold off the Knicks bench for a mere 5 minutes before crumbling. In the final 2 minutes, facing the likes of the Gasol brothers and the formidable Garnett, the Knicks surged ahead, flipping the score by 10 points as the third quarter commenced. As the final quarter began, Wang Jie once more substituted in the starters. To his astonishment, the 10-point deficit was maintained by the starting five until the very end. Despite the relentless efforts of the aging trio, they could only preserve that margin. In reality, the starters were spurred into action by the performance of the bench. Their pride was at stake. They were, after all, the starters, and conceding points while the bench scored freely was a matter of honor. It was well known that during practice, the starters often triumphed over the substitutes. Rivers looked at Wang Jie with a sense of helplessness. He had exhausted all tactical options at his disposal, relentlessly exploiting Wang Jie's weaknesses. Yet, the moment the bench stepped onto the court, he found himself unable to counter them, as each player seemed to erupt with fervor, showcasing their capabilities without any apparent flaws. This was a display of individual brilliance, an outright demonstration of superiority. And Rivers found himself at a loss. In the second game, the scenario remained unchanged. At the Knicks' home arena, the aging trio remained unaffected, while the rest of the Celtics experienced varying degrees of impact. From the outset, the score remained tightly contested, with both teams displaying maximum intensity in offense and defense. The first quarter ended in a stalemate, and in the second quarter, the Big Three primarily focused on restraining the Gasol brothers and Westbrook. Upon realizing he was being contained, Westbrook charged into the paint, passing the ball to the unguarded Richardson. By the end of the second quarter, Richardson had scored 15 points, hitting 5 out of 10 from beyond the arc, leaving the Celtics trailing by 4 points. Rivers cast a worried glance towards Wang Jie's starting five as they exited the court. This season, the players appeared significantly more mature and robust, exhibiting far fewer mistakes than last season. The Knicks' starting five had rendered Rivers' trio of stars considerably challenged. And with Wang Jie yet to step onto the court, having not played a single game this season, if they reached the finals without him, it would mean Wang Jie, as head coach, would claim a championship without the substitutes having played a single minute. Transformed into a pure coach, Wang Jie led his team to an exhilarating start, defeating the aging trio of legends with a score of 2-0, much to the delight of the Knicks. However, in the subsequent game held at the Celtics' home court, the proud Knicks starting five faced a formidable onslaught from the veteran trio, suffering an 8-point deficit by the end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, observing the wavering focus of his starters, Wang Jie opted to substitute in the bench players, but they failed to capitalize on their opportunity. Consequently, the Celtics' triumphant trio extended the lead to 12 points. At this juncture, the starting five regained their composure and committed themselves to the game, narrowing the gap by 2 points in the third quarter. During the final quarter, as the substitutes took the floor, Wang Jie hesitated to unleash his 5 consecutive extraordinary moves, wishing to test whether he could vanquish the Celtics relying solely on his innate abilities. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Celtics showed signs of fatigue. Their aging stars had scarcely rested for 3 minutes in the third quarter before returning to the fray, and their movements were noticeably sluggish. Meanwhile, Wang Jie's substitutes surged with vitality, displaying remarkable energy. In a mere 10 minutes, through Odin's rebounding prowess and the sharpshooting of Sun Yu, Chandler, Du Hong, and Dragic, they unleashed a barrage of 3-point attempts. Though the quartet's shooting accuracy had diminished, they still maintained a commendable success rate of over 40, nearly achieving 4 hits out of 10 attempts. The Celtics trio, being outnumbered, found themselves in a predicament. Any teammate who acquired the ball invariably passed it to their interior star for a 3-point shot, allowing Odin to secure 5 rebounds and score 10 points by the end of the quarter. Ultimately, with just 38 seconds remaining, the Knicks managed to equalize. Alas, Dragic's 3-point attempt fell short, and Odin failed to secure the rebound, resulting in a 2-point lead for the Celtics. However, Pierce assisted Ray Allen, who executed a dramatic 3-point shot to clinch victory in Game 3. In the wake of this defeat, Wang Jie addressed his team, "Do not lose heart. Victory and defeat are but common occurrences in warfare. In the playoffs, any slight vulnerability will be exploited by our adversaries. It is imperative that each of you approaches this with utmost seriousness, leaving no opportunity for them." The team responded in unison, affirming their commitment. As the fourth game commenced, the starting five entered the court with renewed determination, undeterred by the formidable presence of the aging trio, and they engaged in relentless competition. Given their youth and stamina, they were well prepared to match their opponent's physicality. Indeed, in the first quarter, while the Knicks trailed by 5 points, the Celtics starting five appeared visibly exhausted. In the first quarter, Wang Jie instigated a frenetic pace among the starters, engaging them in intense confrontations, even at the cost of some individual statistics. Consequently, after just 10 minutes into the second quarter, the Celtics' formidable trio found themselves compelled to take a respite. Upon the arrival of the substitutes, it took merely 2 minutes for the original five to successfully equalize the score, setting the stage for a renewed contest as both teams commenced the third quarter on equal footing once more. In the third quarter, Wang Jie opted to rest the starters after their vigorous performance over 2 demanding quarters. Despite their youth and vigor, even the starting five began to feel the strain. The substitutes, also exhibiting a high level of intensity and increased movement, allowed the Celtics trio to recover some stamina. However, they refrained from unleashing their extraordinary quintet of skills. While Dragic and his companions struggled with their 3-point shooting efficiency, resorting instead to mid-range breakthroughs, all while maintaining a high level of confrontation, leading the trio to reclaim a 6-point lead. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie reintroduced the starters, who had rested for a quarter. At this juncture, the veteran trio was nearly exhausted, having been effectively defended by the 5 substitutes during the previous quarter. In the opening lineup, Wang Jie strategically awaited his opportunity while the aging trio struggled to maintain a balance between offense and defense, tending to focus on the former at the expense of the latter. As their energy was devoted to shooting, their defensive efficiency dwindled. Ultimately, Wang Jie adeptly exploited the rotation of starters and substitutes to deplete the stamina of the veteran trio, resulting in a decline in shooting accuracy and defensive effectiveness in the fourth quarter, where they found themselves outmatched on the boards by the Gasol brothers. Additionally, the exuberant Russell Westbrook, akin to a dynamite-laden force, charged through the paint, mirroring the impact of LeBron James, achieving an impressive tally of 14 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds from 10 attempts, hitting 7 of them. As the fourth quarter concluded, Wang Jie led the Knicks to a 4-point comeback victory over the Celtics. Notably, Westbrook achieved the highest score of the game with a remarkable 30 points, alongside 14 assists and 5 rebounds, securing a substantial double-double. As Wang Jie beheld the victory of the match, a look of exhilaration graced his countenance. Although he employed the simplest of strategies, exploiting the diminished stamina of the aging trio of giants, he witnessed a profound truth. Even a star player, no matter how fit, could falter under excessive exertion, rendering them less effective than some ordinary starters, and even inferior to certain bench players when their energy waned. Rivers, with an expression of resignation, found Wang Jie's tactics exceedingly unscrupulous, as their 10 players took turns to assail the 3 elderly titans. Unfortunately, Rivers found himself devoid of solutions. His only reliable substitute, Rasheed Wallace, performed adequately but could not single-handedly withstand the onslaught of 5 adversaries. In the fourth match, Wang Jie persisted with this method, relentlessly training the aging trio until the fourth quarter, even foregoing his extraordinary quintuple skill, ending the third quarter in a tie with the Celtics. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Celtics' legendary trio suffered a significant decline in stamina, necessitating the introduction of substitutes. Within a mere 3 minutes, Rivers, forced to reinstate the fatigued veterans, wore a countenance of deep dismay. The elderly trio had yet to recover from the previous game and, in the final quarter, were overwhelmed by Wang Jie's substitutes, trailing by 8 points. Upon reintroducing the starters, a last-minute 3-pointer from Ray Allen brought the score within 5 points. But it was not enough. Oden turned back to score a 2-pointer, while Pierce netted a 3-pointer, closing the gap to 4 points as the match concluded. Ultimately, the Knicks secured a 3-1 lead in the series, poised to claim victory in the Eastern Conference Finals with just one more win required. At that moment, the Celtics starting 5 collapsed onto the court, gasping for breath, utterly spent after a game in which Rivers had exhausted his main players, allowing only minimal rest during timeouts. The final quarter proved too taxing, resulting in their defeat, and the starters lay prostrate, unable to rise. In Chapter 64, the battle of G5 and G6 against the aging giants unfolded. In the fifth match, the Knicks returned to their home court, while the Celtics' seasoned trio was driven by desperation. They understood that if they did not give their all in this game, their season would slip away. It was a classic case of the underdog rising to the challenge. The Celtics fought valiantly, leading the Knicks by 8 points by the second quarter, as the trio decimated the Knicks' starting players. Meanwhile, only the Gasol brothers managed to salvage some dignity by dominating the boards, stanching the bleeding with second-chance opportunities. In the third quarter, Wang Jie calmly substituted in his reserves, equalizing the score by the end of the quarter, but the Celtics were visibly exhausted. In the fourth quarter, facing a weakened version of the aging giants, the pace of the game slowed considerably, yet an indomitable spirit propelled them forward. As the clock wound down to the final 20 seconds, Ray Allen hit a clutch shot to take a 3-point lead. In the last 8 seconds, Dragic's 3-point attempt failed, sealing their fate. After the match, Pierce, Allen, and Garnett collapsed onto the court, gasping for breath. The toll of the game proved too great, and Garnett, having expended the most energy against the Gasol brothers, succumbed to darkness and fainted. Wang Jie could hardly have anticipated that, relying solely on his own prowess, he would lead the Celtics to a remarkable 3-2 standing, bringing the series to Game 6. As the sixth game commenced, the score remained closely contested in the first quarter. However, by the second quarter, the fatigue of the star trio became glaringly evident. The indomitable Gasol brothers seized nearly 80% of the rebounds, demonstrating their boundless energy. It appeared that the previous match had taken a considerable toll on the Celtics, leaving them still reeling. Throughout the game, they played as if in a stupor, ultimately succumbing to a loss by over 20 points. Upon observing, Wang Jie noted that the aging trio had nearly relinquished their attempts to penetrate the paint for rebounds, primarily focusing on maintaining their stamina for outside shooting. As a consequence, the combined average of rebounds from the Gasol brothers exceeded 20, while Odin secured 10 rebounds and contributed 10 points. In a single match, all three interior players achieved double-digit rebounds, showcasing an alarming level of prowess that left the Celtics with no means of defense. Victory was theirs. The Knicks fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Congratulations to the Knicks for clinching the Eastern Conference Championship. Wang Jie led the team into the locker room, where the players erupted in exuberant cheers. He smiled at everyone, pride glimmering in his eyes. My friends, we have achieved this. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The finals await us. His teammates responded in unison, brimming with determination. Wang Jie seated the three formidable figures, the illustrious Gasol brothers and Odin, prominently at the forefront of the press conference. Journalists eagerly posed their inquiries, one of whom asked, "Coach Wang Jie, what is your perspective on this upcoming match?" Wang Jie calmly responded, "This victory belongs to the team. Each member played a crucial role. Our rotational tactics were executed exceptionally well, particularly showcasing our dominance in the paint." Another reporter inquired, "What strategies do you have for the upcoming finals?" With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Wang Jie remarked, "We shall continue to harness the strength of our team while making necessary adjustments against our opponents. The championship trophy is within our grasp, and we will give our utmost effort." At that moment, a journalist shifted the topic to the performances of the Gasol brothers and Odin in the paint. Inquiring about their impressions, Pau Gasol replied with a smile, "I am grateful for the trust of my teammates. We are merely fulfilling our responsibilities." Odin humorously added, "I'm just a rebounding machine, haha." The atmosphere at the press conference was vibrant as Wang Jie and the players confidently embraced the challenge of the finals. In the Western Conference, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns led by Nash, utilizing their inside and outside advantages to secure a 4-2 victory and claim the Western Conference championship. At this juncture, a collision of monumental proportions loomed, reminiscent of a comet striking the Earth, as Wang Jie had previously experienced the triangle offense last season. As per the established norm, without Wang Jie on the court, the team lacked the tactical prowess to prevail. Last season, Wang Jie had unleashed an array of skills, managing to overpower the formidable strategies of Phil Jackson through sheer strength. The head coach of the Lakers, Phil Jackson, had the starting lineup of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum. This year, the Lakers fortified their lineup with Artest, rendering their prowess even more formidable. Wang Jie surmised that his team could potentially push the series to a 7th game against the Lakers. However, in this particular match, Wang Jie entrusted the coaching duties to his assistant coach and donned the number 66 jersey to take the court himself. Heavenly, the Knicks head coach, the basketball deity Wang Jie, who had not played a single game throughout the season, was now ready to make his move. It is indeed a spectacle worthy of the finals to witness such an exhilarating moment. Yet, having been absent from the game for an entire season, one might wonder if he could still possess such dominance. It is likely that there may be some decline, but as long as Wang Jie engages in pre-game practice, he might just regain his peak performance. A cacophony of boos filled the air, but Wang Jie paid them no heed. He was currently at the Lakers' home court and lacked the advantage of home support. Wang Jie took to the stage in the finals, an occurrence that caught everyone by surprise. In the first quarter, Wang Jie unleashed his skills with an enigmatic prowess. Wang Jie positioned himself beyond the three-point arc and took a shot, striving to find an open space to shoot. Even when unable to shake off Kobe's defense, he still attempted the shot. Wang Jie, embodying the spirit of a lone Kobe, unleashed a flurry of shots. Despite a remarkable enhancement of 20% in attributes, Kobe could hardly contain the swift, powerful, and physically superior Wang Jie. The primary objective for the Knicks in this match was to facilitate Wang Jie's shooting opportunities. By the end of the first quarter, Wang Jie had taken 22 shots, successfully sinking 14, amassing a total of 28 points. In contrast, Kobe, who matched up against Wang Jie, managed a meager 7 points, fortunate for him. His teammates contributed to the score, leaving the teams only 8 points apart. In the second quarter, Wang Jie displayed a more measured approach, opting to pass some unreasonable shots to his teammates, resulting in no change in the score. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie took to the court alongside 4 substitutes, continuing his relentless pursuit of open space, effortlessly sinking three-pointers. By the end of the third quarter, the lead had ballooned to 16 points, primarily due to the Lakers' substitutes, who, much like those of the Celtics, were thoroughly overwhelmed. Kobe's expression darkened as he faced off against Wang Jie, struggling to impose any restrictions. Wang Jie, with his speed, vertical leap, and stamina, dominated the matchup, frequently breaking through to find open shots from beyond the arc. As the fourth quarter concluded, Wang Jie secured a commanding 22-point lead over the Lakers, triumphing in the first game. At that moment, the Lakers, including Kobe, appeared as defeated as a frostbitten eggplant. Wang Jie's prowess was undeniable. Even Kobe felt that had he faced a prime Michael Jordan, he could have held his own, yet against Wang Jie, he found no weaknesses to exploit, suffering a pure and overwhelming defeat. In this opening match, Wang Jie scored an astonishing 77 points, accounting for more than half of his team's total points. Meanwhile, Kobe managed only 40 points, despite both players attempting a similar number of shots. However, Wang Jie's shooting percentage soared to an alarming 80, while Kobe's lingered at a mere 43. In the second game, Wang Jie played merely 7 minutes in the first quarter, utilizing screens to launch 6 consecutive three-pointers, contributing 18 points to his team. He soon exited the game, allowing Richardson to take his place. By the time Wang Jie left the court, the score difference had reached 11 points. In the final 5 minutes of the first quarter, Kobe faced Richardson, managing to score only 2 points from 4 attempts. The second quarter commenced with a 9-point deficit, featuring players such as Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum, alongside Russell Westbrook and Al Harrington, with Richardson, Gasol, and Pau Gasol rounding out the lineup. Phil Jackson, feeling disheartened, had hoped that with Wang Jie off the court, the team might finally secure a victory. In the second quarter, Westbrook erupted, penetrating the paint with a series of jump shots, achieving an impressive 7 out of 10. Kobe, with a three-pointer hitting 1 out of 3 and a mid-range shooting success of 5 out of 7, seemed to accrue more points. However, Westbrook also delivered 3 assists, promptly passing to Ellington or Richardson whenever Zach Randolph or Bynum intercepted the ball. By the end of the second quarter, the score had escalated to an 11-point gap. In contrast to the seamless coordination of the aging trio, who exhibited impenetrable defense on both ends, the Lakers' triangle offense became more robust with the addition of Artest. Yet, the interior defense, with the Gasol brothers effectively neutralizing each other through sheer personal prowess, meant that even Bynum and Randolph were merely evenly matched against the Gasol duo. Phil Jackson began to relentlessly urge his players to intensify their defense, leveraging the triangle offense as they started the third quarter alongside Wang Jie. Ultimately, thanks to their tenacious defense and a more agile approach to creating open shots, they managed to trim the deficit to just 8 points by the third quarter, closing in on a 3-point difference. In fact, the chase narrowed to a mere 3 points, with Kobe still possessing ample stamina, a veritable physical powerhouse. However, the likes of Fisher and other veterans faltered under pressure, leading to their substitution, which allowed Richardson and others to capitalize on the situation, further widening the gap and inciting Phil Jackson's fury. Throughout the game, his strategy was flawless, while Wang Jie, as head coach, had merely scratched the surface of Jackson's tactical acumen, lacking the adaptability that Jackson possessed. Nonetheless, through the synergy of their star players, they managed to bridge the tactical divide with their individual capabilities. Wang Jie does desire to adapt his strategies, yet he has seldom practiced various tactical formations, relying instead on a limited repertoire. It would be impractical to learn and rehearse new strategies on the grand stage of the finals. In the fourth quarter, after the starters departed, Wang Jie took to the court with 4 substitutes: Chris Duhon as the point guard, himself as the shooting guard, Wilson Chandler as the small forward, Sun Yu as the power forward, and Odin as the center. As Wang Jie stepped onto the court, he positioned himself at the far corner, only to find Kobe approaching to defend him. Under the influence of Wang Jie's extraordinary 5 consecutive skills, Chris Duhon's confidence surged, feeling an exhilarating warmth in his hands as he effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Swish. The despair on Kobe's face was palpable. There was no way to counter this, especially after 3 games without success against the starters, and now the bench was proving even more formidable. Wang Jie then stood a meter away from Kobe, who, despite having faced this gaze numerous times before, found himself infuriated by such blatant disdain. Swish. Fortune favored Kobe this time, although he sensed a poor release. The ball miraculously found its way through the net. In the final quarter, under Wang Jie's relentless gaze, Kobe transformed from an ironclad player into a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, against the onslaught of three-point shots from Chris Duhon, Chandler, and Sun Yu. Even with veteran defenders like Fisher and Artest giving their all, the Knicks maintained a shooting percentage of 40%, while Oden and Bynum fought for rebounds, securing a substantial share. Ultimately, Kobe, who had scarcely taken any shots, managed to throw up a three-pointer in the last minute of the final quarter, seemingly as a formality. As the Knicks triumphed 122-103, the point differential reached 19, and a look of resignation crossed Kobe's face. The quest for a championship ring was proving elusive. Was he truly contemplating a move to the Knicks next year? After the game, Phil Jackson remarked that he had done everything within his power. But Wang Jie's explosive performance off the bench was beyond his control. Kobe expressed that he had never encountered a team like this. It felt as though the finest players in the NBA had converged, making them seemingly invincible. In the third game, G3, Wang Jie utilized his unpredictable skills. But the league intervened. Although Stern, hailing from the Knicks' hometown, hoped for their championship success, he believed that an early resolution would diminish the league's revenue. Upon arriving at the Lakers' home court, Wang Jie realized the referees had shifted their stance. In the first quarter, he erupted for 18 points, dramatically extending the lead to 12 points by the second quarter. However, as the second quarter commenced, it seemed that the Lakers were rendered incapable of committing fouls. In the second quarter, Wang Jie scored 16 points, yet he also found himself burdened with 2 personal fouls. Moreover, each teammate was similarly encumbered with 1 or 2 fouls. The point differential only stretched to 14, as the Knicks were frequently compelled into committing fouls by the Lakers, preventing a significant widening of the gap. As the third quarter commenced, the referees seemed to have lost their composure. Wang Jie played for merely 10 minutes, sinking 4 open three-pointers, only to be penalized with 5 fouls and subsequently dismissed from the game. By the end of the third quarter, both Richardson and Al Harrington had also been ejected, and the margin had narrowed to 10 points. Stern, upon witnessing the unfolding drama on television, nearly smashed his screen. He had advocated for biased officiating, yet it appeared he was not inclined to don the referee's uniform himself. In the fourth quarter, whether they won or lost, whether he was ejected or not, Wang Jie remarked with a smile, "We still hold a 10-point lead. My departure does not matter. In the next game, I believe the Knicks owner will exert pressure on the league." Upon hearing Wang Jie's words, the atmosphere relaxed significantly. The opening 5 minutes of the fourth quarter saw both Pau Gasol and his counterpart ejected, leading to a sense of ease among the players as the substitutes stepped in. At that moment, all 5 starters had been sent off, and with 7 minutes remaining, the gap had dwindled to just 2 points. The referee, now drenched in sweat, was not keen on this chaotic turn of events. However, after receiving directives from the league president, he had staked his entire worth on a Lakers victory and even resorted to high-interest loans. The thought of a Lakers defeat filled him with dread, making prison seem a more appealing prospect than facing the consequences of such a loss. As Wang Jie executed his skillful quintuple move on the court, the substitutes, Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and Greg Oden, center, faced off against Kobe and his team. Rather than faltering, they remarkably sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. In the final minute, Oden was fouled out, and the point gap between the Knicks and the Lakers widened to 8. Kobe glanced at the referee, momentarily taken aback. The Lakers players felt a sense of helplessness as they realized the officials were blatantly favoring them. Meanwhile, the Knicks starters, along with Wang Jie, had all been deployed, yet they still found themselves trailing by 8 points as the fourth quarter drew to a close. In Chapter 66, seizing the championship, the crucial moment arrived with just 1 minute remaining. The Knicks were devoid of any center, all having been fouled out, leading to the conclusion that the Lakers still had a chance to claim victory. However, Kobe and his teammates felt a lingering sense of moral defeat. Although Oden departed with a hint of frustration, he reminded himself that they were ahead 2-1, which helped him regain his composure. "Wesley Matthews, you're up to replace Oden," Wang Jie instructed. Matthews, bewildered, found it strange that a guard would substitute for a center. "You'll still be playing guard, without a center. There is no need for one in this last minute." Wang Jie shook his head, though Matthews was initially taken aback. He stepped onto the court and joined Richardson and the others in a frenzy of three-point attempts, all the while trying to avoid contact with the Lakers. Suddenly, the situation escalated. The referee watched as the Knicks stalled for time during their passes, culminating in Sun Yu hitting yet another three-pointer, with the lead stretched to 11 points. No amount of officiating could alter the outcome. Ultimately, the Lakers, through Kobe's efforts, managed to sink a three-pointer, narrowing the gap back to 8 as the game time expired. Despite the Knicks' victory, the Lakers fans rose to their feet, applauding the Knicks players in a show of respect. Even the fans recognized the relentless favoritism shown by the referees towards the Lakers. Yet, despite the barrage of fouls that saw 6 Knicks players, including all 5 starters, ejected, the team still triumphed in the end. Such a spectacular performance was bound to captivate the Lakers fan base. It was over. The referee had just concluded the match when Stern summoned individuals to apprehend him. That very day, the owner of the Knicks lodged a protest with the league, demanding severe punishment for the referee. Ultimately, the league swiftly revoked his officiating credentials, imposing a lifetime ban on him from presiding over games. Subsequently, he was sentenced to imprisonment for reformation. Even more astonishing to Stern was the Lakers' assertion that the referee had interfered excessively. They declared that they did not require a victory bestowed by a referee's benevolence and insisted on Stern's assurance of fairness and impartiality. However, the match had indeed been exceedingly ugly, broadcasted across more than 30 countries worldwide. The remarkable resilience displayed by players such as Wang Jie was astonishing. Even after being ejected early from the game, he still managed to score a team high of 36 points. With a 3-0 lead in the championship, the Knicks had secured a match point, needing just one more victory to claim the title. In the 4th game, Wang Jie chose not to take the court, wishing to lift the championship trophy in his home arena, provided his teammates emerged victorious and claimed the trophy at the Lakers venue. In this pivotal 4th game, the officiating appeared to improve, as the 5 starters played with renewed determination, fiercely contesting against the Lakers for 2 quarters without conceding ground. Ultimately, during the 3rd quarter, the substitutes entered the fray. Although they did not execute their formidable skills, they remained tenacious, trailing by a mere 3 points. In the final quarter, a fracas ensued, with Kobe igniting a surge, sinking 2 of 3 three-point attempts and 6 of 7 mid-range shots. Yet, Pau Gasol and DeAndre Jordan matched his prowess. As the contest reached its climax, Kobe delivered a game-winning three-pointer, clinching victory in this exhilarating encounter. Wang Jie shook his head, acknowledging the formidable performance of DeAndre Jordan in this match. Not only did he excel in securing rebounds, but his scoring accuracy also soared above 60, surpassing even his free throw percentage. It is a pity that had Greg Oden not suffered from injuries, he would have been even more dominant, possessing no weaknesses, rendering DeAndre Jordan somewhat superfluous. While DeAndre Jordan has indeed honed his free throw skills, achieving a free throw percentage of 60, this season has propelled him to new heights, allowing him to evolve into a top-tier center in the league. Wang Jie glanced at Oden, DeAndre Jordan, and Pau Gasol, feeling somewhat helpless. With 3 elite centers on one team, it was difficult to allocate playing time. It seemed inevitable that one of these exceptional players would need to be traded next season. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't be enough time for all to take the court. In truth, Oden and DeAndre Jordan were already dissatisfied with their reduced minutes, with Oden being the most discontented. He believed that during practice, his performance surpassed that of Gasol and Jordan, yet the starting position was awarded to Gasol. Wang Jie explained that the reason was due to the brotherly bond between Pau Gasol and Oden, which facilitated better synergy on the court. This left Oden with no choice but to accept a bench role, and the crucial minutes he could claim were further diminished by the need to share time with DeAndre Jordan. Had DeAndre Jordan not been intent on securing a championship this season, he would have sought a trade early on. As the 4th game concluded, Wang Jie's remarkable performance also came to an end. In the 5th match, he took to the court as a starter, dominating possession akin to the legendary Kiryushin, launching a flurry of three-point attempts. By the end of the match, Wang Jie had astonishingly scored 27 three-pointers, amassing a total of 81 points. His shooting accuracy was phenomenal, hitting 27 out of 33 attempts from beyond the arc, with peak athleticism, lightning speed, and formidable strength allowing him to either overpower opponents or find open looks. His shooting percentage soared. Scoring 81 points in the finals was an extraordinary feat. At this moment, Knicks fans erupted in euphoria. It is essential to note that while Kobe had achieved such a score against weaker teams during the regular season, Wang Jie accomplished this remarkable scoring in the finals, leading his team to a resounding victory by surpassing the Lakers by 35 points. They had won. It was utterly surreal. The fans felt that Wang Jie was from another dimension. He equaled the world's second highest record of scoring 81 points in a single game, a feat reminiscent of Kobe's legendary performance. Wang Jie ceased shooting after reaching 81 points, leaving the Lakers, including Kobe, in utter bewilderment, as they could not contain his relentless three-point barrage even with their entire lineup on the court. Congratulations to the Knicks for winning the 2009 to 2010 season championship. Congratulations to Wang Jie for being named Finals MVP for the 2009 to 2010 season. Stern took the stage, holding the championship trophy, posing for photos with Wang Jie and his teammates. The crowd of Knicks fans erupted into cheers for Wang Jie and his fellow players. After the game, Wang Jie became the center of global attention, with media flocking to him to report on his astounding performance. At the post-game press conference, he appeared remarkably composed. When asked if he cared about the record he had set in the finals with 81 points, Wang Jie smiled and replied, "More than the record. I value the victory of the team. Without the support of my teammates, none of this would have been possible." His humility garnered him even greater admiration and respect. "I am grateful to my coach, who has helped me achieve this championship once again." Following the match, Sun Yu expressed his exhilaration. Soon after, players such as Russell Westbrook, Al Harrington, Quentin Richardson, Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Chris Duhon, Goran Dragic, Wesley Matthews, Wilson Chandler, Sun Yu, DeAndre Jordan, and Greg Oden made their appearances at the press conference. Westbrook, who has rapidly ascended to the role of a prominent player with the Knicks and garnered a substantial fan following, was greeted with enthusiastic cheers upon his arrival. His incisive drives and fervent performances left a lasting impression. Al Harrington is renowned for his versatile playing style and formidable scoring ability, which excited the fans. Richardson's precise three-point shooting was a delightful surprise, undoubtedly adding to the vibrant atmosphere. The Gasol brothers, Pau and Mark, are both titans in the paint, possessing extraordinary skills and dominance. Chris Duhon, an exceptional point guard, infused energy into the team with his organizational capabilities and consistent performance. Goran Dragic, a European talent, garnered attention for his exquisite three-point shooting and remarkable passing skills. Wesley Matthews, with his astounding three-point shooting ability, serves as a vital asset to the team as perimeter offense. Wilson Chandler, known for his physical prowess and defensive skills, poses a significant challenge for opponents. Sun Yu, an enhanced version of the agile Manu Ginobili, boasts an impressive shooting percentage from beyond the arc. DeAndre Jordan, a rebounding juggernaut and shot-blocking expert, intimidates adversaries from attempting shots in the paint. Greg Oden, a formidable force in the post comparable to Shaquille O'Neal, possesses a remarkable skill set despite his low free throw percentage. These players hail from various teams and occupy diverse positions. Yet they all captivate attention with their exceptional basketball talents and unique personal charisma. Their presence infused the press conference with an intense basketball atmosphere, as everyone eagerly anticipated their spectacular performances in the upcoming season. With the conclusion of the finals, the Knicks celebrated their third consecutive championship, establishing the Knicks dynasty. The owner of the Knicks presented Wang Jie with a share of the team, hoping he would remain with the franchise after his contract year, should he choose to stay. The Knicks are willing to offer him a 5% stake in the team, with an additional share granted for each championship won, capped at 10%. It is noteworthy that prior to Wang Jie's arrival, the Knicks' valuation was over $600 million. However, with his assistance in securing a three-peat and establishing the Knicks dynasty, the valuation doubled to over $1 billion. Thus, with a 5% stake, Wang Jie would instantly become a shareholder, a sum amounting to tens of millions of dollars. Although Wang Jie's net worth is considerable, if he were to liquidate his investments in various companies and assets accumulated over the years, amassing over $1 billion to acquire the Knicks would not pose a challenge. Of course, the Knicks owner would never entertain the idea of selling his team. Suddenly, it dawned on Wang Jie that he could acquire a stake in the Knicks. While he might not be able to muster over $1 billion, he could certainly gather $200 or $300 million. Moreover, given the Knicks owner's complete control, owing to his substantial wealth, Wang Jie promptly contacted Thompson to initiate discussions with the Knicks owner. If the Knicks were unwilling, Wang Jie could always invest in a struggling team, endeavoring to rebuild and enhance its value, which would yield significant profits for him. Ultimately, Thompson reported that the Knicks owner was willing to offer a maximum of 10% of the shares, strictly with dividend rights. The negotiations fell through, leaving Wang Jie disheartened. He sought 20% of the shares, but the owner, abandoning his previously generous demeanor, promptly declined. After all, the Knicks owner had treated him well, and if given a choice, he would not opt for any other team. At this juncture, Gasol, Dragic, Sun Yu, and Oden were all entering contract years, and it was evident that they could not all be re-signed for the upcoming season. Sacrifices would have to be made. Wilson Chandler, Richardson, and Al Harrington were also in contract years, each desiring to remain, especially with the prospect of contending for the championship next season. Who would not wish to stay? Thompson? What is going on? Wang Jie inquired with curiosity. The Knicks owner, Dolan, has informed you that your position as general manager has been terminated this season, Thompson replied. Wang Jie found himself momentarily stunned. This was akin to burning bridges after crossing the river, with the Knicks dynasty within reach and the team's valuation steadily rising. Wang Jie declared his intention to depart from the Knicks at the conclusion of the upcoming season, only to be promptly dismissed from his position as general manager. Was this not excessively ruthless? Bewildered, Wang Jie reflected on the lavish villa gifted to him, which was indeed real. Yet the Knicks owner's immediate betrayal upon learning of his departure was equally genuine. Sigh. I have truly underestimated the merciless nature of capital. Wang Jie exhaled deeply in resignation. In truth, the owner was not entirely in the wrong. After all, should Wang Jie secure another championship for the Knicks next season, it would merely be a delightful addition rather than a transformative leap forward for the franchise, thereby diminishing Wang Jie's value considerably. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the Knicks owner likely intended to leverage this situation to coerce him into signing a new contract. The people of Huaxia are not easily coerced. Wang Jie sighed once more. Thompson, please inquire if there are any team owners willing to sell their NBA franchises, Wang Jie instructed. You wish to purchase a team? That falls outside my usual purview, but I can certainly make some inquiries, Thompson replied, astonished yet compliant. After all, it was not uncommon for star players, once they achieved fame, to become head coaches, general managers, or even acquire stakes in teams, as exemplified by Michael Jordan. After a week of waiting, the Knicks owner received no news of Wang Jie's reversal on the contract signing. Instead, he learned that Wang Jie intended to exercise his player option for the final year. It is worth noting that Wang Jie's initial contract was a 2-1 agreement, with the third year being a player option. This left the Knicks owner feeling somewhat regretful. Had he known, he would not have applied such pressure, as he could have retained Wang Jie for another year, potentially leading to yet another championship. Ultimately, however, Wang Jie opted out of the contract, activating his player option and emerging as the most coveted free agent in the market. Congratulations to the host for securing the 2009-2010 season championship and receiving an opportunity to convert skills into coaching abilities or randomly acquire a new skill. Wang Jie hesitated for a considerable time, uncertain of the efficacy of the new skill. What if it proved to be of little use? He was apprehensive that in the future, while coaching a team, he might not be able to assemble 3 players with a defensive rating of 90 or above. Whether in the interior or on the perimeter, perhaps it would be wiser to proceed cautiously this season and opt for a singular skill, godly and mysterious. A skill I have frequently utilized, seems a fitting choice, akin to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Ultimately, I shall choose godly and mysterious. Wang Jie contemplated the cumbersome task of having his players sip goji berry-infused water from thermoses before the match. Ultimately, he opted for the elusive and enigmatic skill. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the enigmatic skill into a coaching ability. Enigmatic skill. It allows the coach to designate one player whose attributes will be enhanced by 20 for this match, but will inevitably diminish by 20 in the subsequent game. The departure of Wang Jie did not significantly impact the Knicks. In fact, to prevent players from being lured away by Wang Jie to other teams, General Manager Perry swiftly took control and aggressively sought to extend contracts with the players. Chapter 68. Madness. Acquiring the Warriors. The Knicks frantically entered into early contract renewals, such as with Sun Yu, who had always been alongside Wang Jie, earning a modest salary. Yet, Sun Yu was the best 6th man last season, demonstrating exceptional three-point shooting, often scoring double digits in just a quarter of play. Jack Wang. I have confirmed that the owner of the Charlotte Bobcats is willing to part with 65 of the team shares. Jordan is offering $250 million to acquire it, Thompson exclaimed. How much? Wang Jie responded with immediate delight. This was far more affordable than the Knicks. Moreover, this year, the Hornets retained Chris Paul, along with other starters like West, Okafor, Ariza, and Thornton, making them capable of easily reaching the playoffs, albeit as a lower-seeded team. $250 million. Thompson reiterated. Tell the Hornets owner that I will offer $300 million. Wang Jie declared without hesitation. 3 days later, Thompson called back. Jack Wang, the Hornets owner, insists that the NBA is not just any team to acquire it. You must pay $600 million, Thompson lamented. And what about Jordan? What is his offer? Wang Jie asked, perplexed. Jordan is only willing to offer $300 million. And he cannot go higher. Thompson replied helplessly. Continue negotiations. $600 million is excessive. It's impossible. Wang Jie shook his head resolutely. Although he desired to purchase a team, he could not be taken advantage of. The Hornets were merely a small franchise in an even smaller market. With $600 million, he could secure a 50% stake in the Knicks, provided the Knicks owner was willing to sell. A week later, the Hornets' price was negotiated down to $500 million. Just as Wang Jie was contemplating this, news outlets reported the rivalry between superstar Wang Jie and basketball legend Jordan over the Hornets shares, with both parties bidding at $500 million. Rumors began to circulate wildly. Jack Wang was on the verge of becoming the first Chinese owner of an NBA team. Jack Wang's lucrative contracts over the years suggested he might retire to become a team owner. Shockingly, Jack Wang expressed a desire to pursue other ventures. Not wanting to remain solely a player, yet he was preparing to buy a team? Suddenly, Thompson called Wang Jie again. Jack Wang, I have good news, he announced. What good news? Wang Jie inquired, slightly confused. The owner of the Warriors wants to sell his team. Upon learning of your interest, he stated he owns 100 of the Warriors and is asking for a flat price of $500 million, Thompson conveyed. However, the Warriors were currently a struggling team, while the Hornets at least had playoff potential. The Warriors' management was in disarray, with players embroiled in internal conflicts last season. The new players could not be traded for fear of jeopardizing the future, and parting ways with veteran players could lead to disaster if the newcomers failed to perform. Thus, the Warriors' owner sought to sell the team to mitigate losses. Thompson elaborated. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie suddenly realized that the achievements of the Warriors would mark the dawn of the small ball era, and in the future, their market value could even surpass that of the Knicks. I'll buy it, he exclaimed to the Warriors' owner. $500 million, and it's mine. The thought of holding a stake of around 70% in the Hornets was incomparable to the full 100% in the Warriors. Moreover, the Oracle Arena was quite impressive. Located in San Francisco, a major city with a Mediterranean climate characterized by cool summers, it was undoubtedly a tourist destination. Making such a purchase would certainly yield no losses. The following day, Wang Jie found himself unable to sleep through the night, while Cohen, the Warriors' owner, arrived early with his lawyer waiting at the door. I apologize, Jack Wang. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Upon learning last night that you agreed to purchase my team for $500 million, I rushed over immediately, fearing it was all just a dream, Cohen said, pointing to his dark circles under his eyes, his face beaming with joy. Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback. Yet he smiled and replied, Of course, I haven't slept well either. The mere thought of actually owning a team fills me with such excitement that I cannot find rest. Let us not mock one another. After their amicable exchange, Wang Jie promptly summoned the lawyer he had engaged through Thompson, and there, on the spot, they executed the share transfer agreement. Upon witnessing Wang Jie's signature and the subsequent presentation of a bank check, Cohen burst into hearty laughter. Cohen, you have essentially sold me a veritable gold mine. What is there to find amusing? Wang Jie inquired, perplexed. I purchased the Warriors in '95 for less than $120 million. And now my investment has quintupled. How could I not be elated? That fool from the Hornets hesitated to sell his team. And now I have swooped in to seize the opportunity, Cohen exclaimed jubilantly. Wang Jie was left speechless. No wonder Cohen was so elated. After over a decade of stagnation, a team valued at $120 million was astonishingly sold for $500 million. Who wouldn't be pleased? Following Cohen's departure, Wang Jie announced via Twitter his ascension to owner of the Warriors, instantly propelling his reputation to new heights, garnering extensive media coverage. However, most were skeptical of Wang Jie's capabilities. Jack Wang was merely a player, lacking even a fundamental understanding of coaching, and had now taken the audacious step of purchasing a team. Surely, this must be a jest. The Warriors, valued at $120 million, had been flipped for $500 million, leaving Jack Wang distraught in the restroom. Emulating Jordan, he was invigorated. Two basketball legends coincidentally acquired teams. In the aftermath of their purchases, Jordan ultimately offered less than $300 million, utilizing just over half of the funds that the Na'vi Jack Wang had expended to acquire his stake in the Hornets. Various reports flooded the media, prompting Wang Jie to immediately bring several assistant coaches he had recruited from the Knicks to the Warriors. Upon learning of Wang Jie's ownership, the Warriors' former head coach Don Nelson promptly resigned, and Wang Jie accepted without hesitation, as he would soon need to occupy the head coach's position himself. Subsequently, Wang Jie dismissed the Warriors' general manager and replaced him with a new team, assuming the trifecta of roles: owner, head coach, and general manager. Wang Jie acquired the Warriors, causing a sense of unease among some individuals within the team. However, Wang Jie remained unfazed as it was the off-season, and the whereabouts of most players were unknown. Simultaneously, he recruited a certain individual named Myers to serve as the team's assistant general manager. This appointment elated Myers, for he was destined to become the architect of the Warriors' future dynasty, a role Wang Jie had secured for him in advance. Upon learning that his position was not merely that of an assistant, but rather that of the assistant general manager, Myers eagerly rushed to sign a 10-year contract. Rest assured, boss, I will undoubtedly lead the Warriors to the playoffs in the future, Myers exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. To him, merely reaching the playoffs held little significance. His aspiration was the championship. However, at present, the Warriors appeared to be the weakest of the weak. Their advancement to the playoffs, nothing short of miraculous. This allowed Wang Jie to perceive the opportunity to acquire a major franchise at a surprisingly low price. In fact, historically, the Warriors were sold for $450 million to two owners after extensive negotiations. Although Joe Lacob had been contemplating the sale since the beginning of the year, no one was willing to take over when the asking price was set at a minimum of $500 million. These two owners, accompanied by their negotiating team, had engaged in discussions with Lacob several times, ultimately exhausting him, yet they were unable to finalize a sale. Upon learning that Wang Jie was willing to purchase, Lacob promptly accepted his offer. Chapter 69, a frenzied trade with the Knicks. After acquiring the Warriors, Wang Jie was inundated with engagements, attending numerous celebrations as various team owners came to congratulate him. Many general managers sought to negotiate trades with him, although most were inclined to exploit the situation. Following this, the draft was imminent. Having just streamlined the team's affairs, Wang Jie hurriedly prepared for the Warriors selection. The year 2010 was a relatively modest draft year. Yet fortune smiled upon the Warriors as they secured the 6th overall pick in the first round. Wang Jie and Vice General Manager Miles arrived at the green room to observe the draft. Prior to this, he had engaged in a three-way trade with the Jazz and the Heat, exchanging the 6th overall pick with the Jazz while granting Wang Jie the second-round pick from the Heat. Simultaneously, the Jazz provided a backup player to the Heat, and all parties were exceedingly pleased with the arrangement. Notably, Wang Jie was aware of the Jazz's intention to select Gordon Hayward, and he had proactively arranged for the team to invite Hayward for a private workout. The Jazz also recognized Hayward's formidable potential, as both his offensive and defensive skills reached the level of an NBA starter. With a bit of refinement, he could very well blossom into an all-star player. Consequently, upon learning that the Warriors were willing to swap draft picks with the Jazz, they readily agreed, thus facilitating the three-way trade. Congratulations! The first overall pick of 2010 is John Wall, selected by the Washington Wizards. Cheers erupted as John Wall was chosen by the Wizards, with applause ringing out from the crowd, and many members of the draft lottery expressed envious glances. Following this, Evan Turner was acquired by the Philadelphia 76ers, and Derek Favors was selected by the New Jersey Nets. Congratulations, at 6th overall, the pick is Gordon Hayward, Stern announced with a smile, noting that a three-way trade had occurred, resulting in Hayward being traded to the Jazz. Upon hearing that the Jazz had elevated their draft position to select him, Gordon Hayward was pleasantly surprised, taking the stage to don the Jazz cap. Finally, it was time for the 9th pick, and all teams were pondering which player Wang Jie, the team owner, desired. Congratulations to Paul George, selected 9th overall by the Warriors. The Indiana Pacers were left astounded, having intended to select George themselves, only to be thwarted. Nevertheless, they promptly activated their backup plan. Paul George, brimming with excitement, ascended the stage to receive the Warriors team cap, placing it upon his head. Wang Jie was elated to see Paul George join the team, as George is undoubtedly a player destined for future All-Star status. With his proficiency in both offense and defense, along with his exceptional playmaking and top-tier defensive skills, he can be likened to a more unrefined version of Wang Jie at this stage, solidifying his position as a starter without question. However, it will require several years for Paul George to fully realize his potential. As the first round concluded, the first pick of the second round was John Wall from the Wizards. Congratulations! The second pick in the second round saw the Warriors select Hassan Whiteside from Marshall University. Congratulations! Stern's announcement left the Kings, who were preparing to select a center, utterly astonished. Hassan Whiteside was equally taken aback. He glanced at the Kings clearly aware that there had been some prior communication between the two parties, even to the extent that he might have been advised against trying out for other teams. Ultimately, he fell just one pick short as the Warriors chose him instead. As Wang Jie faced Hassan Whiteside, he contemplated the necessity for both players to secure contracts for the maximum duration. After all, both Paul George and Hassan Whiteside require several years of nurturing to potentially erupt into all-star caliber athletes. Presently, Paul George is at best comparable to an average starter, while Hassan Whiteside barely qualifies as a reserve. Consequently, Wang Jie harbors little confidence in leading the Warriors to a championship in the upcoming season. Particularly, Sun Yu had already confided in him that the Knicks had offered far too much. Knicks general manager Perry, fearing that Wang Jie's compatriot Sun Yu might follow him, promptly extended a 6-year contract worth $70 million, complete with a staggering $40 million buyout clause. Following this, Perry also renewed his contract with Marc Gasol, signing him for 6 years at $100 million. The combined contracts of the Gasol brothers have already consumed half of the team's salary cap, with Al Harrington's substantial salary also weighing heavily. Perry found himself in a predicament and resolved to trade away several players to prevent an abundance of unattainable contracts next year. Among those targeted for trade were centers, particularly Marc Gasol and Greg Oden. After extensive research, Perry concluded that the synergy between Marc Gasol and Pau Gasol was invaluable, and that Oden's capabilities exceeded those of Marc. Hence, DeAndre Jordan was placed on the trading block. Upon learning the news, Wang Jie promptly instructed Myers to devise a strategy to acquire DeAndre Jordan. Last season, DeAndre significantly improved his free throw percentage to above 60%, and this season, he has further elevated his prowess, achieving a free throw success rate exceeding 70%. It is evident that securing DeAndre would provide Wang Jie with a solid foundation in the paint. Consequently, after discussions with Perry, Wang Jie orchestrated a trade involving Anthony Randolph, Turiaf, and Krena Azubike, a starting player along with 2 reserves, in exchange for DeAndre Jordan and last season's undrafted prospect, Wesley Matthews. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie expressed his desire to trade for Russell Westbrook. However, Perry firmly stated that Westbrook was not available for trade. Wang Jie expressed his helplessness, noting that last season, Russell Westbrook, despite being merely in his second year, had already averaged more points than Al Harrington, making the decision not to trade him the right one. What about trading the Warriors star Monta Ellis? He averaged 24 points last season, which I believe is comparable to Westbrook, Wang Jie remarked. Monta Ellis has quite a formidable reputation and has now reached the pinnacle of his career. However, next year will mark the final year of his peak period, after which his statistics are likely to decline. He remains a commendable player. However, aside from Westbrook, the Gasol brothers and Oden, anyone else can be traded. Wang Jie found himself at a loss, momentarily uncertain about what changes to make. Al Harrington? This season had already been marred by injuries, signaling the twilight of his career. As the next season approached, it was likely that he would experience intermittent injuries, culminating in an inevitable retirement after 2 consecutive years. Ultimately, Wang Jie suggested a trade for Pau Gasol, but Perry rejected the idea, citing the Knicks' need for a power forward. Faced with a dilemma, Wang Jie discovered Perry's intention to sell Goran Dragic. Although Dragic was destined to be an all-star, his performance under Wang Jie's coaching last year left much to be desired. While his turnovers had decreased, they still occurred, and his three-point shooting fluctuated unpredictably. In Perry's view, this inconsistency labeled him as a volatile player. However, this year Dragic showed significant improvement, averaging double digits and markedly enhancing his three-point shooting percentage, signaling his ascent to peak performance. Upon learning that Perry was prepared to part with Dragic, Wang Jie orchestrated a trade involving a Warriors bench player and a future first-round draft pick for Dragic. Both parties were elated. Wang Jie felt that even if he could not secure the championship this year, making it to the playoffs was a distinct possibility, and the first-round pick would likely be of little value. Conversely, Perry perceived the Warriors as a struggling team, and a first-round pick from them could prove quite valuable next year. Chapter 70. The trade. Both Perry and Wang Jie were immensely satisfied with the concluded trade, a scenario beneficial to both sides. Soon after, Wang Jie proactively placed all players, except for the core team members, whether starters or benchwarmers, rookies or veterans, on the trading block, signaling a readiness for reconstruction. However, Wang Jie soon realized that other teams regarded him with an air of robbery, which left him frustrated and powerless. Trading these players for inferior ones seemed absurd. Consequently, Wang Jie decided to hold on to these bench players for the time being while urging Myers to actively seek potential buyers. By the way, Boss, there's an undrafted player named Jeremy Lin this year. Myers hesitated before mentioning that Lin wished to represent the Warriors in the Summer League, noting his Asian heritage. Do you know him? Given the circumstances, let us sign him for 6 years. Perhaps he can help us tap into the Asian market. Wang Jie replied, immediately recalling Lin's skillful ball handling and penetration, deeming him adequate as a backup. All right, Myers thought to himself, bemused by the casualness of the decision. Nevertheless, he shared a similar sentiment. Players of Asian descent were exceedingly rare, and given their often inconsistent performance and injury struggles, any capable player would warrant a trial in the NBA. Yao Ming, stay with us, even if your injuries cannot be healed. All I desire is to lead you to a championship. Wang Jie dialed a number to reach De Yao, glancing around at his team. De Yao noticed their collective desire for him to return to his homeland, aspiring for greater profits. He mused that even as a substitute, should he secure the championship title, his historical standing would undoubtedly rise, and his earnings would follow suit. However, Wang Jie had already joined a rebuilding team, the Warriors. Had it been the former Knicks, he would have certainly refrained from dissuading him. Listening to his subordinate's analyses, De Yao felt a twinge of headache as he remarked, just 1 year. This final year. After all, we share the same heritage and skin color. Let us extend mutual respect and support, even if we struggle. Can't Jack Wang hold his own on the court? He concluded, if I see no hope for the championship, I shall retire. With that statement regarding Jack Wang's prowess, De Yao's team was swiftly convinced. The mere presence of Jack Wang on the court instilled confidence that the team would not falter. De Yao had already reached a mutual agreement with the Rockets to part ways amicably, without any financial obligations. Thus, the following day, news of his joining the Warriors spread, causing a tremendous stir in China. De Yao had joined the Warriors. What splendid news! That is our Chinese team, with the Warriors' rebounding prowess and their players. Rumor had it they had also signed Jeremy Lin, though he is an American of Chinese descent. Marvelous. Perhaps this team will evolve into one that represents the yellow-skin players. With De Yao's arrival, Wang Jie harbored an audacious idea. De Yao, I fear that your weight may pose a significant injury risk even as a substitute next season, he said with a serious countenance. It's not merely an injury risk. It's quite possible I won't be able to play at all next season. De Yao replied with a wry smile. I have decided to transition you to power forward, Wang Jie stated, gazing up at the towering De Yao, who stood at 226 centimeters. A power forward? De Yao hesitated, recalling his past as one, but the results had been less than satisfactory compared to the center position. His playmaking and shooting efficiency had been lacking. This season, you must shed at least 20 kilograms and further reduce your weight to maintain optimal physical condition. It will be beneficial both for your health and your future, Wang Jie asserted. Absolutely. De Yao responded with enthusiasm, pleased to comply. This environment was unlike the Rockets, who only sought to bulk him up. Ultimately, De Yao enlisted a premier training team, with Wang Jie investing $3 million for their guidance throughout the off-season. Wang Jie harbored no concerns regarding Yao Ming in the upcoming season. He intended to directly employ the rejuvenating skills originally associated with Odin to elevate Yao Ming's prowess to its zenith. At that point, his strength would be that of a center, instilling confidence when facing any opponent as a power forward, effortlessly executing delicate hook shots within the paint. Yet, the question loomed, whom would the Ginobili template benefit? Wang Jie found himself in a quandary. The Ginobili template could significantly enhance three-point shooting and defense, transforming individuals into elite players, while also substantially improving passing vision, penetration, speed, and steals. What of Jeremy Lin? Wang Jie recognized that when applied to taller and more robust players, the Ginobili template could yield remarkable results. However, Lin's stature and wingspan were somewhat lacking. Thus, the application of the Ginobili template would merely result in a diminished version of Ginobili. Moreover, there was a dearth of substitutes in other positions, with an abundance of shooting guards. Wang Jie pondered this with a hint of exasperation. Monta Ellis, Goran Dragic, Wesley Matthews, and Jeremy Lin were all shooting guards. Monta Ellis could also serve as a point guard, yet with Curry's arrival, tensions had arisen between them, contributing to their friction. Wang Jie plans to recruit only 3 shooting guards. Placing Monta Ellis at point guard is hardly a viable option, and it would be absurd to relegate Curry to the bench. Suddenly, Wang Jie recalls that in the future, Curry underwent surgery for an ankle bone spur. He has recently been experiencing discomfort, yet having only joined the team a year ago, he is still in a state of adjustment, with his skills rapidly improving. It would be unwise to undergo surgery at such a pivotal moment. Curry, you should prioritize your surgery for the bone spur during the off-season, Wang Jie promptly advises. However, Curry expresses his concerns, saying, "But I am only in my second year. I fear that after the surgery, I may lose my position on the team." Wang Jie is acutely aware that Curry fears being abandoned by the Warriors. "Let us secure an early contract, Curry. You are the cornerstone of our franchise. And I am more than willing to commit to a 4-year extension, followed by another 6 years." In essence, Wang Jie has nearly secured a decade of Curry's prime. "Very well. I shall heed your words." However, Curry is now faced with injury risks and his abilities have diminished to that of a mere NBA starter. Lacking the formidable prowess he once possessed, even he harbors doubts about his future. Upon learning of the opportunity for an early contract, he immediately consented, particularly moved by the prospect of a $200 million buyout clause. When Wang Jie signed the contract, Curry merely requested a 6-year deal worth $24 million. Such a modest sum hardly seems worthy of anyone's disdain. Wang Jie, with a grand gesture, promptly offered a 6-year contract amounting to $30 million. This deeply moved Curry, who vowed to secure a championship for Wang Jie. After securing what could be described as a near-rookie contract, Wang Jie exuberantly leaped with joy, exclaiming to himself, "It's settled. The future of the Warriors is assured." He could confidently anticipate having Curry under contract for a total of 9 years, extending until 2019, all under remarkably favorable terms. As Curry underwent surgery to address his injury concerns, Wang Jie seamlessly transitioned Monta Ellis to the point guard position. This season marked Ellis's peak performance, after which his prowess began to wane. Monta Ellis primarily excelled in mid-range jump shots and layups, possessing only moderate three-point shooting skills, with his primary advantages being his remarkable speed and ability to drive to the basket. During this peak season, he averaged an impressive 1 points, 5, 6 assists, and 3.5 rebounds per game, frequently surpassing the 30-point mark. Chapter 71. A complete roster with Monta Ellis as the point guard and Jeremy Lin as the backup. And with Curry recovering from surgery, the shooting guard position was left to just Goran Dragic and Wesley Matthews, making things considerably more manageable. Paul George took the small forward role, while DeAndre Jordan and Hassan Whiteside occupied the center positions. The point guard lineup included Monta Ellis and Jeremy Lin, with Dragic and Wesley Matthews as shooting guards and Yao Ming as the power forward. Wang Jie did not anticipate that his initial step upon joining the Warriors would not involve nurturing the star player Stephen Curry, but rather transforming the seasoned athlete Monta Ellis into a point guard. However, this was not a significant concern. If Monta Ellis delivered peak performance this year, he could be traded for a more formidable star next season. By the way, are there any players available in the free market? Wang Jie, noting the impending start of the season in the incomplete roster, expressed his urgency. Myers promptly responded, presenting lists of undrafted players, those cut by various teams, and players available for trade. "Let me take a look at them all," Wang Jie said, glancing over the undrafted players, none of whom he recognized, indicating that there were not many forgotten potential stars. As for the players who had been cut, the Cavaliers had released Danny Green, whose three-point shooting and defensive prowess were quite formidable. Wang Jie was taken aback. Danny Green, not to be confused with Draymond Green, had once aided the Spurs in clinching a championship and was an exceptional 3-and-D player. His defensive skills were top-notch, and his three-point shooting was strong. However, aside from those attributes, his other skills were rather mediocre, even subpar. It appeared that Danny Green could function as both a shooting guard and a small forward, with shooting guard being the more suitable position. Yet, given the abundance of players in that role, it seemed prudent to position him as a backup for Paul George. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jie made his decision. He then instructed Myers to reach out to Danny Green. At that moment, Danny Green, aside from Wang Jie, had also received an invitation from the Spurs, given his defensive capabilities, which he assumed would be appealing to the team. However, the Spurs were only willing to offer a short-term contract and insisted on sending him to the G League for development before considering a long-term agreement. If he did not meet their expectations, the opportunity would vanish. Wang Jie directly offered Danny Green a remarkable 6-year contract at the league minimum of $5 million. With his playing time dwindling, Green readily accepted the offer, recognizing that the Spurs might relegate him to the development league, whereas the Warriors provided a stable opportunity. Moreover, Wang Jie established a hefty buyout clause of $50 million, ensuring there would be no second thoughts. At small forward, the lineup included Paul George and Danny Green. At center, DeAndre Jordan and Hassan Whiteside. At point guard, Monta Ellis and Jeremy Lin. At shooting guard, Goran Dragic and Wesley Matthews. And at power forward, Yao Ming. Suddenly, Wang Jie recalled that this season, the Warriors had also acquired David Lee through a sign-and-trade arrangement. Lee, an all-star from the previous season, filled in for Allen Iverson when he was unavailable, thereby earning recognition for his abilities. Although not a premier power forward, David Lee proved to be versatile, excelling in both power forward and center roles, showcasing peak performance and utility. Soon after, Myers orchestrated a trade with the Knicks, sending Anthony Randolph, Azubike, and Turiaf in a sign-and-trade to secure the all-star forward David Lee. Lee's contract spanned 6 years, valued at $79.54 million, making it the second highest in the team, surpassed only by Monta Ellis. After this strategic maneuvering, Wang Jie was pleasantly surprised to discover that, following the clearance of several unproductive contracts to sign David Lee, the team had not yet exceeded the luxury tax threshold. Subsequently, when he found himself lacking depth, he traded several bench players along with a future first-round pick and a second-round pick from the following year to a struggling team in exchange for 2 first-round picks for the next year. According to projections, one of these picks was from the Jazz and the other from the Raptors, both expected to be high selections. Remarkably, this move allowed Wang Jie to assemble a roster of 15 players, not only fulfilling the 10-man rotation of starters and substitutes, but also including 7 additional players who would not see any game time. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. In the previous season, the Warriors had a roster of 18 players, filled with numerous unremarkable talents. The intention was to nurture these rookies and discern which among them could elevate the team's value in the future. However, the influx of players led to chaos in management, resulting in frequent internal strife within the team. Observing the turmoil, Cohen opted to sell the team and depart. Yet, among the 7 individuals Wang Jie had never even heard of, the most competent were merely substitutes or rotational players. 2 of those traded were players who barely saw any court time last season, exchanged for 2 future second-round draft picks. As for the remaining 5 substitutes, Wang Jie allowed the assistant general manager to take the reins, as they were all inconsequential players. After all, it wouldn't do for Myers to join the Warriors just to be a figurehead. He needed to exert his influence. Jack Wang noted that this Dorell Wright was particularly proficient in three-point shooting, and his acquisition would likely bolster the depth of our bench. One of the trades made by Miles that caught Wang Jie's attention was not a mere exchange. Rather, it involved a direct acquisition in the free market, signing a 3-year contract worth $10 million. Dorell Wright, previously known as the three-point king before the Warriors Splash Brothers, is poised to achieve a pinnacle in his three-point shooting this year, with an accuracy rate exceeding 40%. His prowess has reached its zenith. And even if his performance declines in the coming years, he remains formidable, boasting a three-point attribute of 95, not far inferior to the peak performance of Klay Thompson. Admittedly, Dorell Wright lacks widespread fame, primarily due to his limited skill set beyond three-point shooting, his only other notable ability being a knack for driving to the basket. In this respect, he pales in comparison to Danny Green, who excels in both offensive and defensive capacities, even if his three-point shooting may not rival that of Wright. The roster includes small forward Dorell Wright, Paul George, Danny Green, center DeAndre Jordan, Hassan Whiteside, point guard Monta Ellis, Jeremy Lin, shooting guard Goran Dragic, Wesley Matthews, power forward David Lee, Yao Ming. As time passed, Yao Ming successfully shed weight at the season's commencement and was partaking in rehabilitative exercises. Wang Jie was not in a position to place Yao directly into the starting lineup. Thus, David Lee retained his starting role. Furthermore, with Yao still sidelined, Wang Jie had a substitute, Braden, stepping in as a backup power forward during Lee's rest periods. Braden's abilities are rather mediocre. He had previously been a bench warmer for the Warriors, and his tenure as a substitute under Wang Jie's coaching for the Knicks had been lackluster. Nevertheless, Wang Jie did not require him to be exceptional. Mere participation was sufficient. As the preseason commenced, Wang Jie alternated starters and substitutes on the court as a means of experimentation. The outcome was a modest record of 2 wins and 3 losses, with victories over 2 teams that had not advanced to the playoffs, while suffering significant defeats against the Heat, Knicks, and Lakers. It was during this phase that Wang Jie recognized that the most outstanding performers were David Lee, Goran Dragic, Monta Ellis, and Dorell Wright. Surprisingly, future All-Stars Danny Green and Paul George had underwhelming performances compared to Wright, who had several years of experience in tactical positioning and gameplay. surpassing both Green and George in maturity. Nonetheless, Paul George was a high-priority rookie selected by Wang Jie this season, and it was imperative to nurture his potential. Chapter 72. A promising start. Paul George averaged 2 quarters per game, accumulating 1, 2 points, 0, 5 rebounds, 0, 5 assists, and 0, 8 steals. While his statistics were comprehensive, they paled in comparison to Dorell Wright, who managed an impressive average of 7 points and 2 assists, including 2 3-pointers per game. Danny Green's performance was even less impressive, averaging just 1, 5 points and 1 assist in a single quarter. However, the hidden metrics of Green's performance revealed a different story. He held opponents to a shooting percentage of under 20. Hassan Whiteside shows promise for the future. Yet when he takes the court, he is a stark contrast to DeAndre Jordan, averaging only 2 rebounds compared to Jordan's 6, 3 times less effective. Nevertheless, Wang Jie is prepared for this gradual cultivation of talent. The question remains, to whom should the 5 substitute-level players be entrusted? Wang Jie contemplated extensively before ultimately deciding to set the matter aside for future consideration. Additionally, regarding the assistant coach position, Wang Jie had already extended an invitation to Steve Kerr, who would later become the architect of the Warriors dynasty. Kerr has recently stepped down from his role as the general manager of the Suns and is now poised to embark on a career as a commentator. The invitation extended by Wang Jie took Steve Kerr by surprise, as he was not regarded as an exemplary head coach. Nevertheless, Kerr ultimately declined the position of assistant coach, expressing his preference to serve solely as head coach. Steve Kerr, I can offer you the title of assistant coach, along with the salary and authority of a head coach. I would merely be a nominal head coach, Wang Jie remarked. Aware of his own limitations, he acknowledged that while he could replicate strategies effectively, adapting and employing them flexibly remained a challenge. Consequently, despite the undeniable strength of each player on the Knicks last season, they still faced defeats during the regular season, primarily due to Wang Jie's inadequate adaptability. A more competent head coach could easily exploit the weaknesses in Wang Jie's formations, often relying on star players to secure victories. In stark contrast to the Knicks of the previous season, the Warriors, where Wang Jie currently found himself, were in dire need of a formidable figure to guide them. Otherwise, he feared the current season would spiral out of control. If that is the case, I might consider it. But I would like to know if you still occupy a spot among the substitute players on the roster this year. Will you take the court? Steve Kerr inquired. I can state with certainty that I will not, Wang Jie replied, shaking his head. I am too old for this. I fear injury might befall me during a game. So I refrain from participating in both regular and playoff games, except for the finals, which I might contemplate. Very well. Steve Kerr nodded in agreement. I shall come to the Warriors as an assistant coach and give it a try. Ultimately, Wang Jie and Steve Kerr reached an accord and signed a contract with one another. As the regular season commenced, the Warriors, who had failed to even reach the playoffs the previous season, faced the equally struggling Raptors. The Raptors were unfortunate, following their trade with Wang Jie. Bosh had departed for the Heat to join forces with LeBron, forming a trio of superstars. This left a team that had initially been confident in at least making the playoffs feeling utterly disheartened, as they were now inadvertently positioned to secure a high draft pick next year. The Raptors management, observing the mediocre substitutes acquired from the Warriors, felt a sense of despair, especially with next year's draft class being lackluster and no standout players in sight. At this moment, Raptors head coach Jay Triano had a starting lineup composed of Calderon, DeRozan, Kleiza, Amir Johnson, and Bargnani. Despite the significant drop in strength without Bosh, the Raptors surprisingly held their ground against the Warriors at the outset. Wang Jie directly handed over the tactical board to Steve Kerr, while he diligently absorbed knowledge from the sidelines. The Warriors' starting small forward, Dorell Wright, was joined by center DeAndre Jordan, point guard Monta Ellis, shooting guard Goran Dragic, and power forward David Lee. In truth, Wang Jie preferred to have Paul George as a starter to expedite his development. However, Dorell Wright's superior performance in practice left Wang Jie with no choice but to adhere to the strategy set by Steve Kerr. The first quarter ended in a stalemate, with an unexpected showcase from DeRozan and his counterpart Bargnani. Yet, it was DeAndre Jordan who erupted in the second quarter, securing 4 rebounds and dominating the boards. What left Wang Jie speechless was the ineffectiveness of the opposing center, who could not compete with DeAndre Jordan and David Lee. Conversely, the opposing power forward Reggie was thoroughly overwhelmed, but managed to snatch half of the rebounds from both DeAndre Jordan and David Lee. Fortunately, his limitations were evident. Apart from rebounding, he offered little else. As the second quarter concluded, Dorell Wright sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 5 points. In the third quarter, the Warriors substituted in their bench players, Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Jeremy Lin, Wesley Matthews, and Paul George. Lacking a true power forward, Paul George was positioned in that role. And as a rookie, he voiced no complaints, grateful for the opportunity to play. Surprisingly, despite Hassan Whiteside's mediocre performance, managing only 3 rebounds over the remaining 2 quarters, the other players excelled, launching an aggressive attack against the opposing bench. Within 5 minutes, the opposing team was compelled to reintroduce DeRozan and another starter, as the lead had swelled to 10 points. Remarkably, despite the evident disparity in strength between the starters and bench, they finished the third quarter tied. In the final quarter, Steve Kerr opted not to replace the bench players, but within 5 minutes, DeRozan and his teammates closed the gap by 5 points, forcing a 5-for-5 substitution to maintain the lead. Ultimately, both the Raptors and the Warriors had 8 players scoring in double digits. However, the Warriors shone brighter, concluding the match with a score of 128-122, securing victory by a 6-point margin. Initially, Warriors fans were elated at Wang Jia's ascension to the roles of owner, general manager, and head coach. Yet, as the Heat made audacious trades, leveraging draft picks to assemble a formidable trio, the Warriors also engaged in reckless trading, depleting their draft assets and ended up acquiring the injury-prone Yao Ming. The rest were either rookies or Knicks benchwarmers, creating a lineup that left observers skeptical about the Warriors' prospects for reaching the playoffs this season, with a high probability of a lackluster performance. Wang Jie observed that in this match, Steve Kerr was not averse to 3-point shots. In fact, he encouraged players to take them, particularly Dorell Wright, who demonstrated remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc, a quality that Kerr valued greatly in the entire team. Despite the Warriors' home arena, the Oracle Arena, only being filled to 2/3 capacity, Wang Jie noted this with indifference, as he was not lacking in finances and preferred to leave the management of the venue to professionals. Chapter 73, a start of 2 wins and 1 loss as the Raptors celebrated a victorious debut. Their second match was against the Knicks. Knicks general manager Scott Perry made a perplexing decision to trade away Pau Gasol in exchange for Zach Randolph, along with a Lakers bench player and a second-round draft pick. While both players possessed comparable abilities, the unexpected occurred when, shortly after the season commenced, Randolph was arrested for alleged substance violations. Subsequently, head coach Mike D'Antoni found himself in a conflict with Marc Gasol, leading to the latter's trade for the more prolific scoring and rebounding all-star, Amar'e Stoudemire. The Knicks also executed a surprising trade to acquire the so-called untouchable Russell Westbrook in exchange for the offensive dynamo, Carmelo Anthony. Furthermore, Wang Jie's previously selected players were traded for Chauncey Billups. After these transactions, Wang Jie was left in disbelief, as the Knicks roster was reduced to just Al Harrington, Chandler, Sun Yu, and Oden. The injury-prone Oden had played merely 10 minutes in the last game before succumbing to injury, while Sun Yu managed to make 1 out of 3 3-point attempts, his training performance being subpar enough that he would have been cut had it not been for excessive buyout penalties. Ultimately, the only championship-caliber players remaining from the previous season were Chandler and Harrington. However, it must be noted that the quintet of Anthony, Stoudemire, Billups, Chandler, and Felton possessed formidable strength. The Warriors found themselves trailing by 3 points at the end of the first quarter, and by the second quarter, Stoudemire and Anthony's collaboration had extended the gap to 5 points. Steve Kerr experimented with various formations, inserting Danny Green to limit Stoudemire's effectiveness, which ultimately reduced the opponent's shooting percentage. As the third quarter commenced, both teams' benches battled for 5 minutes, during which the Knicks reserves, under Anthony's leadership, surprisingly closed the gap and even took a 3-point lead thanks to Wesley Matthews' 3-pointer. It must be said that the Knicks bench was commendable. Yet the Warriors bench proved even stronger, particularly with Paul George's explosive performance in this quarter, as he executed 3 consecutive steals against the Knicks reserves, infuriating the Knicks coach, who decided to bench a substitute named Andy. Wang Jie also observed that while Paul George struggled against the starters, he appeared as formidable as an all-star when facing the bench. In the fourth quarter, the seasoned duo of Stoudemire and Anthony unleashed their prowess, imparting a valuable lesson to the Knicks rookies. In a mere 3 minutes, the Knicks surged ahead by a point. Coach Kerr promptly substituted all the starters back into the game, with the exception of Danny Green, who remained on the court. It must be noted that Danny Green is immensely versatile, He excels at catching and shooting three-pointers while also exhibiting tenacious defense without monopolizing the ball. In the matchup between Monta Ellis and Al Harrington, Ellis forcefully penetrated and scored over Harrington, regaining a 1-point lead. It is worth mentioning that Al Harrington's performance has significantly diminished this season. Last season he was an all-star, but this season he seems to be just an ordinary starter, struggling against Ellis. Following that, Anthony and Stoudemire, one a power forward and the other a center, faced off against DeAndre Jordan and David Lee, both of whom held their ground defensively and on the boards, even exhibiting greater strength, yet their scoring ability could not compare. While Wang Jia's other skills are temporarily unavailable, this year he possesses an enigmatic ability that led to his victory, which he promptly utilized for Dorell Wright. Pass the ball to Dorell Wright. I can see his shooting touch is sizzling. Let's have him continuously shoot three-pointers, Wang Jia instructed assistant coach Kerr. Certainly. We must uphold the boss's reputation, Kerr responded, immediately calling a timeout to implement a new strategy. Subsequently, Dorell Wright indeed found his rhythm, igniting with fervor. Faced with small forward Wilson Chandler, he executed a swift crossover and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, the score swelled to 9-4, prompting Knicks coach Mike D'Antoni to call for a timeout, directing Chauncey Billups to assist defensively. However, the Warriors remained steadfast in their approach, even with support defense. They continued to set screens. As long as Dorell Wright faced fewer than 2 defenders, he unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts. In the final quarter, Dorell Wright erupted, making 7 of 10 three-point attempts, suffering 1 block and missing 2 due to excessive interference. Yet, within a single quarter, he amassed 21 points, securing a 7-point victory for the Warriors over the Knicks, with a final score of 128-121. Notably, D'Antoni's duo of Anthony and Stoudemire combined for over 50 points, while Billups, Chandler, and 2 others also scored in double digits, yet they ultimately fell short. D'Antoni left the court with a grim expression, especially as the Knicks owner had come specifically to witness the aftermath of Wang Jia's departure from the team. To their astonishment, Wang Jia's team, predominantly consisting of rookies and substitutes, had triumphed. This was incomprehensible to the Knicks owner, particularly given that they boasted 3 all-star players and the formidable starter Chandler, yet still lost. Meanwhile, Wang Jia's squad saw 8 players scoring in double figures, with DeAndre Jordan, Dorell Wright, and Monta Ellis each surpassing 20 points. Following this triumph, Wang Jia celebrated his 2nd consecutive victory as Yao Ming managed to control his injury and rejoin the team. Upon learning the news, Wang Jia was overjoyed. In truth, had the Knicks not dismantled the championship contending team from last season, he would have been somewhat troubled regarding how to secure a victory. However, he was taken aback by the series of questionable maneuvers executed by General Manager Perry. While they appeared to strengthen the team on the surface, they ultimately rendered it ineffective. Wang Jia surmised that the current Knicks could only aspire to a first-round playoff exit, perhaps 2 rounds at most, but certainly no further. In the 3rd match, Wang Jia faced the Lakers, last season's championship team. During this game, Yao Ming only played 5 minutes off the bench, managing to score 4 points and secure 2 rebounds, indicating he was in decent form. Wang Jia had entrusted Yao with the rejuvenation of his skills this season, yet he cautioned that Yao's injury risks were significant. He instructed Steve Kerr to limit Yao's playing time to a maximum of 12 minutes per game, which equated to just 1 quarter. Naturally, Kerr complied. Yao's role as a power forward proved immensely beneficial. In his brief 5 minutes on the court, he and DeAndre Jordan dominated the boards, easily outmatching the Lakers' Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom. This was a marked improvement over the pairing of David Lee and DeAndre Jordan, who had never outperformed the Lakers in rebounding, resulting in an even split of 46 boards each. Ultimately, the Lakers lost the game due to Kobe Bryant's explosive performance against Monta Ellis, which was the decisive factor. Additionally, the underwhelming appearance of Dorell Wright, who saw a 20 reduction in attributes and struggled to maintain possession of the ball, led to his being benched for the entirety of the game by Steve Kerr. This, however, delighted substitutes Danny Green and Paul George, who shared the available playing time between them. Chapter 74. Trade for Iguodala. Subsequently, the Knicks unleashed a series of powerful strikes against weaker teams, securing consecutive victories. Under Wang Jia's suggestion, Dorell Wright alternated between rest and explosive performances, utilizing his unpredictable skills to ignite his three-point shooting, garnering significant cheers with each appearance. Whenever Wright took to the court, despite being targeted by various teams, he consistently achieved a shooting percentage of 70, making 7 out of 10 attempts. Head coach Steve Kerr, Adept at utilizing three-point specialists, witnessed Wright's average of over 30 points per game during his three-quarter play, which left the entire league astounded. Neither Danny Green nor Paul George expressed any dissent, as Wright's need for rest was adequately covered by their shared playing time, even allowing them to take turns starting. The Warriors achieved an impressive record of 24 wins and 6 losses over a span of 30 consecutive games, filling the Oracle Arena to capacity from the 5th game onward, resulting in a significant increase in fan attendance. Meanwhile, Wang Jie sat in the general manager's office, where his assistant, Myers, excitedly proclaimed, "Another team has made an offer for Dorell Wright. Boss, you were truly remarkable. In the past, Wright could shoot threes, but that was about it. Now, it seems he excels in other areas as well." Wang Jie chuckled, pondering the implications of a 20% enhancement in relevant attributes. Surely, even Morel Wright could transform into Stephen Curry. It is noteworthy that his three-point attribute peaks at a remarkable 95. An increase of 20% would elevate it to 100, complemented by a 15 in shooting stability. The system had informed him that surpassing certain attributes would automatically enhance a player's latent capabilities. "Pray tell, who has made an offer?" Wang Jie inquired with a grin. Without further ado, the Philadelphia 76ers had declared that the entire roster was up for trade. Could their current star, Andre Iguodala, also be on the table? If that were the case, an immediate exchange would be in order. Wang Jie paused momentarily, realizing Iguodala's prowess had significantly evolved. His skills were now exceedingly well-rounded, capable of playing both guard and small forward, excelling in both two-point and three-point shooting, with defensive skills that rank among the league's elite. "I shall inquire," Miles stated. Shortly thereafter, Miles returned, articulating, "A straight swap of Iguodala for Morel Wright would be somewhat lopsided. He desires an additional Dragic in the deal." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie immediately declined, stating, "No, let's inquire if we can replace Dragic with a future first-round pick." This year, Dragic has experienced a remarkable surge in performance, his innate talent becoming increasingly evident. The general manager of the 76ers has likely observed the games and recognizes the boundless potential Dragic possesses. Throughout this season, Dragic has significantly improved in passing, playmaking, and shooting, showcasing a style of play that is exceptionally team-oriented and judicious. Aside from a slight deficiency in defense and stamina, he has excelled in every aspect. The notion of trading Dragic for Iguodala is a source of concern for Wang Jie, as it is clear that Iguodala currently surpasses Dragic in capability. Although Iguodala maintains a more understated presence, and his defensive prowess is not easily quantified by statistics, even at the peak of Dragic's career, he would still fall short of Iguodala's caliber. Iguodala possesses a more robust physique and exhibits a significantly superior defensive skill set. Beyond that, both players are remarkably well-rounded. For instance, last season Iguodala averaged 17.2 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. It is evident that the 76ers have identified both Dorell Wright and Dragic as pivotal components in their endeavor to reconstruct a championship-winning core. Wang Jie found himself engulfed in a turmoil of indecision. Surely, Delon Wright could be a valuable asset. His three-point shooting was exceptionally potent. This season, even Stephen Curry, despite his prowess, might struggle to secure a victory, given that he remains merely a sophomore. Ultimately, Wang Jie acquiesced to the trade. Goran Dragic and Delon Wright were both commendable players, yet the 76ers would never part with their star player, especially considering Wright's recent explosive performance, averaging over 30 points per game, reminiscent of a superstar. Iguodala's contract, worth $80 million over 6 years, posed a challenge. Acquiring him would entail an additional annual salary exceeding $10 million, placing him among the team's highest earners. Nevertheless, the collective salaries of the team still fell short by nearly several million to meet this year's significantly increased luxury tax threshold of $73 million. It is undeniable that the rookie benefits had rendered Wang Jie quite prosperous. The following day, when Delon Wright and Goran Dragic learned of their trade, they were nearly beside themselves with disbelief. It is noteworthy that Dragic had recently been averaging over 10 points per game, showcasing immense potential, while Wright was rapidly ascending to the ranks of three-point shooting elites. A series of victories had fostered their confidence that, even if the Warriors failed to clinch the championship this season, the playoffs were undoubtedly within reach. "This is impossible. I must speak with Wang Jie," Dragic protested, unwilling to accept his fate. He had long believed that Wang Jie was his guiding mentor, and he could hardly fathom that he would be traded away so swiftly. "I apologize. Your talent is remarkable, and you have the potential to become an all-star, perhaps even the leader of the 76ers. However, I require a more immediate impact on the court, Wang Jie lamented with a sigh. Dragic felt a jolt of realization. The notion of becoming the team's leader was overwhelming. He contemplated the idea of potentially becoming the leader of the team as a commendable choice. Ultimately, Dragic hurriedly departed, eager to prove Wang Jie wrong. In contrast, Dorell Wright, possessing considerable experience, calmly followed Dragic out, aware that if he maintained an average of over 30 points per game, his future would undoubtedly be bright. The following day, Iguodala arrived, joining the Warriors after a series of medical examinations. To Wang Jie's surprise, Iguodala quickly assimilated into the team, securing the position of starting point guard. Even Monta Ellis swiftly bonded with Iguodala, largely due to their non-overlapping roles, which naturally prevented any conflict. Although Monta Ellis was ostensibly the team leader, the presence of Iguodala subtly shifted the team's allegiance towards him. This left Wang Jie at a loss for words. While Stephen Curry possessed remarkable three-point shooting skills, his leadership stemmed primarily from his prowess rather than the commanding presence that Iguodala exhibited. Upon joining the 76ers, both Dragic and Dorell Wright were utilized similarly to Wang Jie. Dragic performed satisfactorily, aligning with the 76ers' expectations, whereas Dorell Wright, despite his exceptional three-point shooting, often making shots with ease, struggled against defensive pressure. Following Dorell Wright's rise to prominence, teams began to intensify their perimeter defense against him, resulting in a decline in his three-point shooting percentage. Nevertheless, Dorell Wright remained a formidable shooter, averaging over 10 points per game. Upon careful consideration, the 76ers consoled themselves with the notion that these two players were more cost-effective compared to Iguodala, thus minimizing any losses. Chapter 75, second in the West. A record of 58 wins. After Iguodala's arrival, Wang Jie witnessed a significant elevation in both offensive and defensive performance. It is noteworthy that the 76ers, under Iguodala's guidance, reached the playoffs this season, even advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals and securing a victory against the formidable Heat trio. However, the Warriors proved to be even stronger, achieving an impressive record of 31 wins and 10 losses by mid-season when the trade market had closed. Additionally, Yao Ming appeared to have regained his physical prowess on the court, seemingly returning to his prime. Most crucially, the rejuvenation of his health enhanced his speed considerably. Coupled with his height, he could effortlessly catch and score any ball tossed towards the basket. As the season progressed, the team's chemistry improved, with the starting Paul George also performing increasingly well. Conversely, the backup center Hassan Whiteside exhibited stability, albeit with average capabilities, serving merely as a pure center substitute. Iguodala, possessing exceptional stamina, could play for 3 quarters, while Wesley Matthews was limited to just 1 quarter of play. Wang Jie decisively deployed Wesley Matthews, contemplating the enhancement of his statistics this year to secure a favorable price in the following year. Consequently, in certain matches, Wesley Matthews would play for 2 quarters, while in others, he would not play at all. As for Andre Iguodala's substitution, others, such as Danny Green or Jeremy Lin, could adequately fill in for a quarter. Wang Jie found himself somewhat at a loss. After ascending to the role of owner, the complexities he needed to contemplate had multiplied, with player potential becoming paramount. For instance, trading away the promising Dragic was a decision influenced by the looming risk of injuries, while both Dorell Wright and Wesley Matthews possessed limited potential. This year marked the zenith for Dorell Wright, and future growth seemed improbable, with decline the likely trajectory. Consequently, Wang Jie orchestrated the acquisition of Iguodala, whose prowess would remain formidable even after 6 or 7 years. His robust physique ensured that minor injuries would not detract from his capabilities. This season, the Dallas Mavericks emerged as the most formidable team, bolstered by the strength of Nowitzki and a perimeter defense fortified by Terry, Kidd, and Beria. In one regular season match, coincidentally, Wesley Matthews was absent, and despite the Mavericks' raw power, Wang Jie discerned their robust interior and exterior defense, particularly the immense pressure on the perimeter. Fortunately, the combination of David Lee and DeAndre Jordan safeguarded a significant number of rebounds, even facilitating several fast breaks. Alas, Nowitzki also secured a portion of the rebounds while executing a variety of shots with remarkable versatility, culminating in a narrow defeat. However, in their subsequent encounter, Wang Jie unleashed his strategic prowess, allowing Wesley Matthews to come off the bench and launch an array of three-point attempts. Even against elite defenders like Kidd and Butler, alongside the formidable trio of Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Terry, and Peja Stojakovic, who also took numerous three-point shots with an impressive accuracy exceeding 40. Matthews, with a three-point attribute of 100, executed an astounding 6 out of 10, amassing 18 points with a shooting percentage of 60. Iguodala similarly excelled, hitting 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, ultimately leading to a decisive victory over the Mavericks. Indeed, the regular season tends to foster a degree of complacency, which elucidates why the intensity of the playoffs elevates. Despite the Mavericks' regular season performance being inferior to that of the Lakers, they still managed to dominate them. Thus, Wang Jie did not underestimate the Mavericks. In contrast, the Lakers had begun to age, with even Kobe showing signs of wear, as injuries started to plague him. Notwithstanding his retained prowess, as the regular season concluded, Wang Jie resolutely committed to solidifying 5 substitutes as members of the quintet destined for an extraordinary breakout. Just as the regular season was winding down, Stephen Curry finally returned from his surgical recovery, and upon rejoining the team, he was struck by the unfamiliarity of his teammates. It felt as though he had entered an entirely new squad, with Monta Ellis being the most familiar face. The tactics have undergone a profound transformation with the addition of Steve Kerr, compelling Curry to reluctantly accept the role of a substitute for Monta Ellis, while diligently enhancing his understanding of the strategic drills. Consequently, Wang Jie has finally compiled the illustrious list of 5 exceptional substitutes: Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming. Ultimately, Wang Jie decided to align Wesley Matthews with the Manu Ginobili template, thereby augmenting his value as a trade asset for the upcoming season, while also enhancing his three-point shooting and defensive capabilities. This strategic arrangement results in a quintet of substitutes that are adept in both offense and defense, equating to 4 all-star caliber players alongside 1 starter. Even Hassan Whiteside, under the influence of a 20-point enhancement, has begun to make a more significant impact on interior defense and rebounding, avoiding the pitfall of only securing 2 to 3 rebounds during the course of 2 quarters. Moreover, over the course of the season, Hassan Whiteside has shown considerable improvement. Through rigorous training, he is no longer the disaster he was at the season's onset, now emerging as a competent substitute. The 20-point boost has further elevated him to the status of a respectable starting center. As the regular season concluded, the most formidable team was led by Derrick Rose of the Bulls, whose rapid development earned him the distinction of this year's regular season MVP, solidifying his status as a superstar. It is noteworthy that during the first round of the playoffs, with Rose on the court, the Bulls surpassed the Heat by nearly 20 points. Had it not been for Rose's injury in the second round against the Heat, the outcome between the Bulls and Mavericks could have been quite different. A few years prior, when the Bulls selected Rose, Wang Jie foresaw his potential for a remarkable resurgence, especially with the young and robust roster of the Bulls, coupled with their profound bench depth, creating an almost perfect championship-caliber team. Unfortunately, negotiations ultimately fell through. At the season's end, Wang Jie meticulously analyzed the team's success, attributing much of the victories to Andre Iguodala's contributions. Iguodala's ability to shoot from mid-range, finish at the rim, and score from beyond the arc, coupled with his silky assists and relentless pursuit of rebounds, effectively plugged any gaps in the team's performance. If one were to overlook Wang Jie's strategies, Iguodala would undoubtedly emerge as the primary reason for the team's triumphs. This realization brought Wang Jie immense joy, affirming that he had made the right choice in selecting Iguodala, who would later be recognized as the Finals MVP when the Warriors clinched the championship. Under Wang Jie's leadership, the Warriors transformed from a bottom-tier team into a formidable contender, securing the second position in the Western Conference, with the Spurs leading at 61 wins and 21 losses. Wang Jie concluded the season with a record of 58 victories and 24 defeats, a rather disappointing outcome. However, this was primarily a result of Wang Jie's control. Had he secured a few more wins, surpassing 60 victories and claiming the top position in the Western Conference would have been a distinct possibility. The Warriors managed to enter the top 8, but instead of eliminating the Grizzlies, who were originally positioned 8th, they ousted the 7th-ranked Hornets led by Chris Paul. This revelation made Wang Jie realize that the Grizzlies were also selective in their matchups. Compared to the 8th-seeded Grizzlies, Wang Jie would prefer to face the currently 7th-seeded Trailblazers rather than contend with the Grizzlies. It is noteworthy that the Grizzlies had acquired several formidable defenders, and with Marc Gasol as their center, the confrontation would be exceedingly arduous. Chapter 76. Facing the Trailblazers 4-0. The Western Conference this year is exceptionally robust. The trio of the Thunder, with Kevin Durant rising to superstar status alongside Russell Westbrook and James Harden, forms an incredibly powerful unit. The Mavericks require no elaboration. And the Spurs, with Tim Duncan, have not encountered injuries during the final stretch of the regular season, which is somewhat unusual. It can be asserted that no team is an easy opponent. Wang Jie has adeptly harnessed the memories of his past life to strategically engage and battle against the weakest contender, the Trailblazers, thereby depleting the enemy's resources. Subsequently, he will be prepared to tackle any formidable opponent that may arise. In the Western Conference, the Spurs face the Grizzlies, the Lakers are set to challenge the Nuggets, and the Mavericks confront the Thunder, each a worthy adversary. In the Eastern Conference, the Bulls contend with the Pacers, the Magic take on the Hawks, the Heat face the 76ers, and the Knicks are pitted against the Celtics. During the first quarter of the playoffs, Steve Kerr was filled with excitement, as he had not anticipated leading the Warriors to the playoffs in his inaugural season, thus achieving his goal set at the beginning of the season. Steve, perhaps it would be wise to temper your enthusiasm until you secure the championship, Wang Jie remarked with a smile. Very well, Kerr replied. Steve promptly straightened himself and began to assign the starting players to the court. Just before the game commenced, the Trailblazers head coach expressed his intention to educate Wang Jie's rookie substitute, ensuring he comprehended the intensity of playoff basketball. The Trailblazers coach, Nate McMillan, fielded a starting lineup consisting of Andre Miller, Roy, Batum, Aldridge, and Gerald Wallace. Meanwhile, the Warriors presented Paul George as their starting small forward, with DeAndre Jordan at center, Monta Ellis at point guard, Andre Iguodala at shooting guard, and David Lee at power forward. From an external perspective, one could predict Wang Jie's inevitable defeat in this match. However, during the regular season, Wang Jie had repeatedly led his team to remarkable comebacks, defying the odds and silencing critics. Indeed, after a season of refinement and practice, Paul George quickly evolved into a competent starter. DeAndre Jordan's prowess also came to the forefront, averaging 8 rebounds per game during the regular season, despite David Lee and Iguodala also claiming a fair share of boards. Notably, while Paul George may not have been exceptional in other aspects this season, his prowess in steals was remarkable, often overlooked as a rookie. He managed to steal the ball 8 times in a single game, ultimately averaging nearly 2 steals per game, an impressive statistic. In later stages, Paul George averaged 7 points, 3 assists, and 1.8 steals, a figure attributable to his limited play time, having only participated in 2 quarters while Danny Green took over in the other 2. Danny Green boasted a 3-point shooting accuracy of 42, not significantly inferior to Wright's, and his defensive capabilities were of elite quality, effectively restricting opponents' shooting percentages. However, aside from these 2, the rest exhibited average performances. While Danny Green may not have thrived in other teams, he proved invaluable to the Warriors, as Iguodala, Curry, and Monta Ellis all required ball possession. Green's role as a non-ball dominant 3 and D player was exceptionally useful, allowing him to catch and shoot 3-pointers whenever the team struggled to find their rhythm. In contrast, Wang Jie had never averaged more than 0.5 steals during the regular season. As anticipated, in the first game, DeAndre Jordan and David Lee dominated the boards, capturing over 80 of the rebounds. On the perimeter, Paul George, David Lee, and Andre Iguodala unleashed a barrage of shots. With a fortified presence in the paint, the substitutes entered the game in the third quarter and bewildered the Trailblazers. Yao Ming and Whiteside commanded the inside, while the trio on the outside focused solely on 3-point attempts, leaving the Trailblazers bench utterly helpless. Ultimately, by the third quarter, the deficit surpassed 20 points, forcing the Trailblazers to concede and field their substitutes in the fourth quarter. Wang Jie found himself somewhat overwhelmed as the starting player Paul George took to the court alongside the bench players. In the fourth quarter, the Trailblazers managed to recover 5 points, salvaging a modicum of dignity. Throughout the match, the Trailblazers coach wore a stern expression, devoid of the initial confidence and arrogance. Having faced relentless defeat from all fronts, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. In the ensuing 3 games, the Trailblazers were thoroughly dominated by the Warriors, enduring a relentless onslaught. Even Wang Jie was unable to unleash his legendary 5 consecutive substitutions, as the starters alone amassed a significant lead, while the introduction of the bench players was met with devastating plays by Curry and Yao Ming. Ultimately, the team led by Wang Jie triumphed over the Trailblazers with a decisive 4-0, securing victory in the playoffs. Wang Jie exhaled with relief, His chosen opponent proved to be surprisingly weak. This season, the Warriors' strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Knicks, prompting Wang Jie to exercise exceptional caution. Despite facing a formidable array of Western teams, the lack of systematic skills meant that relying solely on the team's rookies, the substitutes acquired from the Knicks, and the lone seasoned players, Iguodala and Monta Ellis, rendered every match a fierce battle. Fortunately, this season, Wang Jie managed to acquire Iguodala, who averaged over 17 points per game, while Monta Ellis averaged 18 points, despite both only playing a maximum of 3 quarters. In the West, the Spurs fell to the Grizzlies in a 3-4 upset, primarily due to Jin Billy's injury. When the playoffs stood at 2-1, Duncan also succumbed to injury, culminating in a dramatic reversal at the hands of the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies' upset garnered significant attention, reminiscent of the Warriors' previous successful underdog story. The Lakers triumphed over the Nuggets with a 4-1 victory, while the Mavericks defeated the Thunder by the same margin. The youthful trio of the Thunder proved too inexperienced, with James Harden failing to develop his ability to draw fouls, resulting in continued suppression by the Mavericks and Dirk Nowitzki. Yet, none among them could be deemed weak. Next, the Grizzlies faced the Mavericks, and the Warriors contended with the Lakers. In the East, the Bulls overcame the Pacers 4-1. The Magic triumphed over the Hawks 4-2. The Heat defeated the 76ers 4-1, while the Knicks suffered a disheartening 0-4 loss to the Celtics. The Eastern Conference saw the Bulls against the Hawks and the Heat battling the Celtics in the semifinals, with no team lacking in strength. It is worth noting that, following multiple off-court incidents involving Zach Randolph, the Knicks, in a fit of anger, traded him to the Grizzlies, resulting in the latter assembling a formidable duo reminiscent of Wang Jie's team from the previous season. Without Randolph, the Knicks found themselves at a disadvantage, as the Celtics' aging trio, despite their diminished prowess, still managed to outmaneuver the trio of Anthony and Stoudemire with their seasoned strategies. The Knicks appeared disjointed, lacking cohesion and coordination, with a head coach who paled in comparison to that of the Celtics. Having been the defending champions last season, they now faced a significant downfall. It can only be said that the Knicks, as a major city team, attract players who easily fall prey to the allure of excess, a reality that the Knicks coach and general manager failed to recognize. Wang Jie felt a sense of relief upon discovering that their opponent was the Lakers. He would much prefer to triumph over the Lakers than face the Mavericks prematurely. The Lakers' head coach is Phil Jackson, and their starting lineup consists of Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Gasol, and Odom. The Warriors' starting five includes Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Monta Ellis, Iguodala, and David Lee. In Chapter 77, titled The Battle Against the Dallas Mavericks, the disparity in strength is evident, as the star-studded Lakers seem more formidable. However, after a pre-game discussion with Steve Kerr, Wang Jie insisted on amplifying their defense, enhancing their three-point shooting, and executing fast breaks to wear down the Lakers' stamina. In the first quarter, Kobe from the Lakers struggled significantly against Iguodala's defense, missing numerous shots. Fortunately, DeAndre Jordan and David Lee managed to secure nearly 60 of the rebounds against Gasol and Odom, preventing the Lakers from taking a commanding lead. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers were ahead, 39-34, a notable advantage. As the game progressed, Wang Jie encouraged his team to maintain a swift pace, resulting in a rapid exchange of plays. Fisher, attempting to slow the tempo, was intercepted by Paul George. The aging Lakers had no choice but to keep up with the pace, and by the end of the first quarter, Kobe and his teammates were visibly exhausted, gasping for breath. In contrast, Wang Jie's Warriors were composed of youthful players, with Iguodala in peak physical condition and Monta Ellis at the vibrant age of 25. It's worth noting that Kobe was already 33 years old. While he managed to keep up, players like the aging Fisher were clearly struggling to maintain their stamina. In the second quarter, Wang Jie sent in his substitutes, Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming, who all brought their energy to the court. After 10 minutes of play in the second quarter, Phil Jackson realized the gravity of the situation as Kobe continued to miss shots, going 1 for 7 under Danny Green's defense. Remarkably, within just 10 minutes of the substitute's entry, Kobe and his fellow starters found themselves trailing by 3 points. As Stephen Curry excelled against the veteran Fisher, scoring 12 points with 4 out of 7 shots made, Danny Green did not attempt any shots, as he was closely guarded by Kobe, but that was of little concern. Wang Jie infused the entire team of substitutes with an extraordinary quintet of skills, elevating even the lackluster Whiteside's stamina by 20 points, thus overwhelming the Lakers. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Wang Jie instructed Steve Kerr to substitute in the starters, while the Lakers opted to rest their main players by bringing in their substitutes. By that juncture, the Warriors had already established a 6-point lead. Following a defensive switch where Kobe took on Steph Curry, Danny Green managed to score with a 2-4-1 shooting effort. And with the enhancement of Peak Yuming's abilities by 20, he successfully claimed a rebound and executed a hook shot. Fortunately, Kobe also converted a 2-pointer without a miss this time. Phil Jackson replaced the starters, yet the re-entry of the Warriors' first-string players led to the Lakers' substitutes being utterly dominated. Iguodala and Monta Ellis effortlessly penetrated the Lakers' interior for mid-range scores, occasionally tossing the ball to DeAndre Jordan for a shot. As the third quarter concluded, Kobe and his teammates returned to the court, but it was too late to close the gap, which had widened to 15 points. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors continued to rotate their starters and substitutes, wearing down the likes of Kobe. By the end of the fourth, the Lakers managed to reduce the deficit to 9 points, yet Kobe and his cohort were utterly exhausted, nearly overwhelmed by the Warriors' relentless pace. After the game, Phil Jackson found himself at a loss. Had it been a few years prior, Wang Jie's straightforward and aggressive tactics would have been ineffective, as the Lakers starters could easily handle a brief respite and maintain their dominance. Although the Lakers substitutes were commendable, with some capable of starting roles on other teams, Wang Jie's Warriors employed their starters against the substitutes, leaving little room for competition. Despite Jackson's attempts to impose restrictions, the Warriors continued to run, exploiting open opportunities for three-point shots with remarkable accuracy. Notably, every member of Wang Jie's squad, including Iguodala, Danny Green, Steph Curry, and Wesley Matthews, was proficient in three-point shooting. Jackson observed that even the substitutes on Wang Jie's team were more adept at countering the Lakers, excelling in both offensive and defensive maneuvers inside and beyond the arc. The ensuing 3 games mirrored the first, with the Lakers initially leading in the first quarter, only to be overtaken in the second, overwhelmed in the third, and unable to catch up in the fourth. The primary issue was Kobe's age. His stamina waned rapidly, resulting in a flurry of missed shots when he remained on the court, and when he sat out, the substitutes were similarly overrun, culminating in an astonishing loss for Jackson. When the Lakers succumbed, shockwaves rippled through the community, as the team had been a perennial contender for the finals in recent years. Yet, this season, they failed to even reach the Western Conference Finals, swept in a startling 4-0 by Wang Jie, who never left the court. No one anticipated that a team predominantly composed of substitutes and rookies could vanquish the Lakers, who had claimed the Western Conference Championship for 2 consecutive years. The Warriors fans have become utterly ecstatic. Initially, there were many devoted supporters of the Warriors, who often felt a sense of frustration towards the team. However, when Coach Wang Jie led the Warriors to triumph over the Lakers and secured a spot in the Western Conference Finals, the fans erupted with joy. It was unexpected to witness the prowess of Coach Wang, along with assistant coach Steve Kerr. Yet, one might jest that Wang Jie is merely a figurehead, as the majority of the strategies and formations were orchestrated by Steve Kerr, with Wang Jie serving almost as a mascot on the sidelines. Nevertheless, I concede that the Warriors emerged victorious and advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, albeit it bears little relevance to Wang Jie, who has seen better days. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. The Warriors triumphed, yet the fans unanimously accused him of speaking in riddles. What on earth is going on? In the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Bulls triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 4-2, while the Heat defeated the Celtics 4-1. Ultimately, the Celtics have succumbed to age. Their trio was no match for the Heat's peak performers. The Celtics' big three averaged over 10 points each, whereas the Heat's trio, led by the formidable Dwayne Wade with 27 points, LeBron James with 26, and Chris Bosh contributing a minimum of 22, showcased an undeniable synergy. In the Western Conference, the Mavericks bested the Grizzlies with a score of 4-1, and the Warriors now face their most significant challenge of the season. The Western Conference Finals commenced with the Warriors and Mavericks going head-to-head. Wang Jie spotted his old acquaintance, Jason Kidd, from their championship-winning days together with the Nets. Head coach, Rick Carlisle starting lineup, Dirk Nowitzki, Gerald Henderson, Shawn Marion, Jimmy Butler, Jason Kidd Warriors starting lineup, Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Monta Ellis, Andre Iguodala. David Lee as the first game began. Steve Kerr employed the strategy he had used against the Lakers. However, the Mavericks were a different beast altogether. Nowitzki, the power forward, astonishingly floated beyond the arc to shoot three-pointers. Not only Nowitzki, but also Henderson, Marion, Butler, and Kidd were all positioned outside the perimeter. In the first quarter, Nowitzki made 2 of 3 attempts from three-point range. Henderson hit 2 of 3, Marion connected on 2 of 4, Butler scored 1 of 2. And Kidd contributed 2 points on his only attempt, resulting in a score of 23-18. This was primarily due to the Mavericks' intense defensive pressure. Yet David Lee and DeAndre Jordan dominated the boards, securing 70 of the rebounds. Nonetheless, the quartet's lethal three-point barrage allowed them to surpass the Warriors by 5 points in the first quarter. Chapter 78, Mavericks 2-1 as the second quarter commenced. The starting lineup returned, yet the Mavericks unleashed a relentless barrage of three-point attempts, while Nowitzki continued to excel on the boards. Wang Jie furrowed his brow as he observed from the sidelines. In the second quarter, Steve Kerr exerted every effort, bringing in Danny Green, Stephen Curry, and even Yao Ming to stabilize the situation through a relentless offensive exchange. By the third quarter, Kerr deployed a lineup of Danny Green, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming, directly mirroring the Mavericks roster to initiate a fast-paced onslaught. Iguodala's defensive intensity was formidable, effectively containing the waning prowess of Jason Kidd, who was relegated to incessantly passing the ball. Meanwhile, on the perimeter, Green, Curry, Iguodala, and Matthews engaged in a frenzied three-point shootout against the Mavericks. Yao primarily focused on securing rebounds and executing putback dunks. To Wang Jie's surprise, in the third quarter, it became evident that Danny Green and Stephen Curry had yet to reach their zenith, resulting in a deadlock between the two teams. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Mavericks substituted in their bench players, including Terry, Peja, and Stevens. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. The Mavericks bench exhibited remarkable strength. Indeed, in the fourth quarter, under Steve Kerr's strategic adjustments, the Mavericks substitutes withstood a formidable 5-minute onslaught, though they only managed to concede 3 points to the Warriors. Ultimately, the two teams engaged in a fierce exchange of three-pointers, with the Warriors succumbing to a 7-point defeat against the Mavericks at their home court, ending the game at 133-126. Wang Jie, upon witnessing this outcome, felt a sense of helplessness. In this decisive contest, Steve Kerr wished to orchestrate the game himself, and Wang Jie acquiesced, thus failing to activate the condition for the quintuple extraordinary feat. However, aside from the quintuple extraordinary and the enigmatic skills, all other abilities were employed. Wang Jie and Steve Kerr fell into a brief silence as the Mavericks quartet unleashed a remarkable performance, continuously collaborating to pass the ball to the player facing the least defensive pressure, achieving an impressive three-point shooting percentage exceeding 50%. Meanwhile, the Warriors exhibited formidable defense and were equally proficient in three-point shooting, yet fortune eluded them. The opposing team's perimeter defense was also robust, resulting in a three-point shooting percentage of over 40% by the end of the match. During the second quarter, Wang Jie could no longer restrain himself and made a suggestion, highlighting the unspoken understanding between the two. Winning would make everything easier, but in the event of a loss, Steve Kerr would have to heed Wang Jie's counsel. Upon entering the game as a starter, they fiercely defended against the Mavericks, yet the Mavericks opted not to penetrate the paint, instead launching a barrage of three-point attempts. Wang Jie allowed the starting lineup to hold their ground, while also permitting Iguodala to attempt three-pointers. Ultimately, through tenacious defense, David Lee and DeAndre Jordan, alongside Chandler and Nowitzki of the Mavericks, fiercely contested rebounds, resulting in a near stalemate in that department. The first quarter ended in a tie. Although Iguodala managed a shooting percentage of 3 from 10 attempts, the opposing quartet faced intensified defense from the Warriors, achieving a shooting percentage of merely 30% or even less. In the second quarter, Wang Jie substituted all the starters, bringing in the entire bench while activating a 5-game extraordinary skill set, with Yao Ming and Whiteside dominating the boards. The others unleashed a barrage of shots from beyond the arc. The trio seized every opportunity to shoot. Even when faced with defenders, they took their chances. Among them was Curry, affectionately dubbed the elementary school student, who astoundingly shot 6 out of 7. Danny Green converted 2 out of 3, while Wesley Matthews hit 5 out of 6. At the conclusion of the second quarter, the Warriors surged ahead, leading the Mavericks by 12 points. With enhanced three-point shooting and fortified defense, they rendered the Mavericks' offensive efforts futile, causing Nowitzki to resort to two-point attempts. In the third quarter, Wang Jie kept the substitutes on the court. The relentless downpour of three-pointers continued unabated, despite multiple attempts from the Kidd-Nowitzki duo to thwart their advances. The Mavericks failed to close the gap, allowing the Warriors to extend their lead by another 5 points. Hassan Whiteside, while exhibiting commendable agility and speed among centers. Faltered in rebounding, appearing less like a center as he struggled against the power forward Nowitzki. Fortunately, Yao Ming was there to provide support and cover for him. However, after increasing Whiteside's relevant attributes by 20, he barely managed to achieve more success, prompting a frown from Wang Jie. He realized that Whiteside's current performance might not align with his bench strategy. Next season, he would either need to find a way to trade him or send him down to the Warriors Development League. As the second game concluded, the Warriors finally triumphed, aided by the superior three-point shooting of their bench, winning by a narrow margin of 120 to 116. The series was tied at 1 game apiece, and Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. Despite utilizing all available skills, he only led by 4 points, leaving him somewhat disheartened. In the third game, the venue shifted to the Mavericks' home ground, the American Airlines Center in Dallas. With over 19,000 seats filled, Mavericks players emerged to thunderous cheers from their fans, while the Warriors faced a chorus of boos. The first quarter commenced with the starters, but their performance was subpar, clearly affected by the hostile away atmosphere. They trailed by 6 points at the end of the quarter, but Wang Jie remained unfazed, bringing in the entire bench for the second quarter. The Warriors substitutes Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming took the court. Within just 8 minutes, they managed to equalize the score after trailing by 6. Thanks to 3 players' relentless three-point shooting and the other 2's fierce rebounding efforts. However, the Mavericks exploited Whiteside's rookie nerves during the playoffs, consistently using screens to split Yao Ming, allowing center Chandler to snatch rebounds from Whiteside. By the end of the second quarter, the score remained tied, as Whiteside had been bewildered, standing beneath the basket without knowing how to respond. In the third quarter, the Mavericks capitalized on Whiteside's continuous errors, surging ahead by 6 points. Upon his exit from the game, Whiteside implored, "Coach, let me sit out." But the response was, "No need." Thus, Hassan, you shall take the court once more in the next game. Refrain from attempting to secure rebounds. Instead, you are to assume the position of power forward, while you shall occupy the center. Your primary responsibilities will revolve around setting screens for Yao and others, as well as focusing on defense. All other actions are to be disregarded. Wang Jie shook his head, finally grasping that Hassan Whiteside would find it challenging to fulfill the role of center. Even with an enhancement in capability, his awareness was still lacking. Indeed, Hassan Whiteside appeared somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Wang Jie's profound trust in him, which deeply moved him, prompting an immediate agreement. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie promptly altered the strategy, positioning Yao beneath the basket to capture rebounds, while Hassan Whiteside transitioned to power forward. Consequently, although Hassan Whiteside became a defensive liability, he was persistently targeted by the Mavericks. After 5 minutes of play in the fourth quarter, the point differential remained unchanged, primarily due to Curry and others sinking more three-pointers. However, Kidd and his teammates were compelled to rely on Yao and others to assist Hassan Whiteside in mitigating the defensive gaps. Yet they still managed to convert a significant number of three-point attempts. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. For 5 consecutive minutes, both teams exhibited remarkable precision in their three-point shooting, achieving nearly 70 to 80% accuracy, a development he had not anticipated. Ultimately, in the third game, Wang Jie resignedly observed as his team faced yet another defeat. With the Mavericks triumphing over the Warriors by a score of 2-1, Wang Jie found himself at a loss for words in this match. Aside from the enigmatic skills that seemed to serve no purpose, he employed every other ability at his disposal. In Chapter 79, with a score of 3-2, he utilized all his skills, and even in the fourth quarter, placing Yao Ming beneath the basket, a position he was well acquainted with, he unleashed his full potential. Despite Yao having shed some weight, no one could contest him in the paint, as he secured over 70% of the rebounds single-handedly. However, the Mavericks exhibited an astonishing three-point shooting accuracy of over 70% in the fourth quarter, with Nowitzki achieving a flawless 5 for 5 from beyond the arc, overshadowing Curry's commendable 4 for 5. As the fourth game unfolded, both teams were weary, yet Wang Jie remained steadfast, starting in the first quarter, confidently sinking two-point shots and grabbing rebounds. Fortunately, it seemed that the rhythm from the previous game had been exhausted, as the Mavericks' shooting percentage plummeted in the first quarter, allowing the starting lineup to surpass them by 3 points. In the second quarter, observing the starters perform admirably, apart from the rookie Paul George, who became a target for Nowitzki and went scoreless with 2 attempts, the teams found themselves once again at a stalemate. Wang Jie replaced Paul George on the bench, opting not to send Danny Green in, but rather whimsically decided to bring forth Jeremy Lin, the water cooler attendant who averaged merely 3 minutes of playtime during the regular season. Upon learning that he would take the court for a quarter in the playoffs, Lin was filled with immense joy. Wang Jia silently bestowed the enigmatic skill upon Lin Xiaohou. Lin, having burst onto the scene at the pinnacle of his career, exhibited remarkable explosiveness, swift breakthroughs, and precision in his layups. However, aside from these attributes, he possessed little else. Excessive scrutiny could easily render him vulnerable. Yet, upon activating the enigmatic skill, Lin immediately darted past Nowitzki's defense and effortlessly deposited the ball into the basket. Nowitzki was left astounded. A mere substitute moving with such alacrity reminded him of Wade. As the first quarter progressed, Lin relentlessly attacked the rim, with interior players David Lee and DeAndre Jordan consistently setting screens for him. By the end of the quarter, Lin was virtually unstoppable, even managing to outmaneuver the Mavericks' elite defenders, Marion and Butler. With an already impressive breakthrough rating of 88, enhanced by a 20-point boost, it soared above 100, rivaling the prowess of Allen Iverson in his prime. Lin concluded the quarter with an astonishing 11 out of 12 shooting, amassing 22 points, and even a missed shot was salvaged by David Lee. In the third quarter, the Mavericks' three-point shooting hovered at a mere 35. While this accuracy was not poor, it paled in comparison to the previous quarter, indicating a notable decline in performance. Thus, fueled by Lin's explosive play, the Warriors surged ahead of the Mavericks by 10 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin remained on the court, leading the substitute lineup. Against the Mavericks' second unit, he executed a series of audacious steals and penetrative shots, crafting an 8-0 run in less than 4 minutes. The Mavericks had no choice but to reinstate their starters. However, the 18-point deficit only allowed them to narrow the gap to 12 with a final three-point shooting percentage of 45. Ultimately, the Mavericks succumbed to a 12-point loss. The series now stood at 2-2, with both teams returning to the Warriors' home court for the next encounter. At this juncture, both sides understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that this match would determine their potential to secure a pivotal victory. Wang Jia, having just commenced his debut in the first quarter, was substituted after merely 5 minutes on the court as the team executed a complete rotation of 5 players, simultaneously activating a remarkable sequence of 5 extraordinary skills. In this crucial match, Wang Jia must secure victory. In the previous game, Lin Xiaohou performed admirably. However, in this contest, his prowess seems to have diminished by 20. Wang Jia cannot allow him on the court. Subsequently, after coming off the bench, Whiteside faced renewed scrutiny. While he exhibited some remarkable effects, he found himself up against the league's elite teams, which proved to be a formidable challenge. The defensive intensity escalated significantly compared to the regular season. Yet for the Mavericks and Warriors, defense alone would not suffice to clinch the championship. As if in a torrential downpour, both teams fervently exchanged three-point shots, achieving an astonishing 50% success rate from beyond the arc in the first quarter. In a dramatic last-second play, Curry's three-pointer gave the Warriors a narrow 3-point lead. However, in the second quarter, Nowitzki responded by sinking a three-pointer over Whiteside. The back-and-forth barrage of three-pointers enthralled the audience, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension and excitement, leaving spectators uncertain of which shots would fall. Unlike the previous era dominated by forwards and centers scoring through the paint, both teams now featured scant presence in the paint, opting instead to stretch the floor and launch three-pointers. Despite the Mavericks having 4 players adept at shooting from beyond the arc, even Kidd occasionally attempted a shot, though he focused more on facilitating assists due to the difficulty of making shots. This season, these 4 players excelled in their three-point shooting, while Wang Jia's bench unit also elevated their attributes by 20, effectively pitting the Mavericks quintet against 3 enhanced versions of Curry. Additionally, Yao Ming and Whiteside could secure a substantial number of rebounds. Despite the Mavericks' frenetic pace, as the third quarter commenced, both teams substituted their starters. However, it was the Mavericks who replaced their first unit while the Warriors brought theirs back. At this juncture, although the Mavericks boasted a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 50, the deficit had nevertheless stretched to 8 points due to the Warriors' remarkable 70 shooting from beyond the arc. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors starters, having been sidelined for 3 quarters, faced the Mavericks' equally proficient bench for 5 minutes. To the Warriors' astonishment, the Mavericks bench held their ground, launching a series of three-pointers that narrowed the gap back to 6 points. Fortunately, Danny Green's south entrance onto the court resulted in a defensive stand against Terry, who failed to connect on a shot, followed by a sequence of scoring that widened the gap to 10 points. Reluctantly, The Mavericks reintroduced their starters, while Wang Jie also brought back his substitutes, unwilling to let the score tighten in the final moments. The Mavericks' five-man lineup was ideally suited for three-point shooting, an approach that countered the strategies employed by him and Steve Kerr, resulting in unexpectedly effective outcomes. This infuriated Carlisle. The Warriors, who had struggled to adeptly apply their tactics in the previous quarter, had now nearly mastered them, for the strategies were not overly complex. Carlisle contemplated reporting them, wishing to accuse the Warriors of plagiarizing his lineup. However, the use of formations was, in fact, permitted among all teams. Carlisle endeavored to alter his strategy, and the Warriors similarly adapted. Although they lagged a step behind, they managed to mitigate considerable pressure, which was preferable to being overwhelmed by an unsuitable lineup. Steve Kerr observed the Warriors improving with each play, his face alight with excitement as he remarked, "It seems that the Mavericks formation suits our Warriors exceptionally well. I must delve into these variations. Next season, we must experiment more. Perhaps we can transform this lineup into our own." Wang Jie also smiled. Although the Mavericks erupted in the final quarter, raining three-pointers with an impressive team shooting percentage of 70, the Warriors were not far behind at 60. Yet, the significant point deficit from earlier remained a barrier to the Mavericks' victory. "We won. We triumphed in the third game. We hold a two-game advantage. We only need to secure one more win," Steve Kerr exclaimed, leaping in jubilation. Wang Jie exhaled in relief as the Mavericks, led by Nowitzki and others, surged in the final moments, particularly Nowitzki, who dominated Whiteside, achieving 6 successful shots out of 7 attempts. Fortunately, the Warriors' Stephen Curry matched this performance against a top defender, also making 5 out of 7 attempts, effectively staving off the Mavericks' scoring push. Chapter 80. Overtime. Jeremy Lin's outburst this game was also broadcasted in Huaxia, where many began proclaiming the Warriors as champions. It's 3-2. Last season, the Warriors were a mere underdog. This season, Wang Jie executed a complete overhaul, bringing in numerous rookies and substitutes, directly rebuilding and reaching the Eastern Conference Finals. My goodness, I can hardly contain my excitement. I must buy tickets to see the game live. Is anyone going with me? Count me in, but regrettably, I have no time. Yao Ming is formidable, guarding the paint. Yet the Mavericks seldom attack the basket. Nowitzki truly embodies a soft interior presence. Nevertheless, he led his team to the Eastern Conference Finals this year and even defeated the Warriors twice. Game 6 commenced, and in a pre-game interview, Wang Jie expressed his determination to completely vanquish the Mavericks. It's certain, with Wang Jie as head coach in the next Olympics, victory is assured. Jack Wang spent the entire match talking and hardly touched the tactical board. Steve Kerr remains the true head coach. "Hey, don't speak out of turn. Report. There is a traitor among us." Thus, the 6th game commenced, with Steve Kerr proposing to start with 4 shooters and 1 Yao Ming, aiming for a strategy characterized by a star and 4 shooters. Wang Jie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Steve Kerr's proposal. Thus, Andre Iguodala, Danny Green, Wesley Matthews, Stephen Curry, and Yao Ming took to the court as starters. As soon as the quintet stepped onto the floor, everyone was taken aback. The Warriors had remarkably removed their center, mirroring the exact lineup of the Mavericks. Not only did their formation resemble that of their opponents, but their strategies were identical as well. Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle's lips twitched slightly. The previous game had not seen such a thorough imitation. Yet this time it was an uncanny replication. Compounding the situation was the Warriors' formidable defense and precise three-point shooting, rivaling that of the Mavericks. Consequently, both teams began to fervently launch three-point shots, with the entire match characterized by a relentless exchange of lineups and defensive maneuvers to create open looks for three-pointers. Surprisingly, Wang Jie discovered this lineup to be exceptionally potent, with three-point attempts flying through the air. Even when shots missed, Yao Ming would secure half of the rebounds, granting Danny Green and others opportunities for second chances. The Mavericks head coach maintained a keen eye, closely guarding Stephen Curry and the sharpshooting Wesley Matthews, whose style closely resembled that of Manu Ginobili. This defensive focus inadvertently resulted in increased shot attempts from Iguodala and Green. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors led the Mavericks by 6 points, but as the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks found their three-point shooting to be more accurate and reclaimed a three-point lead. As Wang Jie fervently urged his teammates to sprint and deny the Mavericks any opportunity, Steve Kerr was incessantly rotating players, which contributed to the team conceding a 6-point streak. With the commencement of the third quarter, the starters re-entered the fray. Danny Green, upon receiving the ball, took a shot, successfully scoring 2 out of 3 attempts within the first 5 minutes, thus leveling the score and returning both teams to square one. Following this, Stephen Curry unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive baskets, as the team adjusted their formation to create open opportunities for him, at least providing screens to aid his efforts. The match escalated into a 3-point shooting contest, and Curry erupted this quarter, sinking 5 out of 6 shots from beyond the arc, amassing 15 points and propelling the Warriors ahead by 6. As the final quarter commenced, the Mavericks coach altered their formation, intentionally and strategically employing help defense and launching counterattacks, which, as anticipated, significantly reduced Curry and his teammates' 3-point shooting accuracy. However, similarly, the Mavericks expended their energy on defense, causing a slight decline in their offensive 3-point success rate as well. In the final minute, Nowitzki went on a rampage, sinking 2 consecutive 3-pointers, followed by Peja hitting another shot, which tied the game. The Warriors, confronted with this turn of events, were left in disbelief, and Wang Jie let out a faint sigh. Nevertheless, the Mavericks were running on empty at this point. The Warriors bench players had insufficient time to warm up during their brief stint on the court, while the starters, having played the full 4 quarters, began to feel the effects of fatigue, particularly in their 3-point shooting. Consequently, during overtime, Wang Jie substituted in all the rested players. Among those brought on was Jeremy Lin, joining David Lee, DeAndre Jordan, Paul George, and Monta Ellis on the court. Initially, the lineup appeared disorganized, and the play reflected this chaos. However, within the first minute of overtime, Lin remarkably scored 4 points from 2 attempts, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Yet, shortly thereafter, Nowitzki managed to convert 1 of 2 shots, scoring 3 points and swiftly reclaiming the lead with a score of 4-3. Wang Jie sighed inwardly. Perhaps the era of the 3-point shot had truly arrived. Unlike the 2-point era, where surpassing 10 points became a daunting task, a trio of 3-pointers could easily bridge the gap in scores. In overtime, Lin Shihao executed relentless drives, compelling the Mavericks to chase fervently. He concluded the game with a flawless 10 out of 10 shooting, complemented by 2 steals, achieving a remarkable 20 points, 2 steals, and 3 assists, thereby securing victory in overtime. Certainly, the Mavericks were not to be underestimated. Their collective 3-point shooting percentage had evidently suffered due to fatigue, managing only 5 successful shots out of 10 attempts. Had they prevailed under such circumstances, it would have been remarkable. However, their physical exhaustion became apparent, as Lin Shihao exploited vulnerabilities in their defense, executing 2 crucial steals that ultimately led to their defeat, with the Warriors clinching the Eastern Conference Championship in Game 6. A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd. Warriors champions. They have triumphed. Even if the Warriors were to falter against the Heat's formidable trio in the finals, their performance was commendable. The camaraderie exhibited by the Warriors drew scorn from some, who derided the notion of uniting to compensate for shortcomings. Nevertheless, the Warriors triumphed with a 4-2 victory in the Eastern Conference Championship. Goodness, the Warriors are exceptional, aside from Iguodala and Monta Ellis, not to mention Yao Ming. The rest of the players are either rookies or benchwarmers, yet they have secured the championship. One could only lament that while Tracy McGrady possessed an aesthetically pleasing shooting style, he could not measure up to his current teammates. The anticipation was palpable, with the 35 or 36-year-old Wang Jie still grace the court. His performance had shown no signs of decline last season, so it was reasonable to expect his participation. One could only hope that Wang Jie continued to play, ideally until he reached 40. Meanwhile, in the East, the Heat triumphed over the Bulls with a 4-1 record. In the first game, the Bulls, led by Derrick Rose, had stunned the Heat's trio, showcasing their youthful vigor and formidable defense. With Rose's swift maneuvers and precise shooting, they had at one point led by over 20 points, ultimately securing a decisive victory. However, Rose's injury in the second game precipitated the Bulls' downfall, and despite his return, his performance waned under the relentless defense of the Heat's trio. This unfortunate turn of events resulted in a heartbreaking series of 3 consecutive losses, culminating in their elimination from the Eastern Conference Finals. Facing the powerful and imposing trio of the Heat in the finals, Wang Jie remained remarkably composed. Rather than relinquishing his fate to others, he maintained his physical prowess, having continued to train diligently alongside his teammates throughout the season, resulting in a slight enhancement of his physical condition. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 102 kilograms, strength, 92, speed, 87, agility, 87, vertical leap, 85, stamina, 95, basketball IQ, 95, drive, 86, ball handling, 86, passing, 90, dunking, 86, layup, 83, mid-range shooting, 87, three-point shooting, 86. Perimeter defense, 90, interior defense, 85, shot blocking, 79, stealing, 79, rebounding, 77. Chapter 81. Wang Jie takes action as the champions of the Eastern and Western Conferences emerged. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, all eagerly anticipating the forthcoming finals. Would the venerable Jack Wang, a 12-time champion, secure his 13th title? Or would the formidable trio of the Miami Heat shatter his legacy to claim victory? The excitement was palpable. The atmosphere of the first game of the finals was electric, with spectators fervently waving their support. As both teams completed their warm-ups and entered the court, their eyes shimmered with an intense desire for triumph. On the Heat side, head coach Erik Spoelstra fielded his starting lineup: point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, small forward LeBron James, power forward Chris Bosh, and center Joel Anthony. In contrast, Wang Jie led his team with an impressive starting lineup that included small forward Wang Jie, center DeAndre Jordan, point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Andre Iguodala, and power forward Yao Ming. Wang Jie possesses a profound understanding of strength and weakness, promptly deploying his most formidable players to confront the challenge. As he graced the court, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the fans. Wang Jie had returned for the finals. The match commenced, and he immediately activated his enigmatic skills, igniting a fierce competition between both teams. The Jack Wang team, with the assistance of Iguodala, swiftly secured an initial 2 points. However, the Miami trio was undeterred, launching a relentless offensive and displaying tenacious defense, with Wade decisively scoring against Iguodala. The contest escalated into a frenzied exchange of attacks, yet the Miami trio exhibited vulnerabilities. While Wade, Bosh, and LeBron James showcased their prowess, the point guard and center positions were merely passable. Yao Ming dominated the boards, snatching rebounds over Miami's center, Anthony, inciting Wade and Bosh to charge into the paint in a bid to reclaim possession. Nonetheless, alongside Yao, DeAndre Jordan proved to be a formidable presence, as the two inner giants effectively subdued Wade, Bosh, and Anthony. Consequently, although James relentlessly attacked the basket, Wang Jie single-handedly commanded the court, amassing significant ball control and launching a barrage of three-pointers. By the end of the second quarter, he had achieved an impressive 12 out of 15 from beyond the arc, totaling 36 points and leading the Heat by 9. However, as the third quarter commenced, fatigue set in for James, Wade, and Bosh, necessitating the introduction of some substitutes to support James in leading the team. Yet Wang Jie remained vibrant, guiding the newly substituted players with remarkable agility. In just 5 minutes, he maneuvered into open positions, exploiting the slower Miami substitutes and sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers, orchestrating a 12-4 run and extending the lead to 17 points, paving the way for victory. As the fourth quarter concluded, silence enveloped the Miami arena. Wang Jie had played all 4 quarters, achieving a staggering 23 out of 30 from three-point range for 69 points, alongside 6 points from 3 out of 3 two-pointers, culminating in a total of 75 points. Meanwhile, the Miami trio also performed admirably, with Wade scoring 20 points, James 32 points, and Bosh 20 points, exactly totaling 75 points. It is worth noting that Wade's performance faltered, as Wang Jie adeptly employed his defensive gaze to diminish Wade's shooting reliability, causing him to miss several attempts. Ultimately, Wang Jie's South dominance on the court rendered the Miami trio equivalent to mere shadows, as he controlled the majority of the ball possession throughout the game, albeit passing to open teammates when faced with double teams. The final score reflected a resounding triumph for the Warriors, defeating the Heat 148-112, a staggering 36-point margin. Wang Jie cast a subtle smile at the incredulous James, who held his head in disbelief. During this match, Wang Jie was in full throttle, effortlessly sinking a multitude of open three-pointers. In the final quarter, he clinched the game with a buzzer beater from beyond the arc, showcasing his prowess with 3 emphatic dunks over James, Bosh, and Wade, inciting their ire to the point where they nearly confronted him on the court. The second game was a spectacle in its own right. Wang Jie took the floor for merely 5 minutes. Yet within that brief span, he managed to net 6 three-pointers, accumulating 18 points before retiring to the bench. Meanwhile, Wade and his compatriots also scored 10 points, leading by 10 in just 5 minutes. with one audacious shot even made while Wade obscured Wang Jie's vision. Wang Jie executed 3 long-range attempts from the half-court line, each finding its mark, compelling all defenders to stretch out and guard him, which left the interior vulnerable for several assists that Wang Jie facilitated. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, Wang Jie exited the game. And he was not alone. Fellow starters Paul George, Monta Ellis, and DeAndre Jordan also took their leave. Entering the fray were Stephen Curry, Danny Green, and Whiteside, while Yao Ming, Ginobili, and Wesley Matthews remained as part of the 5-man bench unit. Their gameplay mirrored the previous match, with the trio launching a flurry of 3-point attempts. While Whiteside and Yao Ming dominated the boards inside, the Miami Heat presented a different challenge compared to the Mavericks, revealing significant vulnerabilities with an underwhelming interior defense and subpar point guard play. Thus, even a struggling Whiteside, with a 20-point boost in his performance, was comparable to the Heat center. While there remained a gap in basketball IQ, he was still present to provide support. It was quite surprising for everyone that Wang Jie had played for only 5 minutes before stepping off the court. However, the spectators paid little heed to this, recognizing it as a recurring trend in Jack Wang's performances, an explosive outing followed by a subdued showing. Jack Wang. Jack Wang. A handful of Warriors fans in attendance continued to chant his name. Wade, James, and Bosh were fervently displaying their skills, managing to score despite the staunch defense from Danny Green, Wesley Matthews, and Stephen Curry. Among the trio, Curry displayed the least defensive prowess, being merely a sophomore and struggling against the formidable Bosh. Nevertheless, on the offensive end, the trio relentlessly launched 3-pointers, undeterred by the presence of the Heat's Big Three. The Heat's trio, expecting a chance to catch up with Wang Jie, Iguodala, and Monta Ellis off the court, found themselves in a precarious situation. As they stretched their defense to guard the perimeter against Curry and his companions, the interior was exploited by Yao and Whiteside, leading to a series of successful rebounds and putback shots. Consequently, by the third quarter, not only did the Big Three fail to close the gap, but the deficit widened to 18 points, as the relentless 3-point barrage left them disoriented defensively. James, however, continued to penetrate the interior, securing 2 points with ease, as his high shooting percentage rendered the efforts of Green and others futile, prompting them to abandon their defensive attempts. Regardless, whether the 3-pointers fell or not, Yao and Whiteside were there to capitalize on the rebounds and secure additional points. In the final moments, Wang Jie observed that the point differential had reached 20. He could not bear to take the court for a last-minute 3-pointer. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes and cast aside the thought of attempting a shot. As the second game concluded, LeBron James and the other 2 stars looked on, bewildered, as Wang Jie played only 5 minutes, yet they still succumbed to defeat. Dwayne Wade cast a glance at the man who had once led him to a championship, a flicker of despair crossing his face as he pondered whether he would ever surpass him in the future. Chapter 82, the 13th Championship. LeBron too wore a mask of confusion. He questioned whether abandoning the Cavaliers for the Heat had been worth it, especially after being personally overwhelmed by Wang Jie. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 138 to 118. The Warriors players joyfully embraced one another, reveling in their victory, while the Heat players appeared utterly despondent. LeBron, Wade, and Chris Bosh sat listlessly on the bench, their gazes vacant, lost in thought. At the post-game press conference, reporters eagerly directed questions at Wang Jie. Mr. Wang, you played only 5 minutes today. Were you intentionally conserving your strength? Wang Jie smiled and remarked, I merely wish to provide my players with more opportunities to showcase their talents, and our teammates have performed remarkably well, requiring little of my involvement. Beside him, the Miami Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, wore a solemn expression, privately lamenting the formidable prowess of Wang Jie. Despite his mere 5 minutes on the court in the second game, he was still unable to prevent his team from securing victory. In the first match, one could argue that Wang Jie had dominated the game, contributing to the defeat of the Heat's trio of stars. However, in the second match, with only 5 minutes of play, it was unreasonable to expect him to remain entirely inactive, especially when the scoreline reflected a significant loss. This left the head coach feeling somewhat embarrassed, contemplating that he might have to resign by the end of the season. Game 3 took place at the Warriors' home ground, and when Wang Jie arrived at the arena, it was filled to capacity, with Warriors fans erupting in enthusiastic cheers. After Wang Jie shared his thoughts with assistant coach Kerr, he promptly constructed a starting lineup centered around Wang Jie. Once on the court, the Miami trio relentlessly double-teamed Wang Jie. leaving him with no choice but to make multiple passes. However, did the Miami trio exhibit such behavior when the likes of Curry and Yao Ming were present? The first quarter ended with a score of 24-12, extending the lead to 12 points. In response, Wang Jie intensified his defense, effectively rendering Bo Shi to a dismal 0 for 5 from the field. Simultaneously, Wang Jie maneuvered to find 3 open shots, successfully scoring 9 points. Yet Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, Yao Ming, and DeAndre Jordan also found their rhythm. As the second quarter unfolded, the Miami trio hesitated to converge for a double team, opting instead for a more cautious approach. After all, Wang Jie was neither a lone wolf nor Kobe Bryant. His playstyle was profoundly team-oriented. He would certainly refrain from shooting if he felt his accuracy dipped below 50. Nevertheless, the second quarter did little to halt the impending disaster, as the deficit ballooned to 20 points. By the third quarter, the league intervened, awarding LeBron James several free throws, which displeased Wang Jie. Yet, he remained enigmatic and, with remarkable skill, continued to sink three-pointers, leaving the Miami trio powerless to counteract his prowess. As the fourth quarter commenced, the gap widened to 25 points, and the league ceased its interference, recognizing the substantial margin that would only invite further complications. No one anticipated that the Miami trio, once so formidable, would face a disheartening defeat in all 3 games, particularly against a newly reconstructed Warriors team that Wang Jie single-handedly transformed from a lackluster squad into a championship contender. In the fourth match, Wang Jie again drained 6 three-pointers before exiting the court. Shortly thereafter, the Miami trio encountered Wesley Matthews, Stephen Curry, and Danny Green, who unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts, while Yao Ming and Whiteside anchored the interior defense. The score differential reached 10 points by the second quarter, escalating to 13 points before the quarter concluded, prompting an urgent response from the league. Consequently, LeBron James was awarded a significant number of free throws, causing Wang Jie to frown in discontent. Ultimately, he decided to reach out to Stern. After all, having clinched the NBA championship 12 consecutive times and becoming the owner of the Warriors, it was inconceivable that Wang Jie lacked the commissioner's contact information. Jack Wang, I understand this is quite challenging, but could you do me a favor and allow this game to proceed differently? A 4-0 sweep would be too consequential for these young men. Consider it a favor owed, Stern remarked. With the commissioner making such a request, Wang Jie conceded, very well. I shall ease my approach. I want to play, and only substitutes will take the court. However, if they still cannot prevail under those circumstances, then so be it. Wang Jie articulated. Agreed. Stern was wary that if Wang Jie took the court and secured a decisive victory, his efforts would be in vain. Indeed, once LeBron and his teammates perceived the officials' leniency, their demeanor on the court became increasingly audacious. Wang Jie orchestrated a continuous rotation for Steve Kerr, focusing primarily on honing a singular lineup. Even Jeremy Lin took to the court for a segment, ultimately enabling LeBron James and his teammates to secure victory in the match. However, the countenances of James and his cohort were far from cheerful, as it was evident that Wang Jie had deployed every player available for the game. Even some obscure benchwarmers had their moment on the court, much to their delight, having spent an entire season on the sidelines, only to experience the finals. Despite enduring rigorous training at the hands of the trio, leading to several comical blunders, the audience found it both amusing and exasperating. Notably, one nameless substitute, under the defensive pressure of Dwayne Wade, inadvertently passed the ball to LeBron, which elicited laughter from many spectators. In the climactic Game 5, Wang Jie held nothing back, leveraging his unpredictable skills to elevate his attributes to their zenith, overpowering the 3 superstars. In the fourth quarter, he relied on his extraordinary stamina to leap from the free throw line, crashing through the trio's defensive formation to execute a stunning dunk over them. The entire team surged with momentum, while the Heat's trio found their spirits deflated. To add insult to injury, Wang Jie proceeded to perform 4 consecutive dunks starting from the free throw line, prompting the Heat stars to adapt their tactics to avoid being posterized. LeBron, after being dunked over, felt as if he had been struck by a tank, leaving his shoulders sore for an extended period. Wang Jie possessed immense strength, and with an additional 20% enhancement, he became even more formidable, for strength knows no boundaries. In the fourth quarter, the trio of superstars felt the passage of time acutely. Fortunately, the Heat's coach seemed to have recognized their predicament and substituted them out. Once both teams brought in their substitutes, the Heat managed to reclaim a few points. while Wang Jie's Warriors successfully clinched the championship title for the 2011 season. Upon securing the championship, the elated Yao Ming knelt on the court, exclaiming joyfully, "Tomatoes! Tomatoes! I have finally won the championship." The foreign media, unaware of the context, simply noted Yao's fondness for tomatoes, a phrase he often repeated. Not only Yao, but Monta Ellis, celebrating his first championship, also shouted with excitement. Although his playing time was further reduced later on, the continuous victories alleviated his discontent. Andre Iguodala was equally ecstatic. How could he not be thrilled at winning his first championship? Jeremy Lin leaped with joy, carried along by Wang Jie to the pinnacle of victory. And how could he not be delighted? Paul George and David Lee shared in the exuberance, along with several Waterboys who reveled in the experience of the finals, basking in the glory of the championship. In contrast, Wang Jie remained remarkably composed. This was his 13th title, and though joy had become a familiar sentiment, his smile subtly conveyed his happiness. Chapter 83. The Pinnacle of O'Neal? The Heat's trio, particularly LeBron James, cast envious glances at the championship trophy before turning away. At that moment, Wang Jie had already ascended the stage to receive his accolades. Congratulations to Wang Jie on winning the 2010 to 2011 championship. Additionally, congratulations to Wang Jie for earning the 2010 to 2011 FMVN. Stern looked at Wang Jie, bemused. Year after year, the championship seemed to belong to him, and recently, the FMVN as well. Despite various trades in the formation of the superstar trio, they could not prevent Wang Jie, who had just rebuilt his team, from claiming victory. The league's favored prodigy, LeBron James, had struggled for years to secure even a single title. This left Stern feeling somewhat helpless regarding Wang Jie. He pondered whether it was time to offer opportunities to the younger players. Yet, Wang Jie had forsaken the regular season, the playoffs, and the All-Star game, participating solely in the finals, claiming that his absence from other competitions was intended to provide opportunities for the youth. What could Stern say? He couldn't very well ask Wang Jie to stop playing basketball. As Stern announced the victory, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. He contemplated the situation. With Wang Jie as the perennial champion, wherever he went, victory seemed to follow. Perhaps it was time to impose some limitations on him. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Jie accepted the trophy from FMV, gesturing amicably towards the audience. He understood that this championship was hard-earned, a testament to the countless days and nights of rigorous training by all the players of the Warriors. However, he was also acutely aware of Stern's perspective. The league required fresh blood, a heightened sense of competition, and his dominance alone might not be conducive to the overall growth of the league. Yet, this did not imply that Wang Jie would acquiesce to such a narrative. He possessed a system, and it was destined that the NBA championship must belong to him. The players eagerly posed for photographs with the championship trophy, their exuberance eliciting a chuckle from Wang Jie as he graciously passed the trophy to them. Mr. Wang Jie, having secured your 13th championship trophy and shattered historical records, you are indeed crafting history. Have you contemplated pursuing other endeavors? A reporter inquired. Certainly. I have commenced my journey towards becoming an exceptional head coach and an adept manager as well, Wang Jie replied with a smile. Mr. Wang, at the age of 36, have you considered settling down and starting a family? Another journalist asked. Perhaps I have yet to encounter my true love. Thus, there are no current plans in that regard. Wang Jie firmly rejected the notion, unwilling to forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Mr. Wang, you clinched the championship in your inaugural season with the Warriors. What are your aspirations for the next season? Naturally, it is the championship again. This presents no challenge. Following the press conference, Wang Jie departed with composure. Since his continuous triumphs, the number of reporters seeking to provoke him had dwindled, while those eager to flatter him had multiplied. Consequently, the press conferences had become almost routine, leaving other team members to bear the brunt of the reporters' scrutiny. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Jie observed his teammates still basking in the euphoria of victory. He clapped his hands to signal for quiet. Gentlemen, this championship is merely the beginning. We must maintain our fighting spirit and aspire for even greater honors. Wang Jie's gaze was resolute, and his teammates echoed his determination. In the upcoming season, they aspired to reclaim the championship title. The locker room buzzed with fervor. Wang Jie understood that they would face greater challenges ahead, yet he held steadfast belief that, united as a team, they could achieve remarkable success once more. With Wang Jie clinching his 13th championship, the world was astounded by the Warriors' torrential barrage of three-pointers. Assistant coach Steve Kerr began to gain international acclaim. While Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle expressed his profound indignation, asserting that it was he who first devised the three-point strategy, only to have it appropriated by the Warriors, who not only triumphed over him, but also employed it in the finals, ultimately securing victory. The media lauded the Warriors for their tactical prowess. Had it not been for the Warriors, the championship this year would undoubtedly belong to my Mavericks. We held the advantage in both regular season encounters against the Heat, lamented Carlisle, feeling that his championship had been usurped along with his strategic innovations. The Mavericks head coach was notably aggrieved. As spectators began to scrutinize the matchups between the Mavericks and Wang Jia's team, they discovered that the Mavericks had once achieved an astonishing three-point shooting percentage of 70, overwhelming the Warriors. However, the Warriors, albeit with some initial struggles, began to mimic the Mavericks' strategy, faced with an even more formidable three-point onslaught. Bolstered by Yao's superior rebounding skills and Lin's explosive performance, the Mavericks ultimately succumbed to defeat. The following day, the Mavericks' fame surged considerably, while Wang Jia rested in a villa near the Warriors' training facility. Congratulations to the host on securing the 2010-2011 season championship. The host may now choose one player skill or select a new coaching skill. Congratulations once more, as the system has completely transitioned into a coaching system. Player skills will no longer be permitted in the regular season, playoffs, or finals. Wang Jia was taken aback. If he lacked skills, he calculated that his abilities were quite well-rounded, devoid of any deficiencies, making it effortless for him to assume the role of the team's leader. Unfortunately, he possessed no distinct advantages. He certainly couldn't emulate LeBron James by charging towards the basket for a slam dunk. Wang Jia estimated that his current abilities were comparable to those of Russell Westbrook, with certain strengths exceeding Westbrook's and some weaknesses evident as well. It appeared that the system intended for him to take on the role of a head coach full-time. With a wry smile, Wang Jia mused. Relying on past skills has become rather tedious. This year, I shall select a new coaching skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Peak Shaquille O'Neal template. The Peak Shaquille O'Neal template allows you to inherit all of O'Neal's abilities for the duration of one season. Wang Jia, embodying the essence of the Peak O'Neal template, along with the Jin Billy archetype, finds himself in a quandary after acquiring 5 skills. He gazes at the Peak O'Neal template with a sense of vexation, as it dawns upon him that the era ahead is one dominated by small ball strategies, rendering traditional centers obsolete. What purpose does O'Neal serve in this context? Even the illustrious O'Neal would struggle to keep pace with the swift athletes of today, not to mention the three-point shooters. Wang Jia suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Although the Peak Shaquille O'Neal may not be the fastest player, he could not help but think of the swift athletes who could complement O'Neal's prowess. The thought of someone on the court, both fast and powerful, filled him with excitement. It is well known that O'Neal's immense strength and abilities gave him a significant advantage in rebounding. However, who could benefit from this? Whiteside? No, despite being a center, he lacked speed. Wang Jia immediately instructed his vice president, Myers, to arrange for Whiteside to develop his skills in the D-League and potentially bring him back in a few years. Shortly thereafter, just days after the finals, Yao Ming suffered another injury during training. Following an examination, the medical team advised that he refrain from engaging in any strenuous activities for several years to allow for proper healing. In Chapter 84, with Yao Ming's retirement and the exchange for Crawford, Yao, who had just won the championship, called Wang Jia. Thank you for leading me to this year's championship and helping me realize my dream. However, I must apologize, you said, somewhat embarrassed. What is it? Wang Jia inquired, puzzled. My injury has recurred, and the doctors recommend that I take time to rest. I wish to seize this opportunity to retire and return home to join the Basketball Association, nurturing more promising talents, Yao explained. That is indeed a commendable decision. Yao, I fully support your choice and hope you can cultivate our future stars. Perhaps even another Yao Ming or a new Jordan, Kobe, or Wang Jia, Wang Jia replied with a smile. After Yao's departure, only Lin Shihao remained in the team, sharing the same vision. Ultimately, Yao chose to return home, and Wang Jia hoped that with his championship experience, he would foster many more exceptional talents in the future. Perhaps they could even recruit Lian Mei to serve as a hydration manager and help them secure another championship together. Wang Jia pondered for a moment before dialing General Manager Myers, contemplating a trade if the conditions were not overly challenging. After all, with substitutes among substitutes, someone must meet the roster requirements. It would be more beneficial to accommodate his fellow townsmen. However, whom should he assign the Peak Shaquille O'Neal prototype to? Wang Jie immediately thought of the speedster Dwayne Wade and the agile Derrick Rose, known for his rapid acceleration. Yet, it was evident that one was the star of the Miami Heat, while the other was the leader of the Chicago Bulls. Wang Jie estimated that swapping either of them for an entire team would be futile. Another option was last season's Russell Westbrook, whose speed during his time with the Knicks had impressed Wang Jie, as he believed it rivaled Wade's. This was indeed one of Westbrook's strengths. Monta Ellis also suggested he could be traded, feeling that his contributions to the team were minimal and hoping to find a more suitable roster to showcase his talents. Unfortunately, with Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala occupying the positions he desired for most of the time, he could hardly be relegated to a bench role next season. After all, he had once been the leader of the Warriors. Thus, Wang Jie had to set aside the notion of the O'Neal prototype and first address the issue of Monta Ellis. Although the trade market had yet to open, this did not hinder him from making verbal commitments with other teams, ensuring that as soon as the market opened, transactions could proceed without delay. Myers inquired with the Thunder about the possibility of trading Monta Ellis for Russell Westbrook, along with a future first-round pick. Wang Jie instructed. Absolutely. Myers promptly made the call, but soon hung up, shaking his head. No, the Thunder rejected the offer, stating they would only consider a trade involving Iguodala and Curry. Is he jesting? I wouldn't even agree to a straight swap. Curry is our star. Wang Jie replied, exasperated. Wait, isn't at Iguodala? Myers inquired, perplexed. Our star is Curry. Never mind, you should not concern yourself with this. Since Westbrook is off the table, let us consider who else might be available for trade. Wang Jie remarked, feeling a twinge of frustration. The players who had proven themselves were not eligible for a swap with Ellis, and he had no interest in those of lesser caliber. If following the original trajectory, trading for Phil Jackson and Andrew Bogut would not be a loss. After all, last season, Wang Jie had observed that Ellis's defensive capabilities were lacking, and having him play point guard was merely an attempt to sidestep his defensive shortcomings. Then there was Wesley Matthews, who, under the Gin Billy prototype, possessed formidable three-point shooting skills that were not significantly inferior to Curry's, coupled with a robust defensive prowess, making him more effective than Danny Green. The Spurs had consistently sought to trade Danny Green for Wesley Matthews. Unfortunately, the Spurs lacked the assets for such a trade, prompting Wang Jie to explore whether any other teams might be interested in these two players. In truth, nearly all players on Wang Jie's team had received offers, with the exception of Hassan Whiteside, who garnered little attention. With enough rookies already in the mix, he sought to acquire a mature and capable player. Wang Jie's thoughts immediately turned to the offensive juggernaut of the Knicks, Carmelo Anthony, and Amare Stoudemire. After considerable reflection, it was ultimately deemed unwise to pursue the endeavor. The two individuals appeared ill-suited for the forthcoming era of small ball. Anthony's lateral movement was sluggish, his perimeter defense lacking, and there were numerous alternatives capable of fulfilling his three-point offensive role. This left Wang Jie at a loss for words. This season, Monta Ellis reached his zenith, averaging over 20 points per game, which was commendable, yet his market value remained disappointingly low. The more competent players were reluctant to trade, while those of lesser caliber were deemed unworthy of Wang Jie's consideration. After much deliberation, it became evident that the most favorable trade options involved acquiring both Wu Sheng and Bogut. Phil Jackson, despite his advancing years, retained a commendable three-point shooting ability and exhibited tenacious defense. However, his skills had noticeably diminished with age, and his somewhat rigid temperament often led to discord with the head coach. As for Bogut, while Wang Jie was not particularly fond of him, he was a competent backup center, arguably more effective than the current Hassan Whiteside. Unfortunately, Bogut had been beset by injuries, rendering him less reliable. Nonetheless, he remained one of the better options available. Were it not for Monta Ellis's unwillingness to accept a backup role, Wang Jie might have considered retaining him. Ultimately, Wang Jie made a discerning choice, orchestrating a trade with the Trailblazers for the esteemed sixth man, Crawford. Currently, Crawford merely occupied a backup position, which still placed him somewhat below the starting Monta Ellis. Upon learning of Wang Jie's willingness to exchange last season's starting Monta Ellis for Crawford, the Trailblazers readily acquiesced. Moreover, following a sharp exchange of words with the Warriors' assistant general manager, Myers, Wang Jie successfully secured a first-round draft pick from the Trailblazers for the upcoming season. Wang Jie felt somewhat fortunate to have appointed a deputy general manager. Otherwise, had he known he could replace Crawford, he would have readily jumped at the opportunity. Wang Jie's selection of Crawford presents several advantages. Firstly, Crawford excels in three-point shooting, achieving an impressive attribute rating of approximately 92, even if he does not belong to the absolute elite. Secondly, his dribbling skills are remarkably proficient. His only drawback lies in his subpar physical attributes and defensive capabilities. However, his agility is formidable, enabling him to navigate past many opponents with ease. Conversely, Monta Ellis also exhibits defensive shortcomings, rendering both players somewhat evenly matched. Yet Ellis commands nearly 3 times the price of Crawford. Most importantly, Jamal Crawford is renowned as the best sixth man and is genuinely willing to embrace a bench role, making him a more suitable fit for the team. With the agreement finalized, Wang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. As the draft commenced, he found himself with little time for contemplation. Unexpectedly, the 2 picks acquired from the Jazz and Raptors last season, which historically should have been the 3rd and 5th, had transformed into the 9th and 11th. While remaining within the lottery range, they had slipped further back, making it considerably challenging to secure quality players. It appeared that the league had intervened. Initially, he had intended to trade the earlier picks for those further down, but fortunately, the 2 teams in question were lackluster, making any maneuvering to secure a later lottery position the utmost limit. Wang Jie exhaled a heavy sigh. He found himself in a predicament. It seemed that acquiring draft picks from other teams was no longer advantageous for him. Aware of the underlying manipulations, he was unwilling to be the fool year after year. Chapter 85. Acquiring Klay Thompson and Jimmy Butler. Another year at the Green Room. Wang Jie should ideally opt for Kemba Walker, originally ranked 9th, and Klay Thompson, positioned 11th. Kemba Walker, a point guard, excels in shooting both 3-pointers and 2-pointers, as well as in driving to the basket. However, his shortcomings lie in ball handling and passing, which are relatively underwhelming for a player in his position. Crucially, Wang Jie possesses Stephen Curry, who, barring injuries, occupies the court for the majority of the game. Additionally, Jeremy Lin can occasionally fill in, and if necessary, Jamal Crawford can serve as both a shooting guard and a point guard. Given that Kemba Walker's playing time is uncertain, Wang Jie ultimately decided against selecting him. When considering which position to fill, the optimal choice would undoubtedly be Kawhi Leonard. In the future, Leonard is poised to evolve into a superstar, excelling in both offensive and defensive aspects. However, at present, while Kawhi Leonard may not align with his ranking, he has yet to fully develop. His offensive skills are decent, but his defense remains problematic. His growth necessitates the nurturing of the San Antonio Spurs, who have molded Leonard in the likeness of Tim Duncan. It is noteworthy that in previous years, Leonard was merely a bench player with insufficient capacity to start. Wang Jie harbored no confidence in cultivating Kawhi Leonard, promptly dismissing the notion. Initially, he intended to select Tristan Thompson as a substitute for David Lee. However, with Thompson being drafted 4th overall, the opportunity eluded him. Consequently, Wang Jie decided to have Myers procure the 28th and 30th picks from the Bulls, along with a second-round draft choice, which Myers believed was a disadvantageous acquisition. The Bulls, to their delight, were overjoyed at the prospect of securing 2 picks that were on the verge of falling into the second round, far less valuable than a lottery pick, as late-round players typically offered little promise, often relegated to backup roles. In contrast, a first-round lottery selection held the potential of acquiring a cornerstone player for the franchise. As for the second round, the likelihood of those selections ending up being waived or assigned to the lower ranks was high. Thus, it came as no surprise when Wang Jie, at the 11th pick, had Myers select Klay Thompson, renowned for his defensive prowess. Thompson was deficient in ball handling and other technical skills, possessing merely a commendable 3-point shot. Yet, the era of small ball had not fully dawned. A player who relied solely on shooting from beyond the arc was not particularly coveted at that juncture, resulting in his draft position falling outside the lottery. Upon learning that the Warriors had chosen him at the 11th pick, Klay Thompson stood in astonishment, his joy uncontainable. Who would not relish being part of a championship team? He had previously participated in the Warriors' workouts and physical examinations, yet had not received a commitment. Wang Jie observed Klay Thompson donning a Warriors cap with great enthusiasm and shook his head, pondering that had the Bulls not secured the 9th pick, he would have been poised to select Thompson with that very choice. As history would have it, Wang Jie managed to acquire Klay Thompson. However, after selecting him, he found himself in a delightful quandary. Wesley Matthews had yet to be traded, leaving Andre Iguodala as the starting shooting guard, while Thompson would assume a role off the bench. Had it not been for Paul George, Iguodala could have been shifted to small forward, allowing Thompson to perfectly fit the shooting guard position. Yet now, with Paul George's remarkable progress, exhibiting traits of an impending all-star, along with Danny Green, who bears striking similarities to Thompson in terms of three-point shooting and defensive prowess. Both players risk losing their shot opportunities, ultimately leading to potential trades. Wang Jie found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Having an abundance of star players is indeed a fortunate dilemma. Congratulations to the Warriors for selecting Jimmy Butler with the 28th pick. Congratulations. And congratulations to the Warriors for choosing Bojan Bogdanovic with the 30th pick. Both players can adeptly serve as small forwards or shooting guards. Bogdanovic excels in three-point shooting, is tall and robust, and possesses speed and coordination, making him a promising starter for the future, albeit as a supplementary asset. Jimmy Butler, known for his tenacious defense, is a well-rounded player, though not exceptionally elite, reminiscent of Wang Jie's current attributes. Moreover, Butler possesses the commendable trait of exceptional stamina, even during less intense confrontations. He frequently plays the entire game without a hint of fatigue, once achieving a remarkable record of playing all 82 regular season games without missing a single minute. Wang Jie also sought to select a center and a power forward as substitutes, yet the lack of favorable options compelled him to choose the two promising talents available. The Warriors' starting small forward is Paul George, the center is DeAndre Jordan, the point guard is Stephen Curry, the shooting guard is Andre Iguodala, and the power forward is David Lee. The Warriors' bench includes small forwards Danny Green and Bojan Bogdanovic, with no center, point guards Jamal Crawford and Jeremy Lin, shooting guard Klay Thompson, Wesley Matthews, and power forward Jimmy Butler. As for the second-round pick offered by the Bulls this year, Wang Jie promptly sold it for $1.5 million, as there were no selections that met his expectations. Bojan and Jimmy Butler were elated to be chosen by the Warriors. Nearly every rookie Wang Jie acquired has proven their worth, with last season's least favorable center, Hassan Whiteside, demonstrating commendable prowess in the development league. Despite being merely a second-round pick, and already some have exchanged next year's first-round pick for him. Regrettably, Wang Jie found himself uncertain of whom to select next year, seemingly devoid of commendable options, ultimately leading to an impasse. Following the draft, a flurry of trades emerged, such as Monta Ellis officially announcing a trade involving Jamal Crawford along with a first-round pick. The free agency market also opened, where the most coveted player was Chris Paul, the current premier point guard in the league. The Lakers were quick to propose a trade involving Lamar Odom and Pau Gasol, as their backcourt was severely lacking in depth. And both Odom and Gasol were aging, past their prime. Odom had already experienced significant decline, yet Gasol still had plenty to offer, with commendable scoring, rebounding, and shot-blocking abilities backed by extensive experience. Wang Jie promptly submitted an offer to the Lakers. He aimed to exchange Wesley Matthews along with Bojan for Gasol, but was outright rejected. The Lakers were fervently determined to acquire Chris Paul. Eventually, both parties announced their intentions, leading to the Hornets' financial collapse and subsequent management by the league, resulting in the trade being halted amidst opposition from most teams. Just after the halt, the Lakers immediately proposed a swap involving Gasol for Wang Jie, hoping to acquire either Stephen Curry or Andre Iguodala, along with Jeremy Lin and Wesley Matthews. Wang Jie was left speechless, as he directly prompted Myers to decline the offer. After a few days of negotiation, it became clear that the Lakers required at least a one-for-one exchange involving either Iguodala or Stephen Curry. Ultimately, Wang Jie rejected this unreasonable demand, as he sought to acquire Pau Gasol, which would necessitate David Lee taking on a backup role. His primary goal was merely to secure a backup center, preferably one capable of shooting three-pointers. In the free market, there was also a player known as the unpredictable J.R. Smith, who sought a salary of $4 million per year. Chapter 86. The season begins to recruit at this stage. Smith possessed remarkable physical attributes, yet his performance remained inconsistent, compounded by numerous off-court issues that required damage control. Many regarded him as merely a toxic presence within the locker room. Wang Jie was acutely aware that securing the services of J.R. Smith was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Despite the abundance of shooting guards on the team, he still sent Myers to negotiate a contract with him. They ultimately presented a 5-year deal worth $18 million, equating to over $3 million annually, which closely aligned with his initial demands. After all, J.R. Smith possessed commendable three-point shooting skills, and his performance could be as explosive as Jordan's at times, though he could also be quite erratic. Wang Jie, undeterred, possesses an extraordinary player endowed with enigmatic skills. When J.R. Smith unleashes his potential, it is anticipated that they could manifest the most formidable prowess in the annals of the league. This prospect fills Wang Jie with great anticipation. However, to his surprise, Ir Smith declined on the spot, citing that Miles had not assured him of adequate playing time, relegating him to the role of the team's third substitute. Wang Jie, feeling helpless, could only earnestly prepare to seek a center, ensuring that the team would secure rebounds. However, there are only a limited number of centers in the league, and every team is in need of one. Wang Jie found himself compelled to contemplate some unconventional strategies. His initial thoughts centered around the perpetually injured Greg Oden, who had been traded from the Knicks to the Trail Blazers. After enduring a lengthy rehabilitation, Oden finally returned to the court, showcasing formidable prowess and leading his team to victory in several games, only to succumb to yet another injury. Amidst this cycle of injuries, he indeed produced numerous brilliant moments that ignited a flicker of hope. The aspiration was for Greg Oden to fully recover and emerge as the cornerstone of the team, which ultimately prevented his trade. However, Wang Jie learned that Oden's illustrious moments from their championship-winning days together were indelible, and as a result, his annual salary had soared to over $10 million, despite his frequent injuries. Wang Jie pondered deeply, reluctant to part with the $10 million, believing that Oden, plagued by injuries, was not worth such a price. He estimated that due to his ailments, Oden would be valued at most at $1 million by next year, and selling him then would yield greater profits. Perhaps it would be wiser to bring back Whiteside to continue competing in the NBA, Wang Jie mused with some exasperation. Ultimately, he considered the aging Kenyon Martin, who was willing to exchange with Wesley Matthews. Kenyon Martin, a formidable defensive presence in the paint, seemed ill-fitted for the current era, as his age was nearing the point where competing in the NBA might soon be beyond his reach. Perhaps next year he would be even less valuable than Whiteside. Now serving as a coach, he no longer possessed the ability to revive his former glory. Wang Jie found himself in a quandary, struggling to locate a suitable center. He was reluctant to settle for the disaster-prone Whiteside, bereft of the quintuple extraordinary skills. Were it not for Yao Ming's insistence that the championship dream had already been fulfilled, and his desire not to hinder the team while nurturing more newcomers, Wang Jie would have gone to great lengths to bring Yao back. Ultimately, he managed to secure Yi Jianlian's signing, albeit at a modest fee of $1 million for the year, a veritable bargain. They would play for now and see if any teams would be open to trade later. This season, the synergy and prowess of the Heat's Big Three had matured significantly, enhancing their capabilities immensely. In contrast, within the Warriors roster, Wang Jie's skills could not be utilized, although he was versatile enough to fit into various positions. He was not as distinguished as the current players. Just as Wang Jie was preparing to commence the season, a labor dispute led to a lockout, resulting in the team's disbandment. He imposed a ban on all players from participating in leagues like the Drew League. Recalling how numerous stars had faced protracted contract disputes upon their return to the NBA after engaging in such tournaments, which had a substantial impact on both the players and the teams. In response, the entire team acquiesced to his request. Wang Jie took the initiative to personally lead the team on a chartered flight for a month-long tour of Huaxia, contributing to the economy of his homeland. He covered all travel expenses, accommodations, and meals, though any additional purchases would require players to handle those costs independently. Wang Jie returned with the team, creating quite a sensation among the fans. Wherever they went, the tall players stood out like cranes among chickens, attracting numerous admirers eager to capture photographs and seek autographs. Initially, the excitement was palpable. However, as frequent traffic congestion ensued, Wang Jie promptly coordinated with security and arranged for a tour bus. Over the course of a month, joy enveloped the group. Upon returning to the team, players trained as they wished, indulging in their preferred activities without concern from him. Prior to the commencement of the season, the entire team engaged in alternating training sessions to recover from the lengthy off-season. To Wang Jie's surprise, every player exhibited remarkable form, showing no signs of having gained weight or deteriorated during the break. As the regular season kicked off, only Jimmy Butler seemed somewhat discontented. Despite logging the most playing time among the rookies, averaging over a quarter of a game, he found himself competing for position with small forwards Paul George, Danny Green, and Bojan Bogdanovic, as well as shooting guards Andre Iguodala and Klay Thompson. Consequently, Jimmy was relegated to playing power forward. Jimmy Butler performed admirably in this new role, often gaining advantages against less physically imposing power forwards, leading the rookies in rebounding within the team. His defensive prowess and rebounding ability were formidable, although his scoring was modest at an average of 3.2 points per game. Being a newcomer in the NBA, low scoring was acceptable as long as he could demonstrate his capacity as a power forward, although Jimmy was occasionally uncomfortable and was still treated as a small forward. He managed to leverage some advantages, albeit not overly noticeable. The starting lineup for the Warriors included Paul George as the small forward, DeAndre Jordan as the center, Stephen Curry as the point guard, Andre Iguodala as the shooting guard, and David Lee as the power forward. This lineup did not significantly differ from the previous season, with the only change being Stephen Curry's elevation to the starting position. The regular season commenced with a string of victories, allowing all team members ample playing time. However, Wesley Matthews' statistics declined compared to the last season, with his playing time considerably reduced. He was aware of impending trade rumors and made efforts to improve his three-point shooting. Bojan also saw some playing time and was gradually acclimating to the NBA, yet various challenges arose for the rookies. The arrival of Crawford severely curtailed Jeremy Lin's playing time, which left him quite dissatisfied. Jack Wong, I believe that even if Jeremy Lin does not start, he should at least receive 10 minutes of play time as a substitute, remarked Lin's agent. The season has just begun, and I will strive to make adjustments. After calming Lin Shahayo's agent, Wang Jie began to contemplate Lin Shahayo's situation. Recently, due to an abundance of injuries, Iguodala has been able to play nearly 3 quarters, and Crawford has been on the court for a significant portion of the game, while Lin Shahayo's playing time has been limited to a mere 3 to 5 minutes. Now, Lin Shahayo is requesting 10 minutes of playtime. Wang Jie can only make some adjustments and inform Steve Kerr of this matter. After a thorough discussion, they decided to grant Lin Shahayo a maximum of 6 minutes on the court, with the possibility of extension based on his performance and a reduction if he does not meet expectations. Lin Shahayo did not refuse this arrangement, as he understood that if he underperformed, he would have little justification to remain on the court. This situation led Wang Jie to realize that Lin Shahayo possesses advantages over others, such as Lian Mei and even Yao Ming, primarily due to his identity as a Chinese American. His proficiency in English allows him to integrate seamlessly into the team, rendering his racial background irrelevant and demonstrating a remarkable congeniality. In contrast, Lian Mei tends to be more reserved, sharing a similar skin tone to Lin Shahayo, yet engaging in more conversation with him. The Warriors bench includes small forward Danny Green, Bojan Bogdanovic, center Yi Jianlian, point guards Jamal Crawford and Lin Shahayo, shooting guards Klay Thompson and Wesley Matthews, and power forward Jimmy Butler. Given that Lian Mei is the sole backup center, he enjoys an average of at least 1/4 of play time. After all, the weight of a center demands shorter spells on the court to manage physical exertion. Therefore, Lian Mei is quite satisfied with this arrangement. Since joining the Warriors, Lian Mei has showcased his abilities much more effectively. Previously, he faced challenges with tactics and communication in other teams. However, with Wang Jie as the head coach and Lin Shahayo providing explanations, Lian Mei has been able to demonstrate greater prowess, proving himself to be an exceptionally competent backup center. Wang Jie was elated, for Lian Mei was indeed a bargain, and her utility surpassed that of Whiteside, despite his lack of financial need. Lian Mei too was joyous. Returning to the CBA could yield approximately $10 million a year, which, although it sounds substantial, equates to a mere $100,000 in the NBA. Moreover, even as a substitute, should they clinch the championship once more this year, her standing would be elevated significantly. Chapter 87. Pachulia, however, in the 13th match, they faced the Bulls, who ended their winning streak. The Bulls' head coach was Tom Thibodeau, and their starting lineup included Carlos Boozer, Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, Ronnie Brewer, and Derrick Rose. The Bulls' Rose was exceptionally formidable, complemented by the robust defense of the other 4 players, which caused the Warriors, who had grown somewhat complacent after their streak, to falter in their shooting accuracy under pressure. Although Curry managed to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers in the 4th quarter, it was insufficient to close the gap, resulting in a loss to the Bulls. Following the end of their winning streak, the team faced 3 consecutive away games against the 76ers, Nuggets, and Spurs, unexpectedly leading to another series of 3 consecutive defeats. Fortunately, after this trio of losses, with the assistance of Wang Jie and assistant coach Steve Kerr, they managed to recalibrate their mindset, embarking on another impressive 10-game winning streak. Nonetheless, even amidst this triumphant journey led by Wang Jie, numerous offers began to emerge. Among these, there was a proposal for Bojan Bogdanovic, which included a backup player from the Trail Blazers and a first-round pick for the following year. Wang Jie did not acquiesce, ultimately, The Atlanta Hawks were willing to trade their starting center, Zaza Pachulia, along with a future first-round pick, in exchange for Wesley Matthews and Bojan Bogdanovic. Dubbed the foot-tripping villain, Pachulia is proficient as both a center and a power forward. However, his sportsmanship is notoriously poor, and his rough play is widely acknowledged. He frequently resorts to tripping and elbowing, which elevates him above the average center or power forward. The unfortunate reality was that when the Warriors acquired Pachulia, his most notable achievement was injuring Kawhi Leonard, causing him to miss the season and leading the San Antonio Spurs, who were poised to claim the championship, to succumb to the Warriors. An event that sparked considerable uproar. Furthermore, under Wang Jia's coaching, there was another player notorious for his underhanded tactics, DeAndre Jordan. As a fellow center, his defensive strategies were riddled with covert maneuvers, resulting in frequent disputes during games. Remarkably, even before the season reached its midpoint, Jordan had been ejected from 2 matches due to altercations. However, while Jordan's antics were merely juvenile, such as pinching opponents, Pachulia's reputation was far more sinister. Having inflicted severe injuries on his adversaries, the presence of a rogue within the team could be advantageous. After all, apart from Wang Jia, who possessed an indomitable skill, the others lacked such resilience. Wang Jia was acutely aware that while he disapproved of Pachulia's conduct, he also wished to protect his star player, Stephen Curry, from such a malevolent force. In the pursuit of the championship, having a villain on the team could serve as a significant deterrent against opponents resorting to unsportsmanlike tactics. After all, if one can employ such strategies, so can the other. Wang Jia, having secured multiple championships, had endured his fair share of tripping and underhanded tactics. Yet each time, he utilized his indomitable skill to render those attempts futile, leading to a notable reduction in confrontations against him. For instance, 3 players who had attempted to trip him now bore the lasting consequences of injuries sustained from direct encounters with him. Ultimately, Wang Jia conceded to the trade, exchanging a promising rookie in Wesley Matthews for Pachulia. Pachulia's versatility allowed him to play as a power forward, although Butler, who occupied that position, faced challenges against heavier opponents. Hence, adjustments could be made as necessary. However, upon observing Pachulia's partnership with Butler, Wang Jia discovered that their collaboration surpassed that of the previous pairing, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Of course, Butler possessed an additional skill as a center. He could venture beyond the paint to shoot 3-pointers, although his accuracy waned against staunch defensive pressure. Nonetheless, this ability effectively drew opposing centers away from the key, alleviating pressure on the interior. As the team's roster solidified, barring a significant trade akin to the Heat's acquisition of LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, Wang Jia was unlikely to alter the lineup. As time passed, the season approached its latter half, and the team boasted an impressive record of 35 wins and 7 losses. The atmosphere was jubilant. Following Pachulia's integration into the team, Wang Jia mandated that he refrain from tripping during the regular season, a request he honored, albeit with occasional elbowing and minor infractions persisting. Wang Jia finds himself in a state of resignation as soon as Pachulia steps onto the court. A myriad of both subtle and overt maneuvers seem ingrained in his very DNA, manifesting inexplicably. In a recent match, he inadvertently elbowed Westbrook in the head as he charged into the paint, resulting in a 3-game suspension, with the fine being covered by Wang Jia himself. Despite securing a significant victory, the triumph is overshadowed by a lingering sense of hollow achievement. With the regular season now past its midpoint, Wang Jia has begun to apply the Jin Billy template to Lian Mei, enhancing Jilian's defensive prowess to a formidable level, transforming him into a much more tenacious center. Subsequently, due to the absence of a power forward, the only option available is Jimmy Butler, a physical anomaly whose speed, while merely average as a guard or small forward, becomes elite when deployed as a power forward. In this contest against the Boston Celtics, the once formidable trio of aging giants, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen, has diminished in comparison to the youthful trio of the Miami Heat. The head coach, Doc Rivers, fields a starting lineup of Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Rajon Rondo, Ray Allen, and Brandon Bass. Although the trio of Pierce, Allen, and Garnett remains intact, they face Wang Jia's team and, with Curry sinking 3 consecutive 3-pointers, the Celtics' Allen manages only 1 successful shot out of 3 attempts. Ultimately, this leads to an ever-widening point disparity. When the bench players take to the court, Danny Green impressively scores 3 for 3, effectively sealing the outcome of the match. Small forward Paul George has demonstrated considerable growth, showcasing significant improvements in steals, shooting, and passing as a starter. However, in comparison to Danny Green, he still falls short, raising the question of why Green is not granted a starting position alongside Curry. Steve Kerr expressed his confusion. While Klay Thompson's three-point shooting is exceptional and his defense formidable, the rookie still falls short when compared to Danny Green. Not to mention, the starting point guard, Stephen Curry, has begun to showcase his terrifying three-point prowess. What is crucial is that Curry excels not only in shooting but also in driving to the basket and passing, making him incredibly difficult to defend against. He often darts into the paint, then suddenly sprints back out to catch and shoot beyond the arc, rendering predictions futile, even when opportunities are scarce. He can draw significant defensive attention, directly passing the ball to players like Andre Iguodala or Paul George for successful shots. This season, Danny Green's three-point shooting percentage has been astonishing, particularly when the team effectively neutralizes their matchups. His accuracy has soared above 70, surpassing that of Stephen Curry. In the subsequent games, with Butler's strength increasing and the defensive capabilities of the team bolstering, they enjoyed a streak of consecutive victories. Even when there was a slight relaxation later on and Coach Wang Jia implemented rotations, they still managed to achieve an impressive record of 8 wins against 2 losses. Notably, the playing time for Jeremy Lin and Zaza Pachulia significantly increased, allowing them to enjoy the game and deliver numerous highlight moments. This left Wang Jia, who wished to ease the pressure, unable to do so, as the opponents were simply too weak. Although Jeremy Lin did not accumulate any particular accolades this season, he consistently erupted with performances that led the team to victory, igniting a wave of Lin's sanity in Huaxia. In contrast, Pachulia's performance remained relatively standard. Chapter 88, defeating the Mavericks in the playoffs. Compared to Danny Green, who is primarily known for his three-point shooting and defense, Paul George is poised to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future, perhaps evolving into a superstar akin to Stephen Curry. Wang Jia furrowed his brow and elucidated. Wang Jia's words illuminated Steve Kerr's understanding, essentially conveying the desire to cultivate Paul George more effectively. However, what eluded his comprehension was the fact that although Danny Green came off the bench, he consistently shared the court with Paul George for nearly half of each game. Wang Jia silently shook his head, having already determined his selection for the substitute-level quintet of extraordinary skills: Danny Green, Yi Jianlian, Manu Ginobili, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Jimmy Butler, representing peak Shaquille O'Neal. He intended to continue the previous season's strategy of one star amidst 4 sharpshooters, elevating it to a more formidable version, where all 4 shooters excelled in three-point shooting, while Jimmy Butler would dominate the paint for rebounds. Recently, the burgeoning strength of Jimmy Butler had led him to average over 10 rebounds per game, despite the fact that he only played 2 quarters as a substitute. If he were to play the entire game, he might secure over 20 rebounds, practically claiming every board available. At this moment, all the teams were left in disbelief, as Jimmy Butler, typically assessed as a small forward or shooting guard, was unexpectedly positioned as a power forward. The most astonishing aspect was that this power forward frequently charged into the paint, competing for rebounds against centers and other power forwards. What was happening with those scouts? Had the data from the assessments been fabricated? In a fleeting moment, Jimmy Butler wreaked havoc in the paint. Recently, he discovered the exhilarating ability to leap and dunk the ball immediately upon receiving it in the restricted area, garnering immense admiration. Consequently, he has been averaging an impressive 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, achieving a remarkable double-double average, all while only playing 2 quarters. One might mistake him for a seasoned center. As the playoffs approached, despite Wang Jia's endeavors to field the weakest players on his team, the subsequent matches yielded only a handful of victories. Jeremy Lin also delivered commendable performances, even surpassing the contributions of the starting Paul George. However, Wang Jia faced an unfortunate turn of events when, after one game, Lin reported discomfort in his knee. Upon examination by the team physician, he was promptly sent to the hospital, where a meniscus tear was diagnosed. In light of this, Wang Jia had no choice but to authorize surgery to mend Lin's injury, effectively sidelining him for the remainder of the season. Nevertheless, Lin still managed to compile formidable statistics, averaging 5 points, 4 assists, and 3 steals over 2 quarters in recent games, while Paul George managed 6 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists and 5 steals in the same duration. Both players remain in their rookie season, with expectations for Paul George's statistics to double in the upcoming season. And Lin is also anticipated to make strides. The regular season, having been shortened, drew to a swift conclusion. The standings were as follows: Chicago Bulls, 66 games, 50 wins. 16 losses. Miami Heat, 66 games, 46 wins. 20 losses. Indiana Pacers, 66 games, 42 wins. 24 losses. Boston Celtics, 66 games, 39 wins. 27 losses. Atlanta Hawks, 66 games, 40 wins. 26 losses. Orlando Magic, 66 games, 37 wins. 29 losses. New York Knicks, 66 games, 36 wins. 30 losses. Philadelphia 76ers, 66 games, 35 wins. 31 losses. In the West, Golden State Warriors, 66 games, 52 wins. 14 losses. San Antonio Spurs, 66 games, 50 wins. 16 losses. Oklahoma City Thunder, 66 games, 47 wins. 19 losses. Los Angeles Lakers, 66 games, 41 wins. 25 losses. Memphis Grizzlies, 66 games, 41 wins. 25 losses. Los Angeles Clippers, 66 games, 40 wins. 26 losses. Denver Nuggets, 66 games, 38 wins. 28 losses. Dallas Mavericks, 66 games, 36 wins. 30 losses. Wang Jie found himself in a rather helpless situation, suddenly positioned as the leader of the Western Conference, or rather, as the top contender in the regular season for both the East and West. This was achieved only after he had deliberately eased off, deploying a full bench of substitutes, yet his adversaries were even weaker. In the opening match of the Western Conference playoffs, the Warriors faced the Mavericks, the Spurs contended with the Nuggets, the Thunder battled the Clippers, and the Lakers went up against the Grizzlies. With the commencement of the playoffs, Wang Jie enjoyed the advantage of playing on home turf. The Mavericks head coach, Rick Carlisle, fielded a starting lineup that included Shawn Marion, Dirk Nowitzki, Brendan Haywood, Jason Kidd, and Vince Carter. Upon encountering his old friend Kidd, Wang Jie waved and greeted him with a smile. However, the Mavericks roster was notably aged. Kidd had significantly declined in performance this season, and Carter struggled to approach double digits in scoring. Only Nowitzki retained some capability, averaging 21 points per game. Yet, facing Wang Jie's team, the Warriors, who started with Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. While David Lee's defensive skills were subpar, DeAndre Jordan provided an excellent complement, rendering the Mavericks incapable of penetrating the paint. On the perimeter, Iguodala defended Nowitzki with such tenacity that he caused the veteran to miss numerous shots, and the remaining players struggled to replicate their three-point shooting accuracy from the previous season. Consequently, the first game of the playoffs concluded with a decisive victory, as the substitutes from both teams spent merely 10 minutes on the court before the game was effectively decided. Wang Jie felt that facing the Mavericks was rather effortless. He had not activated the 5 consecutive extraordinary skills, nor had he invoked the enigmatic powers. He simply triumphed by a significant margin without utilizing any abilities. Was the team now so formidable that my skills were no longer necessary? Wang Jie pondered in a daze. The Warriors swept the Mavericks 4-0. The Spurs defeated the Nuggets 4-0. The Thunder overcame the Clippers 4-0, while the Lakers struggled against the Grizzlies, winning 4-3. It was somewhat embarrassing that in the first round, the Warriors, Spurs, and Thunder all achieved clean sweeps against their opponents, whereas the Lakers, confronted with the Grizzlies' staunch defense, barely managed to prevail after a grueling 7 games. In the Eastern Conference, the 76ers triumphed over the Bulls 4-2 to advance to the next round, primarily due to Derrick Rose's season-ending injury from a torn ACL after the Bulls had initially won a game. Without their leader, the Bulls, composed of promising talents, managed to secure one victory before losing for consecutive games, thus forfeiting their playoff aspirations. The Celtics defeated the Hawks 4-2, while the Pacers bested the Magic 4-1, as their interior defense effectively stifled the Magic, resulting in their abysmal offensive efficiency. Lastly, the Heat's trio faced off against the Knicks duo. This season, the Knicks stars, Amare Stoudemire and the offensive virtuoso Carmelo Anthony, had dispensed with Chauncey Billups and others, bringing in Tyson Chandler and Shumpert. However, against the peak Heat trio, even with the legacy Wang Jie had left behind and the more luxurious roster they had assembled, the Knicks faltered in the first round, leading to the Knicks owner weeping inconsolably in the restroom. At that time, Wang Jie would only take the court during the finals. Otherwise, he was not a professional coach, relying instead on 2 randomly selected assistant coaches for strategy. Thus, the Knicks owner naturally believed that even with a different leader, the team could still reach the Eastern Conference Finals. In reality, while the Knicks did make it to the playoffs subsequently, their performance was far from satisfactory. Surely, the Heat's trio had become a formidable force after their assembly. The Knicks owner mused with a grim expression. Chapter 89. Facing the Thunder after advancing to the next round. The Warriors were set to face the Lakers, while the Spurs would contend against the Thunder. In truth, Wang Jie preferred to face the Spurs over the Lakers. Although the Spurs were indeed more challenging, they were ultimately incapable of overcoming the Warriors. Wang Jie yearns for his team to face greater challenges, however. Their formidable prowess ultimately pits them against the Lakers. This season, his team has encountered remarkably fair officiating, a consequence of the labor agreement standoff that has rendered Stern more cautious. Both Jeremy Lin and Yi Jianlian, players of Asian descent, have garnered immense attention domestically. Every game they partake in captivates a substantial audience. This explains Wang Jie's frequent decision to field Lin and Yi during the regular season. Consequently, the broadcasting revenues have not only enriched Wang Jie, but have also significantly benefited the league. In a fleeting moment, the Warriors have become the team of choice for the Chinese community, prompting the Rockets to urgently scout for a worthy successor to Yao Ming. Even Sun Yu, who was merely treading water with the Knicks, was nearly recruited. Regrettably, his exorbitant salary coupled with underwhelming performance led to the negotiations' collapse. The Lakers, too, possess considerable strength. With head coach Mike Brown at the helm and a starting lineup that includes Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum, Metta World Peace, and Derek Fisher. At this juncture, the Lakers roster remains intact. Had it not been for the evolution away from small ball, this lineup would have been formidable. Yet, as times have changed, so too have the players. Kobe, Gasol, and Fisher have aged a year, diminishing their prowess. In the first match, confronted by Kobe, Wang Jie assigned Iguodala to guard him. By the end of the game, Kobe had attempted 40 shots, scoring 36 points and becoming the highest scorer of the night, yet ultimately, his team succumbed to defeat. In this match, Wang Jie refrained from utilizing any skills, relying solely on the rotation of starters and substitutes, including the nimble yet shorter O'Neal and the imposing Ginobili among the reserves. Feeling a lack of enthusiasm, Wang Jie allowed Kerr to take control of the game. Kerr had observed during the regular season that Butler and the young sensation possessed an uncanny and formidable prowess, often introducing them in the second quarter. Their presence directly led to the Lakers' interior defense collapsing, while Kobe struggled with his shooting. Ultimately, with superior shooting accuracy and a robust defense, they secured their first victory. In the third game, despite Phil Jackson's tactical adjustments, Kerr's 10-man rotation, characterized by relentless three-point shooting and formidable defense, proved insurmountable, reminiscent of last year's Mavericks. By the fourth game, the Lakers found themselves utterly helpless against the Warriors. Without Wang Jie's constraints, Kerr opted for a starting lineup featuring Butler, DeAndre Green, Danny Green, Stephen Curry, and Iguodala. The Lakers were unable to contend with this quintet, surrendering 70% of the rebounds. The combination of Gasol and Bynum was no longer at its peak, and facing the further enhanced DeAndre and the Butler, who rivaled O'Neal in strength, felt overwhelmingly futile. In the end, despite Kobe's relentless efforts and his average of over 30 points per game, the Lakers suffered a disheartening 0-4 defeat, failing to secure a single win. In the aftermath, Kobe expressed his deep frustration, remarking on the advancing age of the team members and the lack of support from others on the court, ultimately leaving him to bear the burden of the loss alone. Indeed, at that time, aside from Kobe, the defensive pressure faced by others was exceedingly formidable, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage that paled in comparison to Kobe's own performance. In fact, during the previous season, Kobe had contemplated aligning himself with Wang Jie's Warriors. However, the aging Kobe was reluctant to accept a pay cut and demanded the Lakers' future first-round draft pick along with 2 starting players as compensation. While this request was not unreasonable, Wang Jie could not part with his promising rookie and the already scarce power forward, David Lee, in exchange for a Kobe who had limited years left in his career, leading to a refusal. Otherwise, few could dare to decline Kobe, even if he occasionally struggled with his shots. Nevertheless, Kobe's shooting percentage against Iguodala remained around 50 for his fadeaway jumpers. In the showdown between the Thunder and the Spurs had triumphed in the first 2 games, but soon the Thunder's trio, along with Ibaka and the 6th man of the year, James Harden, intensified their defense against Duncan and Parker. With Duncan and Parker already advancing in age, they found it increasingly difficult to contend with a group of exceptionally talented and energetic opponents. Even with their experience, the Spurs could not withstand the heightened offensive pressure. The inability to defend effectively and to score marked the onset of the Spurs' decline into aging, ultimately leading to their disappointment against the Thunder, as they succumbed to 4 consecutive defeats, forfeiting their championship aspirations. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics triumphed over the 76ers with a score of 4-3, despite the 76ers showcasing commendable strength this season. Subsequently, the Heat overcame the Magic with a 4-2 victory, securing their place in the finals. The Eastern matchup saw the Thunder face the Warriors, while the Western showdown pitted the Heat against the Celtics. The conference finals ignited fervor among fans, as both sides encountered formidable challenges. The Thunder's trio approached Wang Jie with utmost seriousness. Wang Jie also perceives that the Thunder's Westbrook, Durant, and James Harden are formidable players. However, upon engaging in competition, it becomes apparent that Durant and Westbrook have yet to reach their peak performance, while James Harden is relegated to a bench role. His capabilities merely comparable to that of a starting player and lacking the evolution into a master of drawing fouls for the future, thus exhibiting limited prowess. Head coach Scott Brooks' starting lineup: Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Kendrick Perkins, Thabo Sefolosha. Wang Jie deployed the Warriors' starting lineup, featuring Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee. Most of the players on both teams were relatively young, many being rookies. The game commenced with Durant receiving a pass from Westbrook, swiftly scoring the first 2 points. Iguodala was tasked with defending Westbrook, while Paul George matched up against Durant. George was wary of Durant's lengthy reach, which posed a threat for potential steals, though it was evident that such length also rendered him vulnerable to scoring. Soon after, Stephen Curry, facing Durant's defensive reach, opted for caution and passed to DeAndre Jordan, who easily scored against Perkins in the paint. It appeared that the Warriors had identified a tactical advantage. David Lee and DeAndre Jordan effectively held their ground against Ibaka and Perkins. However, it was somewhat embarrassing for David Lee, as he was blocked twice by Perkins, prompting a slight frown from Wang Jie. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, as the score remained close, and the interior game still favored them. As the first quarter progressed, the Warriors relied on Stephen Curry to fend off Perkins, who successfully sank a 3-pointer. At this point, Curry began to showcase his unparalleled 3-point shooting prowess. In the opening quarter alone, he achieved a remarkable 3-4, 3 from beyond the arc and 1-4, 2 on 2-point attempts, accumulating an impressive 11 points. Amusingly, his mid-range shots proved less accurate than his 3-pointers, and he also contributed 7 assists. The match was held at the Warriors' home court, where the fervent fans erupted in cheers at witnessing such a formidable performance. Westbrook glanced at Wang Jie, feeling a pang of frustration as memories of his championship days with the Knicks resurfaced. He quickly resolved to rally himself. "I must win. I shall prove my worth." Chapter 90. The unexpected Thunder trio in the early days, aside from Wang Jie, Russell Westbrook exhibited remarkable prowess with the Knicks, even fostering a belief that he could ascend to the role of the primary star. However, in pursuit of securing a more illustrious player through trade, he ultimately found himself, after several exchanges, back with the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder, contrary to any assumptions of weakness, displayed commendable strength. Their guard, Thabo Sefolosha, proved quite adept at perimeter defense, though the center position left something to be desired. Westbrook, with his aggressive forays into the paint, managed to score 8 points through a series of jump shots by the end of the first quarter, a commendable achievement. The second quarter witnessed Wang Jie executing a complete rotation of players, bringing in Danny Green, E.G. Lian, resembling Jin Billy, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Jimmy Butler, akin to a peak Shaquille O'Neal. This strategic shift allowed the Thunder to swiftly widen the score gap, even as their starting lineup remained unchanged. Jamal Crawford missed a 3-pointer, while the ever-resilient Lian May held her ground against the Thunder's center, thwarting his leap. Subsequently, power forward Jimmy Butler surged into the paint to seize the rebound, much to the chagrin of Serge Ibaka, who found himself outpaced. Yet, in a twist of fate, Ibaka, poised to impart a lesson to the rookie Butler, lay in wait, ready to deliver a formidable block. As anticipated, Butler leapt toward the basket for a thunderous dunk. Ibaka responded in kind, attempting to swat the ball away. However, he was taken aback by an unexpected surge of force emanating from Butler's back. In an instant, Ibaka was sent sprawling to the floor, overwhelmed by the sheer power of Butler's play. With a resounding crash, Butler's dunk ignited a frenzy among the fans, who erupted in cheers for the Warriors. "Butler! Butler! Butler!" they chanted, their excitement palpable. The commentators, Smith and Barkley, were rendered nearly speechless, marveling at the 2.3-meter Butler's audacity in overcoming Ibaka's formidable block. "Oh my, the strength is astonishing," Smith exclaimed. "Incredible," Barkley echoed, acknowledging Butler's evolution since joining the team, where he had previously struggled to make an impact as a power forward. Now, he had transformed into a force to be reckoned with. Ejiofor also demonstrated his prowess, effectively denying the opposing center 3 consecutive attempts at the basket. Danny Green erupted with fervor, achieving an impeccable 5 for 5 from three-point range, amassing 15 points, leaving Westbrook utterly unable to curtail his scoring. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the score gap had widened to 15 points, primarily due to Green's extraordinary performance. Wang Jie cast a glance at the bench, contemplating the untapped potential of his substitutes, yet to be unleashed. In the third quarter, Wang Jie was substituted into the starting lineup. However, Durant of the Thunder proved to be an insurmountable obstacle, exhibiting a remarkably high shooting percentage. Meanwhile, over 60% of the rebounds were captured by David Lee and DeAndre Jordan. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the point differential had ballooned to over 20. Wang Jie glanced at the bench, noting that none of his substitutes were lacking in strength, and reluctantly decided to send Pachulia onto the court to replace Ejiofor. Yet, when the substitutes entered the fray, despite Wang Jie urging his team to pass the ball to the focused Pachulia, the Thunder's bench players contemplated double-teaming him. However, due to Pachulia's rough tactics, they hesitated to draw too close, and the score remained unchanged. Thunder's head coach Brooks wore a frown, feeling a mix of frustration as his substitutes fervently missed their shots while attacking, yet became immobilized when it came to defense, leaving him seething inwardly. In the second game, James Harden took the court early, converting all 3 of his three-point attempts. Ibaka was efficient in the paint, making 3 out of 4 shots, while Curry, closely guarded by Sefolosha, managed to hit 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc. Additionally, Iguodala excelled with a mid-range game, sinking 3 of his 4 attempts, ultimately leaving his team trailing by 3 points at the close of the first quarter. Wang Jie cast a glance at the defensively challenged Durant. Despite Danny Green's exceptional ability to steal, Durant, after being stripped of the ball twice in the first match, dared not hold onto it for long in front of him. Ultimately, Durant managed to display commendable efficiency, while Westbrook's forays into the paint were only marginally defensible, compelling him to pass the ball. As the second quarter commenced with a complete rotation of players, Brooks wiped the sweat from his brow, convinced that the 5 substitutes were even stronger than the starting lineup. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. After sending in the bench players, Wang Jie unleashed an extraordinary series of 5 consecutive skills from the reserves. The 5 transformed into league superstars, with Danny Green, Jamal Crawford, and Klay Thompson relentlessly firing from beyond the arc, unperturbed by any defender save for the lanky Durant. Even when faced with defense, the trio achieved an astonishing three-point shooting percentage exceeding 70%. The standout performer was Danny Green, who scored 18 points by sinking 6 out of 8 three-point attempts in a single quarter, while Klay Thompson netted 9 points with 3 out of 4. And Crawford contributed 6 points with 2 out of 4. Most crucially, inside the paint, Butler and Ejiofor ferociously grabbed rebounds, ensuring that even if shots did not fall, they would ultimately slam them home. Parkinson and Ibaka found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the athletic prowess of O'Neal and the center version of Jin Billy, who dominated the boards, with only a single rebound falling into their hands, while the remainder were seized by the 2 giants. The substitutes not only erased the deficit but also surged ahead with a remarkable 12-point lead from their three-point barrage. Consequently, the Thunder's momentum was shattered. And by the third quarter, the trio from Oklahoma City was exhausted. Once they returned to the bench, their performance plummeted, leading to their surrender. In 2 matches, Wang Jie's Warriors triumphed over the Thunder with a 2-0 record. In the third game, Wang Jie once again capitalized on the extraordinary skills of the substitutes in the second quarter, resulting in a resounding victory. Wang Jie did not expect that in his imagination. The formidable adversary Thunder would face the strengthened Warriors this year and end up in such disarray. In the fourth game, Wang Jie started as the point guard, placing Curry, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Iguodala on the court. Consequently, in the first quarter of the fourth game, upon his entrance, many spectators erupted in resounding cheers. Wang Jie smiled and, after a brief interlude, directly passed the ball to Stephen Curry, who, upon receiving it, swiftly turned and launched a shot. With a resounding swish, the three-pointer found its mark. The game proceeded with both teams exchanging points. The Thunder initially contemplated double-teaming Wang Jie, only to discover that he rarely attempted shots unless left unguarded, in which case he would take a three-pointer. Ultimately, despite the Warriors lacking a strong interior presence, their shooting percentage remained commendable, bolstered by the Thunder's intense defensive pressure. Nevertheless, the Thunder triumphed with a score of 127-126, thanks to the formidable contributions of Westbrook and Durant, who proved challenging to contain. Wang Jie, having played the entirety of the 4 quarters, found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the game, he exhibited a commendable defensive fervor and an eagerness to assist in passing, yet he managed only a solitary 3-point shot, with the entire match devoid of any timeouts or tactical maneuvers. Upon receiving the ball, his options were limited to either passing or attempting a three-pointer, leaving no room for alternative strategies. Despite this, the trio of Thunder stars nearly secured a victory, as among the 5 players on the court, Wang Jie stood out as the only one whose three-point shooting percentage fell below 90, having not played all season. Witnessing the team on the brink of triumph allowed him to indulge in a moment of satisfaction. Otherwise, as a bench player, the itch to play would have been unbearable. With the Eastern Conference Finals concluding soon, followed by the Finals, it was imperative to seize the moment. One could not afford to falter in the championship series. Chapter 91. Another ticket sale. Moreover, with this particular game taking place in Thunder territory, he aspired for a Warriors victory, hoping it would attract more fans to the arena and facilitate yet another ticket sale. Were it not for the fear of an unfavorable outcome, he would have wished to sell 2 additional tickets during the Warriors games. Indeed, the final match unfolded as expected. Previously, against Wang Jie and his teammates' erratic shooting, the Thunder had almost triumphed. In the Oracle Arena, however, the Thunder trio displayed lackluster performances. In comparison to Wang Jie's rookie ensemble, the Thunder stars, also newcomers, had only Durant performing commendably, yet in the second quarter, he fell victim to Wang Jie's relentless three-point barrage, particularly from Danny Green, whose remarkable 85 shooting accuracy devastated the Thunder. The final score reflected a 10-point margin, with a victory of 132-122. Post-game, the Oracle Arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Champions of the Eastern Conference. The Warriors dynasty. We won. We are the Eastern Conference champions. My mother inquired why I was kneeling on the floor watching television. Oh my God, will Jack Wang still take the court once the finals commence? I declare. The finals have lost their suspense. With the basketball deity Jack Wang on the court, the outcome is assured. I eagerly anticipate Wang Jie's participation in the finals. For 13 consecutive years, the NBA has seen Wang Jie claim the championship title, without exception. Wherever he goes, victory follows, and this year shall be no different. After a raucous celebration, the team returned to the locker room for a refreshing shower. Once the players donned their attire, they gradually exited the locker room. At that moment, Curry approached Wang Jie with a smile, saying, "Hey, Coach Jack Wang, your strategy was impeccable. I feel as though being one of your players makes winning so effortless." Wang Jie smiled and remarked, "This victory is a collective achievement. Without your contributions and cooperation, it would not have been possible. However, to be candid, I am truly looking forward to the grand finals in 2 weeks." Curry took a seat, gazing at Wang Jie, and said, "Ever since I joined the team, I have always believed that as long as you, Jack Wang, are with us, we shall triumph in the championship." Wang Jie nodded slightly, fully aware that he bore immense expectations upon his shoulders. However, he did not fear the pressure. Rather, he embraced it as a source of motivation. He understood that the finals would be a formidable battle, yet he was prepared for the challenge. "Rest assured, Stephen," Wang Jie declared, rising with unwavering determination. "We shall undoubtedly secure the championship." Following the match, Wang Jie accompanied Stephen Curry, Danny Green, Yi Jianlian, and Butler to the press conference. Journalists eagerly posed their inquiries, one of which asked, "Coach Wang Jie, what are your thoughts on this game?" Wang Jie responded with a smile, expressing his profound satisfaction with the team's performance, noting that the players had all showcased their true capabilities. In particular, he highlighted the exceptional contributions of Curry, Danny Green, and Yi Jianlian. Another journalist subsequently inquired, "Who do you consider to be the greatest challenger in the finals?" Wang Jie pondered for a moment before responding, "Every opponent must be regarded with respect. However, we shall endeavor with utmost determination. Regardless of the challenges we face, we shall not waver." At that moment, another reporter posed a question to Danny Green. "Do you consider yourself the savior of the Warriors?" Danny Green shook his head, asserting that the team's success is a collective effort, and he merely strives to assist them to the best of his abilities. "Coach Wang, Many on Twitter have proclaimed you to be the current deity of basketball, asserting that no one can impede you, and the championship is a foregone conclusion. With a chuckle, he replied, "For this season's finals, I have decided to refrain from playing unless there are significant injuries among the players. Let us maintain an element of suspense. My participation would be excessive." Wang Jie erupted into laughter, prompting a wave of excitement among the journalists, who immediately inundated him with questions. After the press conference concluded, Wang Jie and the players departed, fully aware that the upcoming finals would present the ultimate challenge. In the Eastern Conference, the venerable trio of the Celtics faced off against the formidable Heat. Compared to their previous form, the scoring capabilities of the trio, aside from Paul Pierce, had notably diminished, rendering them less effective in both offense and defense. Although the Celtics managed to secure 3 victories through their robust teamwork and zone defense, they ultimately succumbed to the youthful and vigorous Heat, losing 4 games in total, including a decisive 7th match. The following day, newspapers across the nation announced Wang Jie's decision to abstain from participating in the finals, heralding the commencement of his coaching career, while conveniently overlooking the caveat regarding injuries to his teammates. The highly anticipated finals will see Wang Jie not in action. Some argued that it was precisely this absence that would render the finals intriguing, for every year had become predictable with Wang Jie's explosive performances and his unwavering hold on the FMVP title. With his absence, a genuine sense of suspense had finally emerged. Meanwhile, Stern breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newspaper headlines. After the Warriors' championship victory the previous season, several team owners had voiced their grievances. He had resolved to convene a meeting at the season's end to establish regulations prohibiting team owners from returning as players, aiming to restrict Wang Jie's participation in the finals. This season, Wang Jie has diligently honed his passing and ball handling skills, subsequently enhancing his shot blocking, stealing, and rebounding abilities. With the presence of a suitable trainer within the team, Wang Jie seized the opportunity to learn collaboratively, ultimately elevating all his attributes to above 80. Wang Jie stands at a height of 198 centimeters and weighs 102 kilograms. His attributes are as follows: strength, 93, speed, 88, agility, 88, vertical leap, 86, stamina, 96, basketball IQ, 97, driving, 86, ball handling, 90, passing, 92, dunking, 86, layup, 87, mid-range shooting, 87, three-point shooting, 86, perimeter defense, 90, interior defense, 87, shot blocking, 85, stealing, 80, rebounding, 80. Wang Jie gazed upon the elevation of his attributes with great delight. Regularly, he would personally engage in training matches with his team, experiencing both victories and defeats, which allowed him to maintain a semblance of his own form. With only a week remaining until the grand finals, Wang Jie granted his players a week of rest, followed by daily training sessions for the remaining days to make necessary adjustments. As the final day approached, Wang Jie and his team awaited their challengers, the trio of superstars from the Miami Heat, at the Oracle Arena. At this moment, the Miami Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, presented a starting lineup that included Mario Chalmers, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Joel Anthony, and Dwayne Wade. Wang Jie, having reviewed numerous regular season videos, recognized that the center and point guard positions posed vulnerabilities for the trio, reminding himself that they were a trio, not a quintet. To mitigate any weaknesses in the paint, they had strategically repositioned Chris Bosh, the power forward, to occupy the center position, while LeBron James took on the role of power forward and Dwayne Wade played shooting guard, leaving Mario as the unchanged point guard. Consequently, the team's weaknesses shifted from ball handling and interior defense to scoring and steals, with the trio sacrificing their scoring prowess for the sake of the team's victory. In the inaugural match, the starting lineups remained largely consistent. The Warriors featured Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee. The first quarter commenced at a frenetic pace, with both teams rapidly accumulating points. Paul George executed a breakthrough, passing to Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala, who netted three-pointers, while David Lee and DeAndre Jordan fortified the paint. Iguodala's individual defense against James proved effective, despite James's formidable drive. Iguodala's robust defense successfully thwarted his incursions. It can be said that Iguodala and Danny Green are among the rare talents in the league capable of containing James, both of whom are part of Wang Jie's squad. This posed a significant challenge for James, as the intense defense made his efforts increasingly arduous. resulting in several missed attempts. Ultimately, he was compelled to distribute the ball to Wade and Bosh, while Stephen Curry and Paul George maintained commendable defense, albeit against the peak performances of Wade and Bosh, which only served to limit them. With the absence of vulnerabilities inside, James's aggressive drives, alongside Wade and Bosh's rebounding, created a dynamic where Bosh would shoot, and both James and Wade would vie for rebounds, only to see Wade shoot again, with James and Bosh contesting the boards. DeAndre Jordan performed admirably, securing numerous rebounds, yet David Lee struggled against the trio of Wade, Bosh, and James. He found himself outmatched, as he could not contend with their combined prowess in the paint, leading to scenarios where James or Bosh or Wade could easily dominate the restricted area with little resistance from Lee. Wang Jie found himself in a predicament. David Lee had already excelled in the paint, capable of defending against all but the superstars. When confronted with such elite players, David could only manage a mild disruption, relying on luck. Ironically, the Miami Heat's trio of superstars descended upon the court simultaneously, relentlessly assaulting the interior, causing David Lee to become a liability as the three took turns scoring against him. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-28, with the Heat leading by 2 points, primarily due to Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala's incessant shooting from the perimeter. In the second quarter, Wang Jie reverted to his old strategy, substituting 5 players in and out. By this time, Heat coach Spoelstra had observed this maneuver numerous times. Regardless of Wang Jie's choices, he favored a direct 5-in, 5-out approach. However, the bench's explosive capabilities often rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the starters. Utilize the number 1 tactic, Wang Jie instructed, and everyone nodded in agreement. As the Warriors bench took the court, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The sequence commenced with point guard Jamal Crawford passing to Klay Thompson. Faced with Dwayne Wade, Thompson signaled for Danny Green to join him, executing a swift catch-and-shoot three-pointer that swished through the net. Everything seemed routine, except for the fact that only Jimmy Butler remained to guard the paint. The audience soon grasped the strategy at play. It was reminiscent of the Magic's Dwight Howard's famed one-star for shooters approach that had propelled them into the playoffs multiple times. However, Howard was lauded as the third greatest center in history, following Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming. What right did the rookie Butler have to command the paint? Quickly, the spectators understood why Butler was stationed beneath the basket. Unbeknownst to them, the center, Lian Mei, had stepped out from the paint, leaving everyone bewildered, while Bosh sluggishly followed suit. Not long into the second quarter, Lian Mei noticed Bosh's lax defense and seized the opportunity, holding the ball confidently as Bosh defended casually. Lian Mei could shoot threes, albeit with a low success rate. Yet, having adopted a playing style akin to that of Jin Billy, Lian Mei extended her hand for the ball, effectively unguarded, and effortlessly scored. With a resounding shot, the ball found its mark. Both Butler